I don't know what you did to project my image into such a fantasy world. But even though I'm just a projection, seeing you still makes me feel sick. Don't ask me to give you another chance. I've given you enough chances. Belated affection is worth less than grass. All of this is your own fault. The moment the words fell, Guhan had an indifferent expression, holding a long sword in his hand, and chopped down without any hesitation. Snap! Suddenly, there was a sudden sound of shattering. The entire world, along with all the images, was ruthlessly destroyed in an instant. Honor! Mu Bailing tried her best to grab the white clothes, but she had completely lost her support and could only watch herself falling into the depths of the abyss of nothingness. Why? At this moment, a sigh filled with compassion and mercy suddenly sounded. Amatba, I just used some of my magical powers to create a special fantasy world. True and false, real and fake mixed together. The words that young friend just said to you, Master M.O., were all sincere and true, and they were what he wanted to say to you the most in his heart. You saw it, too. Donor M.O., give up. A dead tree may bloom again in spring, but a broken mirror cannot be mended. No matter how hard you try, you can never regain what you have truly lost. Donor Mu, it would be better for you to adjust your mindset and look forward, so that you can start a new life sooner. You and him will never be together again. Chapter 88, About to go crazy, I have to fulfill the promise no matter what. As this voice of compassion and mercy fell, suddenly, dots of fluorescence appeared in the depths of the pitch-black abyss. There was a huge hand formed by endless Buddha light, which was tearing through the darkness and falling towards her with new life and light. She only needed to raise her fingers slightly to grab the big hand. You can truly let go of the past, completely forget the past, and move towards another new future. Towards a future without him. I feel nauseous. Belated love is cheaper than grass. Given many opportunities. But it's all my own fault. Mu Bailing's mind had already crashed, like a computer infected with a virus, constantly restarting and replaying these words. Countless chaotic thoughts overlapped and intertwined, eventually forming that one sentence that echoed deep into the soul. Let him go and accept a future without him. I don't accept it. I want to find him back. I must find him back. I can give everything I have, use everything I have to make up for the mistakes I have made. Mu Bailing's thoughts seemed to completely collapse at this moment. The whole person seemed a little crazy because of this. The energy in her body surged wildly, directly shattering the hand of hope that was reaching out to her, wanting to pull her out of the abyss completely. Instead, the whole person accelerated and fell deeper into the abyss. The same thing, no matter what the cost, she must get Guhan back. Continue the good life with him, just like 10 years ago. If Guhan falls into the abyss, then she can also fall into the abyss with him and give everything for him. Rumble. Almost at the same time. The pagoda, which was emitting brilliant golden light, was hit by an extremely terrifying force at this moment and began to tremble and hum violently. Puff. At the same time, Gutua, the host who was responsible for conducting this ceremony, also suffered some kind of terrible backlash. He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth, and his breath became extremely weak. What's going on? Taishu's sword master, who was waiting outside the pagoda, was also alarmed by the noise. He rushed into the pagoda in a hurry and immediately saw an extremely terrifying scene. I want to get him back. I won't accept a future without him. Mu Bailing's expression was ferocious, like a ghost crawling out from the depths of hell. The aura all over her body began to riot, and even some kind of extreme regretful negative energy surged out of her body. Quick! Use the Brahma heart seal to suppress her. As Abbot Gutua finished speaking, many monks in the ancient Buddha temple who were stunned in shock finally came to their senses and all activated their cultivation and displayed their magical powers. Buzz! In an instant, countless scriptures wrapped in rosy clouds soared into the sky, constantly condensing and reorganizing in midair, and finally transformed into a huge golden Buddha statue. As the golden Buddha suddenly opened his eyes, the ethereal sound of chanting came from a distant place, carrying a sense of compassion and salvation, and immediately suppressed Mu Bailing, who was about to completely lose control. Seeing that the situation had finally stabilized, Abbot Gutua breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, he glanced at Taishu Sword Master with a bitter and helpless voice. Masterly, your disciple has a very serious problem with his state of mind. I don't know who the man in white she saw in the vision was. But what is certain is that that person occupies an extremely important position in Master Mu's heart, and his obsession with him has reached an extremely terrifying level. If she's unwilling to truly let go of the past and becomes obsessed, it's probably only a matter of time. After hearing these words, Master Taishu's sword suddenly came back to his senses from his daze, and he instantly looked several years older. That incident not only made the sword sect lose a rare genius that was rare in 1,000 years. Even his most beloved disciple became a little crazy and was about to go crazy. At the same time, the entire central continent's secret realm has been thrown into complete chaos. The roars of monsters were endless and various battles broke out everywhere. All the monks were trying their best to escape, trying to leave the secret realm through the space teleportation vortex. Senior sister. Senior brother hasn't responded yet. Did something happen to him? Luo Baiji's voice sounded a little impatient and worried. The secret realm is now in complete chaos, with demonic beasts rioting. Senior brother seems to be exploring the secret realm alone. If he encounters a large number of demonic beasts, the situation will definitely be extremely dangerous. Chu Youwei's complexion didn't look good either. With a final grit of his teeth, he took out a palm-sized fragment of stone mirror from his storage space, which had countless ancient inscriptions engraved on its surface. This was the treasure they had obtained in the ancient ruins after overcoming numerous difficulties. Although it was only a tiny piece of debris, through the mysterious charm emanating from deep within, she could preliminarily confirm that this was most likely a fragment of the legendary Mirror of Reincarnation. The magic Mirror of Reincarnation can predict the future and trace back to the past life. The law of reincarnation contained in this Mirror of Reincarnation is very weak and it may break after being used many times. But now, she just wanted to make sure her senior brother was safe. Based on the experience in ancient books, Chu Youwei used all her strength to circulate her spiritual energy, and integrated her desire to see her senior brother's future into the fragments of the reincarnation mirror along with the spiritual energy. In an instant, the fragments of the samsara mirror, which had been silent for who knows how many years, suddenly began to ripple. As the glow on the mirror subsided, a slightly blurry image emerged. In the picture, a man in white is running at high speed in the dense forest, leaving behind a trail of white afterimages. Monsters often attacked him along the way, but he killed them easily. They were clearly going against the tide of monsters, but it was as if they were entering an empty space. Soon, the man in white in the picture suddenly seemed to realize that someone was watching him and paused. Glancing sideways slightly, the image in the Mirror of Reincarnation seemed to be affected, ripples appeared again, and all the images quickly disappeared. After a while, Chu Youwei and others breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to being shocked by the senior brother's attitude of ignoring the tide of monsters, going against the tide and killing many monsters along the way, they were even more confused and worried. Why would their senior brother risk his life and even go deeper into the secret realm? Even if there is an opportunity he wants deep in the secret realm, now is not the time to go, right? After a long while, Chu Youwei finally let out a long breath. Brother, the direction you are heading seems to be Kunshan. Chu Youwei said nothing. Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji both stood up in tacit understanding and followed him without saying anything. Last time, because they did not stand up in the first place, their senior brother was heartbroken and disappointed. Now the same result is before them again. Even if the road ahead is dangerous, they must fulfill their promise and protect their senior brother. Chapter 89, Just do good things and don't worry about the future? At the same time, just like the future scene predicted by the Mirror of Reincarnation, Guhan went upstream against the tide of monsters, killing many monsters along the way. Although these monsters have completely lost their minds, the suppressing effect of the special mark left by Su Lin Yue on them has been greatly reduced. But with his own strength, it is not difficult to kill these monsters. What made him sigh was Yi Qingyun's dick. It's obvious that his cultivation is as low as a chicken. But in such a turbulent tide of monsters, he was able to perfectly avoid the attacks of the monsters every time by relying on very coincidental circumstances. This luck is simply too good to be true. Boom! At this moment, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded in an area not far from him, as if someone there was fighting with an insane monster. Originally, Guhan didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But the aura fluctuations that erupted from there seemed familiar to him, and seemed to be related to the people of the Red Leaf sect. It's not just the witch Hua Jieyu who has connections with him. Furthermore, the period of time spent entering the secret realm. The disciples of the Hongye sect did indeed follow Hua Jieyu's request. Whenever they met him, they would always ask him if he needed help from their Hongye sect. Although the other party really can't do anything to help me. But she also has a good impression of the Hongye sect. In addition, Yi Qingyun was heading in the same direction as that place, so it was not impossible for him to help these Red Leaf sect disciples. The other side. Yi Qingyun, who was taking advantage of the chaos in the secret realm and rushing towards the Tianlong ruins at high speed, also heard the earth-shaking explosion at this moment. I could even faintly hear the cries of some women. Someone is fighting a monster. Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned and wanted to go and find out what was going on. If possible, maybe a hero could come to save the beauty and they could have a wonderful encounter. What time is it? Bai Lao's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Don't let other people's affairs get you involved. My current strength can only protect you. The most important thing now is to go to the Tianlong ruins that person mentioned and make a contract with the ancient Tianlong. Only after you successfully contract the ancient dragon can you truly save more people. These words immediately dispelled Yi Qingyun's thoughts. That's right, once he successfully contracts with the ancient dragon, he will be able to become a true savior and save more innocent disciples. Although this disaster was directly caused by him. But this does not affect Yi Qingyun's weird thinking. Boom! Flames flew and smoke rose. Several monsters, some with half of their bodies shot through and some with their heads shattered, fell to the ground with a loud bang. The battlefield was extremely tragic, with corpses of monsters piled up, many broken limbs lying around, and blood and internal organs all over the ground. Several monsters died, but more and more monsters rushed towards this place like crazy. In the center of the battlefield, several disciples of the Red Leaf sect, as well as disciples from other sects, are now forming a line of defense, struggling to resist wave after wave of monster attacks. The most eye-catching one is a woman in a white dress holding an embroidered spring sword. To be precise, it should be the woman in the red skirt. Her snow skirt, which was originally mainly white in tone, has now been completely dyed scarlet by her own blood or the blood of the monster. Even the Xiuquan sword, which was made of special materials, had a chipped and curled blade due to killing too many monsters. Senior Sister Yingxue. Throw me out, although I've lost my ability to fight, but using me as bait can buy you some time to break out. An extremely weak and barely breathing voice suddenly rang out. The person who spoke was a female disciple of the Red Leaf sect. She looked extremely miserable at this moment. His right hand seemed to have been torn off by some giant beast, and a large part of his left leg was also missing. Although special hemostatic treatment has been done. But the blood continued to flow out of her wound, making her extremely weak. No, I will definitely take you back. I also promised Master that I would keep you safe. Meng Yingxue pursed her red lips and shook her head to reject her junior sister's request. She tightly gripped the embroidered spring knife in her hand, ready to continue fighting with the monster. Everyone, the number of monsters has dropped significantly, which means that the monster tide has probably passed our area. As long as we hold on for a few more waves, we will succeed. At this moment, a sudden loud shout rang out, I'll attract the monster's attention for you. Take this opportunity to quickly leave this area. Yi Qingyun suddenly jumped out from nowhere. After much thought, I decided to help those in need when I saw injustice. And the reason for this disaster lies in one's own principles. Yi Qingyun changed direction and decided to lend a helping hand to these monks in their breakout efforts, and indirectly create a good relationship with them. And now, he is extremely glad for his decision. Meng Yingxue is simply a truly stunning beauty. Although her whole body was stained with blood, her fair and smooth skin was also stained with blood. But her whole body reveals a kind of sad and elegant beauty like a valkyrie on the battlefield, which makes people unable to extricate themselves from their gaze at first sight. Even if I can't do anything, but I can indirectly attract some of the monsters away and help them escape, wouldn't that also be a way to establish a good relationship? Yi Qingyun did not stay for long. He quickly left with some of the monsters that had attracted his attention, leaving behind only a handsome back. Just do good things and don't worry about the future. But Meng Yingxue and others were completely dumbfounded. Yes. This guy who jumped out from nowhere actually attracted away all the monsters that were besieging them. But at the same time, he brought more monsters that were even more exaggerated and terrifying. This is not helping them out. This will make them die faster and more thoroughly. This kid who came out from nowhere wants to make them die without a burial place. Yi Qingyun, it's Yi Qingyun. Wang Tong, the holy son of Taishan Holy Land, came to his senses in the crowd and cursed angrily, "I'm going to kill you. Yi Qingyun, you bastard. It was because of you that the demonic beasts in the central continent's secret realm moved around. Now you've deliberately attracted so many demonic beasts here. You've forced us into a desperate situation. Damn Yi Qingyun. Even if I die or become a ghost, I will not let you go." Chapter 90. Another follow-up heroine, happy to receive resentment and murderous intent. At the same time, Yi Qingyun, who felt that he had done a good deed by helping out, curled up the corners of his lips slightly when he heard someone calling his name from behind. It seems that fate has decided that those guys know my name. Yi Qingyun was in a good mood. Under the protection of the protagonist's halo, he continued to move towards the Tianlong ruins without any obstacles. But Meng Yingxue and others have now fallen into complete despair. Yi Qingyun. There was boundless anger flashing in the depths of Meng Yingxue's beautiful eyes, which even gradually turned into murderous intent towards Yi Qingyun. She had no grudges against them, so why would she want to kill them? If she could survive, she would cut this guy into pieces to avenge today's revenge. Just as she was preparing to make a final desperate fight, if she was defeated by the monster, she would directly detonate her own origin and die together with the other monsters. "You guys are lucky that you met me instead of that guy Yi Qingyun." Then a cold voice with a hint of smile suddenly sounded. Suddenly, a sonic boom sounded in the void. In an instant, the dazzling white thunder passed by Meng Yingxue and others, rushing towards the tide of monsters that were coming towards them. "Who are you?" Meng Yingxue, who had already fallen into despair, suddenly had a flash of shock in the depths of her beautiful eyes. At a glance, she recognized the man's identity. It was Gu Han, a disciple of the sword-asking sect, who was asked by his master to help as much as possible in the secret realm. No matter how strong Gu Han is, his cultivation level is at most half a step back to the original state. Among the tide of monsters rushing towards them, there were several monsters at the Gi realm. Gu Han's rush forward alone would not only fail to achieve any results, but would also lead to his death. He seems very important to Master. We can't let anything happen to him. Meng Yingxue clenched the embroidered spring knife in her hand and immediately wanted to step forward to help. However, something happened that had a huge impact on her worldview. As Gu Han stretched out his right hand, a divine light flashed and instantly turned into a 3-foot green peak with a cold light. Accompanied by a clear sound of sword, his speed reached the extreme, as if he had turned into a white thunder that spanned the void. Relying on his superb top-level body skills, he dodged and moved among the tide of monsters, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Phew! Sword energy is everywhere, and light and shadow are intertwined. Before she could even see Gu Han's sword movement, a monster's head, still retaining its hideous appearance from life, flew high into the air, swirling with blood. In the blink of an eye, his figure instantly appeared in front of the second monster. He swung his sword without any hesitation, and the second monster's head flew high. The huge body that had completely lost its head fell to the ground with a loud bang like a small hill, raising a cloud of dust. Such shocking scenes keep repeating themselves. The young man was like a sword immortal in white. When he swung his sword, sharp sword energy raged everywhere, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The whole world seemed to turn into black and white at this moment. The white sword energy was like a fleeting moment, causing blood to fly. Everyone, including Meng Yingxue, was completely stunned. They held the weapons in their hands and stood completely stiff in place like clay sculptures. There was only one thought that kept echoing in my mind. Is this really something a cultivator at the half-step return to oneness realm can do? I don't know how long it took. The sword flashed, and the last monster was split into two by the sharp sword energy. The two halves of the body fell to the ground with a bang, twitching and gradually became silent. Holding the sword in his hand, he shook off the blood on the blade and put it back into the scabbard. Then Guhan turned and looked at Meng Yingxue and others. Meng Yingxue and the others shuddered suddenly, as if waking from a dream, and came back to their senses. They hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "Thank you for saving my life, fellow Taoist." Even so, they were still so shocked by the excessive strength that Guhan had shown before that they couldn't recover for a long time. It's so strong that it's completely beyond imagination. It was totally unbelievable that the other party was just a genius chief of a declining sect. With such powerful strength, the saints and saintesses of the major holy places are completely incomparable. Is it you? He hadn't had time to take a closer look at the people present. Now, when he saw that the person leading the group was Meng Yingxue from the Hongye sect, a hint of surprise flashed in the depths of his pupils. He knew Meng Yingxue in a subsequent plot development in the original story. By accident, Yi Qingyun rescued Meng Yingxue, who was in dire straits, and took this opportunity to successfully win her favor. It was also during that encounter that Meng Yingxue officially appeared on the stage as another heroine of this book. But now, because of his various actions, it seems that there has been some confusion in the original plot. This caused Yi Qingyun to meet the subsequent female protagonist Meng Yingxue in advance. However, it is obvious that the plot did not develop as in the original plot. Yi Qingyun successfully won the favor of the subsequent female protagonist. Instead, he was happy to receive the other party's resentment and murderous intent. Such a development was both unexpected and expected by him. After all, there is always a relative theorem for the protagonist's halo. The special blessing of destiny can always save the protagonist from disaster. But in contrast, the people around him will bear the disaster brought by the protagonist, and in this way maintain a certain sense of stability. For example, Yi Qingyun avoided the attacks of many monsters with his inexplicable luck. But in fact, it was also because other people attracted the attention of the monsters, which indirectly created an opportunity for him to be safe. The monster that was originally chasing after him. They were all attracted to other cultivators and Meng Yingxue and others for various reasons. This phenomenon suddenly gave Guhan a new idea. Although the protagonist's halo is against the sky, but it's not impossible for him to use this characteristic to his own advantage and put some pressure on Yi Qingyun. So it's Brother Guhan, the renowned sword-asking sect. I've truly heard of your name for a long time. Wang Tong, who had also benefited from this and had escaped death, stepped forward and said, "Brother Gu's noble character and magnanimity truly make me admire him immensely. He is a truly exceptional gentleman." After praising and flattering Guhan with all kinds of fancy words, Wang Tang spat on the ground again. "Compared to you, Brother Gu, Yi Qingyun is such a despicable villain. He's even worse than a piece of dog shit. We have no grudge against him. He actually deliberately attracted the monsters to kill us. Moreover, the reason why the secret realm has undergone changes is inseparable from that guy Yi Qingyun. I suspect he did this intentionally to silence the witness." Chapter 91: A great opportunity to identify the culprit? Wang Tang did not hide it. He had previously met Yi Qingyun in the ruins of a powerful figure in the Holy Land, and chased him all the way, trying to force him to give up the opportunity. In the end, Yi Qingyun was forced into a desperate situation, and a certain power similar to the roar of a dragon erupted from his body, causing him to reveal everything about the unusual movements of the monsters in the entire Central Plains secret realm. Meng Yingxue and the others were a little dazed when they heard this. Until the end, Wang Tang repeatedly emphasized that he was willing to swear with his heart that every word he said was true, and Meng Yingxue and others believed it. However, after learning the truth, their hatred for Yi Qingyun once again reached an extreme. They even wanted to find Yi Qingyun and tear this damn guy into pieces. If it weren't for this damn guy, how could they have fallen into such a situation? How could he lose so many fellow disciples? However, despite the extreme resentment in their hearts, they managed to suppress most of their emotions. Before entering the secret realm, they had already learned the general information about the major sections. I know that Yi Qingyun is not only from the sword sect, and he is Gu Han's junior fellow apprentice. What's more, Gu Han is their savior. Under the conflict between the two, they could only subconsciously control most of the anger in their hearts. Gu Han saw the whole scene, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind, and an idea emerged. Isn't this the perfect opportunity he has been waiting for, to expel Yi Qingyun from the sect at best, or execute him directly at worst? According to Wang Tang, the fundamental reason for the changes in the Zhengzhou secret realm lies with Yi Qingyun. He was also the culprit responsible for the deaths of so many young monks. Now, these people who were indirectly saved by him are all witnesses, and they all firmly believe that the source of all disasters is Yi Qingyun. He only needed to add a little fuel to the fire to make all the anger of those sects that had lost their young disciples pour out on Yi Qingyun. In his previous life, Yi Qingyun also used some means to brand himself as someone who was colluding with monsters. Now he has to let Yi Qingyun feel it well. All kinds of thoughts flashed through my mind. Gu Han suppressed his emotions very well and did not show any abnormality. He shook his head slightly, sighed deeply, and looked grief-stricken and disappointed. Ah! I never thought that junior brother Qingyun would be such a vicious and sinister person. As he spoke, Gu Han bowed slightly towards Meng Yingshui and the others, blaming himself. I'm sorry, it's me, as the senior brother, who failed to discipline this junior brother well, causing you all to be in such danger. Where? Meng Yingshui and the others' expressions changed, and they waved their hands hurriedly. If it weren't for your righteous help, Brother Gu, we would have been eaten by these monsters long ago. I can't thank you enough. Yes, Brother Gu. We already know exactly what kind of person your junior brother Qingyun is. Brother Gu, you are a man of high moral character and integrity. How can you be compared with such a sinister guy? Listening to the monks praising and flattering again. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Gu Han to suppress the upward curling of the corners of his mouth. It's not that I was happy because of their praise. But he just received a broadcast from the system. Ding! It was detected that the subsequent heroine Meng Yingshui's favorability towards the master has greatly increased, and the subsequent heroine has been completely transformed into the mortal enemy of the hero Yi Qingyun. The host's actions are consistent with villain behavior and indirectly complete a villain plot, and receive 6,000 villain points as a reward. I didn't expect that this unintentional action of mine would lay a good foundation for my subsequent plans. He also received such a generous reward of villain points, how could he not be happy? The central continent's secret realm is now in complete chaos. I have other things to attend to, so I'm afraid I can't escort you out of the secret realm. Besides, you are all seriously injured now. These spiritual materials and precious medicines should be able to help with your injuries. As he spoke, Gu Han waved his hand, and several precious medicinal herbs emerged from his storage space, surrounded by rosy light and rich fragrance. Xianpin 100 Saint Fruit. Although it is only the lowest grade precious medicine, it is extremely effective in healing injuries. Moreover, there are several low-grade jade Ganoderma lucidum among them. Grinding them into powder and taking them with Baishang fruit can achieve unimaginable healing effects. The combination of the two can be considered an extremely precious healing medicine. Meng Yingshui and others were shocked again. Isn't Gu Han too generous? Such a large number of natural treasures exceeded all the gains they had in the secret realm. Gu Dao, you can't do that. We are already very grateful for your help, Brother Gu. These things are too precious, I cannot accept them. Meng Yingshui shook her head repeatedly. The others also nodded in agreement, agreeing with Meng Yingshui's statement. Take it. The most important thing is that you can get out alive. If you don't get out alive, who will testify for me and point out that Yi Qingyun is the culprit behind all these disasters? Gu Han muttered inwardly, if you don't get out alive, how will Yi Qingyun be blamed by all the major sects and bear the wrath of everyone? Moreover, these precious medicinal herbs are the lowest level and the worst ones he currently has. Even if he used it on a stranger, he wouldn't feel too bad about it. At present, he still has more than a dozen top-grade precious medicines and even a few immortal-grade precious medicines. These precious herbs were just a sprinkle of water to him. Thank you, Brother Gu. Sakura Snow will always remember your life-saving grace and will definitely repay you in the future. Meng Yingxue accepted it reluctantly, a faint blush appearing on her pretty face. You can't blame her for this. After all, it is hard not to be moved when a man saves you from danger and even gives you a precious medicine. No wonder Master has always valued Guhan so much. They even tried to use various means to dig him into the Hongya sect. Who wouldn't fall for such a powerful, yet gentle and righteous man? Wang Tang and others also admired Guhan to the extreme. Compared to that despicable villain Yi Qingyun, Guhan is such a kind-hearted person. At the same time, the further you advance towards the Tianlong ruins, the more terrifying and powerful the monsters you encounter. Benefited from the dual protection of the protagonist's halo and the Dragon King's mark. Although Yi Qingyun also attracted the attention of many monsters along the way. But he always managed to escape successfully after a narrow escape. Until this moment, he could already see a huge mountain appearing at the end of his vision, hidden among the mountains. The mountains were shrouded in mist, and there was a faint dazzling golden glow all around. Amidst the rosy clouds, it turned into a dragon shape, constantly rising and dancing. That should be the Tianlong ruins. Yi Qingyun's lips curled slightly, and a certain expectation and yearning could not be suppressed in the depths of his pupils. As long as I can successfully contract one of these ancient dragons, I can use its might to completely quell the turmoil in the secret realm and become a hero who saves countless cultivators from danger. All kinds of beautiful fantasies emerge in my mind. My name, Yi Qingyun, will definitely be on the grand stage. Feeling happy in his heart, Yi Qingyun no longer hesitated and walked towards the mountains. Chapter 92 4 Women, 1 Drama. Yi Qingyun didn't notice it at all. Not far from him, there was a figure following him slowly. It was Guhan in white. Although there was a little delay on the way. But he also knew the approximate area of the Tianlong ruins from the Hurricane Dragon King, so he was not afraid of losing it. It's just because the Dragon King's mark is on Yi Qingyun's body, so if you want to enter the Tianlong ruins to sign in, you have to wait for him to open the entrance to the ruins. The real main course is finally going to be served. With a chuckle, Guhan used the phantom demon mask. He disguised himself by changing his breath and appearance, and concealed himself as much as possible, continuing to follow Yi Qingyun slowly. At the same time, based on the image projected by the reincarnation mirror and the general direction, Xu Yue and the other two girls were following closely behind Guhan. At this moment, he happened to meet Meng Yingxue and others who had just escaped and were running towards the exit of the secret realm. A disciple of the Red Leaf sect. Guhan's 3 junior sisters. Xu Yue and Meng Yingxue spoke almost at the same time. Although it was the first time for several of them to meet each other. But they were all wary, and there was even a certain hostility and disgust deep in their pupils. Xu Yue, who clearly felt the other person's emotions, frowned slightly. However, after careful consideration, she chose not to engage in a direct conflict with the other party. She simply asked in a cold voice, "You came from Kunshan, right? Did you meet my senior brother?" Wang Tang was just about to speak. "How? You want to go find Brother Gu?" "I can't tell. The rumor says that these 3 ungrateful people watched their senior brothers suffer and pushed them into the abyss. Now, not only has he inexplicably changed his mind, he's even willing to risk his own life to save his brother. It's truly touching." Xu Yue and the other 2 knew that Meng Yingxue had been hostile to them from the very beginning. But I didn't expect the other party to be so rude. These sarcastic words instantly ignited Lu Ruyan's anger. "This is our sect's business. It's not your turn as an outsider to comment. He is our senior brother, and we are his junior sisters. Now that his life or death is unknown, isn't it normal for us to come looking for him? But you, my senior brother, is very familiar with you. Calling me Brother Gu so affectionately is shameless." He. Hearing the other party scolding, Meng Yingxue was not angry at all. Instead, a pure and beautiful smile appeared on her face. Pushing the hair stuck to her fair face behind her ears, Meng Shui chuckled and said, "We're not that familiar with each other. It's just that your senior brother saved my life, and I'm so grateful to him that I even want to marry him." Watch your attitude when you speak. Maybe I will be a generation older than you in the future. In fact, this speaking style is very similar to that of her master Hua Jieyu. She actually doesn't like using such words to humiliate others. However, she had also heard about Gu Han's affairs, and he really saved her life. These women who had let her down made her inexplicably unhappy and even hostile to them. But it must be said that the effect of her sarcastic remarks was extremely significant. Lu Ruyan was so angry that her face was twisted and she wanted to pounce on Meng Shui and start fighting with her. Xu Yue and Luo Baiji, who were more stable and good at controlling their emotions, also frowned tightly. They also felt angry because of Meng Shui's words. All right, ladies, now is not the time to start a quarrel. We are still in crisis." Wang Tung hurriedly came out to smooth things over. 3 women make a play, and 4 women make up a drama. On ordinary days, he might move a small stool, grab a handful of melon seeds and watch the show from the side. But now they are under attack from monsters at any time, and they don't have the heart to appreciate such a drama. Miss Yue, fellow Daoist Guhan said earlier that he sensed your presence. Don't follow him here. He has some things to do and will leave after he finishes them. Don't worry. Wang Tang's words were quickly interrupted by Meng Shui's voice. He told you to get away from him and not get in his way. If you are so ungrateful as to insist on following him, he won't mind teaching you a lesson. Meng Shui crossed her arms, raised her chin slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disdain for Chu Yue and the other 2 girls. Sorry, I am an honest and kind person. These are the original words of your senior brother. I just don't want to lie to you. Wang Tang's expression suddenly changed again, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. No. Even this aspect has to be argued about. He is eager to fight with Chu Yue and the other 2. But to his surprise, Chu Yue and the other 2 girls did not react excessively. All the previous emotions disappeared, her beautiful eyes suddenly became dim, and she seemed to have completely lost her motivation. After all, they knew their current relationship with their senior brother very well. How could the senior brother possibly say such gentle words to them? On the contrary, it was the harsh words spoken by Meng Shui that made them feel that this was what their senior brother originally wanted to say. However, she still held a glimmer of hope in her heart. Brother Haoxing may not want them to encounter any possible danger later, so he deliberately used such sharp words to force them to leave. Okay, I understand. Chu Yue nodded slightly, turned around, and walked in the direction she came from. Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji said nothing, but also looked a little lost, and followed their senior sister silently. Snort. Meng Shui originally wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks. But in the end he snorted coldly and said nothing more. Following behind him, Wang Tang, the Holy Sun, and several others rushed towards the exit of the space teleportation vortex in the same direction. In the teleportation square outside the secret realm, there was wailing and groaning everywhere. The square was full of disciples of the sect who had escaped death from the secret realm and were now seriously injured, with some covered in scars, and some even missing limbs. While many powerful people from the sects were treating their own disciples, they were also trying their best to collect the root causes of the changes in the secret realm. But almost everyone emphasized that after hearing a dragon roar coming from somewhere, the entire central continent's secret realm was thrown into complete chaos as a result. The monsters completely lost their minds and began to attack them like crazy. Such a result also made many powerful people from the sects confirm that there was definitely something fishy about this matter. Such a sudden change occurred in the Central Plains secret realm without any warning. It is most likely related to someone. Everyone from the top sects, including the elders of several holy places, did not dare to conceal the matter and hurriedly ordered people to report the matter to a ferry boat that was hovering in the sky above their heads. The hall was silent. The elder of the Holy Land who was in charge of reporting lowered his head tightly, not daring to breathe, and his soul was trembling at this moment. After a moment, a cold voice without any emotion suddenly sounded. I've been waiting for so long. I gave you so much time. You're just investigating these unnecessary things for me? Do you think that Fictionlu can't use its power to forcibly break the barrier of this secret realm? Chapter 93. Locking it up makes me feel more at ease. The ethereal, pleasant, yet extremely cold female voice echoed for a long time. This makes the entire space more solidified. This elder of the Holy Land has an extremely noble status in the entire central continent. At this moment, under the influence of the invisible and depressing atmosphere, his body trembled slightly, his head buried even lower, and he dared not answer a single word. Although he is an elder of the Holy Land. But I also know what the 3 words Fictionlu actually represent. With the strength of the strong men in Facian Tower, breaking through the barrier of the Central Plain's secret realm is not a difficult task. Moreover, the eldest lady of Facian Tower has always been very radical in her actions and never considers the consequences. When the other party talked about breaking the barrier, it was not just talk. After a while, a breath sound containing various suppressed emotions was heard. I asked you to keep an eye on Guhan from the Sword Sect. Has there been any news? As this voice fell, the body of the elder of the Holy Land trembled even more violently, his limbs felt cold, and he felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Reporting to Goddess Bingley, currently. He stammered in his throat for a long time, but still couldn't utter the next 2 words. He was really afraid that if the goddess of Facian Tower became displeased, she would scatter him and his ashes to ashes. The atmosphere became increasingly oppressive and tense, and the elder of the Holy Land once suspected that he might be killed or even skinned alive. He hesitated for a moment at first, and then his expression suddenly revealed his great joy at surviving the disaster. Report to the Ice Glare Goddess. I just received accurate information. A group of cultivators who just came out of the Central Continent's secret realm said they saw Master Gu there. He is still in the secret realm, but he is not in any danger. Moreover, these cultivators also brought back information about the root cause of the unusual movements in the Central Continent's secret realm. The old man did not dare to hide anything and told the news he got through the telepathy word by word in detail. Xia Bingley didn't care at all about the fundamental reason for the unusual movements in the Zhengzhou secret realm, and had no interest in knowing it. All his attention was almost subconsciously focused on matters related to Guhan. But after hearing that Guhan was killing everyone in the secret realm, he rushed up along the monster beasts. When she rescued Mengingxue, the direct disciple of Hongye Zhonghuajieyu, from a desperate predicament, her dark brows were visibly furrowed slightly. She smelled a hint of unusual charm. As a woman, she naturally understands women's minds best. Although this kind of drama where someone is trapped in despair and adversity, is finally rescued from danger and given a new life is old-fashioned. But I have to say, it is indeed heartwarming. Guhan, I was so scared and anxious for your safety outside the secret realm. But you killed everyone in there and saved the beauty. The more she complained in her heart, the more jealousy that suddenly welled up in her heart became stronger and stronger. She has always had a very strong possessiveness since she was a child. She herself has a clear understanding of this. But she won't change, and she can't change, that's her character. She didn't want Guhan to show his gentleness and kindness to anyone except herself. That special feeling can only belong to her. No one can do it. The corners of her lips curled up into a somewhat morbid smile. Sure enough, compared to watching you roam freely in the cultivation world, I still want to lock you firmly by my side. At the same time, the secret realm of Zhengzhou. The Tianlong ruins, I finally found it. Compared to the holy and powerful relics encountered before. At this moment, Yi Qingyun looked even more excited. In Lan Xing's words, it was like winning a 300 million lottery. Next, as long as I successfully utilize the special mark bestowed upon me by that senior, I will be able to open the seal of the ruins and successfully forge a contract with the ancient dragon within. And use this to completely resolve the unusual movements in the Central Continent's secret realm. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but imagine a beautiful future in his heart. Who knows, he would be regarded as a hero by the young disciples of countless sects who saved them from danger, and his reputation and prestige would be greatly enhanced. Take a few deep breaths and suppress the emotions in your heart. Yi Qingyun walked step by step towards the huge mountain surrounded by invisible dragon energy. After a special ritual, an ancient bronze stone gate hidden in the mountain was summoned out. Without any hesitation, Yi Qingyun stretched out his right hand and placed his palm in the groove in the center of the stone door according to the ritual process. He held his breath and concentrated, mobilizing the Dragon King seal on his chest and completely integrating his power into it. Soon, ripples like rippling water appeared on the surface of the stone gate. It was an ancient spiritual formation that belonged exclusively to the Tianlong clan. After being silent for countless epochs, it regained its original divinity at this moment. As the blazing divine light spread completely, the stone gate responsible for blocking and isolating another space completely disappeared and turned into a vortex channel flowing with strange spatial power. Even before entering, he could feel the terrifying dragon energy emanating from the depths of that world. You can even hear some earth-shattering dragon roar that resounds deep into your soul. After coming back to his senses, Yi Qingyun curled the corners of his lips slightly and was about to step in. Qingyun, get out of the way. Someone is sneaking up on you without any moral principles. In fact, there is no need for Mr. Bai to remind me. Yi Qingyun had already sensed through his own perception that a terrifying gust of wind was bombarding towards him. He drew out the pitch-black heavy sword on his back and used it as a shield to block the sudden attack coming towards him. Boom! But it was clearly just an invisible gust of wind, but it seemed to possess a terrifying power far beyond imagination. It was even several times more terrifying than the previous full-strength charge of the wild bull beast. Even though he blocked with all his might, the powerful force still forced his body to bend down, his feet sinking deeply into the ground, and his bones even made some crackling sounds as they shifted from being able to bear the weight. What kind of skill is it to attack from behind? Yi Qingyun endured the pain in his body and shouted angrily, "Do you dare to fight me head-on?" This was actually a deliberate provocation on his part. After all, if he doesn't even know who the enemy who attacked him is, how can he take effective measures? However, as his voice fell, no one responded. The unknown enemy who suddenly attacked him did not attack again, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Qingyun. At this time, Ai Lao's slightly embarrassed voice sounded. Just now I wanted to remind you that after that person launched a sneak attack on you, he took the lead and, relying on his extreme body skills, entered the world where the ancient dragon was first. Chapter 94, Another Preemptive Arrival, Signing in to the Tianlong Ruins. The air around them was so quiet that it was a little awkward. After being stunned for a long while, Yi Qingyun came back to his senses and suddenly looked a little flustered. What? Mr. Bai, why didn't you tell me earlier? Damn it, he fell into the trap from the beginning. The thief had been following him, and his purpose from the beginning was to enter the Tianlong ruins. I had actually become his dowry without realizing it. What a cunning guy! After cursing inwardly, Yi Qingyun also wanted to go in. However, the whole person was completely blocked by an invisible barrier and could not step into the teleportation entrance of the Tianlong ruins. After trying again and again, he finally confirmed with horror that it seemed that only one person could enter the Tianlong ruins at a time, and he was stopped outside. How so? After scoring twice, the Tianlong ruins that he had finally found were inexplicably taken away by someone else, and Yi Qingyun was a little upset. He clearly has a special map left to him by his parents. But except for the first 2 days after entering the secret realm, he did not gain anything afterwards. Even the relics of the Holy Realm that he had finally encountered before were not obtained at all due to various reasons. Now, I have finally encountered the greatest opportunity of my trip. He was unexpectedly intercepted by a thief who seemed to have been following him for a long time. Qingyun, there's no need to panic. If I remember correctly, didn't that person leave you a special mark that looked like a token of trust? So what if this guy gets there first? Without the Tianlong clan seal and token, he would not be able to gain the recognition of the Tianlong clan strong men. You just need to wait for that guy to be torn to pieces by the Tianlong clan, and then go in. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun's panic and anger gradually subsided. Yes. The old senior said before that if you want to get the recognition of the ancient dragon, you must have the help of this special mark on his chest. Any thief who breaks in before him will definitely not succeed. He only needs to wait for half an hour, and when that guy fails and dies, he can go in. Inside the Tianlong ruins, the mountains are layered and shrouded in mist. As ripples appeared in the space, Guhan, dressed in white, walked out. The entire small world suddenly vibrated, and the majestic dragon energy spread in all directions like a wave. Deep in the fog, one could vaguely see a dragon body as huge as a mountain rolling, causing ripples in the space. Countless ancient dragons are sleeping or sealing themselves. They were all alarmed by the sudden arrival of Guhan, an outsider, and rushed here from the depths of this world. Countless pairs of golden vertical pupils as huge as hills suddenly opened in the mist, looking down at Guhan, whose figure was so small that it was pitiful. Are you the outsider chosen by Lord Hurricane Dragon King? Many ancient dragons looked at Guhan below with curiosity. There was a strange light flashing in the depths of the golden pupils, trying to see through the thin and tiny figure below. No, he doesn't have the aura of Hurricane Dragon King at all. But the more they watched, the more terrified the dragons became. How on earth did this guy get in? Without the Dragon King seal of my Tianlong clan, there's no way he could have passed through the barrier we set up and landed here directly. There's something wrong with this kid. He seems to have a trace of the demon ancestor's aura. After sensing the breath of the demon ancestor, several ancient dragons that were attracted here originally had arrogant dragon eyes, but now were covered with a layer of fear deep inside. As the royal family of the demon world in ancient times, their eyes are born with the ability to see through the fate of living beings. But at this moment, Guhan's aura seemed weird and outrageous in their eyes, with all kinds of completely paradoxical threads of luck intertwined. It surrounded him like a cocoon, shaping him into a strange existence that didn't belong to this world at all. Simply put, someone with such strange luck should have died tragically for various reasons long ago. But now, this person is not only alive and well, he even exudes an aura that makes them all fear and dread. Who are you? Why did you enter our tribe's habitat? Tianlong, the largest one, suppressed the fear in his heart and asked in a cold voice. But the man in white paid no attention. Looking up at the deepest part of the Tianlong ruins, he whispered in his heart, "Sign in, consume 20,000 villain points to reduce the bonus critical hit." Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Sign-in location, Zhengzhou Secret Realm, Tianlong Ruins. Congratulations to the owner for triggering the highest critical hit reward. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining Dragon Ancestor's Essence Blood, the only drop of blood left by one of the most powerful demon ancestors in the demon world when he died. Successfully absorbing it can transform the owner's bloodline. The strength of the body and soul will increase tenfold from the original level. Through blood resonance with the ancestral dragon soul, one can command all the dragons here. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining Tai Gulong Zhong Supreme Saint Weapon, has met the requirements for promotion to Imperial Weapon. Function: it can absorb the power of the laws of heaven and earth, convert it into ancient dragon energy and release it, and then transform it into ancient dragon soul to destroy the enemy. You can also accumulate the ancient dragon energy and condense it into a dragon soul shield that can block the full strength attack of any being below the Emperor Realm. Attacks above the Emperor Realm can be weakened, increasing layer by layer according to the dragon soul power consumed, up to a maximum of 90%. Congratulations to the master for obtaining Dragon Cavalry Commander *4, each of whom has the 9th level of Divine Lord Realm cultivation and can self-promote to the Saint Realm. Under his command are 1,000 ordinary Dragon Cavalry Guards, whose cultivation levels are random, and the highest does not exceed the Daoha realm. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining Dragon Ancestral Temple, non-usable item, special building type magic weapon. Once it is confirmed to be placed, it will automatically release the power of the ancient dragon, radiating to a radius of 600 miles. It will increase by 300 miles every month, and the effect can be continuously accumulated. Anyone who sets foot here will be suppressed by the dragon's might. If the master uses the ancient dragon bell within this range, it will exert its full strength 100%, and can barely reach the strength of a pseudo-imperial soldier. Guhan was quite satisfied with the sign-in reward. He finally had a magical weapon in his hand that could provide absolute defense. Combined with the Dragon Ancestral Temple, it can unleash power far beyond imagination. Of course, this would at least require him to wait until his cultivation reached the Divine Lord realm, or even the Saint realm. But at least, through such sign-in rewards, he can build a villain force of his own. In the future, we will compete with the forces in the protagonist camp. Just now outside, he actually had the urge to kill Yi Qingyun directly. But apart from the protective effect of the plot itself, it doesn't matter. He also felt a very familiar aura on the jade pendant worn by Yi Qingyun. Once I kill someone, I will kill him. At the very least, Yi Qingyun, this idiot, will be able to escape from death and get out of trouble early under the protection of the plot. In serious cases, the unknown big shot behind Yi Qingyun will take action in advance. Because of this, he even received a hunting order from the immortal world in advance, and was forced to become enemies with all the forces in the lower world in advance. It doesn't matter anyway. The next big show he specially arranged was still waiting for Yi Qingyun, the protagonist, to take the stage. If a big drama is missing its protagonist, it will lose its original fun. Chapter 95. After going through thousands of mountains and rivers, I finally got a piece of dragon scale. At this time, the powerful Tianlong clan member who had been looking at Guhan seemed to have finally confirmed something, and his huge dragon pupil shrank slightly. There seemed to be countless thunders exploding in his mind, his soul trembled, and the huge dragon body shrank slightly. When it saw the special mark engraved on the back of Guhan's hand, its heart was suddenly filled with endless waves. How is that possible? Wasn't that cold moon demon ancestor already suppressed by countless powerful beings and completely perished? Why do you, a human, have a special mark left by her on your body? Almost at the same time, the dragon let out a sound of fear. Many other Tianlongs also noticed the mark on the back of Guhan's hand. They were a little curious before, wondering which demon ancestor had left his aura on this person. Now the truth is revealed, it turns out to be the Langyu demon ancestor whom they dared not even imagine. That is the ancestor of all demons. Looking back at that ancient era, he was completely superior to the other great demon ancestors. Although the strongest among them has reached the half-step saint realm. But compared to the legendary Langyu demon ancestor who has broken the limit of the emperor realm, the difference is more than just a little bit. Even if it is just a mark left casually by the other party, it will have a great suppressive effect on them. Perhaps this legendary cold moon demon ancestor, who has not yet completely died, can directly descend into his true form through the projection of this mark. By then, forget about waiting for the glorious rise they have been longing for. Judging from the temper of this demon ancestor, even his dragon bones might be used to make soup. Many powerful Tianlong warriors trembled in fear and lowered their heads, lowering their posture to the extreme. I was afraid that because of the angle, I would displease the adult below and cause him to suffer unnecessary disaster. All the Tianlongs bowed their heads and said respectfully, "We, the Tianlong clan, are here to pay our respects to you, sir." The sound, like a huge bell, gathered like rolling waves, mixed with a strong sense of awe, making the whole world vibrate and hum. This scene can be said to be both within Guhan's expectations and beyond his expectations. After all, he probably had some idea of the level represented by the special mark Su Ling Yue left him. No need to be so formal. Guhan's lips curled slightly, and his voice was warm. "I'll give you half a minute. Now I will take away all the magic weapons and belongings of your clan. From today on, you are all members of my White Dragon Palace." As soon as these words were spoken, the pupils of many Tianlongs dilated slightly, and they looked at each other in confusion, with question marks appearing above their heads one after another. What does it mean? Are they trying to forcibly conscript them into the army? But when he saw the warm smile on Guhan's lips, and the special mark engraved on the back of his hand was buzzing at this moment. A majestic figure with 9 fox tails and an indescribable oppressive force appeared and disappeared, as if it was about to break through the space barrier and descend here. "I will obey your order." All the celestial dragons expressed their submission without any objection. If you can't beat them, you can only join. Outside the Tianlong ruins, Yi Qingyun was pacing back and forth anxiously with his brows furrowed and his hands behind his back. Old Bai why, apart from the initial commotion, why hasn't there been any movement at all in the Tianlong world? He repeated his worry, Could that guy have successfully forged a contract with one of the powerful Tianlongs? Don't worry, Xingyun, just swallow your heart. Bai Lao's voice was firm, that guy doesn't have the heavenly dragon mark on him. Even if he has great abilities, it is absolutely impossible for him to roar. Without waiting for him to finish his words. Suddenly, from the depths of the Tianlong world came bursts of earth-shaking dragon roars. Suddenly, the entire area shook and rubble rolled down. The terrifying dragon energy seemed to gather into a vast ocean, gushing out from the depths of the space vortex like a tidal wave, spreading and sweeping in all directions. See, this guy must have angered one of the Tianlong clan, and now he's in big trouble. Old Bai's firm voice sounded again. But in the next moment, a large area of void collapsed completely, and several huge dragons with huge bodies and emitting mighty dragon power broke out of the void. The dragon's body was wrapped in rolling dragon power, trying to forcibly break through the barrier of the secret realm and soar into the air outside the secret realm. Before all the powerful members of the Tianlong clan left the world they lived in, they all saw Yi Qingyun, who was completely stunned and stiff in place like a clay sculpture. And through the special mark on the other person's body, they sensed that he was the one truly chosen by the Hurricane Dragon King and the destined one who could lead their clan to glory. Although the other party is suspected to have the golden dragon luck that is rare in the ages. But Guhan also has unique luck, and he is favored by Lingyu demon ancestor, the once strongest demon ancestor. Comparing the two, Yi Qingyun decided to give up. Looking at Tianlong gradually disappearing at the end of his sight, Yi Qingyun was completely dumbfounded. Doesn't it mean that without the blessing of a special mark, one cannot gain the recognition of the Tianlong clan? Isn't it said that he is the chosen one, the destined one to lead the Tianlong clan to glory? Why the heaven-defying opportunity that should have belonged to me just slipped away like that? So he was abandoned? So I worked so hard for so long, but in the end, I didn't even get a single drop. His mentality almost collapsed at this moment. Fuck. Yi Qingyun was about to start cursing and spitting foul language. At this moment, a white object fell from the sky and hit his face with a paw sound, making him dizzy. I subconsciously picked it up and took a closer look. Only then did Yi Qingyun realize that it was actually a dragon scale with a faint white glow. What does this mean? Maybe this is a consolation prize given to you by these dragons. It would be better if Mr. Bai didn't say this. Such a deliberate explanation made Yi Qingyun feel his eyes go dark, and he almost vomited a mouthful of blood, and he fainted. After going through thousands of mountains and rivers, I finally got a piece of dragon scale. Chapter 96, Cage World, Demon Clan Spy Yi Qingyun. Ding! Detected that the master has robbed the protagonist Yi Qingyun of his greatest opportunity in the Zhengzhou secret realm. Congratulations to the master for successfully completing the villain mission and receiving a 15,000 villain point reward. Guhan, who was standing on top of an ancient dragon, raised the corners of his lips slightly. Just now, he deliberately ordered a celestial dragon to throw the most useless dragon scale to Yi Qingyun as a consolation prize. I hope he will keep up the good work and not give up on himself. If the other party becomes discouraged and gives up, you won't be able to get more benefits from him. Guhan did not follow Tianlong to directly shatter the space and leave the Zhengzhou secret realm. Instead, he asked them to place themselves not far from the exit of the secret vortex. You have to perform the whole play. If this small detail affects subsequent plans, it would be more trouble than good. The closer you get to the exit of the secret realm, the more monster corpses Guhan saw, the more he saw. In fact, it started from the moment he successfully subdued the Tianlong clan. The dragon's might that affected the entire secret realm has quietly dissipated. These monsters have long since regained their sanity and now understand what death means. But these monsters did not retreat because of the large-scale death of their companions. Instead, he began to attack the exit of the secret vortex more and more frantically. Damn it! Stop these monsters at all costs. We must not let them escape from here. Many monks who came to support have established a line of defense at the exit of the secret realm, while escorting the young disciples who participated in the trial to safely leave the secret realm, while doing their best to stop wave after wave of monsters. Guhan took in the entire scene. Perhaps it was because of Su Lingyue's special blessing. In some ways, he could actually understand the emotions of these monsters. Although only a small number of them have developed intelligence, most of them still retain their primitive wildness, but they are not stupid. They have always known that they have been pigs and sheep kept in a cage from beginning to end. They are constantly hunted by batches of young disciples from outside, over and over again, with no future at all. They can kill monks. But in the eyes of monks, their blood and flesh, bones and skin are also materials for refining elixirs. Now, the Tianlong clan, who have been sleeping in this secret realm for countless years, have awakened, causing the entire secret realm to move abnormally and the barrier to be damaged. This is the perfect time for them to escape from this cage. Faintly, their eyes penetrated the space vortex and saw the long-awaited free world. A world completely different from this caged world. Why? Guhan sighed as he took in the entire scene. Although he was once eaten to death by a monster in his previous life. But in the end, it is because of their different positions. Moreover, he now has obtained the essence and blood of the ancestral dragon, as well as the blessing of Su Linyue, a demon. In some aspects, it has a certain connection with the demon race and demon beasts. Not to mention that among these monsters there is also the one who obeyed his orders before when he dealt with that idiot Yi Qingyun. Go back and find another opportunity to escape later. Even if you manage to escape this time, what awaits you is not freedom, but death. Although living like this is embarrassing and painful, at least I can live. Guhan used Su Lingyue's special mark to make his voice echo in the minds of all monsters. This is also a kind reminder he can give. Even if the Tianlong clan temporarily broke the barrier of the secret realm. But these monsters do not have the powerful strength and physical body of the Tianlong clan. Faced with the many powerful men from various sects who had been waiting outside for a long time, these monsters, whose strongest cultivation was only at the Giyi realm, had only one way to go, and that was death. Outside world. All the powerful people in the sect were in complete chaos. But through the information fed back by many young monks who came out of the secret realm, they have been able to roughly determine what happened in the secret realm. What a sword-asking sect! What a Yi Qingyun! I never imagined that before entering the secret realm, my saint Sun Weiqing had already considered him a good friend. Yet, he was so sinister and vicious, harming my saint's son and killing and robbing him. He deserves death. His sins go far beyond this. According to Wang Tang, the holy son of our Taishan Holy Land, the cause of the unusual movements in this secret realm is him. The reason this secret realm disaster occurred is all because of him. I heard that the boy is related to the celestial dragon clan, the royal family of the demon world. After a terrifying dragon roar came out of his body, all the demon beasts in the secret realm went into a state of rage. It was because of his actions that more than half of my sect's disciples were killed or injured. This hatred is irreconcilable. Things developed just as Guhan predicted. With his instigation, everyone blamed Yi Qingyun for the outbreak. Many people are always keeping an eye on the exit of the secret realm. As long as this guy Yi Qingyun comes out, we will rush forward and suppress him directly. Roar! At this moment, a loud and clear dragon roar suddenly interrupted the discussion of all the strong men. Click, click, click. A heart-pounding sound of shattering suddenly rang out, and countless spiderweb-like spatial cracks appeared one after another above the sky of the central continent's secret realm, and the majestic dragon power overflowed. The next moment, a large area of void shattered like a mirror. Several huge bodies, led by two half-step holy dragons, flew into the clouds and disappeared into the depths of the dark clouds before anyone could react, leaving no trace. Such a sudden change left everyone a little confused. The whole world seemed eerily silent. They had never expected that such a horrific change would suddenly occur in the central continent's secret realm, and that several sky dragons with terrifying auras would actually fly out. The strongest among them has even reached the half-step saint realm. Even if they want to stop him, it will be utterly useless. What on earth just happened? There really is an ancient celestial dragon hidden within the secret realm of Zhengzhou. Don't overthink it. This matter must be related to Yi Qingyun. When Yi Qingyun comes out, we will suppress him. Maybe he is a spy sent by the demon world to the human race. Guhan, who had just walked out of the space teleportation vortex and heard the sounds around him, curled up the corners of his lips slightly. This feeling is so refreshing. In his previous life, he had once participated in a secret trial, and was slandered as being related to the demon world under Yi Qingyun's secret manipulation. He even blamed the deaths of many of his disciples on him. It was said that he deliberately used the lives of human cultivators to feed the monsters in order to fulfill his own plan. That time, Yi Qingyun got all the benefits, while he suffered all kinds of pain. Now he was just applying what he had experienced to Yi Qingyun, letting him go through the same experience. Senior brother. Brother Gu. Great, you're okay. Several voices sounded almost at the same time. The voices came from Chu Yue and the other two, as well as Meng Xue, who was rescued by him in the secret realm not long ago. Guhan curled the corners of his lips slightly and nodded slightly at Meng Xue in response to her. As for Chu Yue and the other two, they were ignored by him as usual. Brother, have you seen junior brother Qingyun? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, they all say junior brother Qingyun colluded with the demon clan, which ultimately led to this disaster in the secret realm. They want to bring him in for trial. Brother, I know you've always had a conflict with junior brother Qingyun, but he's still a disciple of Baiyu Peak, and even more so your junior brother. Can you testify with us and help junior brother Qingyun clear his name? Help him clear his name? Guhan still had no expression on his face, but the charm contained deep in his pupils was already filled with a certain coldness and playfulness. He personally facilitated all of this. Is he an idiot? Do you still want to help Yi Qingyun clear his suspicion? What made him feel even more ridiculous was that Lu Ruyan was a guy whose brain had been eaten by a dog. How do you think he would be willing to come forward and help Yi Qingyun clear his suspicion? Chapter 97 Bingley, what are you doing with the chain? Feeling the cold and disgusted look from her senior brother, Lu Ruyan instinctively shrank back and her body suddenly turned pale. In fact, she had already known that her senior brother would most likely refuse this matter, but she just wanted to take a gamble. After all, what happened in the secret realm has already spread. The senior brother went single-handedly into the tide of monsters and rescued Wang Tong, the holy son of Taishan Holy Land, and Meng Xue and others. His strong strength and excellent character have been praised by many people. Everyone says that my senior brother is a righteous, kind-hearted and gentle person. Therefore, this also made her subconsciously feel that her senior brother actually still maintained a gentle heart. Since you are willing to risk your life to save some strangers, then he would definitely not ignore Yi Qingyun, his fellow disciple. Brother. Shut up. At such a young age, your brain has been eaten by a dog, and you say things without thinking. You really should eat more brain-boosting foods. But what she wanted to say was quickly interrupted by another sarcastic and weird voice. The matter of the sword sect has long been spread. You and your good junior brother hurt my Guhan so badly, and now you are flattering him and asking him to come forward and clarify the truth for him? Sure enough, your recent act of sudden realization and deep regret was all just an act. I gave your performance an 11 before, but it turned out to be too low. Hua Jieyu, wearing a red dress and with a graceful and plump figure, was walking slowly towards them with her waist twisted. The white and smooth chin was slightly raised, and deep in the pair of charming and seductive eyes, there was a flash of strong contempt and disdain. Lu Ruyan burst into tears and her eyes turned slightly red after hearing Hua Jieyu's series of sarcasm. I wanted to open my mouth to refute, but I couldn't find any excuse. Chu Yue frowned slightly. Although she knew from the beginning that Lu Ruyan's hope was likely to be in vain. But now he is being ridiculed so rudely by his senior Hua Jieyu. The other party acted as if he wanted to interfere in their sex affairs, which made her feel dissatisfied and almost subconsciously wanted to speak up to defend her junior sister. Haha, senior Jieyu really hit the nail on the head. Guhan suddenly smiled and said, given senior Jieyu's eloquence, why don't you be my personal mouthpiece from now on? Okay. Hua Jieyu agreed with a smile, without any airs of a supreme being. Her beautiful eyes were full of charm and allure. If it were you, Guhan, I would also have to be your exclusive mouth. So do you mean the literal mouth, or? Hua Jieyu pronounced the word mouth somewhat deliberately. While speaking, those phoenix eyes deliberately glanced at the lower part of Guhan's body. Combined with her already magnetic and charming voice, the deeper meaning she wants to express is self-evident. These words almost made Guhan feel embarrassed. He really underestimated this famous witch from the Red Leaf sect. The other party can indeed drive the car inexplicably at any time and any place. You are shameless. Chu Yue spoke angrily. This woman is so hateful. She keeps interfering in the affairs of their sect time and time again. She also teased their senior brothers many times. I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Hua Jieyu didn't take Chu Yue seriously at all and glanced at her coldly and disdainfully. My beloved disciple was saved by Guhan. As his master, I want to thank him. Is that okay? Besides, I'm not like some people who, even after receiving great benefits, still can't be tamed. Since my disciple wants to marry his savior, I, as their master, can't be so inconsiderate and offer Guhan a one-for-one marriage. While Hua Jieyu was speaking, her beautiful eyes were always looking at Guhan, and the charm deep in her pupils became more and more intense. This made Guhan feel for a moment that Hua Jieyu was not joking, but was serious. You. Chu Yue was suddenly ashamed and angry. How could this woman be so shameless? Mr. Gu, the goddess invites you. At this moment, a strong man came down from the void, landed in front of Guhan, and spoke respectfully. The originally tense atmosphere suddenly froze. Hua Jieyu and others recognized that this powerful man who suddenly arrived was from Feixian Tower. Anyone who knows the legendary history knows the identity of the goddess he mentioned. This time it's not just Chu Yue. Hua Jieyu, who has always been arrogant and used to looking down on everyone, couldn't help but change her expression. She was also a little confused as to why Guhan was involved with this legendary goddess. If this goddess also wants to snatch Guhan from me, I wonder if this old man can withstand the pressure from Feixian Tower. On the other side, under the leadership of the strong men from Feixian Tower, he soon arrived in front of a temporary palace built with magic weapons. Pushing open the door and walking into the main hall, Guhan's gaze just turned to the big pillar, and his whole body seemed to suddenly freeze, and he stood there in a daze. The palace was silent and all that came into view were all kinds of gorgeous ice crystals, with strands of soft light pouring in from several ice windows. Under the ice window in the center, on the ice chair carved into a gorgeous snow phoenix, a hazy figure was leaning against it. Her sitting posture was casual yet lazy, as if she was in her own boudoir. She was wearing a pure white snow-white dress, which was slightly restrained due to her sitting posture, revealing a small part of her toes, which were as crystal clear as jade and boneless. The black hair is reflected by the icy sunlight, and is painted with a light ice blue color, adding a unique charm. However, compared to such pleasing beauty, Guhan's attention was attracted by the chain in Xia Bingli's hand, which was made entirely of ice crystal coal iron. Bingli, what are you doing with a chain? When Guhan looked at her, Xia Bingli, who was sitting lazily on the ice chair, also noticed Guhan, and her beautiful eyes looked at Guhan without blinking. He raised the ice chain in his hand, making a series of crisp sounds. Her eyes are misty and her pink lips are slightly parted. The pleasant sound was accompanied by the crisp sound of chains colliding. Isn't it obvious? How long have I been away? You're killing everyone in the secret realm again, and saving the beauty. How cool. After thinking it over, I think it would be more reassuring to tie you up to me. There are too many wild pheasants out there. From now on, just stay by my side and I can support you for the rest of your life. Chapter 98 Traitors to the human race should be cut into pieces. At the same time, in the northern wilderness mountains, countless miles away from the secret realm of Zhengzhou. You bunch of damned demonic monks. Kill me if you dare. My brother Qin Yun has already joined the immortal sect. When he becomes an immortal one day, he will definitely avenge us. A young boy's voice, young and tender but with a certain indomitable spirit, sounded. That's right. So what if you kill both of us? As long as brother Qin Yun is here, our Songfengyi family will not perish. What followed was an equally childish female voice, but it was also mixed with an unyielding charm. Yeah? Han Mengyao's blood-red eyes were emotionless as she looked down at the two suppressed boys and girls below. These two are the people the adults asked them to find. The opponent's strength is not very high, and he basically has no cultivation. But with the help and protection of some unknown existence, they were like two loaches burrowing into the mud, hiding everywhere in the northern wilderness mountains. It took them a lot of effort to finally find it. Since you are so stubborn, come here, give them a few slaps. If they keep talking tough, then keep beating them. Yi Xian and Yi Zhao's pupils shrank slightly, their faces filled with disbelief. I have to say that although Han Mengyao is young, she does have the potential to become the leader of the demon sect. She has become very familiar with torture during this period of time. The other side. The exit of the Zhengzhou secret realm. A disheveled figure stumbled out of the space teleportation vortex. Damn it, not only did I not gain anything from this trip to the central continent secret realm, I even had to use up several of my trump cards. Yi Qingyun's pupils were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and said, even the most important opportunity to obtain the Tianlong ruins was taken away by that damned fellow. Once I find out the truth, I will make him pay 100-fold. Before Yi Qingyun could continue to be angry, suddenly, Bai Lao's voice rang in my mind. Qingyun, something very bad has happened, I have to tell you. Your cousins have been found by those who were chasing them. There are too many of them and they are too strong. My clones are limited in their abilities and I can't help them escape. Before those unknown masters completely destroyed my clone, they said that if you wanted to save them, you had to go to the northern desolate mountains yourself. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Qingyun's consciousness went completely blank with a buzzing sound. What did you say? When he came to his senses again, Yi Qingyun's face was completely pale as paper, and his lips were trembling uncontrollably because of this sudden news. How so? Before entering the secret realm, Lang Xianyue had already promised me that he had sent powerful warriors from his own holy land to the northern wilderness mountains to rescue my cousins. As he whispered, Yi Qingyun's expression became even uglier. Could it be that Lang Xianyue pretended to agree to him on the surface, but in fact, like his childhood sweetheart, she stood him up again? He just had the idea of going to question Lang Xianyue in person. Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun from the Sword Sect is here. A cry of surprise suddenly came from a distance. Yi Qingyun thought that his outstanding performance in the secret realm had won him recognition from many people, and this exclamation was specifically meant to welcome him. Quick! Let's go together. Suppress this guy. But in the next moment, terrifying spiritual power swept in from all directions with overwhelming force. Before Yi Qingyun could react, he was completely bound and suppressed by some special force. Immediately afterwards, many powerful men from various sects arrived with tremendous anger. The rage in the depths of their pupils made them wish that Yi Qingyun would be tortured to death and his bones would be crushed to ashes. Yi Qingyun. You are such a despicable and sinister villain. My saint son Wei Qing of the Beishao Holy Land considered you a good friend, yet you attacked and murdered my saint son from the dark. You deserve to be killed. Is the fall of Saint Xian Yu of my Tianyin Holy Land also related to you? Tell the truth. Yi Qingyun. You are at least a cultivator of the human race, yet you colluded with the demon race, causing unusual movements of demon beasts in the secret realm and slaughtering countless cultivators of the human race. You are unworthy of being a human. It is because of you, a despicable fellow, that out of the more than 100 cultivators from my Gyi sect who entered the central continent's secret realm, only less than 10 came out alive. You should be hacked into pieces to atone for their sins. Various voices filled with boundless anger rang in Yi Qingyun's ears one after another. Layer after layer, like endless waves, it bombarded Yi Qingyun's mind, and he was instantly stunned. What's going on? When did he have 2 more charges of murdering the Xianyu Saintess and colluding with the demon clan to cause disaster? How come he doesn't remember doing this? Slander. This is blatant slander. You are deliberately throwing dirty water on me and want me to take the blame. Yi Qingyun struggled violently and refused to admit it. Yi Qingyun, please stop acting. A sneer mixed with sarcasm sounded. The person who came was Wang Tang, the holy son of Taishan Holy Land. After he was no longer suppressed by the secret realm's laws, he regained his cultivation and displayed the majesty of the Son of God. Behind him followed a group of other sect disciples including Mengingshui. They were all rescued by Gu Han. They are also special witnesses. It can be proved that Yi Qingyun is the instigator of all this. Yi Qingyun, you must be involved with the unknown dragon race in the Zhengzhou secret realm, right? Otherwise, why would the monsters in this secret realm instantly lose their minds and go into a complete riot when an ancient dragon roar emanated from your body? Yi Qingyun's pupils contracted as he recalled the scene that happened in the secret realm. It was indeed because of a special dragon roar coming from his body that all the monsters in the secret realm fell into a state of frenzy. But shouldn't these guys have been wiped out by the frenzied monster? Why are you still alive and well? As if he could see what Yi Qingyun was thinking, Wang Tang curled the corners of his lips slightly. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Gu Han's righteous intervention to save our lives, we would have died in the monster's mouth long ago. It's disgusting that he still refuses to admit his crime even now. Meng Yingshue's face was full of disgust, and deep in her pupils was an undisguised murderous intent towards Yi Qingyun. If you had no connection with the monsters, why would you deliberately lure a large number of monsters to kill us and silence us? If it weren't for fellow Taoist Gu Han's righteous intervention, I'm afraid that the conspiracy and trickery of you, a despicable villain, would have succeeded. Chapter 99, There is no regret medicine in Putian, don't want to repeat the same mistakes? Gu Han. Yi Qingyun's pupils shrank slightly, and he kept whispering in his heart. He has always been quite perceptive about things. He met Meng Yingshui and others when they were heading towards the Tianlong ruins. Gu Han appeared on his way and rescued Meng Yingshui and others shortly after he left. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Combined with the various anomalies encountered in the secret realm before. The person who was suspected to have followed him and snatched away his chance to enter the Tianlong ruins was most likely Gu Han. By analogy, all the bad things that he might have encountered recently are most likely related to Gu Han. Otherwise, why did all kinds of bad things happen one after another after the end of his experience in the Tianshan secret realm and his initial feud with Gu Han? If we talk about the most suspicious person, it's probably Gu Han. Gu Han. It must be Gu Han who is deliberately framing me. In a hurry, Yi Qingyun accidentally revealed his true feelings. But these words made Wang Tang and others very angry. Damn it! First, they deliberately tried to kill us and silence us, and now, in broad daylight, they are slandering our savior. I gave you too much face. Wang Tang and others could no longer suppress their anger and rushed forward to punch and kick Yi Qingyun. Of course, the reason why they were so angry was partly because Yi Qingyun slandered their savior. But more importantly, it was to vent his hatred for Yi Qingyun's murder. If it weren't for Gu Han, they might have been swallowed by the monster and turned into feces. Alright. That's about it. After Wang Tang and his men beat Yi Qingyun until he was bruised and swollen, the several strong men who suppressed Yi Qingyun finally spoke. Leave him a few breaths to stand trial. He colluded with demonic beasts and murdered so many of our human cultivators. He cannot die so easily. Soon. The news that Yi Qingyun colluded with monsters, causing the tragic deaths of countless young disciples of the sect, and was about to be jointly tried by all major sects spread completely. After hearing the news, Taishu Swordmaster, who was far away in the ancient Buddha temple, did not care about Mu Beiling's mood and hurriedly took her to Zhengzhou city. This matter can be big or small. To put it simply, it was just that Yi Qingyun himself was not right. He practiced evil ways, betrayed the human race, and colluded with the demon race to kill his compatriots. To put it in a broader sense, it was the fault of the Wenjian sect. The other party was clearly colluding with the demon clan, but no one in the sect noticed it. Now that such a huge mistake has occurred, the entire sword-asking sect will be implicated and even be judged by many sects together. Inside a palace. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes were red, and she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Master, there might really be something fishy about this matter. Junior brother Qin Yun has only been a disciple for a short time. How could he possibly be colluding with the demon race, and even the top dragon race among the demon race? These must be those powerful people from the sect. They can't find the culprit and want junior brother Qing Yun to take the blame. Senior brother's previous experience is a lesson for us. We didn't investigate the truth of the matter and made arbitrary judgments, which ultimately made senior brother completely disappointed in us. Now we can't let the same thing happen to junior brother again. Once this crime is pinned on junior brother Qing Yun, he will definitely die. Mu Beiling closed her eyes slightly, her face was pale, and her body was trembling slightly. She had heard from other powerful people from the East Gate about what happened in the secret realm of Zhengzhou. An inexplicable dragon roar came from Yi Qingyun's body, and finally resonated with the Tianlong clan hidden deep in the secret realm of Zhengzhou, causing all the monsters to lose their minds and fall into a state of violence. In a sense, this kind of thing is indeed too absurd and strange. Let's not talk about Wang Tong and other witnesses for now. Just recently, powerful people from several major holy places determined through some special means that there was a special mark on Yi Qingyun's chest, a special mark related to the Tianlong clan. This special mark seemed to be able to resonate with the Tianlong clan, unleashing some kind of dragon soul deterrence. The witnesses and evidence were irrefutable, so even if the sword sect wanted to clear Yi Qingyun's name, it would be of no avail. If Yi Qingyun was really framed by someone with ulterior motives, how do we explain the heavenly dragon mark on his body? You can't say that the heavenly dragon mark ran onto his body by itself, right? Eliminating all impossibilities, the truth of the matter is self-evident. No matter what the truth is, Yi Qingyun did indeed riot with the monsters in the secret realm, causing countless casualties among the cultivators. He bears an unshirkable responsibility. Things have come to this, there is nothing I can do. I can only wait for the joint trial of the many sects in a few days. How could it be? Lu Ruyan's face turned pale, as if all her strength had been drained away, and she fell to the ground in a mess. Master's words were tantamount to sentencing his junior fellow apprentice Qing Yun to death. She has already lost her senior brother, she can't lose her junior brother again. Master, please, there must be other reasons for this. Although junior brother has been acting a little abnormally lately, he is not a bad person. He is definitely not the kind of tyrannical person who colluded with the demon race and killed countless human cultivators. Master, please investigate further to find out the truth. Lu Ruyan spoke sincerely and continued to beg. That's enough. But her words seemed to have the opposite effect. Mu Beiling frowned slightly and interrupted Lu Ruyan's plea with a cold voice. There was already a hint of confusion and heartache in the depths of her pupils. You keep saying that your senior brother's previous experience is a lesson for you, and you don't want to see something like that happen again. But when your senior brother was in trouble and was slandered by many people from the sect, why didn't you stand up firmly? If you had taken the initiative to stand up and explain and refute your brother, how could things have ended up like this? Why, until now, have you used this awareness on Qing Yun, despite all the irrefutable evidence? You've been with your own senior brother for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person he is? Don't you think that everything you're doing now is too ironic and too disgusting? Speaking of this, Mu Beiling became even more heartbroken. She felt sorry that Lu Ruyan was not aware enough at the time, which led to such a disaster. I hated myself even more for being so stupid back then. Why couldn't I firmly believe in Gu Han? Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes welled up as she let out a self-deprecating laugh, looking extremely sad. Yes. If I hadn't been so foolish back then and had stepped forward to explain things for my brother sooner, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. I'm asking for death, I'm an idiot, I'm crazy, I deserve to die. Every time Lu Ruyan spoke a word, she kowtowed hard in the direction of Mu Beiling, her voice choked and hoarse. But there's a saying that goes, the past cannot be undone, but the future can be changed. Things have come to this, and I simply don't want this bad future to get any worse. Master, you can punish me however you want in the future. I just hope you can protect junior brother Qing Yun now and don't make the same mistake again. Chapter 100, To Escape with the Oath of Heaven and Refine the Reincarnation Mirror. Such a scene made Mu Beiling even more heartbroken. She closed her beautiful eyes slightly, her heart wavering. What Lu Ruyan said was indeed correct. Things have already happened, and no amount of regret will help or make any sense. What she has to do now is what she can do. It is indeed to prevent the consequences from getting worse and to save Yi Qing-yun, the disciple, as much as possible. But what made her waver was, since the investigation of the Tianshan Secret Realm incident, she was able to confirm that Yi Qing-yun, who usually kept a low profile, was actually the instigator of everything. It was he who instigated Lu Ruyan to sneak into the monster's cave and secretly pick the sun and moon divine grass, which eventually angered the monster and caused a disaster. After the incident finally happened, he used a few words to completely distance himself from the matter and shifted all the blame onto Lu Ruyan and Gu Han. Such intentions are nothing short of vicious. If it weren't for him, how could the relationship between me and Honor have become so bad? There's nothing I can do about this. Mu Bailing opened her beautiful eyes again, her voice tired and hoarse. The judgment brought down by the combined efforts of many sects is not something I can stop. How things will develop, we can only wait and see the trial results. After hearing this, Lu Ruyan stopped begging and her face turned pale as paper. In a dungeon in Zhengzhou City. Let me out. I've been wrongly accused. Gu Han is also a strong suspect. You should arrest him and interrogate him. I was probably framed by this guy. Yi Qing-yun, who was imprisoned, kept screaming and shouting. However, the monks who were in charge of imprisoning him had already isolated themselves from their five senses and could not hear anything, so naturally they would not pay much attention to it. Yi Qing-yun's throat was hoarse and veins bulged on his forehead. What made him angry and aggrieved was not only that he was inexplicably charged with colluding with the demon clan and harming his compatriots, but Old Bai said that if he wanted to rescue his cousin, he had to go to the Beihuang Mountains in the next few days. But now he's in jail. Whether or not he could survive was another matter, but how could he possibly escape? Old Bai, I'm giving you all the control of my body. Can you help me out? You think too highly of me. Bai Lao's helpless voice sounded. This prison is made of meteorite iron from outer space, and combined with special suppressive divine patterns, it can imprison powerful people in the supreme realm. Even if I control your body and overload your potential and strength, it is still impossible to reach the supreme realm. Besides, there are powerful men from various sects guarding the prison. If you go out, you will be beaten into a pulp and die on the spot. Yi Qing-yun's face became even uglier after hearing this. He never imagined that one day he would end up like this. However, Qing-yun, you don't have a chance to escape either. Old Bai changed the subject and continued, the jade pendant your parents left you not only contains some special power, but also seems to be related to the laws of nature here. Later, you can try to communicate with the power in your jade pendant and try to resonate with the heavenly Tao. And use this power to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Perhaps the heavenly Tao will help you survive this disaster. The reason why Old Bai was so confident was not only because of the extraordinary jade pendant that Yi Qing-yun was wearing. The most important thing is that he possesses the unprecedented golden dragon luck. In the future, he will surely achieve immortality and create a legendary story. Such a person will be blessed by heaven and earth and favored by heaven as soon as he is born. Now that Yi Qing-yun is in danger, I believe that the heavenly Tao will most likely be happy to help him out of the predicament and thereby establish some good karma. Heaven's way. Yi Qing-yun expressed doubts about what Bai Lao said. But now that things have come to this, he can only pin all his hopes on the way of heaven. Anger surged from the bottom of his heart again. Old Bai, do you think the guy who framed me and put me in this situation is that kid Gu Han? After much thought, I think he is the most suspicious. Bai Lao was silent for a moment, then he said, there is a suspicion, but I don't think the probability is high. Although Gu Han's strength is good, it is impossible for him to have such a large amount of power and energy to be able to walk freely in the monster tide like you. However, this kid is indeed a bit strange. To be on the safe side, after this incident, you'd better do everything you can to kill him or expel him from the sect. These words resonated deeply with Yi Qing-yun. For some reason, Gu Han made him particularly unhappy now. If it weren't for him, he would have successfully teamed up with several senior sisters to explore the secrets of Central Plains, and even further enhanced their relationships and developed some wonderful encounters. Furthermore, with the help of several powerful senior sisters, so many accidents would not have happened in the end. The other side. In a cave somewhere. I saw Chu Yue, dressed in a white dress, sitting cross-legged. In front of her, a crystal fragment about the size of a palm was suspended in front of her, emitting strange fluctuations of laws. This was exactly the small piece of the mirror of reincarnation that she had obtained from the ancient ruins in the secret realm of central China. Compared with Yi Qingyun's affairs, she was more concerned about how to refine this small piece of the samsara mirror fragment and turn it into something that she could use for herself. Even a small fragment of the mirror of samsara has the ability to see through the future and the past. These days, her most desired wish is to find out what her senior brother experienced in his previous life. Another thing is to expose Yi Qingyun's true face. After all, Yi Qingyun has always been very secretive. Although he was suspected in the Tianshan secret realm incident, there was too little key evidence and he was unable to convict Yi Qingyun. In addition, Lu Ruyan, that idiot who was in love, kept using various methods to excuse Yi Qingyun, making it impossible for her to actually report the matter to the sex law enforcement hall. With the help of the reincarnation mirror, she would not only be able to see images of her senior brother's past life. You can even see some things about Yi Qingyun. By then, all the truth will come to light. She can help her senior brother solve all the pain in advance and truly win him back. Chapter 101. Even if he tells you the truth, will you believe it? Thoughts are swirling. Chu Yue continued to increase the amount of spiritual energy infused into her hands. The spiritual energy that completely enveloped the fragments of the samsara mirror seemed to turn into a ball of blue flame, releasing scorching and terrifying power. However, the grade of the reincarnation mirror is too high. It was simply a fantasy for her, a cultivator at the half-step return to oneness realm, to refine such a magical weapon. The excessive use of spiritual energy has brought unimaginable backlash to her body. The energy and blood in his body surged backwards, and his meridians, unable to bear the heavy burden, gradually developed countless fine cracks, and excruciating pain suddenly spread throughout his body. The pain was so severe that it was beyond the endurance of ordinary people, and Chu Yue almost fainted. But when I thought about the scene I saw in the demon locking tower before, I saw my sarcastic self in the picture. In the picture, I saw a scene where the senior brother was being eaten by monsters on his birthday. The pain and guilt rising from deep within the heart actually competed with the backlash force within the body. Let her stay awake so that her consciousness will not fall completely into darkness. However, her body was still too weak. Overusing all her potential has caused shocking cracks to appear on the surface of her skin like porcelain. Cough. Blood uncontrollably flowed out from the corners of his mouth, his eyes, and even his nostrils. Drops of blood dripped down her smooth chin, splashing and blooming one shocking blood flower after another on her pure white snow skirt. Just one last step, how could I give up? Chu Yue suppressed her consciousness that was about to fall into coma and continued to increase the refining of the fragments of the samsara divine mirror. She only needs one last step to know the preliminary truth. It's okay to be self-touched. It's okay to wake up suddenly. She just doesn't want to lose the senior brother in her memory. Yue. Are you crazy? Just when she realized she was about to give up, a cry filled with panic and anger was heard. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yue could clearly feel a more powerful force suddenly surging into her whole body. Help her suppress the backlash in her body and relieve the pain. It is also helping her to further refine the fragments of the reincarnation divine realm. Through her slightly hazy vision, Chu Yue vaguely saw a familiar figure. Because he was also wearing white clothes, she almost mistook him for the senior brother in her memory. Master, how could you? Shut up. Don't talk. Do you know that what you just did is courting death? Mu Bailing looked angry, and her tone was full of pity for her disciple. Fortunately, she has already left her own unique mark on her disciple. If there is anything wrong with the other party's condition, she can sense it at the first moment. Otherwise, today's outcome will be unimaginable. Listening to her master's scolding, Chu Yue did not refute, but just smiled bitterly. Master, weren't you also nearly driven to insanity because of my senior brother's incident? Mu Bailing frowned slightly, but was soon distracted by Chu Yue's next words and almost couldn't steady her breath. Now, the opportunity to save my brother is right in front of me. How can I not give it a try? Can we save Gu Han's chance? Even though Mu Bailing had tried her best to suppress her emotions, her thoughts couldn't help but drift away. Could it be that his disciple had really gained something in the secret realm of Central Continent and found a way to restore his state of mind? Master. After barely stabilizing the breath in his body, Chu Yue then began to explain, I didn't find the so-called ancient book on restoring the mind in the secret realm of Zhengzhou, but I have now refined this crystal fragment, which is the fragment of the legendary Samsara mirror. The mirror of reincarnation. Mu Bailing was slightly surprised. Over the countless epochs, there had not been many emperors in Xuanshu continent. They could be counted on one hand. The most famous among them is the Emperor Samsara, who is also known as the Emperor Samsara. It is said that his natal imperial weapon, the Mirror of Samsara, has the ability to look back to the past and see into the future. But what does this fragment of the reincarnation mirror have to do with saving Gu Han? After much deliberation, and considering that one day she would tell her master part of the truth, Chu Yue decided not to hide it any longer. Master, actually, due to some accidents, I saw my past life, saw myself in another time and space, and saw my senior brother who had experienced endless pain. No reservations. Chu Yue showed part of the scene she saw. He also described in detail word for word the divination scene given by an old man that Lu Ruyan met in Zhengzhou City. The entire space suddenly fell into silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Mu Bailing's pupils contracted, and her brain had completely gone blank and shut down due to the sudden impact of information. Regardless of whether it was because they gave up their original defense line in order to save Yi Qingyun, who only suffered minor injuries. The scene of Gu Han being eaten by countless monsters rushing over on his birthday. Or it could be the story of Gu Han being framed, treated coldly by countless people in the sect, and eventually being expelled from the mountain because he was unable to improve his cultivation, and eventually died on a lonely snowy night. Every word in every picture was like a sharp knife, scraping off the flesh of her heart piece by piece. If what Chu Yue said really belonged to Gu Han's previous life, she couldn't imagine how much pain and despair he must have been going through. She subconsciously wanted to refute, arguing that Chu Yue's words were groundless and fabricated. However, a scene that suddenly flashed through her mind was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, shattering her mood in an instant. She recalled everything she had experienced in the illusion when she was baptized by Gu Tuo at the ancient Buddha temple. I have given many opportunities, not just once or twice. Belated affection is worth less than grass. Now that things have come to this, it's all your own fault. Gu Han's cold voice tore all her hopes apart. If that were true, everything would make sense. Gu Han has experienced many painful past lives. Until this life, perhaps even God couldn't stand it anymore. Eventually, he awakened all the memories of his previous life in this life. And he chose to completely cut off ties with them at the beginning. He also said, until they have repaid the debt of gratitude for raising them over the years, they will never see each other again and will be strangers from then on. Countless images and words kept flashing through my mind, constantly connected and reflecting each other. She finally understood. Why did a trivial thing in her eyes eventually lead to such consequences? It turned out that Gu Han had already anticipated all the outcomes, so he decided to cut off all ties before anything even began. But hasn't everything happened yet? He could obviously tell them everything about his past life, and they could work together to rewrite the future. Why did Gu Han choose the most direct and cruel path? Master. Chu Yue, who had seen the entire scene, sighed, her voice also mixed with a certain sadness and hoarseness. Let's not talk about whether senior brother is willing to tell us the truth. Besides, even if he really said it, would you choose to believe it? Would you believe all the tragic things that senior brother has experienced? Do you think that senior brother deliberately made up a pitiful story to gain your pity and sympathy? Chapter 102. Some people need you to see clearly. Mu Bailing opened her mouth, not knowing how to refute. Finally, he seemed to have lost all his strength and fell to the ground. Yes. I recalled the scene in the main hall of Bayou Peak that day again. Guhan had clearly emphasized repeatedly that he was just following the rules. But she didn't know what was wrong with her at that time. He just refused to listen to Guhan's explanation and even used extreme words to force Guhan to make concessions. In the end, if Guhan had not entered the demon locking tower alone and indirectly proved his innocence with his death, I'm afraid that things will develop just as Lu Ruyan saw in the divination results. Gu Hanxin died on an unknown snowy night. They kept saying that it was just a trivial matter and that family members would not hold grudges overnight. But this was all obtained by Guhan himself, and it was not done by them at all. They didn't even offer any help. How can I be qualified to talk about these things? Guilt, self-blame, heartache, and countless other emotions mixed together. Mu Beiling's mood, which had been difficult to stabilize, showed signs of collapse again. Master, I know you can't accept what I said. But seeing is believing, and hearing is believing. Some things require you to confirm them yourself. The pain that senior brother has experienced in this life has only just begun. We still have the opportunity to make amends and redeem ourselves, and we also have the ability to thoroughly investigate everything. This is also one of the reasons why I want to find the samsara mirror. Xu You's words seemed to have the power to stop Mu Beiling, who was about to fall into the abyss, and was suddenly awakened from her dream by these words. That's right. If Guhan really awakened the memories of his past life, anticipating the pain he might experience later, he cut off ties with them in advance. Then why can't they use the reincarnation mirror to try to predict what will happen next based on Guhan's past life? Take a step ahead and nip all possibilities in the bud? As long as they can take targeted actions, there is still a chance to save everything. Yue, you're right. We still have a chance to make amends and find your brother. Continue to refine the samsara divine mirror. This time, I will do my best to cooperate with you. Mu Beiling looked like a drowning person who had grabbed the last straw and seemed a little crazy. After all, as long as he successfully refines the reincarnation mirror, he will be able to see Guhan's previous life through this divine object. Seeing this scene, Xu Yue sighed in her heart. The reason why she did not tell her master from the beginning about all the suffering her senior brother had experienced and Yi Qingyun had direct or indirect reasons for this. I was also afraid that her emotions would break down further. The true face of some people still needs to be seen by master himself through the mirror of reincarnation. The other side. Guhan covered his waist and left Xiaobingli's bedroom with a slightly haggard look on his face. Xiaobingli is getting more and more creative, even using chains. After muttering a few words, Guhan collected his thoughts and raised the corners of his lips slightly. Things are developing steadily as expected. It was inevitable that Yi Qingyun would be subject to a joint trial by many sects. After all, in this trip to the Central Continent's secret realm, the disciples of the major sects not only gained nothing, but also lost most of their outstanding young disciples. The major sects will not easily let go of such a hatred that has shaken their foundation. In addition, Wang Tun, Meng Yingxue and others served as witnesses, accusing Yi Qingyun of being the culprit behind the unusual movements in the secret realm. No matter how connected Yi Qingyun is, he cannot avoid trial. The only thing we need to prevent and worry about now is that Yi Qingyun will use the heavenly Dao oath to prove his innocence, directly turning black into white and forcibly clearing himself of suspicion. Yi Qingyun had used this method in a confrontation in his previous life. At that time, this operation made him confused. That was the time he found out. Not only does Yi Qingyun have the secret help of a mysterious force behind him, but even the heaven of this world is secretly investing in him. The scary thing is not this guy Yi Qingyun. Instead, it is the halo of the protagonist who is favored by the plot, and all kinds of unknown existences who invest in him because of his luck. This is also the reason why he did not kill Yi Qingyun at the beginning. Not to mention the high probability of not being able to kill him, but it may also cause him to fall into a more passive situation. But it's not a big problem. Not only did he have the help of the system, he also established his own villain force. Soon after, when the time is right, his second villain force, the White Dragon Palace, can also be announced to enter the world. Not to mention the help of Xiaobingli, the powerful future female villain boss, and the mysterious and unknown Su Ling Yue. There is still 1 day left before Yi Qing Yun will be jointly tried by many sections. This incident caused a huge uproar and became known to everyone in Xuanshu continent. But the ones who hated Yi Qing Yun the most and wanted to tear him into pieces were not the other sects who had lost many of their fellow disciples because of this incident. But ask the people from the Sword sect. Yi Qing Yun, this conscienceless bastard, actually colluded with the demon clan. He is unworthy of being a human being. I've been saying this guy has a problem. The details of what happened in the Tianshan secret realm were exposed not long ago. It was Yi Qing Yun who was behind it, letting that ungrateful Lu Ruyan frame senior brother Guhan. You only realized it now? Yi Qing Yun, who wasn't even at the Spirit Palace realm at the time, was able to escape from a demon beast at the half-step return to one realm. Doesn't this explain a lot? He must have demon blood flowing in his veins, which can subdue demonic beasts to a certain extent. That's why he was able to escape so easily. How despicable this despicable person is. He actually framed senior brother Gu in such a way. Countless disciples of the sword-asking sect opened their minds and began to guess the cause of the incident. It even made them guess some of the truth. But this scene was just like when Guhan was in trouble. They occupy the high ground called justice. They pronounce harsh judgments on what they believe to be evil, venting their anger while demonstrating their own noble and righteous qualities. Chapter 103. Let them love but not get it, let them regret in pain. The main hall of Bayou Peak. Lu Ruyan paced back and forth anxiously. Tomorrow is the trial date for junior brother Qing Yun. If we don't take action with Master, junior brother Qing Yun will be finished. Luo Baiji, who was holding a long sword and leaning against a stone pillar, frowned slightly, taking in the entire scene, as if she could no longer bear it. When my senior brother was put on trial, I didn't see you so anxious and helpless. With so many top sects joining forces to conduct a trial, let alone Master, even if I ask the ancestors of the Sword sect to intervene, they will definitely return empty-handed. Senior sister, you. Lu Ruyan's eyes were slightly red, and she looked a little aggrieved. I just don't want us to make the same mistake again. How can you say that to me? Luo Baiji didn't want to say anything more to Lu Ruyan. However, the recent behavior of this junior sister made her feel more and more upset. Why does the usually well-behaved little sister look so green tea now? Rumble. At this moment, a violent wave suddenly came from the main hall, instantly interrupting all their thoughts. Success. Mu Bailing, who looked pale and haggard due to excessive consumption of spiritual energy, now looked happy. A mirror about the size of a palm, emitting an ancient Taoist charm, was slowly floating in front of her. This was refined from a small piece of the reincarnation mirror. However, the level and dimension involved in the power of reincarnation is too high. Even if they succeed in refining it, they cannot resonate and reincarnate through it. It can only retrace random scenes of past lives in time by consuming its own accumulated power, and the number of times is extremely limited. And you can't recall too many scenes from past lives, all the scenes are random. However, this is enough for Mu Bailing herself. She just wanted to use the power of the reincarnation mirror to confirm whether the thoughts in her mind were true. If everything is true, then she will try her best at all costs to avoid the pain that Guhan may suffer in the future, so as to truly win him back. The mirror of reincarnation reflects the past and the future. He wanted to fully utilize his power and use it to trace back to the past life of a certain existence. He must write his name on the surface of the samsara mirror and sacrifice a personal item belonging to him. Mu Bailing's mind moved slightly, and a space vortex immediately unfolded. She carefully took out an exquisitely crafted brocade box from it. When the jade silk was spread out, what was inside was the fragment of the Baishao sword that had accompanied Guhan on his journey around the world with his sword and watched the sunrise and sunset with him. During this period, she has been trying various methods to restore the Baishao sword. But this spiritual sword that she had once forged with her own hands was just like the broken relationship between her and Guhan. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't successfully restore it. Sighing, Mu Bailing carefully took out a piece of debris. Arrange a special sacrificial ceremony and fully integrate it into the mirror of reincarnation. Mu Bailing wrote Guhan's name on the surface of the samsara mirror stroke by stroke. Countless sparkling light spots, as if filled with the power of reincarnation, like a sky full of stars, splashed out from the mirror. They reflected each other and intertwined continuously, finally turning into a bright beam of light, rushing straight into the dome of the hall. At the same time, Guhan, who was preparing to arrange follow-up measures, frowned slightly. Suddenly, a very strange feeling arose in my heart. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes were peering through some kind of time and space barrier, trying to peek into one's past and future. The dimensions involved in this power are really too high. He wondered if an unknown mysterious force that was secretly betting on Yi Qingyun, after noticing that something was wrong with his situation, decided to intervene with some special means? Rest assured. As if sensing Guhan's emotions, the special mark left by Su Lingyue on the back of his hand emitted strange fluctuations. Su Lingyue's voice also sounded in his mind. It's just that some blind guys want to deduce you. I can help you block it, don't worry. Hearing this, Guhan didn't think much about it. I just think that as a villain cannon fodder, it feels really good to have my own backer. Inside the demon locking tower, a picture appeared in front of Su Lingyue. The screen projected the scene of the main hall of Baiyu Peak, where Mu Bailing activated the fragments of the reincarnation mirror. The beautiful face curved slightly. She could indeed help Guhan block detection, and even directly interfere with the retracing ritual of the reincarnation mirror to some extent, preventing Mu Bailing and others from seeing Guhan's past. But she had absolutely no intention of doing that. These women hurt Guhan the most. She wanted to make them unable to get the love they wanted, and let them struggle and blame themselves in endless regret. Let them experience the pain that Guhan had experienced. 9 snow-white foxtails extended from behind him, moving without wind, and a kind of reincarnation aura suddenly spread out like a diffusing halo. Guided by her will, she infiltrated the demon locking tower without anyone noticing. Like an invisible torrent covering the sky and earth, it swept towards the main peak of Baiyu Peak. The beams of light gushing out from the samsara divine mirror continued to merge above the dome, and eventually turned into an illusory light curtain projection. At the same time, Mu Bailing's soul gradually separated from her body with the help of some strange power. Her soul slowly merged into the illusory light screen projection. Mu Bailing breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that the retrospection ritual had been successful. She only needed to wait a little longer before she could see Guhan's past life. The pure white halo gradually dissipated, and the vision became clear again. She saw everything that was happening from a god's perspective. It is different from the peaceful and tranquil Zixuanzu of the past. Everywhere you look, there is war and widespread suffering. For unknown reasons, many demonic monks in Zixuanzu rioted together. Countless demonic monks came out in full force, causing a disaster that swept across the entire Zixuanzu. As a last resort, the powerful men from many righteous forces such as the sword-asking sect could only fight with all their might, clashing with countless demonic monks in various areas. Shortly after the war began, Guhan volunteered to lead a group of elite members of the sect and go deep into the Lingxiao demon sect where all the powerful people had gone out and only a few cultivators were left. In this way, they could completely eradicate the demonic force that was closest to their Swordwind sect. Guhan in the picture has become much more mature compared to now, and his cultivation has reached the Dawa realm. Looking at the entire sword-asking sect, they can definitely be called the backbone. Guhan led many powerful men from the sects and advanced straight ahead with unstoppable force. He killed countless demonic monks along the way, and finally succeeded in breaking into the Lingxiao demon sect, destroying its foundation, and completely cutting off one of the great enemies of their Wenjin sect. Looking at the statue in white clothes, facing the setting sun, holding a 3-foot green sword, with a tall and straight back, Mu Bailing was very pleased. This is the proud first disciple in her memory. As expected, her disciple is just and gentle at heart. The reason why he has become so cold and cruel now is that they hurt Guhan so badly that his Tao heart has been damaged. As long as she finds the reason and restores his state of mind, he will still be her proud first disciple. Chapter 104, Audiences Who Cannot Intervene in the Plot. Continue reading below. Mu Bailing felt more and more moved. It turned out that his disciple led the sect's elite warriors to attack the Lingxiao demon sect, not only to eliminate the biggest threat to their Wenjin sect. It is also to obtain a treasure called the Flame Sun Pearl. This treasure absorbs the essence of the heaven, earth, sun and moon, and can transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the power of the scorching sun, warming the meridians, dispelling cold, and replenishing yang. Master has been suffering from cold poison for many years and cannot sleep at night. This item has the ability to suppress cold poison and nourish the meridians. If I take it back as a trophy, I'm sure Master will be very happy. Listening to Gu Han's murmurs in the picture, Mu Beiling's heart was about to melt. She couldn't help but think of the years when Gu Han went deep into various secret realms and collected all kinds of rare treasures in the world. He wanted to use this to refine a top-notch elixir for her that could completely eradicate the cold poison. Until recently, his goal finally became possible to achieve. Originally, this was a very happy thing. But wait until the cold poison in her body is completely removed. Even if Gu Han repaid her for all the years of nurturing him, they owed each other nothing and would be strangers from now on. That day will also be the beginning of her truly losing Gu Han. The warmth in my heart dissipated, replaced by immense heartache and self-blame. But fortunately, I still have a chance to redeem myself. After taking a deep breath and suppressing all the emotions in her heart, Mu Beiling continued to look at the scene below. Although the Lingxiao demon sect, a demonic force, was completely eradicated, but Zixuanzhou covers a huge area and has many demonic sections. Simply defeating and eradicating the Lingxiao demon sect is not enough to resolve the boundless disaster that has affected the entire Sichuan continent. In the following days, the scope of this war became wider and wider, and many places were short of manpower, and some areas were even occupied by the demonic monks. The major sects also gave up their original strategy of concentrating their forces and defending themselves. Instead, they adopted the strategy of concentrating their forces, taking the initiative to attack, and eliminating the remaining demon sects as soon as possible. However, they found that the area under the jurisdiction of the sword sect itself was also quite large. We can only stretch the front line to a very long extent and continue to advance outward. The strategy they adopted was to have many monks form small teams, complement each other, advance continuously, and eliminate all the demonic monks they encountered. The main task of the team led by Gu Han is to guard Tianjin Pass, located in the northern area of Wenjin sect. This place is the wonder left behind by their sword sect countless years ago, when an ancestor who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship opened up the world with one sword. The towering mountain was split into two by the brilliant sword energy, leaving only a passage of about 5 meters for people to walk through. Because this passage leads directly into the northern heartland of their sword sect. Therefore, many powerful people in the sword-asking sect had already set up a sword formation many years ago based on the sword energy left by their ancestors. If any enemy invades, the disciple of the sword-asking sect who is responsible for guarding this place can directly activate the sword formation with the Jade Talisman to kill the enemy. With the help of such a powerful sword formation, Gu Han's defensive pressure was not great. However, if nothing unexpected happens, an accident will happen. Boom! Followed by a shocking explosion of laws. A large number of demonic monks approached rapidly from the eastern area of Tianjin Pass and stepped into the range of the sword formation in an instant. However, from the time the demon sect monk entered the sword formation until he completely crossed the sword formation, and finally broke out of the Tianjin Pass and engaged in a fierce battle with the sword-asking sect monk who was responsible for guarding this place, the sword formation was never triggered from beginning to end. Brother! What's going on? Don't you have the Jade Talisman that activates the sword formation? Why didn't you activate the sword formation to stop the enemy immediately, and let these demon monks come? A monk asked angrily. Gu Han in the picture rarely showed anxiety and confusion. It's useless. The Jade Talisman is ineffective. I can't activate the sword formation. He found it a little hard to understand. He had clearly checked the core of the sword formation just yesterday and confirmed again and again that the sword formation was intact and could be activated at any time. Why did it fail at this critical moment? But the sudden change in the situation did not give him any time or opportunity to think more. A large number of demonic monks have broken through the defense line they were guarding, and many disciples of the sword-asking sect suffered heavy casualties. But that's not even the worst. When Guhan and others were desperately sniping the demon sect monks. Roar! There was another beast roar that was full of violence and shook the sky. Suddenly, a large group of monsters appeared for unknown reasons and wreaked havoc from the western region. The already difficult situation suddenly became worse. Under attack from both sides, the monks of Wenjian sect who were responsible for guarding Tianjin Pass were unable to resist at all, and the entire line of defense completely collapsed. The sudden surge of monsters, after defeating many disciples of the sword-asking sect, attacked the second library not far from them. No one expected such a sudden change. Thanks to the hard work of Guhan and others, and the timely assistance of powerful people from other sects, the crisis was gradually resolved. However, Tianjin Temple was not completely lost. But it still caused considerable losses to the sect. Nearly 70% of the sect disciples responsible for guarding Tianjin Pass were killed. The battlefield was in a mess. Everywhere you looked were long swords that were either completely broken or stuck in the ground, as well as the bloody corpses of countless monks. The second library was looted, and many ancient books of inheritance were taken away, shaking the foundation of the sect. And Guhan is the leading figure guarding Tianjin Pass. The main person in charge of this line of defense. Regardless of the reason, such a mistake occurred and led to such a big error, which can be said to be unforgivable. Guhan. One sect elder was so angry that his face turned red and he accused Guhan, "The sect sent you to such an important defense line because they value your ability and strength. But what on earth did you do? The jade talisman that activates the sword formation has always been in your hands. You are the only one present who has the qualifications to access the core of the sword formation. Why didn't you realize something was wrong until the enemy attacked and the sword formation failed? You didn't even notice anything before. What on earth are you doing here?" Not only the elders of Wenjian sect were blaming Guhan. Those who were guarding the same line of defense as Guhan. Even the disciples whose lives were saved by Guhan during this period were now looking at him with either reproach or resentment. No matter what the reason is. Either something is fishy or the sword formation is ineffective. But as the leader and main person in charge of their line of defense, it caused such a disaster and resulted in so many casualties. They will all choose to vent their hatred on the person primarily responsible. After all, if he had discovered the problem with the sword formation earlier, reported the matter earlier, and asked them to prepare earlier, how could the following events have happened? No, it's not like that. Honor was wronged. There's obviously something else behind the sword sect's failure. There's some other hidden story. How can you put all the blame on Honor? If it weren't for Honor, the entire defense line would have collapsed long ago. He has been struggling to hold on for so long, doing everything he can to recover the losses. How can you say that to him? Mu Bailing, who was a bystander to the whole incident, shouted anxiously. But she was a spectator. They are also spectators of a story, spectators who cannot interfere with the development of the plot. No matter how hard she shouted, she couldn't get her voice into the picture. Chapter 105, She is such a failure as a master. Her cries had no effect. In the end, he could only watch Guhan, who had just finished a great battle and desperately tried to stop the demon monks, and whose white clothes were completely stained with blood, and smiled to himself. He didn't even have time to treat his injuries before he was taken away by the powerful men from the sect's law enforcement hall. In the setting sun, his back looked just like when he first entered the demon locking tower alone. It's lonely and seems extremely sad. Mu Bailing felt extremely distressed. It was not just Guhan who was inexplicably wronged and bore the main responsibility for this incident. From the beginning to the end, those were the ones he desperately protected. The monks he saved from the monsters and demonic monks at his best. Until he was taken away and brought to the law enforcement hall for trial, no one stood up to speak for him. Mu Bailing felt suffocated when she saw this scene. When she accepted disciples, she actually did not value the disciples' talents and qualifications as much as other peak masters did. Instead, they pay more attention to moral qualities. But none of the Baiyufeng disciples in the picture came out to defend Guhan. Just like an unrelated person watching from the sidelines. Suddenly, she felt infinite sadness in her heart. As a master, she is such a failure. After so many years of hard work and education, you actually raised such a bunch of ungrateful people. The lobby of the law enforcement hall. Many sect disciples and all the sect leaders gathered here. They were either in disbelief, or looked sad, or looked at the same place with complicated expressions. Looking at Guhan, who was standing in thin white clothes in the center of the hall. Guhan, do you have anything else to add? Master Taishu's sword suppressed all the emotions in his heart and asked in a deep voice. They had already heard from Guhan about the specific events. The sword formation failed and the jade talisman could not be activated, which eventually led to such a disaster. Although there are reasons for this, someone must be held accountable for it. As the leader of the Tianjin Pass defense line, Guhan is naturally the main person in charge. After all, so many sect disciples died in the battle just now. If they do not give an explanation to the numerous disciples of the sect, it is likely to further shake people's hearts. What can I add? Guhan's face was calm, and his voice was faintly filled with self-mockery. I have made it very clear. I checked the core of the sword formation yesterday and confirmed that it is correct. I don't know the reason why it failed today. The surroundings were silent, with only Guhan's powerful voice echoing for a long time. Many disciples were stunned. The expression of Taishu's sword master, who was sitting on the first seat, suddenly became even uglier. He stared at Guhan for a while again, shook his head and sighed deeply. Guhan, I know that, superficially speaking, you really have no reason to betray the sect and murder so many disciples. Then do you know what I found near the center of the sword formation? The Taishu sword master raised his hand and made a move. Soon, a jade stone with a strange Taoist aura flew out and hovered in front of Guhan. Guhan's pupils contracted slightly. It was a piece of green jade with countless special patterns engraved on its surface. The magical power emanating from it could produce a special shielding effect. It can cause the formation to fail to a certain extent, and can even reduce the power of other cultivators' magical powers and spells. The most important thing is that he is the only one in the entire sect who can forge such special jade. Moreover, during the war, he also made several pieces of such jade, one for himself for self-defense, and the others for Chu Yue and others for self-defense. Guhan subconsciously turned his head and looked at Chu Yue and others in horror. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning expressed in his eyes was self-evident. Brother! I have used up the special jade you gave me before. That piece is not mine, Lu Ruyan responded in a low voice, and the disappointment in the depths of her beautiful eyes was hard to hide. I've already used up mine. Chu Yue and Luo Baiji gave exactly the same answers. But at the same time, there were also flashes of regret and disappointment in the depths of their beautiful eyes. Guhan's expression also looked a little ugly. After all of his own jade stones had been consumed in the previous battle. This situation completely left him speechless. Even if he said he had used it. But as the only one in the sect who could forge this special jade, it was inevitable that people would suspect him, as he had a large stock on him. However, many high-ranking and powerful people from various sects know this. The special jade stone created by Guhan had almost no effect on the sword formation, and it was even less likely to affect the activation of the entire sword formation. However, whether it is about responsibility or various evidences, they all point to Guhan. The sect also had to punish him. Guhan, from today onwards, after you have accepted the 9 thunder punishments, you will go to Wangxinya and face the wall for 2 months to reflect on your mistakes. To serve as a warning to others and prevent future violations. Just when the atmosphere was becoming somewhat stiff and tense, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Everyone subconsciously looked up towards the source of the sound. It was Mu Bailing, who was sitting on the high platform, wearing a colorful snow-white dress and had a cold temperament. At this moment, her beautiful eyes could hardly conceal the disappointment and regret. Although she did not say that Guhan was a traitor to the sect and the culprit who caused such a disaster. But her arrangement for Guhan to accept the punishment of thunder and enter the self-reflection center for 2 months was undoubtedly indirectly putting all the responsibility on Guhan. As a bystander, Mu Beiling's heart skipped a beat when she saw herself making such a decision on the screen. You are the one who knows yourself best. She also roughly knew why the self in the picture made such a decision. No matter from which perspective, Gu Han must be responsible for this matter, even if it has nothing to do with him. She directly asked Gu Han to accept the thunder punishment and then go to the cliff of inquiry to reflect on his mistakes, in order to prevent Gu Han from suffering more cruel punishment in the future. On the surface, there's nothing wrong with what she did. It even seems that he is a little biased towards Gu Han. But don't forget that Gu Han was raised by her since he was a child, and there is a very deep relationship between the two. She is the person Gu Han trusts the most and values the most. According to common sense, she should argue with reason, do everything she can to protect her beloved disciple from suffering any injustice, and find a way to clear her name. But in the picture, she directly sent Gu Han to receive punishment. How stupid and disheartening can this behavior be? Chapter 106, Recognize the Truth. He turns out to be such a vicious person. Really? Gu Han in the picture heard her words. His eyes suddenly dimmed, and the self-mockery on his face became even more pronounced. When Mu Beiling saw this scene, her heart was broken. If everything that happened was Gu Han's previous life, that means she has hurt Gu Han's heart again. Just when Gu Han was about to be taken away by the sex-powerful men, a voice suddenly sounded. Master, please don't be sad about this anymore. Anyway, senior brother has received the punishment he deserves. With his physical fitness, he can withstand 9 lightning strikes and stay in the heart-questioning cliff for 2 months. Not only will nothing happen, but it will also allow him to truly and deeply reflect on himself. The person who spoke was Yi Qingyun. The meaning expressed between the lines seemed to be comforting, but in fact it was pushing Gu Han into a deeper fire pit. Many of the disciples rescued by Gu Han were originally blaming themselves for not standing up to explain for their senior brother. After hearing these words, not only did the guilt in his heart disappear completely, but he also looked at Gu Han with a kind of disgust, as if he was looking at someone with connections. The reason is simple. Because of Gu Han's negligence, so many of their brothers and sisters died. Those people paid the price with their lives. Gu Han, the main person in charge, has a good master. Is it fair to just go through some physical pain and pretend that nothing happened? Similarly, Mu Beiling also saw herself in the picture. After Yi Qingyun's few words, the ugly expression on her face dissipated a lot. He even turned and cast a look of relief at Yi Qingyun. This made her confused for a short time, and then she became even angrier. I'm confused as to why she was so stupid at that time. Angry Yi Qingyun, as Gu Han's junior brother, said something so pointed and so easily misunderstood in public? The little disciple she always remembered as simple and honest actually had such a vicious mind. Immediately afterwards, Yi Qingyun in the picture took out an exquisitely crafted jade box from his arms again. Master, I know you've been suffering from cold poison for years and can't sleep at night. This is a gift I prepared specifically for you. It can help you suppress and further alleviate the pain caused by the cold poison. While speaking, Yi Qingyun had already opened the jade box. Looking closely, I saw a bead about half the size of a palm quietly placed in the jade box. It was dazzling golden and radiated warmth like the sun. That was the treasure that Gu Han had obtained with great effort when he led his men to attack the Lingxiao demon sect, the Flame Sun Pearl. Gu Han in the picture and Mu Beiling outside the picture were completely frozen almost at the same moment. I totally don't understand why this thing appeared in Yi Qingyun's hands. A bystander sees more clearly than a participant. Mu Beiling quickly thought of a scene. At Tianjin Pass, a wave of monsters came from nowhere and joined the melee. There were several powerful monsters that seemed to have awakened their intelligence, and they approached Gu Han very deliberately. And in that melee, he snatched something from Gu Han without anyone noticing. But what made her feel strange was that after those monsters took great pains to snatch the things from Gu Han, they stuffed them back in a way that was unnoticed. At first she was a little confused about this little detail. Now she felt as if struck by lightning, her pupils slightly widened, and she figured out everything. Those intelligent monsters were instructed by someone to deliberately use this method to replace the Flame Sun Pearl on Gu Han's body. Now that the flame sun pearl appears in Yi Qingyun's hands, this can only mean that the mastermind behind the monster tide is Yi Qingyun. By analogy and analysis, if there is a problem with the sword formation, it is most likely related to Yi Qingyun. After all, Yi Qingyun was already the backbone of their sect at that time, so it was normal for him to know the core of the sword formation. Yi Qingyun was the real instigator, who secretly tampered with the sword formation and set off a wave of monsters, looting the second library of the One sect. And he put all the blame on Gu Han. What a vicious mind! Xu Yue had told him before that Yi Qingyun was definitely not as simple and honest as he appeared. At first she didn't take it seriously, but now she really knows and she really regrets it. Gu Han in the scene had clearly figured this out as well. His chest heaved as he shouted angrily, "Yi Qingyun! That flame sun pearl was originally a gift I was going to give to my master. How did it end up in your hands? That inexplicable wave of monsters was also deliberately instigated by you, right?" Everyone in the hall was shocked, and everyone looked at Yi Qingyun, but almost all of them were in disbelief. They are well aware of Yi Qingyun's strength. Although he has some special qualities, it is impossible for him to trigger a wave of monsters, right? Brother, that's enough. Lu Ruyan cried out in anger. Junior brother Qingyun has been on the same defensive line with us from the beginning. How could he possibly go to Tianjin Pass, specifically to frame you, and even unleash a wave of demon beasts? The reason why such a big change happened at Tianjin Pass is obviously because of you, senior brother. Now that Master has tried his best to avoid punishment for you, what else do you want? You're actually putting all the blame on junior brother. Senior brother, when did you become like this? I can prove that. Luo Baiji also said, this matter has nothing to do with junior brother Qingyun. Xu Yue frowned slightly. Although she didn't say anything, the meaning expressed in her expression was self-evident. She also thought that her senior brother was deliberately shifting the suspicion onto her own junior brother, and her beautiful eyes showed disappointment. Yi Qingyun crossed his arms, looked at Gu Han, and raised the corners of his lips slightly. Brother, this is not the way to shirk responsibility. I worked so hard to obtain this flaming sun pearl, how did it become yours now? Do you have any evidence? Looking at Gu Han in the picture, he was speechless. Yi Qingyun had a smile on his face, looking like a winner. Mu Beiling was so angry that her body was shaking, and the depths of her beautiful eyes were filled with ferocious and crazy bloodshot. I wish I could rush into the scene right now and tear Yi Qingyun, who is full of lies, to pieces. How dare this damn guy talk like that? The past couldn't be faked. She had personally witnessed Gu Han snatch the Flame Sun Pearl back from the Lingxiao demon sect. How did it become Yi Qingyun's? But in the picture, she believed Yi Qingyun's words and her face was full of emotion. She originally thought that Yi Qingyun was vicious enough, but his subsequent actions pushed her to the limit. Looking at senior brother like this, he must have prepared a gift for Master, right? Could it be that because it overlaps with my gift, you are so sad and angry? Why don't you take it out, so that I and everyone in our sect can learn a lesson? Mu Beiling's pupils contracted. It turned out that Yi Qingyun's frame-up was far more than that. Because he was completely suppressed and bound, Gu Han couldn't move at all. He could only watch as Yi Qingyun took out the replaced jade box from his body and opened it. Chapter 107, Mental Collapse, Yi Qingyun Deserves to Die. The hall was silent, and everyone's eyes were looking at the open jade box. But when they held their breath and looked carefully, they were stunned. Stored in the jade box is a bead that is also half the size of a palm. But the bead emitted a strange red light. Especially when the female disciples of the sect were illuminated by this red light. Suddenly, I felt uncontrollably hot all over, my face flushed, and I felt something was wrong. Is this the charming soul pearl? Some powerful members of the sect who recognized him screamed in surprise. The soul charming pearl can also be understood as a combination of countless special aphrodisiacs. It can affect the minds of female monks and make them indulge in their desires. The coldness in Mu Beiling's body is toxic in yin. If you do that kind of thing, it can indeed form a certain kind of yin and yang complementarity and alleviate the pain caused by the cold poison. But Mu Bailing was determined to keep her innocence and was extremely disgusted with this kind of thing. However, Gu Han, his apprentice, wanted to give him such a treasure. This is not only a heinous crime, but also an improper desire for the master who raised me. Traitor! You bastard traitor! As expected, Mu Bailing in the picture was stunned for a moment, and then she was so angry that she trembled all over. As his apprentice, he actually gave him such an outrageous thing. Is this a deliberate attempt to humiliate her, or does he really have some inappropriate thoughts about her? Mu Bailing, who was outside the screen, was extremely angry and desperate even as a bystander. Yi Qingyun is a very vicious guy. This move was not only intended to frame Gu Han. He even wanted his reputation to be completely ruined so that he could never raise his head in the sect again. Everyone knows that Gu Han was raised by her personally. But once this incident happened, Gu Han would be labeled as someone who wanted to be rebellious against his master and had improper ambitions. This kind of romantic stuff is extremely easy to spread. Even if Gu Han did not suffer severe punishment in the Tianjin Temple incident. But once this incident happened, his situation in the sect would definitely become extremely difficult. She couldn't bear to watch the next scene. Things developed just as she imagined. Under Yi Qingyun's intentional action. Not only was Gu Han directly accused of being a spy for the demonic sect, he was also given the title of an attempted traitor to his master, and was ridiculed and despised by everyone in the sect. However, Yi Qingyun, the despicable villain who was the instigator of the incident, took advantage of all the benefits and became the white moonlight respected and admired by the female monks in the sect. Mu Bailing's heart ached to the extreme. Boundless anger and sadness swept through her body like a tide, almost causing her to completely collapse. I was furious. How could I have been so stupid in my past life? Why can't you see through Yi Qingyun's vicious heart? She hated Yi Qingyun for being so vicious and causing her most precious daughter Honor to suffer such horrible torture. Hate myself for being so powerless. She hated herself for being able to be just a bystander, watching Gu Han struggling in the abyss of pain. As his master, the person he trusted the most, she became an accomplice in pushing him into the abyss. I hate myself for being such an idiot. Being a waste, he watched Gu Han being framed by Yi Qingyun and watched him slide into the abyss. Stop it, stop it. She held her head in pain and used all her strength to let out the most heart-wrenching cry. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hear the person in the picture. There is no way to escape from the endless pain. She tried her best to escape, not wanting to see these scenes that suffocated her and made her collapse in pain. But the mirror image of the god of reincarnation turned into countless dark hands that stretched out from the abyss, wanting to pull her completely into the abyss and make her feel the pain that Gu Han had experienced. Countless images and conversations kept flashing through my mind. In a dark and dripping dungeon. In my memory, the sunny and free-spirited man in white was like a hawk with broken wings, hanging in the dungeon. In front of him, Yi Qingyun had his arms folded across his chest, a faint smile on his lips. While I feel sorry for your situation, I do owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you for going through so much trouble to obtain the flaming sun pearl. It finally fell into my hands and made me happy. Just feel comfortable with hitting rock bottom. I'll take good care of everything you hold dear. Tisk, I never imagined that the eldest senior brother's true face is not only a person who is good at shirking responsibility, but also a despicable villain with such a dirty mind. Of course. He even wanted to shift his responsibilities onto senior brother Qingyun. I don't know where he got the nerve to do that. The sect's rules are truly ridiculous. Instead of expelling a person like this from the sect, they just let him receive a few lightning punishments and spend 2 months in Wang Xinya to reflect on his actions. And then they actually let him out? In the setting sun, the figure looked lonely and desolate. Behind him, countless ridiculous faces hidden in the shadows kept pointing in the direction he was leaving. Brother, it turns out that all the kindness you've shown us over the years was just an act. Even secretly, do you have bad thoughts about us? Brother, please stay away from us from now on. You don't need to worry about these things. I worked so hard to raise you. Not only do you not repay me, you even have such unreasonable expectations of me. Are you deliberately threatening me by leaving the sect? If you want to leave the sect, then leave the sect. From today on, you are no longer my disciple. At this moment, countless images and conversations seemed to turn into a devastating torrent, sweeping in from all directions, completely filling and destroying her world, and drowning her last bit of sanity. Mu Bailing's mood completely collapsed at this moment. Self-blame, anger, helplessness, despair, guilt, all kinds of emotions that have accumulated to the extreme are constantly suppressed and condensed in her heart. In the end, after all the various emotions accumulated to the extreme, they turned into a murderous intent. A murderous intent towards Yi Qingyun. It was him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have lost honor. If it weren't for him, the future honor and the previous life's honor wouldn't have suffered so much. That's right, her idiot master is also a person who deserves to be put to death. But before that, she would cut Yi Qingyun, the source of honor's pain, into pieces. There is still a chance to salvage everything. There is still a chance to make amends for everything. As long as she kills Yi Qingyun, her honor would not have to experience the pain that followed. Yi Qingyun, he deserves to die. Chapter 108. Why save him? He deserves death. The main hall of Baiyu Peak. Shu Yue was always waiting patiently by the side. Because what she obtained was only a tiny fragment of the mirror of samsara, the power of samsara that she could use was extremely limited. She was unable to enter the projection of the reincarnation mirror with her master and see more of his past lives. But she wasn't too worried about that. After all, except for the master, all of them knew more or less about their senior brother's previous life. Of course, it would be best if master could understand the relationship between senior brother and Yi Qingyun through the scenes of the previous life and see Yi Qingyun's true face. I hope master isn't like junior sister Ruyan, an idiot with a love brain. Otherwise, things will be difficult. Click, click, click. But just as the murmur in her heart died down, a sound like thin ice breaking occurred without warning. Almost at the moment when she looked over in horror. Then he saw the reincarnation mirror that was emitting its own divinity. As if it had taken on some unbearable power, it suddenly exploded into crystal fragments all over the sky. Looking at the samsara mirror that was shattered into pieces, Shu Yue was stunned for a long while before her expression turned into one of extreme panic. How so? Shu Yue's complexion seemed a little distorted, and her expression was full of heartache. Master, I finally got this in the secret realm of Central Continent. How could you? But the next words were suddenly stuck in her throat. She suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere in the hall. She raised her head slightly stiffly, and subconsciously looked towards the source of her uneasiness. Shu Yue's pupils shrank slightly, and her whole body became completely stiff as if struck by lightning. Master looks so strange now. There were tears of heartache and sadness on his face, but his whole body exuded a murderous intent. The combination of two completely paradoxical things made her master look like a madman. Master! Before she could speak, Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji, who were waiting outside the hall, finally sensed something was wrong, broke open the door and rushed into the hall. After seeing their master's strange condition, they all stood there in a daze. Especially the murderous intent emanating from his body was like spreading ice, as if it was going to completely freeze their souls and bodies. Master! Soon, all the sects will unite to judge junior brother Qingyun. If you continue to delay, junior brother Qingyun will surely die. Master, please, we can't just watch Qingyun. Lu Ruyan didn't finish her words. It was as if an invisible hand was strangling his neck. All the words that followed were completely stuck in his throat, and his body was as stiff as a clay sculpture. For some reason, after she said the word Qingyun, the look that her master gave her was not only extremely terrifying, but also carried a murderous intent that was so strong that it was chilling to the bone. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale, and she suddenly had a very bad premonition in her heart. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying low pressure, centered on Mu Bailing, spread out in all directions like an overwhelming wave, bringing with it a sense of violent oppression, enveloping the few people and the entire hall. He deserves death, why should I save him? The cold and emotionless voice immediately echoed throughout the hall. Lu Ruyan's pupils contracted again. Her mind was completely blank due to the shock of her master's sudden words. You know, just yesterday, Master was still worrying about how to save junior brother Qingyun, so that they won't repeat the same mistake as their senior brother. But how long has it been? Why has Master's attitude changed so drastically? Perhaps because she was frightened by her own master, Lu Ruyan's eyes turned slightly red again, and her expression seemed a little aggrieved. Master, how can you say that? That incident happened because we didn't investigate the truth, which led to us losing our senior brother. I don't know if you, Master, have been influenced by the rumors, but junior brother Qingyun is really not that kind of person. I can. Shut up. Mu Beiling shouted angrily. The spiritual energy in the entire hall suddenly rioted, turning into an overwhelming storm of laws that raged out. Lu Ruyan, who was at the center of the raging storm of laws, was instantly swept into it like a dead leaf in the wind. Immediately afterwards, he was carried by this force and slammed hard against the wall of the hall. Puff! A huge amount of energy suddenly exploded in the body, and all the meridians in Lu Ruyan's body were severely damaged. As his body gradually slid to the ground, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. His face turned extremely pale and his whole body became weak. But compared to the physical pain, Lu Ruyan felt more disbelief. I can't believe that Master would let her get hurt. The pupils of Chu Yue and Luo Baiji also shrank slightly. Among them, the Master doted on Lu Ruyan more because she was younger. Even if Lu Ruyan had made a mistake in the Tianshan secret realm, the Master didn't punish me too much. Now, what do they see? Master actually threw Lu Ruyan away without any mercy, even causing her to suffer serious injuries? Master. I don't know if it's because of pain or grievance. Big drops of crystal clear tears flowed uncontrollably from Lu Ruyan's eyes, mixing with the blood under her body, forming a sad and beautiful picture. If it is on weekdays. If Lu Ruyan showed such an expression, it would be very likely that her master would soften his heart and even calm down his anger. But this time, not only did her actions have no effect, they even angered Mu Beiling even more. The atmosphere in the hall became even more terrifying and depressing. Cry, cry, cry. Why didn't I see you cry like this when your senior brother was in trouble? Why haven't I seen you begging me so hard before? Her cold voice was filled with suppressed rage and murderous intent. Yi Qingyun has only been here for 2.5 months, and you're even willing to use your own life to guarantee that he's trustworthy. But you've been with your senior brother Guhan for several years. Don't you have a clear idea of what kind of person he is? Why didn't you beg me then? Why did you give false testimony and be used by Yi Qingyun without realizing it, and even defend him? Are you blind or brainless? If it weren't for the fact that we've been together for 2 years, I would have expelled you from the sect. Chapter 109, Breaking into the prison and trying to chop it into pieces. In the empty hall. Only Mu Beiling's voice echoed. Every word she said seemed to contain countless different emotions. There is anger, regret, self-blame, guilt, and even some extremely strong self-destructive tendencies. She was scolding her disappointing disciple. I was also cursing myself for my stupidity. Curse that hopeless idiot myself. She's venting in this ridiculous way. Such a meaningless way to atone for sins. Lu Ruyan had stopped sobbing at some point and had even forgotten the pain in her body. Her lips were slightly open and she looked at her master in disbelief. The same goes for Chu Yue and Luo Baiji. Both of them stood there in a daze, like clay statues. After all, in their impression, the master has always been a dignified, elegant and cold beauty. He is very well-mannered and elegant in his words and deeds. No matter how angry or sad something is, I will never say such vulgar words. But now the master is like a completely different person. Becoming crazy, becoming extreme, becoming unfamiliar to them, making them afraid. Mu Beiling kept roaring, gradually going from scolding Lu Ruyan to angrily scolding Luo Baiji, Chu Yue, and even everyone in the sect. In the end, she blamed all her anger and sadness on herself, feeling extremely self-blame and guilt. It even made Chu Yue and the other two suspect that their master might commit suicide to apologize in the next moment. I deserve death 1,000 times. I, a more than competent master, truly deserve death 1,000 times. But there's someone who deserves to die more than me. The tears have completely dried up, the eye sockets have turned red, and bloodshot covers the entire eyeball. Her voice became more and more crazy, even a little irrational. Yi Qingyun, I haven't cut this damned guy into pieces yet. As long as he dies, I can truly atone for my sins to Honor, then I will have a chance to find Honor. The corners of her mouth slowly pulled up into a slightly morbid and crazy smile. As long as he dies, if he dies, Honor will definitely be able to forgive me. After making this murmur, Mu Bailing activated her cultivation and suddenly turned into a white rainbow, cutting through the void and rushing towards somewhere at the end of the horizon. That direction was exactly the sky prison where Yi Qingyun was imprisoned. Until Mu Bailing's figure completely disappeared, the remaining breath also completely dissipated. Lu Ruyan and the other two, whose minds were blank and dazed, finally came to their senses as if they had just woken up from a dream. Master, she wants to kill junior brother Qingyun. How so? Lu Ruyan's face was as pale as paper and her voice was trembling. Master must have gone mad. Senior sister, this matter is of great importance. We must report Master's abnormality to the sect master. As a sword cultivator, Luo Baiji has guessed some things these days with his insight. His complexion also changed at this moment. But she still subconsciously looked at Chu Yue, waiting for her senior sister's action. Chu Yue did not respond, but various emotions flickered in the depths of her pupils. The mirror of samsara is broken. Master's condition has changed drastically, he's like a madman. As she continued to analyze, she had already come up with a special guess of her own. Master must have seen brother's tragic past life through the reincarnation mirror. The reason why she suddenly developed such boundless murderous intent towards Yi Qingyun could only mean that Yi Qingyun was the source of her senior brother's pain and the instigator of all this. It seems that Yi Qingyun is even more complicated than she imagined. Looking at the samsara mirror in his hand, which had been completely shattered into pieces, Chu Yue sighed. It seems that if we want to truly reverse and change the tragic ending of our senior brother's future, she must find more fragments of the mirror of reincarnation. He even achieved the pinnacle of reincarnation and became an emperor with the power of reincarnation. There is only half a day left until Yi Qingyun's trial date. Considering that the other party is a disciple of the sword questioning sect, therefore, the trial took place in the sword asking sect. Not long ago, Yi Qingyun was transferred to the heavenly prison of the Swordwenjian sect. However, the people responsible for guarding him were powerful people sent by many major sections. This is to prevent the Swordwen sect from hiding something or even favoring Yi Qingyun. A guard in charge of guarding the prison yawned, looking somewhat lazy. He said to a companion beside him, I don't know why such a big fuss is going on. Isn't he just a young boy who's not even at the Giyi realm? I just don't believe he has the ability to escape. Besides, in broad daylight, is there anyone so daring as to dare to break into the prison? Another monk sneered and was about to respond when he suddenly froze as if he sensed something, looking up at the sky in astonishment. They saw a white rainbow at the end of the horizon, approaching their location at a very fast speed. As the figure approached, they were horrified to find that it was a woman in a white dress exuding murderous intent. No. There are actually people so bold as to come and break into the prison. In the sky prison. Yi Qingyun looked anxious and paced back and forth. Mr. Bai, don't you have any other solution? If I delay any longer, all the sects will unite and judge me tomorrow. If the heavenly Tao oath doesn't work, then I will most likely die without a burial place. Don't worry, with your special luck and talent, there is at least a 90% chance that heaven will choose to invest in you and befriend you. The voice of old Bai sounded in his mind. There's a saying that goes, there's always hope in desperate situations. If you wait patiently for a while, maybe things will turn around. Your master thinks highly of you. He might be trying to rescue you from the prison right now. These words made Yi Qingyun feel a lot more at ease. That's right, there is the precedent of Gu Han. Master and his senior sisters will definitely not watch him make the same mistake again. They may be trying every possible way to rescue him. At this moment, he vaguely heard a noisy sound coming from outside. Master Bayou Peak. This is the most important place in the heavenly prison. While Yi Qing-yun is imprisoned, no one is allowed to enter. Calm down. Calm down. I hope you won't make things too difficult for us. Difficult? Then don't do it. Get out of here. As this angry voice fell, an earth-shaking roar soon sounded. What a lunatic! Quick! Stop her. Chapter 110, Textbook-style face-changing, too explosive. Because the heavenly prison itself is engraved with special shielding restrictions. The noisy sounds coming from the outside world were very vague. Yi Qing-yun held his breath and listened attentively for a long time before he finally determined the truth. Someone actually wants to break out of prison and save him. And this person seems to be his master, Mu Bailing. After a brief moment of shock and daze, Yi Qing-yun was immediately moved beyond words. It turns out that his position in the master's heart far exceeds that of Guhan. The other party even went to the extent of breaking into the prison to save himself. It's true. This guy Guhan is totally incomparable to me. Qing-yun, why do I hear the noisy voices outside? It seems that your master wants to break into the heavenly prison at all costs and kill you in advance? I just heard several words telling me to go in and kill him. Hearing Bai Lao's voice, Yi Qing-yun frowned. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? My master values me so much that he's willing to break into the heavenly prison. How could he possibly be trying to kill me? You're just making things up. Yi Qing-yun cursed at the old man Bai in his mind. At the same time, the situation outside the prison was in chaos. Many powerful men from various major sects who were guarding the heavenly prison were attracted by the noise and rushed over from all directions. After seeing what happened outside the prison, he was shocked and gasped. Mu Bailing had disheveled hair and looked a little crazy. Holding the glazed sword, he seemed to have lost his mind and continuously slashed out one terrifying sword energy after another that could destroy everything in its path. Several powerful men with similar cultivation levels were unable to take effective measures to prevent and control her attacks, and could only struggle to resist. Get out of the way. Let me in. He deserves to die. Damn it. I'm going to kill him. Every word Mu Bailing uttered was filled with murderous intent, as if she wanted to tear the man she was talking about into pieces. Even if the man's name was not mentioned, many powerful people already knew it. Who else could the he that Mu Bailing mentioned be other than Yi Qing-yun, who was imprisoned in the sky prison? But the development of the matter left them a little confused. Isn't Yi Qing-yun her direct disciple? I heard that she was still thinking about how to rescue Yi Qing-yun yesterday, but why is she like a madwoman today, even wanting to rush into the heavenly prison in advance and tear Yi Qing-yun into pieces? Although many powerful men were confused, their movements were not slow at all. Attack together. Suppress her. Many powerful men standing in the void suddenly exuded aura. Endless brilliant runes constructed with each other, slowly condensing into chains of laws with ancient inscriptions engraved on the surface. Then, under the control of the wills of many powerful people, they were like swimming dragons, wrapping around Mu Bailing on their own. Mu Bailing had completely lost her mind and looked a little crazy, although the aura she exuded was extremely terrifying. However, under the suppression of many powerful people from the sects, they were ultimately unable to successfully enter the sky prison where Yi Qing-yun was imprisoned. In the end, it was Taishu's sword master who rushed over after hearing the news and took Mu Bailing, who had been subdued, back. Only then was the turmoil of this incident completely settled. Even so, this matter still spread. It caused widespread discussion among many monks. I can't believe this. Yi Qing-yun's judgment day is approaching, and there's actually someone so audacious as to try to jailbreak him. I heard it's Yi Qing-yun's master. I've heard about this, but according to gossip, she wasn't going to jailbreak. A cultivator explained. Instead, he wanted to charge directly into the heavenly prison and cut his disciple Yi Qing-yun into pieces. TSK, no way? Isn't this truth a bit too shocking? One cultivator sighed and said, I heard that a few days ago, Bayou Peak Master Mu Bailing tried every possible means to clear Yi Qingyun's name while he was imprisoned in the heavenly prison, and even tried to help him avoid trial. How long has it been now? Why has Mu Bailing become a completely different person? She's even gone crazy and wants to charge into the heavenly prison, and even wants to cut her own disciple into pieces? This really is a textbook example of a face changing. At the foot of the sword-asking sect mountain, Gu Han, who was in the VIP room of a restaurant, also heard the news by accident. However, not only did he not have any thoughts about it, he even felt like laughing. I don't know what's wrong with Mu Bailing's brain. He saw that the dancers around him had become somewhat stiff and disordered in their movements due to his changing facial expressions. Gu Han just raised his eyes and glanced at him indifferently. Why are you looking at me? Keep on playing the music, keep on dancing. That idiot woman's recent madness had nothing to do with him, and he had no interest in investigating the matter further. And tomorrow is the day of judgment for that guy Yi Qingyun. He couldn't wait to watch this big show. A spy of the demonic sect, a traitor to the human race, and the culprit responsible for the deaths of countless monks. No matter which of the charges he was charged with, it was enough to sentence him to death. Looking at Yi Qingyun, who had been blessed with the halo of the protagonist in his previous life and had been successful many times. Just thinking about experiencing the same or even worse pain as yourself makes you feel happy both physically and mentally. The main peak of the sword-asking sect. Bai Ling. Are you crazy? How dare you dare to break into the heavenly prison? Are you afraid that you won't die quickly enough? Taishu's sword master shouted angrily. The entire hall trembled slightly due to the release of his terrifying aura. At this moment, the hall was already full of people. The heads of various peaks of the sword-asking sect and many high-ranking members of other sects had gathered here. At this moment, all of them, without exception, had ugly or gloomy expressions as they looked at Mu Bailing, who was bound by several chains of laws and whose cultivation was sealed, in the center of the hall. This former beautiful peak master, a cold and aloof fairy, now looked extremely embarrassed. He looked haggard and had disheveled hair. He kept repeating a few words in his mouth. He said he wanted to kill Yi Qingyun. He is the source of all suffering and disaster. If I kill him, my honor will come back. If they hadn't asked the sword sect for repeated confirmation, Mu Bailing's soul fluctuations would have been relatively normal. They really suspected that the other party had suffered such a huge blow that he had gone completely crazy. The entire hall was silent and the atmosphere was particularly depressing. As the leader of the Taishu Swordmaster, the top figure in Zixuanzu, he now seemed to have aged countless years. Various things have been tormenting him a lot recently. First, his disciple had mental problems, and he had to take him to the ancient Buddha temple to stabilize him. As a result, Yi Qingyun stabbed them in the back, and it was suspected that he was related to the demon world, which dragged their entire sect into the vortex. After much effort, he ran around to settle the matter and prevented the sect from being implicated by Yi Qingyun. His disciple was so crazy that he wanted to break into the heavenly prison. His purpose was to cut his disciple Yi Qingyun into pieces. Not to mention, his disciple was begging him a few days ago, asking him to help Yi Qingyun clear his suspicion. Today I feel like a completely different person. Besides, Yi Qingyun will be subject to a joint trial by many sects tomorrow. According to what he had done, he would definitely be struck to death by thunder. Why do you have to break into the prison today? Chapter 111 I killed him, will you forgive me? Why? Sighing deeply, Master Taishu's sword looked at Mu Bailing, who was suppressed to the ground. I think there's something seriously wrong with your mental state lately, Bai Ling. Don't participate in Yi Qingyun's trial tomorrow. Go to Xianya and strengthen your Dao heart. Don't want. But just as he finished speaking, Mu Bailing suddenly raised his head, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying. The depths of her beautiful eyes were filled with countless shocking red bloodshot. At the same time, the words of Taishu's sword master seemed to have touched a sensitive spot in her heart. The aura that had been completely suppressed began to boil and roar like a raging torrent. Even the chains of law that bound and suppressed her were being impacted by this terrifying aura, making heart-pounding sounds as if they were unable to bear the weight and were about to break. But the binding power exerted by several powerful men together was obviously extraordinary. Mu Bailing tried to break free from the restraints and suppression, but shocking cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of her fair and smooth skin, and blood flowed out, turning her into a bloody person in an instant. Bai Ling! Are you crazy? Taishu's sword master was shocked and was completely frightened by his disciple's crazy behavior. He hurriedly used the calming mantra with several elders, and barely managed to stabilize Mu Bailing's mind, which was about to collapse. But before Taishu's sword master could make an angry accusation. Master, I must attend Yi Qingyun's trial tomorrow. I'm going to kill him with my own hands. Kill this despicable and sinister guy. He deserves to die. He deserves to die. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have lost honor. If it weren't for him, honor wouldn't have suffered that much. He is a despicable villain. He deserves to die. Mu Bailing's voice became more and more excited, and her aura began to show signs of being out of control again. Taishu's sword master and others were still confused and had no idea what was going on. But if they forced someone to take Mu Bailing to the cliff of inquiry to reflect on her mistakes, the final outcome is most likely that Mu Bailing will completely collapse mentally and become possessed. Taishu's sword master felt both conflicted and in pain. If Mu Bailing attends tomorrow's trial meeting in this crazy state, it will definitely have an extremely bad impact and even cause a huge blow to the reputation of the entire Swordwind sect. But considering that the reputation of his sect had been almost ruined by that bastard Yi Qingyun, Taishu's sword master sighed and agreed to this matter. Time passes and night falls quietly. However, since the powerful people from all the major sects gathered in the sword-asking sect, all the pavilions and palaces were brightly lit and magnificent. After having a good meal and a good drink, Gu Han was in a very good mood as he strolled back to his cave. After all, in a few hours, the trial drama that he had been looking forward to would begin. He was even looking forward to what Yi Qingyun's ending would be. Even with the blessing of the protagonist's halo, how should he escape? Based on past experience, this guy will most likely swear a heavenly oath to prove his innocence, right? Although I already have two powerful forces, the White Dragon Palace and the Blood Moon Demon sect, it is still somewhat unrealistic to want to influence the laws of nature in this world. Why don't we just go find Su Lun Yue and see if she has any good ideas? Just as Gu Han was whispering in his heart, all kinds of thoughts were swirling in his mind. His body paused slightly, his brows furrowed slightly, and he subconsciously looked up and forward. The moonlight poured down, illuminating the small courtyard in front of his cave exceptionally brightly. At this moment, a tall woman wearing a snow-white skirt was standing in front of his cave. Even without seeing her face, Gu Han recognized her identity just by her outline. It was his current nominal master, Mu Bailing. Honor. As if sensing Gu Han's presence, Mu Bailing turned around and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. He looked so natural, totally unlike the man who had a mental breakdown and almost lost his mind not long ago. Under the moonlight, Mu Bailing's already weak complexion looked even paler, which was compounded by her originally stunning facial features and cold temperament. Anyone who sees her appearance at this moment will subconsciously tremble in their heart and feel a desire to pity her. However, Gu Han's expression did not show the slightest ripple, and his tone was cold, as if he was treating a stranger. What do you want to see me about? I've already asked someone to send you the Xinyang pills from the last course of treatment. I'll have someone give you the next 2 treatments, so there's no need to come see me in person, right? After all, this was something he had decided long ago. Since the unlucky one was raised by Mu Bailing, after repaying the favor, they will no longer owe each other anything. Mu Bailing opened her mouth and her expression suddenly became very painful. Every word Gu Han said was like a sharp sword, piercing her heart. She laughed at herself and didn't continue the conversation. Hunter, I know I'm a negligent master, I've caused you so much pain. I also know that you really have given me many opportunities, but I was too stupid to cherish them in the end. Hunter, you can scold master or kill master, but I owe you this. Under the moonlight. Mu Bailing murmured to herself, as if she was confessing her past mistakes in this way. However, Gu Han seemed like an outsider, just watching all this with indifference. In the end, he completely ignored Mu Bailing and walked past her. He entered the cave, slammed the door shut, and set up several restrictions to completely isolate himself from all sounds from the outside world. He had no interest in hearing Mu Bailing's confession, and he didn't want to hear it. "Hunter, if the guy in my family who caused you pain was killed, will you please forgive me?" No one noticed the sound of the door closing. Only Mu Bailing herself could hear the whispers. It seemed as if she had never expected a response from Gu Han from the beginning. "I'm just constantly repenting in this way." After muttering for a while, she turned around and looked at the closed cave door behind her. Then he looked at the lonely peach tree not far away, where its blossoms were dancing in the cold wind and its large clusters of fallen peach blossoms were standing. She pursed her red lips slightly, and her pupils gradually lost focus. Walking in the moonlight, her white skirt fluttering, her figure lonely and desolate, her steps slightly staggering, she soon disappeared in the cold wind. Chapter 112, Kill It and Feed It to the Dogs. I don't know what's wrong with me lately. After entering the cave and being completely deaf to any sounds from the outside world, Gu Han sneered. Didn't he give enough opportunities? Now that she seems to have come to her senses, and is showing him a lot of belated affection, it's really disgusting and ridiculous. Don't dwell on what happened before. Gu Han tried to mobilize the power in his body and tried to resonate with the mark left by Su Lingyue in his body. Soon, as the special divine mark hummed and vibrated, some strange power suddenly spread out. Gu Han seemed to see a thick and mysterious white fog. Deep in the white fog, Su Lingyue appeared with 9 fox tails moving without wind. What? Something happened recently, so you thought of me? Didn't you have a lot of fun playing with that little girl Xiaobingli before? Why didn't you think of me then? Su Lingyue's voice was ethereal and charming, and she deliberately emphasized the word play. This immediately made Gu Han feel a little embarrassed. After all, the mark that Su Lingyue left on him also possessed some ability to see the outside world. Moreover, during this period, Xiaobingli deliberately used provocative behavior to indirectly provoke Su Lingyue. This feeling gives people a sense of an alternative threesome. Ahem. Gu Han cleared his throat and changed the subject. Tomorrow will be the trial of that guy Yi Qingyun. But based on my understanding of Yi Qingyun, he probably has many hidden cards up his sleeve. I think he might be able to clear his suspicion by taking the heavenly oath. Gu Han did not hide anything and expressed his speculation that Yi Qingyun might be entangled with the way of heaven. Su Lingyue still likes to lie directly on Gu Han's back. She stretched out her white and smooth arms and wrapped them around Gu Han's neck. Her 9 huge furry foxtails were fully extended, wrapping him completely. However, since she was in a spiritual state, she was light and weightless. Hee, you don't have to worry about that. Su Lingyue chuckled, I have prepared a gift for you a long time ago. Even if Yi Qingyun has every opportunity to clear his name, he will ultimately die. Gu Han was slightly stunned when he heard this. Combined with Mu Bailing's recent behavior that seemed like a crazy woman, he already had a vague guess in his mind. Lungyu, you don't want to. Without waiting for him to finish his words, Su Lingyue stretched out a slender jade finger and pressed it against Gu Han's lips. She chuckled and said, They owe you this. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The pain and despair you've experienced should naturally be felt by these guys. And I should be able to completely break through the seal of the demon locking tower in the near future. As she spoke, Su Lingyue leaned forward slightly, and her crystal-clear red lips slowly moved close to Gu Han's ear, exhaling the scent of snow orchid, her voice captivating. Then you can go to the demon world with me. I am the queen of the demon world, and you are the king of the entire demon world. The next morning, Yi Qingyun's judgment day officially arrived. At this moment, many big figures from various forces have gathered in the sword-asking sect square, and even several major holy places have sent people here. Around the square, and even in the air, countless cultivators and disciples gathered, some standing, some flying on swords, looking at Yi Qingyun in the center of the square with expressions of either anger or gloating. At this moment, Yi Qingyun seemed to have lost his original arrogance. He looked haggard, disheveled, and no longer had the majesty of the past. Ever since he heard yesterday that his master Mu Bailing was suspected of coming to jailbreak, he has been hoping that his master could help him clear his name. But he waited from morning till night, and when the trial date officially arrived, his master did not show up again, which really made him feel a little depressed. His eyes subconsciously searched the crowd. Seeing their three senior sisters, except for Lu Ruyan who showed a slightly painful expression, Xu Yue and Luo Baiji did not have any special reaction. This made Yi Qingyun feel a little pain in his heart. He was being slandered for no reason and was about to be executed, but his two senior sisters were still acting as if it had nothing to do with them. After all, he was their junior fellow apprentice. Yi Qingyun always kept a little expectation in his heart and continued to search among the crowd. Finally, he saw Mu Bailing, who he regarded as one of his hopes. "Master." Yi Qingyun spoke weakly, his expression full of pleading and expectation. However, he did not see the distressed and anxious look on Mu Bailing's face as he had expected. Those cold eyes seemed particularly icy at this moment, as if there was no warmth in them. The way he looked at him was like looking at a dead person. This made Yi Qingyun suddenly feel like he was struck by lightning, and his expression became stiff and dazed for a moment without his control. Isn't this right? According to the previous plot development, shouldn't the master be extremely anxious and confused, even crying bitterly, when he saw him about to be brought to the trial stand, wanting to clear himself of the charges? Why is it that looking at master's appearance now, she doesn't even have the slightest intention of clearing herself of the charges? Why did he still feel that his master wanted to cut him into pieces and grind him into ashes? Master! Yi Qingyun felt that he could still save the situation and was about to continue to look pleading. Mu Bailing simply chose to ignore him and turned to look at the high platform, where several major sects jointly selected the strong men who were responsible for the judgment. The voice was cold and decisive. "My dear elders, the time has come. Let's proceed with the trial and sentence. As a master, I failed to properly discipline my apprentice, which is a serious fault. If you seniors think this is too troublesome and a waste of time, then sentence this deserving criminal to death. Just kill it and feed it to the dogs. I have no opinion." The space suddenly froze, and you could hear a pin drop. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qingyun was stunned. The pleading expression he had managed to create became completely frozen on his face. Because these words were completely beyond his expectations, it made him wonder if he was hallucinating? Didn't Master want to break into the heavenly prison and rescue him yesterday? What is happening today? Listen, is this human language? What do you mean there's no need for trial, just kill him and feed the dogs? Isn't he Mu Bailing's direct disciple? Did they feel that he was in trouble and wanted to cut ties with him? Compared to Yi Qingyun, the many surrounding monks and the many powerful people responsible for judging Yi Qingyun were even more confused. Their hearts were completely shrouded in fog, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Combined with some rumors that have been circulating recently, they really suspected that Mu Bailing had gone crazy and decided to throw in the towel. Chapter 113, Judge the Crimes with Heaven as a Mirror. Master, how can you say that? Junior brother Qingyun is your... Lu Ruyan's face was full of disbelief. She felt that Yi Qingyun could still be saved a few more times, and wanted to speak a few words to comfort her master. But soon, under Mu Bailing's cold gaze, everything he wanted to say was swallowed back into his stomach. Mu Bailing now has no good feelings towards her youngest female disciple. If it weren't for the favor she had shown him over the years, she really wanted to kill this idiot right away. Xu Yue said that she had clearly seen the results of the divination and kept saying that she regretted it. But now in her heart, the position of Yi Qingyun, this despicable villain, is still a few points higher than Gu Han. Furthermore, she had been too indecisive before, and her thoughts were influenced to a certain extent by Lu Ruyan. Now, she has made up her mind. Even if the Jade Emperor comes, Yi Qingyun will die. He ignored Yi Qingyun's look of disbelief. Mu Bailing searched the crowd. Finally, I saw Gu Han, who was leaning against a tree and leisurely chewing on a water spirit fruit. He suddenly smiled, revealing a charming and gentle smile. This made many of the cultivators and disciples who were in the same position as Gu Han stunned, and their expressions were slightly obsessed. After all, Mu Bailing is a little stupid. But the other party's beauty can be regarded as first class in the entire Sichuan continent, and she is even a famous beauty in the entire Xuanshu continent. However, Gu Han, who was the one who felt this gaze directly, frowned tightly. For some reason, I suddenly couldn't eat the water spirit fruit in my hand. Compared to Gu Han, who didn't take this matter to heart at all. But when Yi Qingyun noticed this small detail, he was stunned for a moment, and then he became so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. There is no need to think too much, it must be that despicable Gu Han who did something behind the scenes. That's why Master's attitude towards the two of them changed so drastically. He did not use the incident of Tianshan's secret realm to expel Guahan from the sect, or even get rid of him directly. This was really his biggest mistake. Before he could continue to feel resentful, the terrifying pressure of the law rolled down like a torrent. Immediately afterwards, a majestic voice like a huge bell rang out. The time has come, the trial begins. The sinner Yi Qingyun, narrow-minded, insidious and cunning, approached Lang Shenhua, the saintess of Tianyin Holy Land, and Wei Tianqing, the saint son of Beishao Holy Land, as their friends. After gaining his trust, he used underhanded tactics to brutally murder him. His heart deserves death, this is his first crime. As a human, you learn the Tao of our race, yet you collude with the demon race. This is your second sin. Finally, they used the demonic magic of the demon race to cause a riot of demon beasts in the secret realm of Central Continent, resulting in countless casualties among the trial disciples. Many sects lost many of their most talented disciples, damaging the foundation of the sections. This is the third sin. 3 crimes combined, unforgivable, you shall be beheaded today. Wow! As soon as the words fell, a huge uproar ensued. The many disciples watching were in an uproar. I've known for a long time that Yi Qingyun is not a good guy. Now I know that his crimes are even more vicious than the rumors. This despicable and sinister fellow committed countless evil deeds and slaughtered his compatriots. Today, he has finally been sentenced. The spirits of my brothers and sisters in heaven can finally find comfort. It's such a pity that my brother finally got promoted to an inner sect disciple. He died tragically in his first secret realm trial because of that despicable Yi Qingyun. Countless monks expressed various opinions, and they were all very happy with the verdict. Slander. This is pure slander. I didn't do these things. I demand a reinvestigation of the truth. The torrent of sound that converged together completely drowned out Yi Qingyun's explanation, making it almost unnoticeable. What made Yi Qingyun even more furious was that the strong man in charge of the verdict clearly heard his argument but pretended not to hear it at all. Damn it! He ignored the heated discussions of the many monks around him. The powerful sect leader who was in charge of delivering the verdict stood tall above the sky. The voice was cold and majestic, looking down at Yi Qingyun from above. Before you die, do you have any last words? Under the impact of the almost overwhelming voices from the many surrounding monks, Yi Qingyun felt extremely annoyed. Are these idiots blind or deaf? He has repeatedly emphasized that he did not do these things, but these guys insisted on putting the blame on him. What made him even more frustrated was that his master and senior sister, whom he regarded as his life-saving straws, did not respond effectively from beginning to end. As expected, a blacksmith must be strong himself, and you have to rely on yourself for everything. I, Yi Qingyun, am upright and fearless. I swear by the laws of heaven to prove my innocence. This sudden sound seemed particularly abrupt in the noisy environment. The noisy discussions suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at Yi Qingyun in the center of the square in shock or surprise, and soon they all showed disbelief. As a cultivator in the world of cultivation, I am no stranger to the oath of heaven. Let heaven be our mirror and judge sins. If one is truly guilty, he will be struck by the 9 heavens' divine thunder, vanish into thin air, his soul will be destroyed, and he will fall into the prison of reincarnation, suffering eternal torture. If one is innocent, heaven will not react in any way and may even send down auspicious signs to demonstrate the character of the person who took the oath. Really? Gu Han, who was watching the excitement among the onlookers, suddenly showed an expression that showed he had expected this. Although due to his 9 rebirths and awakening system, the original plot has some deviations. But this is a trick that the protagonist Yi Qingyun often uses to prove his innocence. He had already expected that he would use such means in such a situation. In addition to him, there is Mu Bailing, who has seen some scenes of her past life through the reincarnation mirror. Her beautiful, cold eyes narrowed slightly, and cold murderous intent and anger flashed deep in her pupils. In his previous life, Yi Qingyun controlled the monster, snatched the Yin-Yang pearl from Guhan, and deliberately framed him. Because of Guhan's repeated rebuttals, he finally chose to swear an oath to heaven to prove his innocence. What made her feel unbelievable was that Tian Dao did not react at all and tacitly approved of his behavior. In other words, even if Yi Qingyun really did something that violated his oath, he would not suffer any punishment from heaven. Thinking that his own disciple had fallen into an even more desperate situation because of his despicable means. Thinking that the heavenly Tao, which is revered by them as monks, favors such a despicable villain. The murderous intent that she couldn't suppress surged out of her heart again. Even if Yi Qingyun could prove his innocence through the heavenly oath, she would definitely use all means to kill him today. He must die, he must use his life to atone for his sins to honor. Chapter 114, Frame the Suspect? I swear to heaven to prove my innocence? The many powerful people from the sects who were responsible for conducting this joint trial looked at each other, and were a little undecided for a moment. As cultivators, they cannot help but feel awe towards anything that involves the level of the heavenly Tao. After all, when breaking through to a higher realm, one will encounter the baptism of heavenly tribulation. After much deliberation, many powerful people from the sects agreed to Yi Qingyun's request. If the other party really did these things, Yi Qingyun would definitely die even without their trial. If the other party cleared his name through the heavenly oath, it only meant that there were other reasons. At most, they could detain Yi Qingyun for a few days and then release him without charge. Seeing that his words had worked, Yi Qingyun's fear and worry dissipated a lot, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Once he is cleared of the charges, we must make this most suspicious Guhan pay the price. Yi Qingyun clasped his fists and bowed to the sky, his voice respectful and deep. I, Yi Qingyun, swear by my heart of Taoism, and ask the heavenly Tao to be my witness. The affairs of the Central Continent's secret realm have nothing to do with me, and I have never colluded with the demon race to slaughter our human cultivators. His voice echoed for a long time in the silent and empty world. Countless onlookers held their breath, looked up at the sky, and waited for the legendary will of heaven to react. As time passed, the sky remained as clear and blue as ever, without even a trace of dark clouds. This immediately caused the pupils of many onlookers to shrink, and their faces were filled with disbelief. The will of heaven did not react at all. Yi Qingyun, is he really being wronged? Is there another reason? Not only the many monks who were watching, but also the many powerful people who were responsible for presiding over the trial ceremony had their pupils slightly shrunken, and their hearts were full of confusion. But based on their investigation results, as well as witnesses and evidence, all pointed to Yi Qingyun. Why the will of heaven did not respond to Yi Qingyun's oath? How is this possible? Wang Tang and others who were also watching the show in the crowd could no longer hold back. I saw it with my own eyes. After a dragon roar came out of Yi Qingyun's body, the entire Central Continent's secret realm suddenly fell into a state of violence, and the monsters slaughtered our human cultivators. All of this was clearly done by Yi Qingyun. And there's also a mark on his body that seems to contain dragon energy. Wang Tang looked a little excited, and he almost said that the heavenly Tao was deliberately favoring Yi Qingyun and helping him to give false testimony. But he still didn't dare say these words. Let's not talk about whether Yi Qingyun has this ability or not. Furthermore, if a cultivator dares to question the will of heaven, he might be struck to death by a sudden thunderbolt one day. Very good. Lu Ruyan's anxious heart finally settled down, and she immediately showed a look of joy. Master, senior sister, just look at me. I told you that junior brother Qingyun was wrongly accused. Junior brother Qingyun is not. You're happy, aren't you? Mu Bailing's cold voice sounded, without any emotion. If he really had no problem at all, why would all the evidence point to him? Don't tell me someone framed him. Then what's with that dragon-like mark on his body? You've been practicing Taoism for so many years. Not only do you have problems with your brain, but you've also got problems with your hearing? The dragon roar that sounded in the secret realm at that time even reached outside the secret realm, and was heard by countless powerful sections. Could it be that you, in the secret realm, are deaf and don't hear the dragon's roar? Master, Mu Bailing's cold questioning was like raindrops, hitting Lu Ruyan's face one drop after another, making her not know how to refute for a moment. I just suddenly felt a little wronged. She was just happy that her junior brother had cleared his suspicion through the heavenly oath, preventing them from repeating the same mistakes. What was wrong with that? Why did Master speak so harshly, even to the point of blaming and insulting her? But after thinking about the abnormality of Master in the past few days, she still didn't dare to show any emotion and looked at her other two senior sisters for help. Except for Luo Baiji, who was still a little hesitant. An extremely absurd possibility emerged in Chu Youwei's mind. The expression of the powerful man from the Holy Land who was in charge of the trial changed, and he finally suppressed the emotions in his heart. Looking at Yi Qingyun below, he was no longer as embarrassed as he was at the beginning, and he seemed to have regained his original arrogance. He acted as if he didn't do anything and was saying, "I didn't do it, you blind old guys, what can you do to me?" He wanted to slap him to death with one palm. However, because there were still many mysteries, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and asked in a deep voice, "Since you said you were wronged, you didn't do these things. Then can you explain why, after a dragon roar appeared in the secret realm, all the monsters lost their minds and attacked the trial disciples? Why is there a special mark containing dragon energy engraved on your chest? Since you say you were wronged, do you have any guesses about the person who wronged you?" Yi Qingyun raised the corners of his lips slightly and stood with his hands behind his back. Isn't it normal for cultivators like me to have our own secrets and opportunities? I've been on the path of cultivation for several years now. Shouldn't I have my own special secrets? If keeping secrets is a sin, then those seniors and everyone present are all guilty, right? I have to say that Yi Qingyun is quite smart and has his own ways of manipulating public opinion. Once this statement was made, it basically dragged everyone into the same situation as himself. And throw the problem itself on a normal secret of one's own. As for why a dragon roar appeared in the secret realm, causing the monster beasts to move abnormally, I don't know either. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with me. As he spoke, Yi Qingyun swore an oath to the Heavenly Tao once again, but the Heavenly Tao still did not respond at all. This also indirectly proves that what he said is true. Even though many monks were unwilling in their hearts, they could not say anything more. As for the last question, who is the suspect who framed me? Yi Qingyun sneered and his eyes wandered among the crowd. Finally, his eyes locked on one person. Everyone present almost subconsciously followed his gaze. Under a willow tree, there was a figure in white with his arms folded across his chest and a faint smile on his lips. This person is Gu Han. Chapter 115. I will kill those whom the world and the laws of nature are unwilling to kill. Everyone's pupils shrank slightly, appearing somewhat incredulous. Yi Qingyun and Gu Han are completely two different extremes. One is a despicable and sinister villain who is hated by everyone and wants to be punished by everyone. The other one shines brightly in the secret realm. With his powerful strength, he saves many monks and is a kind-hearted man who is chivalrous and righteous. Now, judging from Yi Qingyun's expression, this guy actually thinks that Gu Han is deliberately trying to murder him? Yi Qingyun didn't know what everyone was thinking. He has now proven his innocence through the heavenly oath. And to some extent, it has its own influence. No matter whether what he said was true or false, as long as he could sow the seeds of doubt on Gu Han, then the seed can germinate and achieve some unexpected results. This guy Gu Han looked like he was watching a monkey show from the audience, which had already made him extremely angry. Now he is directly shifting the blame to someone else, making himself a protagonist in this drama. How should the other party respond? However, he underestimated Gu Han's prestige and influence after that incident. Fuck you. Suddenly, an exceptionally loud and fragrant sound came from the crowd. The person who spoke was the holy son of Beishian Holy Land, Wang Tang. Let's put aside the matter of the secret realm. Even if it truly has nothing to do with you, you are essentially an ungrateful and despicable person. Back then, when we were trapped by monsters in the secret realm, you not only refused to help us, but you also attracted a large number of monsters to kill us. I remember this clearly. If it weren't for Brother Guhan's kindness and righteousness, we would have been eaten by the monsters long ago. If he was the culprit behind all this, why would he go to such great lengths to save us? That's right. Another pleasant female voice sounded. It was Menging Shue from the Hongye sect. I have a deep understanding of what kind of person Brother Guhan is. You are such a despicable person, throwing dirty water on him. I am the first one to disagree. As these two prestigious chosen ones stepped forward, more and more people took the initiative to speak out. This person is indeed a sinister villain in nature. I heard that Brother Guhan had to deal with a lot of the aftermath of the trouble he caused. As a senior brother, he was also very worried. Now this guy is not only ungrateful, but he's even trying to turn the tables. Even if he doesn't die today, I'll definitely chop him to death if I run into him out there someday. Brother Guhan. Don't worry, we are not your ungrateful junior sisters and brothers. If you save us once, I will definitely protect you. As soon as this voice came out, Lu Ruyan's face suddenly turned pale and her body couldn't help but shrink, trying to avoid the attention of other cultivators. After all, she had just subconsciously cast a suspicious look at her senior brother. Mu Bailing in the crowd closed her eyes in self-mockery. How ridiculous. Strangers are all protecting their apprentices in this way. As the one who raised Guhan since he was a child, she should be the master who knows him best. When his good disciple was in trouble, he not only did not stand up for him at the first time, but instead pushed him into the abyss with his own hands. She had made so many mistakes, she couldn't make another one. He couldn't bear to see this despicable guy successfully frame his disciple. When she opened her eyes again, there was a hint of determination and some murderous intent in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She will kill those whom the world and the laws of nature dare not kill. You. Yi Qingyun, who had thought that he could take advantage of this incident to severely control Guhan, suddenly became a little panicked. This is not right. Why did things develop differently from what he expected? Just when he was panicking, his pupils suddenly contracted and he looked in a certain direction with a shocked expression. The scene that came into his eyes was so unbelievable that his mind went blank and he didn't react for a long time. The master who should have helped him when he was in trouble was now holding a long sword, with a ferocious look on his face and murderous intent in his pupils as he stabbed at him. Don't talk about Yi Qingyun. The powerful men from other sects were also stunned and dazed by this sudden scene. Yi Qingyun's words completely ignited the anger of many monks from the surrounding sects, and many of them cursed at him. Some even wanted to break through the blockade directly and slap Yi Qingyun in public. Because Yi Qingyun has used the heavenly oath to clear his name, and they want to find out the secret about Yi Qingyun. Therefore, they cannot let Yi Qingyun suffer too serious injuries. But just as they were busy maintaining order, a long rainbow carrying a violent gale of law instantly blew away several strong men who were maintaining order. Holding flying swords, they slashed towards Yi Qingyun with murderous intent. Mu Bailing's face was ferocious, and the long sword in his hand was shining with a cold light. You are a despicable villain who deserves to die. I don't know how you managed to evade the heavenly Tao oath, but now you're using this incident to deliberately throw dirty water on honor. This is enough to show your despicable character. You are the source of all pain. If it weren't for you. An increasingly intense murderous intent gathered in the depths of his pupils. Today I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and clean up this sect. While a sharp sound came from his throat. Mu Bailing's movements were not slow at all. His figure instantly appeared in front of Yi Qingyun, and he raised his hand to slash out a sharp sword light. Yi Qingyun didn't know if he was scared silly, so he just stood there in a daze without making any counterattack. Qingyun. But in a sense, Bai Lao, who was parasitizing Yi Qingyun and coexisting with him, risked his life to rescue him. After all, if Yi Qingyun died, all his investments and efforts over the years would be in vain. Boom! He was once a top-notch saint-level expert. Although he is only a soul body now, he has accumulated some strength over the years. In an instant, a terrifying force swept out from Yi Qingyun's body, blocking Mu Beiling's sword while knocking her back several meters. It was not until this moment that the powerful people from many sects reacted belatedly. Some powerful men released their pressure to suppress Mu Beiling. The other part blocked Yi Qingyun to prevent Mu Beiling from attacking again. Mu Beiling! What are you crazy about? Taishu Sword Master suddenly appeared in front of the two of them with an extremely gloomy expression. Yi Qingyun has already proven his innocence by taking the heavenly Dao oath. This matter still needs to be investigated separately. Who told you to kill him? Some time ago, Mu Beiling was still trying to find a way to rescue Yi Qingyun and clear his name. Later, for some unknown reason, he became crazy and wanted to break into the heavenly prison to kill Yi Qingyun. Now he has lost his mind again and broke through the cordon, wanting to kill Yi Qingyun in public with so many people from other sects around him. Is this a sincere attempt to turn the sword sect into a laughingstock? Chapter 116. Is that so? Then you die. However, facing the questioning of Taishu Sword Master, as well as the suppression from many powerful people from other sections, Mu Beiling did not show any fear or panic. She raised her head, and the depths of her cold eyes were filled with bloodshot veins filled with madness, and she coldly locked her eyes on Yi Qingyun, who was protected behind them. Every word he spoke made people feel a chill in their hearts. He deserves to die. I was the one who brought this damned fellow up the mountain, and I should be the one to kill him. When I think of the tragic scenes of Guhan's past life that I had seen in the reincarnation mirror. When I think of Guhan, who was so gentle and ran around for them, ending up in disgrace and with such a miserable end. Mu Beiling's anger and murderous intent were like a flood that burst through a dam, gushing out uncontrollably. Mu Beiling's cultivation is not weak, and now he is only one step away from the supreme realm. In addition, he has been completely engulfed by anger and murderous intent, and his whole body is overloaded with energy. Even several elders of the Holy Land felt a tremendous chill and even fear under the influence of such a terrifying aura. Lu Ruyan in the crowd was also completely shocked by this scene. When Master broke into the heavenly prison earlier, there were rumors that Master wanted to break into the heavenly prison and cut junior brother Qingyun into pieces. At first, she completely scoffed at such rumors. I feel that everyone has misunderstood Master's intention. Master wants to break into the heavenly prison and rescue junior brother Qingyun. But now she finally realized that her master really wanted to kill junior brother Qingyun. But why is this happening? It was clear that not long ago, Master was still busy with junior brother Qingyun's affairs, and even wanted to clear his name. The expression of Taishu's Sword Master kept changing, and Mu Beiling's aura had begun to run wild. He wanted to raise his sword again and move forward to directly cut off Yi Qingyun's head. If there weren't so many powerful people from the sect present, he might not be able to stop it alone. Several powerful men from the major sects combined their magical powers to carve a suppression formation and barely suppressed it. Taishu's Sword Master sighed and earnestly advised, "Bai Ling, Qingyun has already indirectly proven himself by taking the heavenly Dao oath. Although his actions just now were indeed immoral, they do not warrant the death penalty. As the peak master of the sword-asking sect, you cannot let your personal emotions affect the overall situation." "Master, I just want to ask one question." Mu Beiling seemed to have regained some of her sanity, but for some reason, the murderous intent and emotions in the depths of her pupils became even more terrifying and vast like an abyss. His cold, lifeless eyes swept over everyone, including the Taishu Sword Master. "Are you determined to stop me from killing him?" The entire space suddenly became frozen and depressing, like the prelude to a storm. As soon as Mu Beiling said this, the expressions of the many powerful people present changed again. They all considered whether they were willing to risk their own lives to save Yi Qingyun, whom even they wanted to kill. Mu Beiling's condition is obviously not right at the moment, and she might fight to the death with them at all costs. It would be fine if you can stop it, but if you can't, you will be seriously injured at best, and die on the spot at worst. The Taishu Sword Master was just about to play the family card through the master-disciple relationship. Yi Qingyun's voice suddenly rang out. "Master, are you really going to kill me? I know that all the evidence of what happened in the secret realm points to me. Even if I swear to heaven to prove my innocence, I cannot completely clear myself of suspicion." Yi Qingyun looked painful, and his tone was full of self-blame and mockery. To outsiders, he looks like a miserable person who is not trusted and has been forced into a desperate situation. But in front of Mu Bailing, who had seen the scenes of time and space in his previous life through the reincarnation mirror, Yi Qingyun's performance seemed both exaggerated and hypocritical. The other person's expression was not one of painful self-mockery, but one of mocking her as a brainless idiot. To laugh at her, Yi Qingyun only needed to use a little trick to fool her and even make her feel moved. Anger is being suppressed and murderous intent is accumulating. But Yi Qingyun had no idea what Mu Bailing was thinking and continued to perform hard. It was you who brought me to the sword-asking sect and allowed me to embark on the path of cultivation. I have always been very grateful to you. In a sense, you have also cultivated me. As he spoke, Yi Qingyun slowly closed his eyes, opened his arms, and looked calm and relieved. If killing me can help you vent your anger, master, then please kill me. That's right, he was trying to influence his master by taking a step forward, and even used this incident to indirectly strengthen his relationship with his master. Qingyun, you. Yi Qingyun's words made Old Bai, who existed in the consciousness space, a little anxious. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was something seriously wrong with Mu Bailing's mental state. Yi Qingyun's words were not a retreat, but were likely to further irritate the other party. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yi Qingyun smiled confidently, extremely determined. I know exactly what kind of person my master is. She would never. Really? Then go to hell. Boom. A voice filled with boundless murderous intent and an extremely violent aura erupted at the same time. Mu Bailing's murderous intent and anger, which had accumulated to the extreme, completely erupted in Yi Qingyun's exaggerated and pretentious performance. The power that a strong man who is infinitely close to the supreme realm does not hesitate to burn his soul and consume the power of origin to explode has exceeded the range that many strong men present can bear. Even if some of them could stop it, no one would be brave enough to save an insignificant Yi Qingyun at the cost of being seriously injured. Everyone almost subconsciously moved away from Mu Bailing. Suddenly, Yi Qingyun completely lost the protection of many powerful people, and all his weaknesses and vital points were clearly exposed to Mu Bailing. According to her original plan, she should have cut off Yi Qingyun's head and presented it to Gu Han to atone for her sins. But at this moment she was completely replaced by boundless murderous intent and anger. Does this guy deserve to have his body intact? She wanted to tear this despicable villain in front of her into pieces, completely destroy his soul and body, and make him never be reborn. Let him experience the most painful death. Boom! With a sword strike, the brilliant sword energy turned into a rushing torrent, with unparalleled power, pouring down towards Yi Qingyun below. Even if it hasn't fallen completely yet, it's still in mid-air. The sharp sword energy emitted is like the bright sun. The terrifying power released caused Yi Qingyun's skin to crack inch by inch, and large pieces of flesh and blood kept falling from his body. The whole person is like a candle that is about to melt. Mr. Bai. Save me. Yi Qingyun never thought that his master actually wanted to kill him. But there was no time for him to doubt, he almost shouted out subconsciously, wanting to grab this last straw. However, his voice had barely escaped his lips when his consciousness fell into an endless abyss. In the end, he still couldn't figure out why his master killed him so decisively. Chapter 117, The Dream I Once Had has lost its meaning now. Rumble. Mu Bailing's sword almost unleashed all of her strength. At first glance, it looked like a huge sun was falling, stirring up endless waves of flames. Wherever it passed, the earth was shattered layer by layer and the runes melted away inch by inch. The overly bright sword light caused stinging pain in the eyes of all the monks, making it difficult for them to open their eyes and see clearly what was happening in the center of the square. Fortunately, many powerful people from various sects gathered here. Otherwise, with this one sword, Mu Bailing would have to drag many lucky disciples to be buried with Yi Qingyun. Gu Han, who was standing under a big tree in the distance, took in the entire scene and became silent for a moment. Countless images echoed in my mind. Some people say that when the dreams of youth are fulfilled in adulthood, they suddenly become boring. He has a similar feeling now. In his previous life, he longed so much that he longed for his master to see Yi Qingyun's true face. I long for master to firmly believe in me just once, even just once. But what was exchanged for repeated expectations and desires was repeated disappointment and repeated falls into the abyss. So that the passionate heart has long been riddled with holes, and all the enthusiasm has turned into coldness. Now, he has obtained the system and the help of Su Lingyue, Xiaobingli, and others. In some aspects, he can even confront Yi Qingyun head-on despite the influence of the plot. There is absolutely no need for that, and I don't care what Mu Beiling thinks of Yi Qingyun. But fate plays tricks on us and things don't go as we wish. He saw the scene he had wanted to see the most when he least needed it. The sword energy roared and lingered for a long time. It was not until a long while later that the roaring sound that penetrated the eardrum gradually subsided. Looking up, the huge square was already in ruins. The earth sank inward layer by layer, turning into a huge deep pit with some magma still flowing. In the deep pit, all traces of Yi Qingyun had long since disappeared, not even a trace of residue was left. The only thing left is a special token made of special material and engraved with the words Qingyun. Mu Beiling held a long sword in her hand, her head lowered, her hair spread out, covering most of her face. His emotionless eyes looked at the completely shattered token. That was a token made specifically for Yi Qingyun using special materials that she had found for him. There was also some blood stains on it. The aura belonging to Yi Qingyun had been completely wiped out by her sword energy. Rumble. At this moment, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and deep in the clouds, there was a faint sound of lightning snakes exploding and rolling. Faintly, everyone even felt an illusory power of heaven, or even a kind of anger. It is obvious that Yi Qingyun has proved his innocence through the heavenly oath, indirectly clearing his suspicion. But Mu Beiling's act of killing him vaguely angered the legendary way of heaven. In an instant, lightning snakes appeared everywhere, strong winds blew, and heavy rain poured down, like sharp knives falling on Mu Beiling. Ha ha ha. The sudden astronomical phenomenon shocked everyone present and also woke up Mu Beiling. Her body moved slightly and she laughed softly. Under the gazes of countless incredulous people, her laughter grew louder and louder. His expression became more and more crazy. Mu Beiling raised her head and opened her arms, letting the raindrops like knives hit her. The snow-white skin was faintly visible against the wet clothes, and the hair was tightly attached to the beautiful face. She clearly looked extremely embarrassed at the moment, but her whole body was filled with a kind of fearless madness. Her beautiful eyes, filled with all kinds of emotions, stared at the depths of the sky, as if she was talking to God, or to her past self. Heaven? Are you worthy of being called the just heaven? Such a despicable person, the source of all suffering, was able to swear an oath to the heavens to avoid being punished by you. Are you like me, eyeless or brainless? As the god, you believe he is innocent and want to protect him? But as his master, I believe he is guilty, so he must die. You think he is innocent and want to protect him? But now I killed him in front of you, what can you do? Ha 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 ha. Mu Beiling seemed to have completely fallen into a state of madness, and her laughter became more and more wantonly and arrogant. I don't know if it was tears or rain, but it kept flowing down her cheeks. Hunter, Master has stood up for you. The one who brought you pain in the past and future, Master has helped you kill. The pain that belongs to you in the future will never happen again. The rain was pouring down and thunder was booming deep in the dark clouds. A woman in white stood in the center of the storm, seeming to be laughing and crying. This scene is really too visually impactful. All the stunned monks present were frightened to the point of their scalps going numb, and they looked at Mu Beiling with fear. Crazy. Really crazy. Her behavior is going against the will of heaven and challenging the laws of nature. Aren't you afraid of being struck by divine punishment and completely annihilated? Rumble. After a brief pause in the thunder, even more violent thunder exploded in the depths of the blue clouds. It was as if the ethereal heaven was really angered by Mu Beiling's behavior and was planning to bring down endless thunder punishment. But no one noticed. As a strange aura spread from the direction of the demon locking tower, the originally furious thunder paused slightly. After a few more explosions, the power gradually subsided. Even after the thunder completely disappeared and the dark clouds retreated, the surroundings remained silent and frozen. All the monks did not focus their attention on the dark clouds that disappeared silently. Countless people were still staring blankly at the woman in white standing in the middle of the square like a piece of wood. Many high-ranking officials of the sword-asking sect fell silent. What Mu Bailing did just now was completely crazy. For the sake of the sect's safety, they should suppress it as soon as possible after the incident is over to prevent the other party from causing any further negative impact. However, Mu Bailing's madness just now was like being reborn from the ashes, breaking down and then standing up again. The shackles of the realm that had been impossible to break through for many years were actually broken directly in the madness just now. Not only did he break through to the supreme realm, but his cultivation level also showed a trend of continuing to rise. The strongest person in the supreme realm. This can be considered top-notch in the entire Xuanshu continent. Because Yi Qingyun is a dead man. Choosing to purge the future backbone of such a sect is somewhat foolish and not worth the cost. At first they were still angry about Mu Bailing's crazy act of killing Yi Qingyun. Now I suddenly feel a little fortunate that Yi Qingyun died a worthy death after all. Chapter 118. If he doesn't drink, do I have to light some incense for him? Master Junior Brother Qingyun. When Lu Ruyan in the crowd saw this scene, she felt as if all the strength had been drained from her body. She turned extremely pale and gradually collapsed to the ground. The pupils gradually lost focus and became dim and grayish. The scenes that just happened have completely shattered her worldview. So much so that she couldn't believe it. I can't believe what just happened is real. Master actually killed Junior Brother Qingyun in public. But why is this happening? Master, hasn't you always valued Junior Brother Qingyun? Isn't Master also a person who values affection the most? Why could such a living person be killed just like that? Luo Baiji also seemed a little dazed. After she came to her senses, there was a hint of regret in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Although Yi Qingyun did have some problems, he was still her junior brother who had been with her for some time after all. Now that he was being beheaded in public, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel uncomfortable. However, she was even more confused, wondering if her master had become a different person in the past 2 days. Soon, a flash of inspiration came to my mind. She had thought of something. His eyes subconsciously looked at Chu Yue. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. After all, after Master spent some time with senior sister Yue, he started to go crazy. As a senior sister, I should know something about the cause of the matter. Chu Yue did not respond immediately. She did not feel much sadness about Yi Qingyun's death. Moreover, since Yi Qingyun could make her master so crazy, he must be more sinister than she thought. However, the fragments of the mirror of reincarnation have been completely shattered. Considering Master's current condition, if I ask him myself, I probably won't get anything out of it. Her eyes wandered among the crowd, and Chu Yue focused her gaze on Gu Han. Now that Yi Qingyun, who was suspected to be the source of pain for senior brother, is dead, I believe senior brother should be happy too, right? Gu Han, who was leaning against a big tree at the moment, was in a good mood. He even took out a jar of good wine and drank it to celebrate. The main reason was naturally not that his stupid master killed Yi Qingyun. If the protagonist of this book is so easy to kill, he killed it as soon as he was resurrected. There were so many gifts prepared for that bastard Yi Qingyun in the secret realm, but he still couldn't kill this guy. This is enough to show how disgusting it is that he has the halo of the protagonist. An ancient fantasy novel about dragons and arrogant people, in which all the protagonists are indestructible cockroaches. There will always be a blessing in disguise, and he will return as the Dragon King again. Furthermore, the force behind Yi Qingyun, which is suspected to be a big family in the fairy world, is not someone to be trifled with. I had already left a special backup plan for Yi Qingyun, even something similar to a resurrection armor. However, he had already expected this. That's why, after capturing Yi Qingyun's cousin, he went to the trouble of setting a deadline to give him time to rescue his relatives. The purpose is to force Yi Qingyun, who might come back to life, to step into the trap. If you're lucky, you can make this guy die again so that he can never be resurrected. If this were the case, he would have to confront the big family in the fairy world behind Yi Qing-yun in advance. With the two forces he has built now, he is completely unable to become an enemy of the entire underworld. Under the influence of the immortal world's hunting order, he will inevitably start a life of hiding and fleeing. If you're unlucky. Yi Qing-yun did not fulfill his promise to come and rescue his cousin. Then he could turn his cousins into some kind of chess pieces, or even make them become enemies in love and kill each other. Anyway, no matter how you calculate it, you won't lose out. As the cannon fodder villain of this book, he has to be cautious. Ding! It's detected that the heroine Mu Beiling and the protagonist Yi Qing-yun have completely broken off relations and have become mortal enemies. Congratulations to the owner for completing a villain plot and receiving a reward of 8,000 villain points. When Yi Qing-yun heard the announcement from the system, the smile on his face became more intense. This is really another pleasant surprise. I have to open another jar of good wine and celebrate properly. This scene seems really weird. The surroundings were silent, and everyone was so frightened by what had just happened that they dared not breathe. But Gu-han, one of the main characters, did not have any psychological burden, and even drank wine without hesitation. Gu-han. You're Yi Qing-yun's senior brother. Now that Yi Qing-yun has suffered such an unexpected disaster, as a senior brother, not only have you not shown any pain, but you are even in the mood to drink here. Don't you find your own cold-bloodedness ridiculous? An angry shout suddenly rang out. Gu-han took another big sip of wine and looked up at the person who spoke. It was Tang Yu, one of the few good brothers that Yi Qing-yun had in the entire sect. Later in a subsequent plot, he became a tool of Yi Qing-yun. After being exploited and losing his value, he was used as a shield by Yi Qing-yun and died as an idiot in a secret place. Gu-han sneered, "If he doesn't drink, do I have to light some incense for him?" Seeing that Gu-han didn't take him seriously at all and continued to drink, Tang Yu was so angry that his face turned red. "Brother, I know Yi Qing-yun really wanted to slander you just now. But flies don't bite seamless eggs. If you really don't have any problems, why would Qing-yun teachers and students?" Bang! Before he could finish his words, a crisp and pleasant slapping sounded without warning. Tang Yu seemed to be hit by a terrible force. His left cheek caved in, and several bloodstained teeth flew out along with large mouthfuls of blood. The whole person did a Thomas spin and fell to the ground with a thud. Ouch! Just now a fly was buzzing here, disturbing my peace and quiet. I subconsciously raised my hand, and how did I accidentally hit you? Hua Jieyu appeared out of nowhere and covered her slightly open red lips with her delicate hands, looking in disbelief at Tang Yu, who was writhing in pain on the ground. "Are you okay, little one? You are too careless. You were talking so loudly just now that I mistaken you for a fly. But you can't blame me. If you really had no problem, I wouldn't have hit you, right?" Hearing this, Tang Yu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This witch from the Red Leaf sect has reached the supreme realm. How could she have accidentally hit him? It was obviously intentional. "Hua Jieyu, what do you mean?" The elder of the sword-asking sect, who happened to be nearby, was also instantly awakened by Hua Jieyu's sudden slap. Although what Tang Yu just said did sound like meddling, it was none of his business whether Gu-han was drinking, but he insisted on interjecting, and he deserved the beating. But, in the final analysis, the other party is still a disciple of their One Jin sect, and this places their One Jin sect's territory. Now, the disciples of their sect were inexplicably slapped in public by Hua Jieyu. If they don't show any reaction at all, it would be a disgrace to their own sect. Yeah. Hua Jieyu pretended to be frightened and looked at the elder of the sword-asking sect, who had stepped forward in disbelief. "So none of you guys are dead? Just now this guy said something so daring, and you didn't react for a long time." Hua Jieyu's voice was sincere, but also had a certain infuriating and sarcastic tone. "I thought you were all dead, so I'm here to discipline the mute disciples for you. I'm such a kind-hearted person, you guys wouldn't be so petty as to blame me, right?" No way? No way? Chapter 119, give you another chance? Do you think you deserve it? Said. Hua Jieyu also cast a smug and prey-seeking look at Gu-han. Didn't we agree on this? I'll be your exclusive mouthpiece? As your personal mouthpiece, I'll naturally speak for you anytime, anywhere. Guhan almost spit out the wine that was already in his throat. Because he felt Hua Jieyu's strange gaze again, and he was glancing in the wrong direction. He was afraid that the witch from the Red Leaf sect would say something shameful and vicious again. Hua Jieyu smiled, provoking Guhan with her eyes, and then said with a smile, Han, your sect really has too many talented people. Staying here will only make you suffer. Come to my Red Leaf sect. As long as you come, I and all the female cultivators in our sect will be your most solid supporters. These shameless words made the sword-asking sect elders extremely angry. Before entering the secret realm of Zhengzhou, Hua Jieyu wanted to poach people in public. Now that he is in their sect, he still dares to say such shameless words. This really treats them as dead. At this time, Tang Yu, who was enduring the pain, had already climbed up from the ground in a mess. He stared at Gu Han, who was still drinking, with a look of regret and anger. Senior brother Gu, I have always regarded you as my idol. You have always been extremely caring towards every disciple in our sect. Everyone regarded you as the most respected senior brother. But ever since that incident, you have completely changed. The complete lack of fellowship has made us. Tang Yu didn't finish his words. There was only a loud bang. He was hit by a gust of wind filled with terrifying power, and flew backwards like a ball of meat, somersaulting several times on the ground. It slammed hard into a distant hill, raising a cloud of dust, and the figure that was flying backwards was barely stopped. However, this terrifying force completely shattered all his bones and he fell into a coma. The entire space fell into silence again due to the sudden change. Everyone subconsciously looked up. At some point, Mu Bailing appeared not far from Guhan. At this moment, she was retracting her jade-like hand, and her beautiful eyes and voice were equally cold and terrifying. Who do you think you are? Hunter, are you qualified to point fingers at me when I do things? As she spoke, her gaze turned to Hua Jieyu again. Hua Jieyu restrained her smile. She could feel the hostility in Mu Bailing's beautiful eyes, as well as the particularly oppressive aura. But as a supreme being, she naturally has the capital to be fearless. The terrifying aura of the supreme realm lingered from his body, affecting the vast area of space around him, causing it to twist and tremble slightly. There was also a terrifying aura brewing in the depths of her eyes, and she looked at Mu Bailing without dodging. In the center where their eyes met, it seemed as if invisible thunder was constantly colliding and exploding, causing many monks around them to feel a palpitation of fear. Honor is my disciple, and I raised him since he was a child. From today on, I will stand up for him for any injustice he suffers. Mu Bailing's voice was cold and firm. I will do my best to make up for the mistakes I made before. Please don't bother Taoist Jieyu to meddle in other people's business. Hua Jieyu narrowed her beautiful eyes and a playful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Although he didn't say anything, the emotions flowing deep in her pupils also showed that she didn't take Mu Bailing's words to heart at all. After a declaration of sovereignty, Mu Bailing turned around, the coldness on her face quickly disappeared, and a trace of vicissitudes and fatigue appeared at the corner of her mouth, but with a kind of extremely flattering arc. The previous madness and exhaustion made him look particularly embarrassed, but now, combined with the flattery shown above, he revealed a strange sense of poignant beauty. She dropped the sword in her hand. He carefully took out a jade pendant from his arms. The jade pendant had countless cracks on its surface and was stained with a little blood. That was Yi Qingyun's life token, and now there was no trace of Yi Qingyun's aura in it. She held the broken jade token carefully in her hand and handed it to Guhan. Honor. I have personally killed Yi Qingyun, this despicable and sinister villain. The guy who brought you so much pain is dead. Master saw it. He saw the pain you once went through, Honor. He saw the scene where you fell into the abyss. I also know that you, Honor, have given Master many chances, but Master did not cherish them. It was Master who disappointed you time and time again. Mu Bailing had disheveled hair and looked disheveled. She kept muttering, saying words that many cultivators could not understand at all. In the end, a hint of begging gradually appeared in the tone, becoming stronger and stronger. Master truly knows he was wrong. Look, the moment Master learned the truth, he killed Yi Qingyun, who had caused you so much pain. What happened in the future wouldn't have happened and you wouldn't have suffered the same pain you once did. Honor, please give me another chance, okay? Just once, please give me one last chance. Let's go back to the life we had 10 years ago, okay? Mu Beiling's voice became a little dry and hoarse, and she reached out with a trembling hand to grab the corner of Guhan's clothes. It was silent all around. Be it the young cultivators or the older generation of warriors, their pupils shrank like needles at this moment, and their brains were completely blank and shut down due to excessive shock. Mu Beiling, a famous beauty in Xuanshu continent, is now a highly respected supreme power. At this moment, in front of a young junior, and in front of his own apprentice, he actually showed such a humble and begging look. In the crowd, Lu Ruyan, who was already on the verge of collapse from the pain, heard what the master said. I vaguely understood something. She had heard senior sister Yu Wei talk about past lives before. Now, after hearing her master say those incomprehensible words, she has gradually understood a lot of things. The senior sister obtained the reincarnation mirror from the secret realm of Zhengzhou, allowing the master to see the scenes of his previous life. Turn out to be. Yi Qingyun is the source of pain and misfortune for senior brother. Turn out to be. Yi Qingyun, whom she had always wanted to protect, was a despicable and sinister villain who was good at framing others. She was like a hopeless idiot, time and time again, completely unable to tell the difference. Everyone's eyes were focused on the figure in white. The corners of Guhan's mouth curled up slightly, and his sluggish body finally moved. Give you another chance? He bent down slightly, and the curve of his mouth became clearer and more obvious. What do you think? Are you worthy? After a sneer. He moved without any gentleness as he pulled out the corner of the clothes that Mu Beiling was holding in her hand. Regardless of the fact that Mu Beiling was carried away, she staggered and almost fell to the ground. He brushed off the dust on his robe, turned around gracefully, raised his head and took a sip of wine. The drops of wine drifted down with the breeze, stained with the glow of the morning light. His white robe emitted a faint golden arc, and his figure was upright as he walked towards the morning light. Chapter 120. Now I know I was wrong, my eyes are filled with clear wind, and everything is wrong. The world remains frozen. Mu Beiling, a powerful person in the Supreme Realm, now looks like an ordinary person with no cultivation. He completely lost his strength and fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Honor, please give me a chance, okay? She moved in a hurry and looked confused. He struggled to grab the long sword that was thrown not far away. If you're still not satisfied, you can use this sword to vent your anger on me. If all else fails, you can kill me. Master is willing to make amends for you. She struggled and begged. Perhaps the previous outburst had completely drained her of her strength. Or maybe Guhan's cold words were too much of a blow to her. It was so severe that even she, a powerful Supreme Realm expert, was completely unable to hold the sword. His movements were choppy, he kept standing up and falling down again. His vision was completely blurred, and his voice was hoarse and dry. Honor, Master, please. The mist of tears continued to surge, and eventually turned into hot tears that kept flowing down, wetting the soil under their feet. Please give me another chance. She finally lost her strength and fell to the ground in a very embarrassing manner. Regardless of the mud on her white dress. Regardless of his current awkward and ridiculous posture, he struggled to catch up with the figure in white that was getting farther and farther away. But in the end, under the complicated or regretful gazes of countless monks, this powerful supreme being fell to the ground again. But this time, she seemed to have completely lost her strength and did not get up again. He lay on the ground in a mess, his body shaking, crying loudly, crying uncontrollably and unable to stand up. And the figure in white, walking farther and farther away in the morning light, would look up from time to time and take a big sip of wine. The movements are graceful and smooth. But his heart seemed to have died completely long ago. From beginning to end, he never turned back to look at her. He just left like that, as if he had made some kind of decision long ago. Suddenly, an old man in the crowd looked at Mu Beiling, shook his head and smiled, then sighed, and said, "Now I know that I was wrong, and my heart is sad and confused." Red tears are hard to hold back, eyes are filled with clear wind, everything is wrong. Soon. This absurd and fantastic trial spread like a storm across the entire Shuanshu continent, causing countless cultivators to discuss it widely. No one was prepared for this. Things actually developed in such a dramatic direction. Yi Qingyun proved his innocence through the heavenly oath. But his master, Mo Bailing, went against the will of heaven and killed Yi Qingyun under the watchful eyes of heaven. What's even more ridiculous is that this powerful person has already broken through to the supreme realm. He was as humble as a dog and begged for forgiveness from his other disciple. But I have to say, although Yi Qingyun is a bit sinister, he does have some skills. I heard from our sect elders that after Mu Bailing killed Yi Qingyun, the will of heaven seemed to be enraged and even wanted to send down thunder punishment to punish him. To be able to cause the will of heaven to make such a strange move, Yi Qingyun must have an extraordinary background, and is very likely a person blessed by great fortune. So what if he is a person favored by great fortune? Another cultivator sneered, he's just a despicable villain. In the end, he even wanted to drag down Brother Guhan, who has taken care of him many times. He deserves to die. In a mountain range hundreds of miles away from the sword-asking sect, several cultivators discussed this matter, commenting on Yi Qingyun from time to time and bursting into laughter. After the aura of these monks completely disappeared. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard deep in the dense forest. A figure with tattered clothes and disheveled hair walked out. At this moment, his face was filled with anger, and his knuckles made crackling sounds because he clenched his fist with too much force. This was Yi Qingyun, who should have been completely destroyed and vanished into thin air under Mu Bailing's sword energy. Laugh at your mother, laugh, laugh, laugh. Yi Qingyun, who was forced to use his last life-saving trump card, was already extremely angry. The special divine power contained in the jade pendant left to him by his parents had largely disappeared, leaving only an extremely faint trace. Now that he has just been resurrected, he hears people talking about him like a clown. He immediately wanted to draw out his pitch-black heavy sword and chase after them, smashing to death those guys who were making fun of him. However, all the things on his body had completely melted away under Mu Bailing's sword energy, leaving him empty for a moment. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyun felt both angry and aggrieved. Damn it! Mu Bailing is so cruel. She actually killed me without even saying anything. Why didn't she seem so decisive towards Guhan back then? As he spoke, Yi Qingyun kicked a lucky rabbit that happened to pass by away, his face gloomy to the extreme. Although he had only been with his master for less than half a year. But it was also through her daily behavior that I could see the character of my master. Previously, he had wanted to use the previous kindness card to further influence his master. Further weaken master's hatred and hostility towards him. But he didn't expect that his actions seemed to stimulate his master even more, making her completely crazy. She directly used the most cruel method to kill him, which made him look like a clown. He really suspected that his master was essentially an idiot who never used his brain when doing things. The depression and anger in his heart became more and more intense. After venting for a while, Yi Qingyun finally calmed down and began to think about what to do next. He definitely couldn't go back to the Wenjian sect, otherwise he would be killed again by that crazy woman Mu Bailing. Now the only options left for him are to change his identity, go to another continent, or join another new sect. The thoughts in my mind began to wander again. He thought of what his master said about him being the culprit and the source of pain for Guhan. Although I don't know the specific reason, it is definitely related to that kid Guhan. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When he achieves something in the future, he will make that guy Guhan pay the price. Just when Yi Qingyun turned around and wanted to leave, the old Bai in his mind suddenly spoke and kindly reminded him. Qingyun, have you forgotten something important? Your cousins are currently in the hands of the demonic monks. They asked you to go to the northern wilderness mountains in the next few days, otherwise. Yi Qingyun paused and his face turned slightly pale. Yes, how could he forget such an important thing? Mr. Bai, can you? No, you can't, don't ask. Old Bai said anxiously. You know yourself that those powerful people from Tianyin Holy Land disappeared like air after heading to the northern mountains. If your cultivation can be compared with those strong men in Tianyin Holy Land, I won't stop you if you go. But if not, you'll just be delivering food to them if you go." These words made Yi Qingyun feel so frustrated that he revealed a constipated expression. "What should I do then? Wouldn't you save your cousins?" Now that the Tsungfuyi family has been destroyed, the only blood relatives he has left in this world are these two cousins. Yi Qingyun's expression kept changing, and he seemed to be making a decision. Finally, as if making up some kind of decision, it quickly moved towards a certain area. "Qingyun, are you going in the wrong direction?" Bai Lao reminded in a gentle voice, "That's not the road to the northern wasteland mountains." "I know I can't save my cousins now. I'm sure they won't just sit there and watch me die. My two cousins have always been very sensible. When I have learned enough, I will definitely avenge them." Bai Lao. It sounds so generous and righteous. In fact, one still has to sacrifice one's own blood to the heavens, so that one has unlimited magical powers? Your cousins will definitely thank you. Chapter 121, All is Expected, Bloodline Tracing. Northern Wilderness Mountains. Han Mengyao and other powerful members of the Blood Moon Demon sect, who had been waiting for the deadline, couldn't help but frown. There is only 1 or 2 hours left before the deadline. Why is there still no sign of that guy? According to their speculation, Yi Qingyun allowed an unknown powerful being to protect these two rookies for such a long time after his family was destroyed. He must have valued these two people very much. With this factor in mind, even if the other party doesn't have the confidence to save the two of them, they should find a way to confront them through other means. But these days, Yi Qingyun has been silent at all, as if he is really dead. "Humph. Just kill me. Brother Qingyun has seen through your schemes and will never come." The younger Yi Xin spoke again stubbornly. Although she was young, her words revealed a selfless spirit of, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" On the other hand, Yi Xiao, his elder brother, also had the same awareness. Another hour passed. "Humph. Don't be so proud, Brother Qingyun will definitely come to save me." Another hour passed. "Brother Qingyun, where are you? If you don't come, Xiner will be killed by them, woo." As his elder brother, Yi Zhao's expression also became extremely ugly. After the continuous indoctrination of Han Mengyao and others these days, the reason why their Tsungfengyi family perished was actually because Yi Qingyun provoked an existence that he should not have provoked. In the end, their entire family was wiped out. As the culprit, Yi Qingyun not only did not suffer any losses, but was said to be doing very well in the sword-asking sect, looking very cool. The ever-approaching fear of death gradually ignited the anger suppressed in his heart. It was obvious that this guy was the culprit, but now not only did he not come to take over the mess he left behind, he even decided to watch them die. He really didn't expect that his cousin Yi Qingyun, whom he had admired since childhood, was such a selfish person. TSK tisk TSK. Another half-hour passed, and Han Mengyao lightly shook her head and said, "It seems that your cousin Qingyun has given up on you and is not even planning to rescue you." "Sect Master, what should we do with this group of people next?" A powerful man from the Blood Moon Demon sect asked with a respectful fist clasped. Upon hearing this, Yi Xin and Yi Xiao shuddered all over and couldn't help shaking. There was a cruel cold light flashing in the beautiful eyes of the red-eyed girl who was about the same age as them. "What else can I do? Of course I'll kill him. However, these two guys have delayed the adults for so long, and delayed us for so long. We can't let them die too easily. Chop off their limbs and throw them into the bloodworm abyss. Periodically cast a healing spell on them and let them stay there for a year or so." Han Mengyao very kindly explained what the bloodworm abyss was. This is a special forbidden area created by the Blood Moon Demon sect specifically for refining poisonous insects. It collects all kinds of strange insects with hideous appearances and poisonous properties. Especially when I heard that some of these bugs like to burrow into people's skin, or even into their brains, to suck blood and flesh. Yi Xin and Yi Xiao suddenly got goosebumps all over their bodies, their faces looked as pale as death. You are a bunch of lunatics. Demons. As a young girl, Yi Xin is extremely resistant to things like insects. Not to mention staying in there for a year or two. Moreover, Han Mangyao would have people cast healing spells on them regularly to help them heal the wounds caused by insect bites, and then continue the previous biting process, repeating the cycle over and over again. The other person was obviously about the same age as them, but why did he say such vicious and cruel words? Isn't Yi Qingyun the culprit behind all this? Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. If you want to find someone, just go find him. Yi Xiao exclaimed in horror, why are you venting your hatred on us? I can't find him now. And he's good at escaping. Han Mengyao's lips curled up into a gentle smile, so I can only look for you. If he had been willing to come, I wouldn't have been unable to release you. It's a pity he's absconded. Han Mengyao's deliberate words completely stunned Yi and Yi Xin. But after a brief pause, all that filled their minds was anger and unwillingness. After being together for so many years, they finally realized that their cousin was such a sinister and selfish person. It's a pity that even if they wake up, it's too late. It seems that the deterrence is almost enough. Han Mengyao followed Gu Han's instructions and spoke again. But our demon sect has a special technique that can track and deduce people of the same clan based on their bloodline techniques. If you are willing to cooperate with us, help us track down your cousin. As long as you do a good job, I promise that our affairs can be written off. We will also give you very generous compensation. How about that? These words were like the last straw for a drowning man. The Yi Xiao brother and sister, who had originally fallen into despair, were both stunned and fell into a constant struggle and decision. Every wrong has its perpetrator. It was Yi Qingyun who put you in this situation. He's the culprit who caused you to face all the misery you're facing now. It's only right that you bring him back and make him pay the price. Under the guidance of Han Mengyao's slightly bewitching voice. After struggling a little, the Yi Xiao brother and sister struggled again, and a look of determination appeared in their eyes. Ask the Sword Sect. The cave where Gu Han was in seclusion. A piece of information suddenly entered his mind. Sir, we have done what you told us to do. Brother and sister Yi Xiao are willing to cooperate with the bloodline technique to hunt down and search for Yi Qingyun. Gu Han slowly opened his eyes, the corners of his lips slightly raised. The development of things has always been within his expectations. If Yi Qingyun is resurrected, he will really be so righteous that he decides to save his cousin. Then he will most likely die again, or even use up all his cards. This outcome is a huge win for him. Even though his actions caused some deviation in the plot, Yi Qingyun's choice changed and he decided not to save his cousin. Then he could take advantage of this incident and directly shake and seduce the Yi Xiao brother and sister, making them his tools to track down Yi Qingyun. If possible, these two people may play a crucial role in a later plot. Considering all aspects, no matter what decision Yi Qingyun makes, it will be beneficial to him in every way. Chapter 122, The Secret of the Military Character, the Thunder-Swallowing Demon Emperor. After gathering all the thoughts in my mind, Gu Han's mind moved slightly. Open the system panel and look at the column with the villain point. After accumulating some daily villain tasks over the past few days, the villain points he has accumulated have reached more than 80,000 points. I can exchange it for some things I need. Moreover, he also had to prepare for a plan for his future. Su Linyue will be able to escape from the demon locking tower soon. But this would almost consume all the demonic energy she had accumulated over the years, causing her to enter a period of weakness again. Next, he will try his luck in the system mall. See if you can find a treasure that can help Su Linyue further break through the seal and help reduce the loss of demonic energy. After all, the more strength Su Linyue retains, the more important role she can play in his future plans. A wide variety of goods continue to emerge. As his eyes wandered, Gu Han's gaze quickly locked onto the column of martial arts, and he had a surprising discovery that made his eyes light up. Soldier Secret, 34,000 villain points. Details: use magic weapons to defeat the world and control all things. When one cultivates to the extreme, he can seize countless treasures and destroy countless weapons. There is no limit to realm and no hindrance to bloodline. He was deeply impressed by the martial arts techniques with the word secret at the end of their names. After all, the Xing character's secret that he practiced had provided him with many helpful things on many occasions. Although this type of practice is indeed a bit expensive. But for him now, it is a top-notch martial art that is hard to come by. Without any hesitation, Guhan directly chose to spend 34,000 villain points to buy it. In a moment, with his extremely high comprehension, he quickly mastered this technique. After opening his eyes again, Guhan curled up the corners of his lips into a slight smile. In his memory, in a previous life, Yi Qingyun was extremely lucky and accidentally entered an extremely ancient cave and received the legacy of an ancient great man. He even got an ancient magical weapon, which was suspected to be recognized by the emperor's weapon. It was also with the help of this ancient magic weapon that Yi Qingyun's rise in that life became even more unstoppable, and he defeated many famous and powerful people. Now I have the blessing of the secret of the word Bing. He might be able to rely on this technique to achieve his goal earlier and gain recognition from that ancient magical weapon. He doesn't even need the approval of that ancient magic weapon. Maybe he can directly control it and use it for his own benefit. Just when Guhan wanted to continue looking for a suitable treasure, suddenly, I felt a strange breath fluctuation. After a moment of hesitation, he subconsciously took out something from the storage space. It was the glass stone bead he had obtained from the secret realm of Central Plains. This glass stone bead seemed to have its own life. Over the past few days, it had grown from the size of 2 palms to the size of a basketball. He originally thought it was a rare treasure. But after confirmation these days, it seems to be a strange egg that actually has life fluctuations. Click, click, click. Just as Guhan was using his mind to look carefully, the strange egg suddenly trembled, and countless spider-web-like cracks appeared on its surface. The cracks grew bigger and bigger, and soon spread to the entire body of the monster egg. Guhan held his breath and concentrated. Finally, under his gaze, there was a crisp sound of cracking. The eggshell was slowly pushed open by some force. First, 3 swaying black hairs came into view. Next, there was a red bird beak and a pair of shiny black eyes, which were now staring at Guhan without blinking. The space fell into silence, and the man and the bird stared at each other. There was only one thought that kept emerging in Guhan's mind. This shouldn't be a bird, it should be a chicken, right? Just as Guhan's thoughts were swirling, the little black chicken jumped out of the eggshell. After looking around, he immediately started cursing and swearing. Fuck! Damn it! Where did those little bastards come from? Is this still the demon world? As if it had realized something, the little black chicken then realized something. It looked at its body with a dull look, and suddenly became stiff as if struck by lightning. After coming to his senses, he was shaking all over and was so angry that he started cursing. Damn it! I knew that bitch was lying to me again. What do you mean I can recover after rebirth? With such weak power, I am as weak as a chicken now. I don't know where that damn woman died. I'm afraid I won't be able to find her even if I want to settle the score with her. After a while of cursing, the little black chicken finally noticed Guhan. Boy, you're lucky. I'm the true ancestor of the demon world, the thunder-devouring demon emperor. The little black chicken raised its head slightly, spread its wings, and its voice was full of pride. See me and bow down to me, chant my true name, and you will gain eternal life. The air still seemed unusually quiet. Guhan did not respond, looking at him as if he was watching a monkey performing a trick. It seemed that the little black chicken himself felt a little embarrassed, or perhaps he was irritated by Guhan's look, which was not hurtful but extremely insulting, and he suddenly became furious. Boy! Do you know who I am? I am the true ancestor of the demon world. If you don't bow to me, you are. The little black chicken, who originally spoke in a baby voice and whose voice was so arrogant that people wanted to strangle it to death on the spot, suddenly froze in place as if it had seen something terrible. Even the 3 ahog hairs on his head stood up high, and he looked extremely shocked and at a loss. Guhan noticed the other person's gaze and subconsciously followed the other person's gaze. He just happened to see the mark Su Ling Yue left on the back of his right hand, which was now buzzing and emitting some strange fluctuations. Isn't this Brother Wuji? I haven't seen you for many years. Are you so tired? Following this, an ethereal and pleasant voice sounded. A strange and sticky white mist suddenly appeared around Guhan, as 9 huge fox tails with various vast charms unfolded. A beautiful woman with a fairy-like face stretched out her white arms as white as lotus roots, affectionately put her arms around Guhan's neck, and lay lazily on him. But compared to her gentleness and intimacy towards Guhan, those eyes, like glass amethyst, were filled with a chilling light as they stared intently at the little black chicken that had been so arrogant and domineering just a moment ago but was now completely dull and stiff. The little black chicken who claimed to be the thunder-swallowing demon emperor was suddenly struck by lightning. Cold sweat kept oozing out from every corner of my body uncontrollably. It's over, Barbie is gone. He had just woken up from his deep sleep, so how come he met this woman? Is this woman so lucky? He was suppressed by so many big shots, but he is still alive? Besides, why was it that the cold moon demon ancestor, who he always knew as being cold and emotionless and known for his murderousness and ruthlessness, was so kind and gentle to a mere human? Chapter 123, named Genius, about to break free from the seal. Various thoughts kept popping up in my mind. The thunder-swallowing demon emperor couldn't help but shudder all over, no longer having the arrogance and domineering attitude he had at the beginning. A fawning look even appeared on the cute chicken's face. Sister Lunyu, how can I be worthy of you calling me brother? Just call me brother. What I just said was just a random thought. The bitch I was talking about was Ningbing. If that damn woman hadn't stabbed me in the back, I wouldn't be in this situation. I'm really not talking about you, Sister Lunyu. The thunder-swallowing demon emperor spoke without thinking, and it seemed that the more he explained, the worse things became and the more confused things became. At one point he even felt the Death Star shining above his head. It's over, he died just after he was born. Is he so unlucky? I just happened to meet the female devil Su Lunyu, and she happened to hear me saying bad things about her. Su Lunyu narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and the cold light in the depths of her pupils became more and more intense. If I heard correctly just now, you were threatening my Guhan and asking him to believe in you? Such a sudden statement made the thunder-swallowing demon emperor a little confused. Isn't this the point? But after feeling Su Lunyue's increasingly oppressive and terrifying aura, the thunder-swallowing demon emperor quickly begged for mercy. Sister Lunyu, I really didn't know this guy was yours. If I knew he was related to you, I wouldn't dare talk to him like that even if I had 100 guts. Big brother. That was all a misunderstanding. I've loved showing off since I was little. If I don't, I'll feel uncomfortable all over. I was blind just now and offended you, big brother. Please don't mind it. 30 years on the west side of the river, 30 years on the east side of the river. He will surrender first, and when he finds an opportunity in the future, he will definitely get back what he lost today. Guhan didn't care what the thunder-swallowing demon emperor was thinking. The demon emperor was too vague and illusory to him. In his eyes, the other party was just an ordinary little black chicken. He is a man of 8 feet tall, there is no need for him to bother with a chicken. As if realizing that Guhan didn't take this matter to heart, Su Lingyue calmed down a little. After once more examining the thunder-devouring demon emperor's current state, she spoke, although your body is frail now, your innate talent of swallowing all the thunder in the world is still there, right? Although the thunder-swallowing demon emperor didn't understand what Su Lunyue was trying to do, he still nodded in cooperation. Yes, yes. However, my body needs to absorb more thunder and recover further. Su Lunyue nodded slightly. It doesn't matter. Since your innate talent is still there, it means that your innate characteristics are still there. The innate characteristic of the thunder-swallowing demon emperor is that he has great immunity to all kinds of thunder in the world. Other monsters or other creatures that are struck by thunder will most likely be turned into charcoal and die on the spot. However, the thunder-swallowing demon emperor was able to withstand the heavenly thunder. In his prime, he could even face the ravages of the ocean of heavenly thunder head-on and remain alive. Next, I have a plan that requires your cooperation and help. As long as you do this, I promise that not only will the previous events be wiped out, but I can also help you return to your original state. As a bystander, Guhan immediately understood what Su Lunyue meant. Su Lingyue said not long ago that she had accumulated enough demonic energy and could find a suitable time to try to break through the seal of the demon locking tower. However, the demon locking tower is engraved with countless special prohibitions from ancient times. Once Su Lingyue tries to escape, she will be attacked by the restriction and even attract the arrival of many divine thunders of judgment. Even if she had the ability to withstand the bombardment of the judgment thunder, the price would be that most of the demonic energy she had accumulated over the years would be consumed. This little black chicken obviously has a great background and is extremely immune to heavenly thunder. If you use it as a kind of meat shield, it might have unexpected effects. The thunder-swallowing demon emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling suspicious. Although he always felt something was wrong, did he have the option of refusing? Very good. Seeing the thunder-swallowing demon emperor nod in agreement, Su Lingyue's mood became very good. Then you will follow my Guhan for the next few days. When the time comes, just cooperate with him. Wait until Su Lingyue's projection completely disappears. Only then did Guhan turn around and look at the thunder-swallowing demon emperor. Since I picked you up, I will be your master from now on. You have no objection? Hearing these words, the thunder-swallowing demon emperor gritted his teeth. He is the ancestor of the demon world, but now he has become a pet of a tiny human. It is such a shame. But does he dare to refute? From your appearance, you look like a little black chicken. How about this? I'll give you a name that's a little more common. Guhan touched his chin, his eyes suddenly lit up. Just call him Xiaohaizi. Several huge question marks suddenly appeared above the head of the thunder-swallowing demon emperor. He is the dignified ancestor of the demon world, a top existence that stands above countless terrifying demons. The damned human race actually gave him such a rustic and uncool name. Dislike? Before the little black chicken could get angry, Guhan could already tell that he didn't like this name. Then why don't I just call you Gni Taimei from now on? These words were like a match, which immediately ignited the powder keg that had been suppressed in the demon emperor's heart for a long time, and the whole chicken was about to explode. But Guhan was still explaining to himself. Don't be impatient. This name has a great history. There was once a great man like him. Even after going through several Dharma-ending ages, he still remained at the peak of his powers and was praised by the world. However, this name does carry a great deal of karma, and it's not necessarily something you can bear. Hearing these words, the thunder-swallowing demon emperor was so angry that he almost lost his mind. Good boy, just give him such an ugly name. He even said that he couldn't bear the consequences of this name. How shameless he is. You. The thunder-swallowing demon emperor was about to start cursing. But he suddenly heard an extremely oppressive voice coming from the ethereal space. The whole chicken trembled suddenly, and the original fragrance in its mouth changed drastically. You are a real genius at naming. If I can only choose one, I would choose the name Xiaohaizi. The thunder-swallowing demon emperor made this decision with great difficulty. There's nothing I can do about it. It's Su Lingyue's fault for letting the woman dote on this human boy so much. He couldn't even show any dissatisfaction to Guhan. You can't be so protective of your own shortcomings. Chapter 124, Things have come to this, but you have brought this upon yourselves. The main hall of Baiyu Peak. The hall was brightly lit, but the atmosphere seemed particularly depressing and tense. Xu Yue, Lu Ruyan, Luo Baiji and many other disciples of Baiyu Peak gathered here. At this moment they had different expressions, or were silent. Or looked pale from a severe blow. Or his face was full of heartache. At this moment, a sobbing sound suddenly rang out, breaking the oppressive and silent atmosphere. Big, hot tears couldn't help but flow out from the corners of Lu Ruyan's eyes. Her voice was shrill and dry, with a kind of anger and confusion. Master, why did you kill my junior brother? Although it is true that junior brother was suspected of deliberately throwing dirty water on senior brother during the trial, in the end, his crime does not deserve the death penalty. Besides, he has never done anything to let you down, master. Never done anything to let her down? Lu Ruyan's questioning quickly brought Mu Bailing, whose eyes still had traces of tears and pupils were out of focus, back to her senses. The gray pupils became deep again, and the dormant murderous intent revived again, becoming turbulent and violent. At this moment, she seemed to want to kill Lu Ruyan as well. The hall suddenly became more oppressive and solidified, and the air seemed to be gradually freezing. The murderous intent that suddenly surged out of Mu Bailing's body was captured by everyone with incredible keenness. "Master, you." Lu Ruyan's body froze and her pupils dilated slightly. An increasingly intense expression of disbelief gradually emerged. Was the master planning to kill her as well? However, when he thought about the source of Guhan's pain, he had already crushed it to ashes and beaten it to ashes by himself. The surging murderous intent quickly subsided. She stood up slowly with some sluggish and stiff movements, muttering in a voice that only she could hear. "Honor, I clearly killed him. Why are you still unwilling to forgive me? Isn't what Master did enough to satisfy you? That's right, in your past life, and before, there were so many people who framed you and laughed at you. When you were in trouble, so many people laughed at you, and so many scumbags tried to bully you behind your back. Even though it's a little late, Master must seek justice for you." Her voice grew louder and louder, echoing clearly in the ears of all the monks. The murderous intent inexplicably reappeared, becoming more and more intense. Like an invisible sword, it suddenly appeared and hovered above everyone's head, emitting a bone-chilling chill. The scalps of many disciples present suddenly felt numb, and some even turned pale and their legs trembled. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Mu Bailing's current condition was extremely abnormal. Is the Peak Master planning to settle the score later and make them pay the price together? Just when many young disciples could no longer suppress their fear and wanted to escape, they reported the matter to the Master. Rumble! Suddenly, a deafening thunder roared from the depths of the sky. The sudden roar of thunder interrupted everyone's thoughts. Subconsciously concentrating their attention to listen, everyone discovered in horror that the sound seemed to come from the demon locking tower. What on earth is going on? Above the demon locking tower, dark clouds were covering the sky, lightning snakes were dancing wildly, and the terrifying pressure from heaven and earth was rolling down like a backward river in the sky. Under such terrifying pressure, the entire earth was vibrating and buzzing. Many guardian elders of the sword-asking sect, and even the supreme elder who had been in seclusion and sleep for many years, were attracted. They hurriedly appeared with pale faces, looking at the sky with astonishment and fear. The history of the demon locking tower can actually be traced back to before the establishment of their sword sect. They asked why the sword sect was established. In fact, a big part of the reason was to guard the demon locking tower and prevent the big demon in the demon locking tower from being born. However, after countless years of sedimentation, many of the great monsters that were once imprisoned in the demon locking tower have died under the erosion of time. Even if he could withstand the erosion of time, his cultivation strength would still be far from its former peak. But now the demon locking tower has suddenly changed. It is very likely that the big demon suppressed inside has made some movement and wants to break free. Quick! Everyone, head to the demon locking tower and reinforce its seal. Those suppressed within the demon locking tower are all extremely vicious creatures from ancient times. If they are allowed to escape, the lives of all living beings on our Xuanchu continent will be devastated. This matter is of no small importance. Hurry and request assistance from powerful individuals from other sects. The sudden change caused the entire Swordwind sect to fall into complete chaos. Divine rainbows continued to appear in the sky, and even the ancestor of the sword-asking sect woke up and personally appeared to reinforce the seal of the demon locking tower. It was not until this moment that Mu Bailing suddenly came back to her senses from her trance. Is there something wrong with the demon locking tower? Honor. After a cry of surprise, Mu Bailing came to her senses belatedly and hurried towards the cave where Guhan was. She now doesn't care about the so-called sect and the demon locking tower at all. It seemed that Guhan was forcibly dragged into the demon locking tower by a big monster. She was afraid that the big demon would take advantage of the temporary problem with the seal of the demon locking tower and attack Guhan again. Just when the entire sword-asking sect was in complete chaos. Somewhere deep in the hidden void, a figure wearing a white smiling mask, whose aura completely blends into the void and cannot be detected by others, is standing in the void. The pair of cold eyes integrated into the mask were now emitting an emotionless cold light. Is this all finally happening? As a disciple of the sword-asking sect, he has never done anything to let the sect down. In his previous life, he had gone through fire and water for the sect many times and resolved many crises. On the contrary, it was the sect that owed him many times and disappointed him many times. Now, he was not too worried at all that helping Su Lingyue escape from the demon locking tower might indirectly lead to the sect suffering a disaster or even being razed to the ground. Moreover, for example, Xiao Ling, who had spoken for him in his previous life and had a good relationship with him, he had hinted or even explicitly told them to leave the sword-asking sect as soon as possible. As for whether they listen or not, that has nothing to do with him. Having done this, he has done his best. Thoughts gradually subsided. Guhan raised his hand. A jade array plate with a strange light flew out from the space vortex that was created out of thin air, humming and vibrating on its own, and hovered in Guhan's hand. This is the thunder control array that he exchanged from the system mall by spending 10,000 villain points. It can absorb the power of heavenly thunder and even use part of it for his own benefit. Although there is Xiao Haizi, the former thunder-swallowing demon emperor in the demon world. However, in order to avoid possible mistakes, necessary backup plans must be prepared. Looking at the countless monks from the sect below who were busy and running around, rushing towards the demon locking tower, trying to add to the seal. His expression was cold, and without any hesitation, he released a certain aura from his body and activated the thunder control array plate in his hand. Now that things have come to this, it's all your own fault. Chapter 125, The confinement is broken and the great demon emerges. Buzz. As the thunder control array plate was fully activated, countless golden words containing strange power flew out and instantly merged into the depths of the dark clouds. Towards the demon locking tower. Many powerful people from the sword-asking sect have gathered here. Rumble. Wave after wave of powerful demonic energy, like raging waves, continuously impacted the demon locking tower from the inside out. Countless dense cracks have appeared on the surface of the demon locking tower, which is made of special materials, and the ground has begun to collapse layer by layer, revealing abyss-like gaps. Many powerful warriors in the demon locking tower suffered a terrible backlash due to the terrifying demonic energy, and vomited mouthfuls of blood. Or they might be directly struck unconscious by the evil energy sweeping towards them. Quick! Carve a great formation, draw the power of heavenly thunder, and help us suppress these great monsters. Following the order from a supreme elder of the sword-asking sect. Many powerful men who received the order immediately activated their cultivation and flew into the sky, chanting ancient spells high in the sky to create a special formation. But at this moment, a scene that no one expected occurred. Countless golden characters containing ancient power, like stars in the sky, continuously flew out from the depths of the void. A huge formation barrier was formed directly higher in the sky. The thunder that they had caused had just fallen. Before it even reached the demon locking tower, it was absorbed by this sudden and strange formation. It then transformed into the power of a large formation and attacked the monks who were reinforcing the seal of the demon locking tower. Many monks were caught off guard and were struck directly by the thunder, fainting on the spot, making their already difficult sealing ceremony even more difficult. Such a sudden change left many strong people stunned. Damn it! I asked the sword sect to find a traitor. The strong man from the sword-asking sect who reacted was so angry that he started cursing. There is already a large protective formation outside their sect. Now, someone suddenly carved such a strange formation without anyone noticing and launched an attack on them. Who else could it be except someone from the sect? Moreover, he deliberately chose this moment to attack them. He wanted to release the big demon in the demon locking tower on purpose. He deserves death. However, this sudden formation is of extremely high status. If we want to break it as soon as possible, we must find the person who controls the formation. But now most of their forces are tied up in the demon locking tower, and it is extremely difficult to find the real person who controls the formation. Quickly arrange people to find this damn traitor at all costs. A powerful person from the sect immediately gave the order. Damn it! What are those other guys from Zixuanzu doing for a living? Some elders were so angry that they cursed loudly. It's been so long since the sound transmission message was sent, and not a single powerful person from the sect came to support us. If the great demon imprisoned and suppressed in the demon locking tower were to emerge, our Xuanchu continent would be met with unimaginable disaster. Do you really think that watching the show will save you? At the same time, at the edge of the area where the sword sect belongs. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, debris flew, and divine flames filled the sky. At this moment, many powerful people are engaged in a fierce battle here. Following a shocking flash of scarlet lightning, a huge ghost claw intertwined with blood-colored demonic energy shattered the void. The strong man trapped in it had no power to resist, and his body along with a large area of void was completely annihilated. Blood Moon Demon Sect. What good will it do you if those big monsters in the demon locking tower come out? An old man roared angrily. After receiving the message from the sword-asking sect, their sect rushed to provide assistance as soon as possible. However, they were stopped by the Blood Moon Demon Sect, the famous demon overlord of Zixuanzu. Your Excellency's wish is naturally the will of our demon sect. The Blood Moon Demon Sect's powerful leader sneered and launched another attack. At the same time, a horrific war also broke out in the other area. The magnificent dragon energy rose into the sky, and several huge dragons stirred up the heaven and earth. The sea of clouds collapsed, and the mountains and rivers turned into ruins. The powerful men from other sects who came from another direction were also blocked by many powerful men from the Tianlong clan. Taking this opportunity, the second largest force created by Guhan, the White Dragon Palace, also announced its complete entry into the world. However, their behavior of preventing the powerful members of the sect from coming to the aid of the sword-asking sect, in order to release the big monster from the demon locking tower, also established their title as a villain force. What on earth is going on? Somewhere deep in the mountains, Yi Qingyun, who had just been resurrected and was consolidating his cultivation, was also attracted by such a terrifying scene. However, compared to the shock of the sudden and terrifying change, what puzzled him even more was the drop of Demon King's blood that he obtained by accident. At this moment, it seemed to be affected by some kind of power, gradually entering a boiling state, and emitting some kind of strange spiritual fluctuations that he had never felt before. Just when he was puzzled by this phenomenon, a vague and ethereal voice suddenly rang out from the Demon King's blood. Sure enough, that guy is not dead yet. Even those guys couldn't really kill her? As the seal of the demon locking tower further collapsed, more and more formation restrictions were triggered. Amidst the roar of thunder that pierced through the eardrums, the sky above the sword-asking sect had completely transformed into an extremely oppressive and boundless field of thunder. The devastating thunderstorms came like waves, one after another. Even with the help of the thunder control array that Guhan exchanged, a lot of thunder successfully penetrated into the demon locking tower, automatically charging the seal of the demon locking tower. Just when many powerful men from the sword-asking sect breathed a sigh of relief and felt that the situation was finally improving. It's finally here, after much anticipation, it's my turn to be on the main stage. A domineering yet somewhat childish voice suddenly sounded. Under the horrified and almost dazed gazes of countless sword-asking sect monks, a little black chicken came out from nowhere and rushed directly into the boiling thunder area. I thought the exploding thunder would directly burn the little black chicken into a real black chicken. But a scene that overturned everyone's worldview appeared. The lightning that was powerful enough to paralyze a supreme being had no effect on the little black chicken. Instead, he was like a lightning rod, absorbing most of the pouring thunder. Click, click, click. At the same time, a heart-pounding cracking sound suddenly rang out. The seal of the demon hunting tower further collapsed, and countless rune restrictions engraved with ancient inscriptions had developed countless dense cracks. Not good. Just as the ancestor of the sword-asking sect let out a cry of horror. Snap. The next moment, the seal that had imprisoned the demon locking tower for countless years, having lost the help of the power of heavenly thunder and under the impact of the terrifying power of many great demons, completely shattered into pieces of light in the sky. The world seemed to freeze at this moment, and time stopped flowing. Only one thought flashed through the minds of everyone in the sword-asking sect. The seal of the demon locking tower is broken. The great demon who once dominated the world is about to be born. Chapter 126. This painful place should have been destroyed long ago. The whole world is frozen like a painting. The rolling thunder prison fell silent at some point and disappeared without a trace. Everyone in the sword-asking sect stood there frozen in place like clay statues, as if they had completely lost their souls. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed in one direction. The demon-locking tower has been completely shattered and its doors are completely open. Time passes by. During this period, countless people's hearts were completely suspended, their bodies were tense, and they dared not even breathe. Just when everyone felt that the scene before them was too absurd and subconsciously thought it was just a dream, the sound of rustling footsteps suddenly rang out. The pupils, which were in a state of stiffness and stagnation, gradually contracted. Everyone saw a scene that they would never be able to understand in their entire lives. There was no imagined demonic energy that would bring disaster to the world, cover the sky and sun, and drive people mentally broken and crazy. The terrifying aura that emanated from the demon locking tower did not exist. On the contrary, there is a faint white light blooming in the depths of the locking demon tower, giving people a sense of sacredness and brightness. As the rustling footsteps gradually approached, the pure white light gradually became brighter and brighter. Faintly, they all saw a blurry outline of a statue bathed in brilliant white light. She was a woman whose beauty was beyond description. Snow white is her main color. The 9 fox tails behind him moved without wind, as if holding up different worlds, with rosy clouds flowing on them. With every step she took, the heaven and earth resonated with her, and lotus flowers bloomed at every step, splendor and beauty. Perhaps it was because of her extremely high status. No one could see her face clearly, as it was always obscured by wisps of hazy fairy mist. What is even more visually impactful is such an extremely holy woman. Behind him followed a large group of strange monsters with bizarre shapes, ferocious appearances and huge bodies. However, due to the sedimentation and erosion of countless years, their cultivation strength is only 1/10 of what it was before, and cannot be considered very powerful. But such a scene gives people a different feeling of 100 demons parading at night. The one leading this group of ghosts is a woman who looks extremely holy. Could this woman be the great demon in the demon locking tower? She's actually a fox. A cultivator from the sword-asking sect suddenly murmured in a trance. But before he could finish his words, the fox demon woman suddenly raised her eyes and looked at the person who spoke. There was a strange glow in Rualizi's gem-like eyes, and she just blinked lightly. A scene that subverted the worldview of many monks appeared. The pupils of this cultivator who was suspected of offending the fox demon woman lost focus in an instant, and his body quickly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, like weathered sand. The large group of escaped monsters behind the woman seemed to have just woken up from their dream because of the fox monster woman's actions. He began to attack many powerful people in the sword-asking sect. Although it wasn't these guys in front of them who sealed them in back then. However, when they escaped, these guys tried their best to strengthen the seal and trap them again. Even though their current cultivation is far inferior to what it used to be, they must avenge their previous grudges. Remember, don't kill the guys I mentioned. As for the others, you can do whatever you want. Su Lingyue curled the corners of her lips slightly, and the moment she took a step forward, thick white mist surged out, and after her body merged into it, it began to become illusory. You only have half an hour. If you don't catch up after the time is up, you will bear the consequences. The people she was referring to were naturally Mu Bailing and the others. Although these guys really deserved to die, she also wanted to kill them to vent her anger for Guhan. But letting them die so quickly was still not to her liking. The corners of Su Lingyue's lips curled up slightly. Moreover, she already had an extremely interesting idea. She wanted to take Guhan away in front of them. Let them experience the most painful loss. She would think of them. But it won't make them unable to get it forever. Almost at the same time as Su Lingyue's figure disappeared, many monsters that successfully escaped from the demon locking tower engaged in a fierce battle with many powerful men from the sword-asking sect. Having been trapped in the demon locking tower for countless years, they naturally wanted to vent their anger today. However, they all respected Su Lungyue's words and hardly dared to disobey. Not to mention, Su Lungyue's strength is already the strongest among them. Moreover, the noise they made when they escaped from the demon locking tower was extremely loud. If they are noticed by the old monsters who survived and set their sights on this place, it will be a loss for them. White Feather Peak. The third sacred peak. Having completed his mission, Guhan took off his white smiling mask and looked at the completely chaotic sword-asking sect below. The flames rising into the sky were reflected in the depths of his dark and indifferent pupils. The seal of the demon locking tower was lifted, and the sect suffered a huge shock and was about to be destroyed. It was obvious that all of this was indirectly promoted by him and was what he wanted to see. But his mood did not cause much ripples because of this. He was neither sad nor happy, and his state of mind was as calm as an ancient well. Ding! It was detected that the master destroyed his own sect with his own hands, which fits the villain character setting. Congratulations to the master for completing a villain plot and receiving 8,000 villain points as a reward. Listening to the system's broadcast, Guhan's stiff face finally showed some strangeness, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Why should he feel guilty? Aren't there enough opportunities? Do you want to let these ungrateful people hurt you again? Not letting Su Lungyue and the others kill them all intentionally was already his greatest mercy. Ahan, are you unhappy? An ethereal and pleasant voice suddenly sounded. The next moment, ripples appeared in the space behind Guhan, and a pure white halo spread out. Su Lungyue quietly emerged from it. As always, she stretched out her jade-white arms, gently and affectionately wrapped them around Guhan's neck, and pressed her whole body against his back. Different from the previous spiritual state. This time, Guhan could clearly feel the surge coming from his back, as well as some intoxicating softness and dazzling fragrance. Guhan chuckled. He stretched out his right hand and smoothed Su Lungyue's silver white and smooth hair. That's not the case. After all, my conscience is clear, so why should I be unhappy? Isn't it enough that they owe me? Looking at the blazing flames everywhere in the sect, he remembered a lot of things. He recalled that in the past, for the glory of his sect, he went to the competition among the major sects in Xuanshu continent and almost paid with his life to win the championship. He recalled the invasion by the demon sect. It was he who went deep into the enemy's territory alone and brought back the most important intelligence about the demon sect army. He saved the situation by his own strength. He recalled the time when a tide of monsters ravaged the earth, and he was the one who, despite being wounded, rescued one disciple after another from the sect who were in imminent danger. But what is the result? Betrayal, ridicule when in trouble, and indifference when it is none of one's business. Now, he was just asking these guys who owed him money to pay back the debt they had once owed him. I didn't feel sad at all, but I felt quite happy. This place that makes me unhappy should have been destroyed long ago. Chapter 127. The favor has been repaid. From today on, you and I no longer owe each other anything. At this time, the corners of Guhan's lips curled up slightly again. But I do have a wish. What wish? Su Lungyue moved closer to Guhan again, her voice gentle and curious, her posture like a very qualified listener. I want to transform the rebuilt sword-asking sect into a toilet. That's a good suggestion. Su Lungyue smiled delicately. After all, they are all a bunch of guys with shit in their brains. They are a perfect match for the toilet. Just as the two were talking. Honor. Suddenly, a cry of fear and anxiety came from the horizon. Guhan frowned slightly, and he immediately recognized the owner of the voice. Shu. Su Lungyue quietly turned around and walked in front of Guhan, stretching out her slender jade fingers and pressing them against his lips. Leave the rest to me. Before I leave completely, I have prepared a good show for you. Although he was a demon ancestor who had lived for countless years, Su Lungyue revealed a playful smile like a young girl at this moment. Honor. The sect has been destroyed. Follow me quickly. Mu Beiling's voice sounded anxious, but when she saw Guhan below, her voice stopped abruptly and her expression suddenly became stiff and frozen. When she saw Guhan, she naturally also saw Su Lungyue standing next to Guhan. Although Su Lingyue was still far from her peak self, and had just escaped from the demon locking tower, her aura was not stable. But the aura of high status emanating from Su Lingyue was still captivating. Even she, a powerful supreme being, couldn't help but feel apprehensive and fearful. "Who the hell are you? Let go of my honor." Mu Bailing suppressed the fear that subconsciously arose in her body, took out her natal sword, released a terrifying spiritual pressure, and locked onto Su Lingyue tightly. "Your honor?" Su Lingyue sneered, and took Gu Han's arm in a very intimate manner, leaning her pretty face on his shoulder. At this time, Su Lingyue had removed the fairy mist that obscured her appearance, and the outlines of her beautiful and pretty facial features were clearly revealed. Mu Bailing has always been very confident about her appearance. After seeing this beautiful face, I couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. But this emotion in his heart was quickly suppressed, and was replaced by a certain anger and murderous intent. This demon woman actually dared to touch her honor in front of her. Moreover, seeing that Gu Han looked calm and expressionless from beginning to end, with a somewhat empty look, he must have been bewitched by this fox demon woman. "Get your dirty hands off me!" Mu Bailing shouted. The sharp sword energy is like a rainbow rising into the sky. Her figure turned into a shadow and disappeared in an instant. Because he was afraid that his next attack might hurt Gu Han. As Mu Bailing turned her wrist, the terrifying and majestic sword energy gathered at one point, like a thunderbolt that split the sky and struck towards Su Lingyue in the air. Laugh. Su Lingyue sneered and didn't even make the slightest move to resist. The 9 fox tails behind him moved without wind, and then expanded and extended in an instant. Like 9 white tentacles flowing with brilliant light, they easily disintegrated the terrifying sword energy that Mu Bailing had concentrated on one point. The terrifying force continued to linger, and Mu Bailing felt like she was hit by a small hill. A large mouthful of blood came out of his mouth, and the whole person fell towards the distance like a kite flying upside down. "With just this little ability, how dare you attack me?" Su Lingyue narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, as if she was angered by Mu Bailing's words and actions. Countless white light balls containing terrifying power condensed around her one after another, like suns that were constantly being compressed. Then, accompanied by the swaying of the 9 fox tails, countless balls of light shot out like a storm. Mu Bailing, who was blown away, just used her sword as support and stood up while enduring the pain. He had to gather his counter-magic power once again. Lotus flowers filled with sharp and powerful sword energy bloomed in the void. Under Mu Bailing's will, he flew forward on his own initiative and collided horribly with the terrifying light ball shot by Su Lingyue. In an instant, earth-shaking roars were heard, the void trembled, and the earth collapsed layer by layer. However, Su Lingyue's strength is obviously stronger. Several of the law light balls she condensed broke through Mu Bailing's green lotus sword flower and exploded horribly directly on her body or near her body. Such a terrifying force is actually enough to cause ordinary Supreme Realm powerhouses to suffer serious injuries or even faint. However, Mu Bailing was like a madman who had completely lost the sense of pain. Even though her white dress had been dyed red with blood and her body had suffered terrible internal injuries, she did not faint. Instead, she still had the strength to condense an even more terrifying sword energy to attack. "Let go of honor." Mu Bailing's aura continued to rise, as if she had entered her previous crazy state again. However, it seemed as if he was frightened by her madness, or perhaps his goal had been achieved. Su Lingyue had no choice but to look at Mu Bailing with a playful look. "It seems that you still care about your disciple whom you have raised since childhood. Why didn't you choose to stand firmly by his side when he was in trouble? Isn't it ironic that he's showing such a crazy look now?" Mu Bailing clearly didn't care about Su Lingyue's terrifying attack at all, and even risked her life to save Gu Han. After hearing these words, his body suddenly stiffened. Then, as if he was hit in a weak spot, his face suddenly turned pale and his body began to stagger. "She is not afraid of death. But I am afraid to face my stupid self in the past." It was like a sharp knife from the inner demon, completely piercing her heart. Whenever someone mentioned it, her heart would feel a sharp pain called self-blame. As if seeing through her thoughts, Su Lingyue raised the corners of her lips slightly. "You don't know you are wrong, nor do you regret it, you just know that you are about to lose him, right?" Guhan has done me a favor, I won't hurt him. Today I broke the seal to repay his kindness and to take him away from this place of suffering. Mu Bailing was struck by lightning again when she heard these words. Her face turned even paler and her voice trembled. Honor, are you going to leave the sword-asking sect and leave us? I have clearly avenged you and killed Yi Qing Yun for you. Everything is clearly over, and the pain you have experienced will never happen again. Why did you leave? You must have been bewitched by this fox demon woman, right? Don't worry, Master will definitely save you even if it costs him his own life. Mu Bailing's voice, which sounded slightly pleading and expectant, was interrupted by indifference. I'm not bewitched, and you don't need to make excuses for yourself. Do you remember what I said before? After repaying the kindness I've nurtured you through these years, we no longer owe each other anything. This is the Xinyang pill for the next 2 courses of treatment. Guhan raised his hand and waved, and 2 white porcelain bottles flew out from his sleeves. From today on, the favor has been repaid. You and I no longer owe each other anything. From now on, we are strangers. Chapter 128, Farewell today, I hope we will never meet again. Mu Bailing seemed to be completely petrified. He did not reach out to catch the 2 bottles of pills thrown by Guhan, but let them fall into the mud. At some point, the sky, like her heart, was gradually covered with a thick layer of gray haze. Honor. My throat felt as if being pinched by an invisible hand. There were many words that he wanted to say, but they were stuck in his throat and he couldn't utter a single word. Guhan's eyes were indifferent, and he didn't show any emotion from beginning to end. He glanced at Mu Bailing, who seemed to be about to break into pieces in the next moment, and then looked at the 2 white porcelain bottles in the mud. Guhan turned around expressionlessly and walked in one direction. And in the direction he was heading, there was a peach tree standing alone in the cold wind. Do you remember the name of this peach tree? The peach tree will never wither, and we swear to each other that we will never break our promise. Mu Bailing's dull pupils shrank slightly. The wind of memory blew into the depths of her thoughts, and memories swept in like a tide, making her feel as if she was back 10 years ago. It is also under this peach tree. She smiled and made the best promise with a little boy in white. Honor, you said you wanted to become the strongest sword immortal in the future and protect your master. Then Master will also bring a guarantee. No matter what happens in the future, even if the whole world is against you, Master will stand by you unwaveringly. Then Master will make a promise with you here today. The peach blossoms never fall, they never wither. You and I made a promise, and we will never break it. Okay, then Master, let's make a pinky promise. The little boy in white showed a gentle and sunny smile and raised his little thumb. In the picture, she smiled gently, extended a finger lovingly, and performed the most beautiful engagement ceremony with the boy. We'll make a promise and stick to it for 100 years. The tender voice of a child and the ethereal voice of a woman blended together, floating into the depths of the sky on the breeze carrying the fragrance of peach blossoms. Tick-tock. Hot tears welled up from my eyes without me noticing when. The light reflected from it seems to illuminate countless memory scenes. Turn out to be. Guhan always remembered this agreement. And she was clearly the one who mentioned this agreement. Now he has become the most ridiculous and least sympathetic person who broke his promise. Honor, I. Just when Mu Bailing's voice sounded a little dry and she was about to open her mouth. A dazzling cold light reflected into her eyes, causing her pupils to dilate slightly. At some point, Guhan had a long sword in his hand that was shining with a cold light. Since we have already broken our promise, this peach tree no longer has any need to exist. This sword should cut off the past, cut off the past, cut off the promise. This moment. All the scenes completely overlapped with the nightmare she was most reluctant to face. Guhan cut down the peach tree with a sword, cutting off the only thing that still symbolized their beautiful memories and severing the last trace of fate between him and him. Don't want. Mu Bailing let out a heart-wrenching roar. The energy in his body gushed out uncontrollably, trying to stop Guhan's next move. Crash. Accompanied by bursts of crisp collision sounds. Countless chains of laws attached with terrifying demonic energy emerged from the void one after another, constantly entwining and intertwining, completely binding and suppressing Mubailing. So much so that she couldn't unleash any strength at all. He could only despair and beg, hoping that Guhan would not swing the sword. But Guhan was just like the nightmare she didn't want to face. Just as ruthless, just as decisive, just as without any hesitation. Swish! The dazzling sword light and the whistling sword energy sounded at the same time. The peach tree that was supposed to never wither was cut in half by the sharp sword energy. From Mubailing's perspective, the whole world fell silent. The roars she made with all her might seemed to have been muted. She could only watch helplessly as the sword light completely chopped the only remaining connection between her and Guhan into pieces. The remaining peach blossoms suddenly became withered, were blown away by the cold wind, and gradually fell deep into the clouds, becoming impossible to find any trace of them. Master has done everything in his power to make amends, to redeem himself, and even killed Yi Qingyun, the one who caused you pain. Why are you still unwilling to give Master a chance? Why are you still so cruel? So cruel that he didn't even hesitate? No matter how hard Master tries, can't he make you change your mind? The intense pain caused tears to well up again, completely blurring my vision. From today on, you and I owe each other nothing. From today on, I am no longer a disciple of the sword sect. Goodbye today, I hope we'll never meet again. Guhan sheathed his sword and slowly walked towards the distance without looking back. Senior brother. At this moment, 3 cries filled with infinite sorrow rang out. Shu Yue and the other 2 girls saw that their master had not taken their senior brothers to evacuate the sect with them for a long time. He also realized that something might be wrong. Regardless of the possible cost of being attacked by a big monster, he hurried to the 3rd spiritual peak. But when they reached the top of the mountain, they tried their best and were almost exhausted. But they saw their senior brother chop the peach tree that carried their countless beautiful memories into pieces with one sword. He also heard his senior brother say that from today on, he was no longer a disciple of the sword-asking sect. I watched as my senior brother's figure completely blended into the cold wind, gradually moving farther and farther away, and was about to disappear. They knew that they were truly going to lose their senior brother. Senior brother. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Lu Ruyan, who has always been in poor health, took some kind of drug today, but her speed far exceeded that of Chu Yue and Luo Baiji. I've heard from my master that I know Yi Qingyun's true identity. It was my idiotic brain that was chewed by a dog, and Yi Qingyun took advantage of me without even realizing it. He did so many things that let you down, brother. But I really didn't know things would turn out like this. It's all because of Yi Qingyun. The heavy rain started pouring down again without anyone noticing. Maybe it was because of sadness and self-blame, or maybe it was because the tears blurred my vision. Lu Ruyan fell into the mud with a thud. Brother, can you please forgive me? I really know I was wrong. It's all because of that guy Yi Qingyun. I really didn't think. But none of her words seemed to have any effect. The figure in white was becoming increasingly blurred, and even its outline was about to disappear. Perhaps he was completely insane, or perhaps he wanted to use extreme means to keep his senior brother. Lu Ruyan seemed to have lost her mind. She actually resorted to self-harm to atone for her sins and to beg her senior brother to look back at her. However, her actions had no effect at all. An illusory light gate appeared out of thin air. He let out the desperate cries of several people, almost pleading, echo behind him. Guhan didn't look back either. As he took a step inside, his figure gradually disappeared completely. At the same time, a 5-petal peach blossom covered in mud trembled in the cold wind. A petal of peach blossom flew up with the wind and floated deep into the clouds. The other 4 petals of peach blossom were struggling in the mud, trying to catch up with the other petal that was rising in the wind. But he could not break free from the shackles of the mud. In the end, it can only decay in pain and become the nourishment of memory. This scene seemed to be reflecting the past. Chapter 129. They really lost their senior brother. Boom! Thunder roared and heavy rain poured down. The people who fell into the mud couldn't tell whether it was tears or rain that was sliding down their faces. Senior brother is really gone. they really lost their brother. Senior brother, senior brother. Ignoring the pain of wounds caused by self-harm, Lu Ruyan stumbled to her feet and chased in the direction where Gu Han last disappeared. However, she couldn't see her senior brother's shadow at all. She could only see a few pieces of light fragments rising in the wind and gradually dissipating. Brother, where are you? Can you please come back? I really know I was wrong. Lu Ruyan's voice was choked and hoarse, and tears were streaming down her face. He used his hands to dig the soil where Gu Han's footprints disappeared. As long as you are willing to come back, you can do whatever you want to me. I can always atone for your sins, brother. Her hands dug faster and faster, regardless of the fair and smooth skin being rubbed by the sand. Regardless of the nails turning outward, shocking blood flowed from the fingers. Regardless of the heart-piercing pain, he continued to dig the soil faster. The rain came in sheets. The small hole that Lu Ruyan had dug had formed a shocking pool of blood due to the mixture of rainwater and blood. That's enough. Chu Yue also walked towards her slowly with a somewhat dull look. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who ignored him and continued to dig the soil, he felt both angry and sad. She had already told this idiot that there was something wrong with Yi Qingyun. But this guy insisted on being the so-called idiot in love. Now he's showing such a crazy look. Who is he pretending for? Anger suddenly erupted. I said enough. Didn't you hear me? Chu Yue grabbed Lu Ruyan's hair without any gentleness and pulled her up. Let me go. I want to find my brother. Lu Ruyan struggled like crazy. While waving his arms and legs, he accidentally slapped Chu Yue. As the oldest and most calm senior sister among the group, Chu Yue seemed to be angered by Lu Ruyan's slap. Bang! He slapped him back with his backhand. Who the hell are you pretending for now? I've told you long ago that Yi Qingyun has a problem, but you, an idiot, keep saying those stupid things over and over again. Now that senior brother has truly left us, are you happy? Who are you trying to show off to by pretending to have come to your senses now? I feel sick for you. As she spoke, Chu Yue slapped him several times in anger. But this move also seemed to make Lu Ruyan completely stressed. Why did you hit me? I just don't want to make the same mistake again. I was just used and deceived by that guy Yi Qingyun. Why do you put all the blame on me? Lu Ruyan roared. He directly wrestled with his senior sister Chu Yue. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Luo Baiji, who was also in the rainstorm, wanted to step forward to dissuade them. But the rainstorm was too heavy, and the visibility was impaired, making her attempts to stop it ineffective. It's a really wonderful show. An ethereal and pleasant female voice suddenly sounded. Su Lengyue appeared out of thin air and appeared beside Mu Beiling, who was completely stunned with her pupils out of focus, holding a large piece of peach tree fragments in her hands. It seemed as if there was a special barrier of laws around her, completely blocking the torrential rain, so that her body did not appear wet at all. Seeing that Mu Beiling still looked like a piece of wood with no soul, Su Lengyue was neither angry nor annoyed, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly in a charming arc. Do you know? Gu Han has been looking forward to this day. I hope this place, where I caused him so much pain, will be destroyed. I hope he can leave here completely. These words were like a heavy hammer, waking Mu Beiling, who was in a daze, suddenly as if she had just woken up from a dream. Instead, his face was filled with sorrow and disbelief. Stop talking nonsense here. I know honor best. The sword sect was where he was raised for many years. When he was little, he even said this was his best home. How could he possibly have the heart to completely destroy it? Besides, it was me who did something wrong. I chilled Honor's heart. It has nothing to do with the sect at all. How could Honor involve the sect with his anger? Honor has now made up his mind to leave the sect. It must be you who was secretly instigating him. These words seemed to convince Mu Beiling herself. The original dullness and apathy disappeared, replaced by resentment and hostility towards Su Lengyue. The other side. Chu Yue and Lu Ruyan, who were struggling in the mud in the heavy rain, seemed to have heard the conversation here and immediately stopped. He cast a look of extreme resentment towards Su Lingyue. "Tsk tisk tsk." Su Lingyue lightly clicked her tongue and shook her head. "As expected, you are all essentially the same kind of people. You guys have really demonstrated the art of shirking responsibility to perfection." Su Lingyue's eyes did not flinch or avoid, and she glanced at several people, and finally her gaze fell directly on Mu Beiling's face. "Are you moved by what you did before? Do you think that if you kill Yi Qingyun, nothing will happen and the gap between you will disappear completely?" He. "The image you saw in the samsara mirror is just one of the past lives that Ahan has experienced. The pain you've experienced is just one of his many pains. Is that too much to bear?" He followed through on so many agreements. "But you?" Su Lingyue slowly squatted down and patted Mu Beiling's stiff and dull face. "Not once. Even if he hinted or even told you that there was something wrong with Yi Qingyun, you would still believe Yi Qingyun again and again, and push him into the abyss. Now, you haven't even completely killed that guy yet, but you're simply venting your anger for Guhan. You're so self-indulgent that you think all the pain you've caused Guhan, all the things you've owed him, can be written off? As expected, your nature is still as selfish as ever." Every word Su Lingyue spoke pierced Mu Beiling's heart, causing her body to shake and tremble uncontrollably. "And you too." Su Lingyue mocked Chu Yue and the other two without hesitation. "You clearly already knew about your senior brother's past life, and you also have a rough idea of what kind of person Yi Qingyun is. But have you taken any effective measures?" Her eyes first turned to Chu Yue. "In a sense, you are the one who sees the most clearly, but you are also the most self-righteous, stupid and hopeless guy. You've obviously learned so much about Ahan's past life that you know there's something wrong with Yi Qingyun. Why don't you just kill Yi Qingyun in advance? It's really stupid to keep delaying the matter by finding a reason to make that idiot master of yours see Yi Qingyun clearly." As he spoke, Su Lingyue looked at Luo Baiji again. "Are you a swordsman with a clear mind, a graceful demeanor, and an upright swordsman?" "Bah! Sword cultivators are truly in decline in this era. How can someone so indecisive and short-sighted be called a sword cultivator? Bitch is more like that. As for you?" Su Lingyue looked at Lu Ruyan again. "I don't want to comment on your composition anymore. You are completely hopeless. Your brain is full of shit. I think you shouldn't build this road anymore. It matches the toilet perfectly. Chapter 130, ask him to return it to you? But you pushed him away." Su Lingyue's words were sharp. Every sentence goes straight to the point and exposes the most ridiculous side of everyone. Especially Lu Ruyan. At this moment, I feel pain, anger, and self-blame. My whole body is filled with all kinds of emotions, and my state of mind has completely collapsed. Seeing this scene, Su Lingyue not only did not feel any sympathy, but instead showed an extremely comfortable expression. Guhan didn't want to, and didn't bother to say these words to these guys. But she is different. She said what Guhan didn't say. She scolds those who Guhan doesn't scold. Today I really enjoyed her scolding. "Not completely dead yet, what do you mean? Yi Qingyun isn't dead yet." Compared to Su Lingyue's sharp words that went straight to the point, Mu Beiling cared more about what the other party said about Yi Qingyun being not dead. How is this possible? When he attacked and killed Yi Qingyun earlier, she did not hold back at all and used her strongest power, even completely erasing the opponent's breath. How could he still be alive? After scolding Lu Ruyan and others, Su Lingyue turned and left in another direction. To repeat, she would not kill those guys who had hurt Guhan the most. That would be too easy for them. What she wanted to see was these people struggling in the endless abyss of pain, never able to find love. "You can't leave." After sensing that Su Lingyue was about to leave, Mu Beiling suddenly woke up. Regardless of the pain in her body, she used her sword as support and slowly stood up. "The special light gate that Honor left was opened by you, right? Give him back to me." "Give it back to you?" Su Lingyue paused, tilted her eyes slightly, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Will you let him come back and continue to hurt you? You've already hurt his heart so many times, how many more times do you want to hurt him? And it was never me who took him away. It was you who didn't know how to cherish him. Do you regret it now? It's too late. Su Lung Yue continued to walk forward while saying this. And her figure seemed to be affected by some force, gradually fading and about to disappear. This scene made Mu Beiling, Lu Ruyan, and the other three completely panicked, and they wanted to stop her from leaving. After all, only this woman knows the whereabouts of her senior brother. The sea of people is so vast, how can they easily find their senior brothers who have returned to the crowd? But as they rushed out from all directions, Su Lungyue's figure had completely disappeared, leaving no trace. Several people suddenly caught nothing and their hands were covered with mud. Severe heart pain and a feeling of desperate powerlessness surged throughout the body, almost suffocating one. What should they do? Is this how I am going to lose my senior brother completely? As Su Lingyue left, the other great monsters that were wreaking havoc on the Swordwind sect also retreated one after another. This top sect in Zixuanzu suffered a devastating blow today. Most of the sect's foundation was destroyed, and countless magnificent pavilions and towers in the past were razed to the ground. Many sect monks also died tragically. However, those who died the most miserably were those who had pointed fingers and mocked Guhan behind his back when he was in trouble. Under Su Lingyue's special instructions, their deaths were each more miserable than the last. As many powerful monsters retreated following Su Lingyue's breath. A little black chicken was kicking its short legs frantically, trying hard to chase the big monsters that were going away. I haven't come up yet. Damn it! Wait for me. At the same time, on a mountain somewhere countless miles away from the sword-asking sect, Guhan, dressed in white, stood facing the wind. He opened his arms and welcomed the baptism of the wind. He was like the peach blossom, finally breaking free from the shackles. Looking back in a certain direction, there was a faint black smoke rising and drifting into the depths of the dark clouds. The sect that was razed to the ground could be considered a baptism of new life for him. Ahan, do you want to go to the demon world with me? I can't stay here long. At this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the space behind him, and an illusory light gate appeared out of thin air, and Su Lingyue slowly walked out of it. Guhan knew exactly what Su Lingyue wanted to express. She was suspected to be a big figure in the fairyland many years ago, and was sealed together with many top beings in the Xuanshu continent. Now that she has broken the seal, even if there is an information barrier between the two worlds. But the big figures in the fairyland will soon turn their attention to it and even take necessary measures to seal it again. She must return to the demon world and make preparations as soon as possible. Only in the demon world can she display her true and complete strength. Not yet. I'll go later. Guhan responded with a smile. After all, the plot development in this life is completely different from what he experienced in his previous lives. It has even begun to deviate from the original plot. According to his previous experiences, the unknown influence of the world in this book should forcibly intervene and forcibly correct the deviated script. It may even bring about some extremely terrifying changes to the world. As the villain in the book, he has to accumulate more power. At the same time, looking for an opportunity to kill Yi Qingyun completely. He must also be prepared for the possibility of being hunted down by the immortal realm, or even becoming an enemy of the entire lower realm. It seemed that he could see what Guhan was thinking. Su Lingyue spoke softly, and suddenly reached out and took Guhan into her arms. The intoxicating softness and fragrance sweep in from all directions, making people feel like they are falling into a gentle paradise. In this life, you no longer have to bear all the suffering on your own like in your previous life. In this life, I exist. Even if you are against the whole world, I will stand firmly on your side. These words made Guhan stunned again, and a warm current suddenly surged throughout his body. In his previous life, he paid for Su Lingyue once. In this life, she did not break her promise to pay for herself once. Who doesn't like this feeling? His biggest wish is actually very simple, to live happily. But unfortunately, as a villain and cannon fodder in the book, he failed to achieve his goal in 8 lifetimes, and only saw a turning point in this life. Okay. Don't think about those things. I might be busy for a while after I go to the demon world, so I might not see you for a while. Before that, there was a strange halo flowing in the depths of Su Lungyua's purple glass-like pupils. As the 9 fox tails behind her fully unfolded, thick, hazy white fog suddenly spread out, enveloping Guhan, her, and even the entire area. Crash. After hearing the crisp sound of chains colliding, Guhan shuddered all over and woke up instantly. No. How come Su Lingyue, a former demon ancestor of the demon world, has become like Xiaobingli, that Yandere? And there's something wrong with the other party's train of thought. One chain would be enough. Why make so many chains? Is this to prove that he is actually better than Xiaobingli in this regard? Chapter 131. From today on, leaving the sect. At the same time, deep in the clouds above the sky of the sword-asking sect, a magnificently crafted ferry boat, with dazzling runes and prohibitions flowing all over it, completely dissolved into the void and imperceptible to anyone, was quietly suspended. Inside the Xianzhou Hall, the mist is shrouded in a dream. The highest point. Xiaobingli, who was wearing a long dress made of clear water and had an ethereal face, was listening to the report from the guards below with a gloomy face. Reporting to the goddess, according to our investigation, Master Gu suddenly disappeared from the 3rd spiritual peak where he lived. He is suspected to have been taken away by an unknown fox demon woman. The guard who was in charge of reporting was already sweating profusely. Now everyone in Feixian Tower knows about it. The eldest daughter of our family is very fond of Guhan from the sword-asking sect. Even though they were far away, upon hearing that a great demon had appeared in the Swordwind sect, they immediately dispatched personnel to rush over. But in the end, it was all in vain. Fox demon woman? Xiaobingli's expression kept changing. At this moment, she suddenly remembered many things. The most special thing about the Swordwind sect is the demon-locking tower, which is suspected to have been built countless epochs ago. According to the ancient historical records of her Feixian Tower, at the bottom of the demon-locking tower, a terrifying existence that roamed everywhere in ancient times is imprisoned. It is suspected to come from a distant demon world, and is also suspected to be related to a fox demon woman. Then think of the special smell on the back of Guhan's hand. Now it is very likely that Guhan was taken away by this fox demon woman. Damn you thieving fox! Xiaobingli's face was full of resentment. Unexpectedly, she had been on guard against other women who might have feelings for Guhan, but this stinky vixen got the upper hand. When she finds it, she will make this stinky fox pay the price even if she has to use the power of the entire Feixian Tower. Ask the Sword Sect. As the unrest completely subsided, the remaining monks of the sect and the monks who were evacuated from the sect in advance. At this moment, they reunited in the sword-questioning sect square. Some looked confused, while others looked sad. They asked and found out that except for a few toilets, the sword sect had been completely razed to the ground by the big demon in the demon locking tower. Many monks died in the previous disaster. With such a huge foundation, even if the sword-asking sect could be re-established, it would require a lot of effort and resources, and it would no longer be able to become the largest sect in Zixuanzu. Looking at the dire ruins of the sect, Taishu Sword Master sighed deeply. Although most of the sect's foundation has been lost, at least their sect's luck has not been cut off. But just when he subconsciously activated his special magical power to check the fortune of the sect, he was completely stunned. The fortune of the sect, which had been originally stable and had a slight upward trend, has now completely fallen to the bottom, which means that there is no possibility for their sect to rise again. This scene immediately made Taishu Sword Master's pupils shrink like needles and his brain felt like it was struck by lightning. He has always been more or less involved in the art of luck. When the Tianshan Secret Realm incident happened, he also used this special ability to see that Yi Qingyun had somewhat good luck. This was also the reason why he did not pursue Yi Qingyun's suspicious behavior in this matter. Even after Yi Qingyun became a traitor to the human race, he ran around and took practical actions to help him clear his name. How is this possible? Yi Qing-yun is already dead in a sense, he is no longer a disciple of our sect. Our sect's fortune was not affected at that time, so why is it that our sect's fortune is fluctuating so drastically now? The disbelief was so great that Taishu's sword master was unable to control his emotions and couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, Mu Bailing, with a gloomy expression, had just arrived at the square with Chu Yue and the other two. He also heard the sound made by his master because of his loss of composure. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Mu Bailing's expression became even more painful. She suddenly understood a lot of things. Why didn't the sect pursue Yi Qing-yun, the suspected instigator of the Tianshan secret realm incident, and simply let the matter go? Why did her master try to stop her many times when she wanted to kill Yi Qing-yun? It turned out that he had long regarded Yi Qing-yun as the hope for the revival and rise of their sect. But from now on, there are signs. The hope for the sect's rise and revival does not lie with that despicable villain Yi Qing-yun. But it was Gu Han, the person they felt most sorry for. Gu Han left. A person who was once gentle to the core and willing to go through fire and water for the sect is gone. Therefore, the luck of the sword sect, which had not been completely cut off even under the rampage of the great demon, was also completely cut off at this moment. What Yi Qing-yun? That guy is a despicable villain. Lu Ruyan seemed to be provoked, and could not help but let out a shrill cry like a madman. Senior brother is the true opportunity for our sect to rise. Now that he has left, and left the sect, the opportunity for our Wenjian sect to rise is naturally gone. When senior brother was in trouble, every one of you stood by and watched coldly. Every one of you was indifferent, every one of you wanted to see him make a fool of himself. And me and I, the main culprit, I trusted that despicable Yi Qing-yun. I repeatedly wavered in my support for my senior brother. I deserve to die. Ruyan. Chu Yue and Luo Baiji hurried forward and held down Lu Ruyan, who was trying to atone for her sins by self-harm. Their junior sister has always had some mental problems. They have always known about this. Everything that happened before had a huge impact on her. As a result, her mental illness, which had only shown a few signs, broke out completely, and even began to form some kind of mental demon. Half a foot has already stepped into the state of demonization. The more stupid a person is, the crazier he becomes after he wakes up. Compared with Mu Bailing, Lu Ruyan became the craziest person. She was angry that Yi Qing-yun had not died from her master's sword. I'm also glad that Yi Qing-yun is still alive. Fortunately, she had the opportunity to kill this damn guy with her own hands and truly atone for her past self. In the eyes of many disciples, Mu Bailing never even glanced at her apprentice's abnormal condition. Her eyes were empty and deep, as if she had already lost focus and had no interest in anything in the world. Her voice was ethereal and hoarse, carrying some kind of unspeakable heartbreak and fatigue, echoing in everyone's ears. She looked towards her master, the Taishu sword master, and said word by word, "Master, from today on, I wish to leave the sect. I ask for your permission. Without his sect, there is no point in staying here." Chapter 132, Broken Mirror cannot be mended, but everyone wants to relive the old dream. The atmosphere suddenly became stiff and silent. Everyone's pupils shrank slightly, and their minds were a little dazed by the shock of this scene. Mu Bailing actually wants to leave their sword sect? But before the people from the sword-asking sect could come back to their senses. I also want to leave the sect, please grant my wish, sect master. Luo Baiji and Chu Yue seemed to have made the same decision. They looked at each other and spoke in unison. I want to leave the sect too. That despicable villain is not dead yet. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I will find him and kill him. Lu Ruyan, who had calmed down a little, spoke in a somewhat ferocious tone. However, her words revealed a piece of news that shocked everyone. Yi Qing-yun is not dead yet. The leaders of many sects looked at each other, and then all showed a look of sudden realization. They had long known that Yi Qing-yun had a big secret that was unknown to others. But now it seems that they still greatly underestimated the secret of Yi Qing-yun. Anyone who possesses the secret of resurrection from the dead will surely create immortality in the future. They somewhat regretted not being able to seize such an opportunity. Mu Bailing saw all the subtle expressions subconsciously displayed by the sword-asking sex-strong men. She felt dissatisfied and self-deprecating at the same time. It turns out the sect she grew up in has long been rotten. Everyone became a stranger to her, making her feel disgusted. These guys don't care about good or bad, sincerity or insincerity, all they care about is the so-called benefits. This place is already in such a rotten state. When Honor was in trouble, he not only did not provide help but also did not pull him ashore. Instead, it made him fall into an even colder abyss, and it would be better if he was indeed destroyed. At this time, she opened her hand slightly. In her palm, a petal of peach blossom that had been slightly deformed by her pinch suddenly flew up with the wind. Honor. Mu Bailing was dazed as she looked at the petals that were getting farther and farther away from her palm, passing through the ruined palace dome, and floating into the deep clouds. Countless memory scenes flashed. Even if you have returned to the human world, Master will definitely find you. Everyone knows that a broken mirror cannot be mended. But everyone wants to relive the old days. Okay, I have to go back to the demon world to deal with many things. If you encounter something you can't solve, you can once again activate the special mark I left for you. Or come to the demon world and find me directly. After once again infusing a new round of energy into the special mark on the back of Gu Han's right hand, Su Lung Yue gave him a playful wink, like a young girl who had just fallen in love. She raised her hand and made a slight movement, and an illusory portal of light immediately appeared in the space. She quickly merged into it and disappeared completely. Gu Han, looking somewhat pale, was leaning against a big tree. He truly deserves to be called the ancestor of demons, whose names are recorded in units of thousands of years. He even suspected that Su Lun Yue was venting all the accumulation of countless epics on him today. Moreover, Su Lun Yue seemed to be deliberately taking revenge on Xiaobingli and asserting her sovereignty. This suddenly gave him a headache. Xiaobingli's Yandere nature already caused him a lot of distress. Now here comes another Yandere. If these two Yanderes bump into each other, and one of them suddenly gets the urge to split him in half, they'll be doomed. I have to avoid Xiaobingli recently. I'll wait until she calms down and then find a way to meet her. TSK Tisku pretty boy, what are you capable of? You actually got hold of my demon world's forbidden delicacy. Little Blackie came out from nowhere, shaking his head and sighing. Gu Han even saw an old-fashioned look on the face of a chicken. A long time ago, that woman Su Lung Yue was known in my demon world as a vicious and cruel person. Forget about tolerating anyone touching her. Anyone who has any feelings for her basically becomes a bone for her to use as a footrest. I am your master now. You are thinking of rebelling against Tian Gang by calling me like that. Gu Han reached out and picked up the little black chicken, which was only the size of his palm. Such a humiliating treatment made the little black chicken very angry. I was once one of the great true ancestors of the demon world. I was just giving face to Sister Lun Yu before. Do you really want to be my master? When I was at my peak, I didn't know how many humans were vying to be my pet. Let go. Stop grabbing my neck. Besides, I'm extremely dissatisfied with the name you gave me. From now on, call me Thunder Swallowing True Ancestor. Don't you like the name Heizi? Then let's use the name Chicken. You are so beautiful. This made the little black chicken even more angry, and it kept chirping. Gu Han didn't pay much attention to it. Apart from being a lightning rod, this guy basically has no combat capabilities. Yi Qing Yun isn't dead yet, and I don't know how the story will develop. Let's go to the Blood Moon Demon sect first. Let's see if we can use his two cousins to trace the source of his blood, and then see what kind of plot this kid will trigger. Gu Han immediately had a specific plan in his mind. In the original storyline. Later, due to an experience, Yi Qingyun will meet a princess from another continent. The princess of the Immortal Dynasty was also a tool for the protagonist Yi Qingyun to further gain fame, as well as a relatively important female protagonist. After all, the beloved princess of the Xian dynasty was not only talented and powerful, with an outstanding background, but also extremely intelligent, and had given Yi Qingyun many good advice. Wherever there is a female protagonist, there will be a vicious female supporting role. The princess's half-sister is one of the vicious female supporting characters. However, with the indirect help of Yi Qingyun's protagonist Halo, the princess's sister was ultimately unable to successfully compete with her for the throne. The other side. Inside the temporary hall built by the sword-asking sect. The atmosphere seemed somewhat depressing and heavy, and many monks from the sword-asking sect had regretful expressions on their faces. Bai Ling, Yue, Ru Yan, Bai Ji, have you really thought it through? Once this spiritual contract is signed, you will no longer be a disciple of my sword sect. I know you want to find Gu Han and seek revenge on Yi Qingyun. I can promise that once the sect is rebuilt, I will organize a special team to search for them. What do you think? Taishu's sword master spoke again to comfort him. Not to mention that his disciple Mu Bailing is already a powerful cultivator at the Supreme Realm, and can be considered one of the top cultivators in the entire continent. Furthermore, Chu Yue and the other two all have very good cultivation levels. The departure of these three people from the sect is a huge loss to their sect. My disciple has made up his mind. I beg Master to grant my blessing. Several people spoke at the same time, their eyes full of determination. After all, the person most important to them has already left the sword-asking sect, so it is completely meaningless to stay here any longer. Chapter 133, Golden Scales are not confined to the pond, they transform into dragons when encountering wind in clouds. Listen to several people's answers. The Taishu sword master, who was sitting at the first seat, looked lonely, as if he had aged hundreds of years in an instant. As the leader of a sect, he has seen countless people and actually has a very thorough understanding of many people and things. He knew very well that his disciple also had some resentment towards him. Blame him for not advocating a thorough investigation of Yi Qingyun. Blame him for trying every possible means to save Yi Qingyun. But he is the leader of a sect after all. Rather than personal feelings, he has to consider the interests of the sect more. Yi Qingyun obviously has a big secret, and even has great luck. If he is kept in the sect will definitely achieve something and gain something in the future. But it was not until now that he finally saw the truth and finally woke up. On the surface, Yi Qingyun is the golden dragon of their sect. But all the facts prove that Gu Han is the real golden dragon of their sect. Otherwise, when Yi Qingyun died, all ties with their sect would be completely severed. Why did the sect's fortune only fluctuate without any major setbacks? Why did the fortune of their sect plummet to the bottom in an instant after Gu Han completely left the sect? All the signs speak for themselves. Regret, self-blame, remorse, all kinds of emotions filled my heart. But he didn't say anything. He knew that he was blinded by profit, became short-sighted, and missed the real opportunity. And the disasters and sufferings they are experiencing now are one of the prices they have to pay. Good. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Taishu sword master did not show any abnormality. He nodded slightly, raised his hand and summoned from space several golden edicts with strange rays of light. This is the order of the Li sect. Carve your names. From today on, you will no longer be a disciple of my sword sect. Metropolitan. The expressions of the other high-ranking officials of the sword-asking sect who were watching changed drastically, and they pointed at Mu Bailing and spoke anxiously. Bai Ling. And you three guys. Gu Han is ignorant and ungrateful for the sect's years of training. He quietly left the sect and became a traitor. Aren't you guys stupid enough to try to imitate him? What kind of magic potion did Gu Han feed you? He is essentially a... Before the sword-asking sect elder could utter the word selfish, Mu Bailing seemed to be stimulated, and a terrifying aura was released from her body, like a mountain suppressing him firmly. What qualifications do you have to say that about Honor? Honor has made great contributions to our sect. Isn't the glory he has won for our sect enough? Back when Honor was in trouble, you, the big mouth, kept saying things like flies don't bite seamless eggs. If you keep talking nonsense, you rotten egg, I'll kill you right now. You. The sword-asking sect elder's expression changed immediately. But in terms of seniority, he is much older than Mu Bailing. Now he is being scolded in public by the other party. Does he still take his elders seriously? The elder was about to continue scolding because his face turned red. That's enough. Taishu Sword Master raised his hand to interrupt what he was about to say and shook his head. Disciple thanks Master for his many years of nurturing and care. Disciple will always remember this. Once I have accomplished what I wish for, I will definitely come back again. After Mu Bailing, Shu Yue, and the other two signed their names on the Li Zhonglingyu, they bowed 3 times to Taishu Sword Master again. He turned and walked out of the hall without looking back once. Until the breath of several people completely disappeared. The elder who was refuted and reprimanded in public spoke again with a red face. As expected, the upper beam is crooked and the lower beams are crooked. Mu Bailing, the master, is a treacherous person. No wonder all his disciples are treacherous. You mean to say that you're accusing me, your master, of not being a good teacher and raising a traitor like Mu Bailing? As the Taishu Sword Master's icy voice fell, the rest of the people trembled all over and dared not say anything more. Taishu Sword Master, who took in the expressions of the people from many sects below, also felt a sense of self-mockery in his heart at this moment. Before the incident in the Tianshan secret realm, Gu Han was a famous immortal disciple in their sect. Be gentle to others, be affectionate and loyal, and respect your teachers. It's not his fault that he became like this. It's the fault of these superficial people who are blinded by profit and want everything. The golden scales are not kept in the pond, they transform into dragons when encountering wind in clouds. After all, they have no fate with this muddy land. Although I am no longer your nominal master. But our goal is the same, to find Honor and truly kill Yi Qingyun, who is suspected to be still alive. After leaving the sect, Mu Bailing paused, turned around and spoke to his 3 former disciples. If there's anything in the future, you can contact me through the sound transmission Jade Talisman. After taking another deep look at the 3 of them, Mu Bailing did not hesitate. She activated her cultivation and transformed into a divine rainbow, flying towards an area somewhere in the sky. After leaving the sect, she will no longer be subject to the so-called sex restrictions in her actions. But at the same time, the advantage of receiving assistance from the sect was also lost. Fortunately, she has an older sister. Maybe I can ask her, my sister, for help in finding Honor. He watched as his master's figure completely disappeared into the horizon. Shu Yue sighed, then retracted her gaze from afar and looked at her 2 junior sisters. So, what are your plans next? I plan to find the hidden sect Samsara Cave Heaven and find a way to become its disciple. The Samsara Cave Heaven is a top-level sect created by the legendary Samsara Emperor during his lifetime. However, this sect rarely appears in the world, and if you want to join this sect, it basically depends on fate. Although the hope is slim, she still wants to give it a try. She wanted to truly achieve enlightenment and become an emperor through reincarnation. I heard that if one pushes the path of reincarnation to its limit, one can use the power of reincarnation to restart oneself, return to a certain point in time, and even make up for regrets that could not be made up for in the past. Her wish is to go back to the past, completely cut off Yi Qingyun's source from the root, and change the history of time and space. Let the suffering that my senior brother once endured completely disappear. Although this idea is a bit absurd and ridiculous, it does have a chance of being accomplished and can fundamentally solve the problem. I plan to travel and sharpen my swordsmanship while searching for my brother. Luo Baiji laughed at herself. I'm a failure as a swordsman. If I had seen the problem with Yi Qingyun earlier, things wouldn't have developed to this point. It would be a waste of talent to give Tongning Jianqing to me. After a wry smile of self-deprecation, the 2 of them looked at Lu Ruyan again, as if waiting for her answer. I have to go back to the Lu family first and mobilize the entire clan to find my eldest brother and tear that despicable Yi Qingyun into pieces. Especially after mentioning the 3 words Yi Qingyun. This seemed to have become a scar that could never be uncovered for Lu Ruyan, and she became even crazier than Mu Bailing before. After all, Yi Qingyun was the one who deceived her the most. She was also the one who was exploited the most by Yi Qingyun. How stupid she was to have unilaterally believed in Yi Qingyun. How much she hates the other person now. Chapter 134, I didn't care about the person I loved at that time, but where can I find him now? even though the mountains are high and the waters are far away. At the same time, Chuanshu Continent, Kongyao Port. Countless large ships with ornate workmanship and sails, some with special runes or prohibitions flowing on their surfaces, are anchored in the harbor. This is one of the largest ports in Chuanshu Continent. The vast ocean that stretches as far as the eye can see is called the Infinite Sea. No one knows how big the world is. In this boundless ocean, only countless special continents have cultivation civilizations. I heard that on the other side of the boundless sea, there is a world completely different from that of humans. It is the origin of monsters and even the demon race, and is called the Demon Realm. In a restaurant somewhere, a young man in a gray robe was sitting in a corner sipping tea, carrying an ancient sword with ancient workmanship and special inscriptions on his back. This person is Yi Qingyun, who has changed his appearance. He was very lucky, even though he lost everything and was beaten half to death. But as the protagonist of this book, he is favored by heaven and protected by the plot. Not long ago, when he was traveling on a rainy day, he fell to the bottom of a cliff because the road was slippery. Instead of dying, he accidentally entered a paradise and obtained a great inheritance. Even his cultivation level improved and he completely broke through to the state of unity. And this ancient sword with an ancient aura was obtained by him. At this moment, Yi Qingyun suddenly seemed to sense something and frowned slightly. He had a vague and extremely ominous premonition in his heart. It felt like many people were eyeing his head. But these thoughts were quickly put aside. In the eyes of many people in Chuanshu Continent today, Yi Qingyun has long been dead. He was killed by Mu Beiling's full-strength sword strike from the sword-asking sect, and no trace of his body was left. Even a powerful saint would not have expected that he was still alive. But speaking of the sword-asking sect, he suddenly thought of Lu Ruyan. Although he did take advantage of the other party, Lu Ruyan's reactions in every aspect showed that she cared about him. Now, seeing him being killed by Mu Beiling personally, this master and disciple must have become enemies, right? It's a pity that I can't watch this wonderful show in person. He shook his head and pushed the thoughts out of his mind. Yi Qingyun then sent a voice message to Bai Lao in his consciousness. Bai Lao, tell me, is the legend of the fairy mountain and the boundless sea true? That mysterious person from a while ago, was he really sent by my parents? This incident dates back to a few days ago. Having lost everything at that time, he could only move aimlessly in one direction based on his feelings. Finally, when night fell quietly, a man in black robe with a mysterious aura that even Bai Lao couldn't tell his true nature suddenly appeared in front of him. The man in black robe claimed to be related to his parents and was a subordinate left behind by his parents in this world, and told him an important trace left by his parents. The place where this important trace is located is the legendary fairy mountain that exists in the Silverless Sea. There he would get the initial information he wanted to know. I don't know. At this time, Bai Lao's answer came out belatedly. But Pyongyao Immortal Mountain hides some great secrets. Rumor has it that there is a real immortal cave within it. However, great opportunities often conceal great dangers. Your primary task now is to further improve your cultivation. The other side. Red Leaf Sect. I hope you can help me keep an eye out for news about Guhan. I can give you any reward you want. Red maple trees are in full bloom, and in the pavilion, two beautiful figures sit facing each other. Mu Beiling's voice was calm, but her expression was very serious as she spoke to Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu took a sip of tea, the corners of her lips curled up slightly, and she chuckled and said, "Why did you come to me to say this? Did you find the wrong person? Besides, weren't you very wary of me and Guhan interacting with each other before? You even warned me in public. Why are you running here to beg me like a pug?" Listening to Hua Jieyu's blunt sarcasm, Mu Beiling was not angry at all, and her tone remained calm. I know you care about him too. It can be seen that you have some special thoughts about Honor. I'm just telling you this. If there's anyone in this world who would spare no effort to find him, you'd definitely be one of them. As she spoke, Mu Beiling slowly stood up, lowered her body to the lowest position, and bowed respectfully towards Hua Jieyu. I'm begging you for this. Hua Jieyu, who was leisurely sipping tea, paused and her eyes narrowed slightly. She also had some understanding of Mu Beiling's personality. The other person is a very proud woman at heart. This can be seen from his previous behavior. Now, for this matter, he had compromised to such an extent that he even completely threw aside his pride in front of her. Perhaps, the name Gu Han has penetrated into her bones. No matter how many years pass, the traces left in her heart cannot be washed away. After a brief silence, Hua Jieyu looked up at Mu Beiling's departing back. I didn't care about my sweetheart at that time. Now, where can I find it across so many mountains and rivers? You are a smart person. You should know that some things should be let go. The story between you and him ends here. Mu Beiling, who was wearing a white dress and walking slowly away on the red maple leaves, paused slightly. But she didn't look back, just remained silent for a moment and continued walking into the distance. I don't know if it was an illusion, but her figure became even more lonely and thin. It seemed as if any gust of wind could completely blow her entire body apart. With her excellent eyesight, Hua Jieyu could even see a few drops of crystal clear and shining water dripping down her face. She has always been concerned about the affairs of the Sword Sect. Now she wanted to continue to make a few sarcastic remarks, but after seeing the other party's miserable appearance, all the words in her mind disappeared completely. All good and bad things are caused by oneself. The sun sets in the west. After making sure Mu Beiling had completely left, Hua Jieyu then left the red maple forest and came to the back garden of her cave. In the pavilion, there was a tall man in white sitting upright. In the reflection of the setting sun, the black hair of the man in white, and even the outline of his entire figure, seemed to be glowing with a faint golden arc. If the little black chicken playing chess with Gu Han with slightly funny movements was removed, I have to say, this is an extremely stunning silhouette that any woman in the world would want to be intoxicated by. Akan, you have such a cruel heart. Hua Jieyu moved lightly with lotus steps, her body boneless, and leaned lazily on Gu Han. Your master, it seems, has absolutely no desire to give up on you. He wants to find you again, even if it means crossing thousands of mountains and rivers. You really don't want to see her? I am no longer a disciple of the Sword Sect. Gu Han said calmly. Besides, before I left behind a method to remove the cold poison that has plagued her entire life. I've already repaid her for raising me. I no longer owe her anything. Why would I want to meet a stranger again? Chapter 135. Some things and people are over, but some people think they are not over. Talk at the same time. A black piece in Gu Han's hand fell, making a crisp sound on the chessboard. Xiao Haizi stared with his big round black eyes, and suddenly became a little dazed. His white pieces were completely surrounded by the black pieces. It seems that there is still a way to go, but in fact every road is a dead end. A more rational person would choose a more decent way, admit defeat directly, and not make any further moves. However, those who are more stubborn may still feel that they are not completely dead yet, and they have to go through every dead end before they will truly give in. But all onlookers knew that there was no point in continuing. The sun sets. The shadows cast by the countless chess pieces falling on the chessboard converge together. They are shadows of regret and memories. But the little black chicken is just as Gu Han said, a stubborn one. It's clearly a dead end, but he still has to make a final desperate struggle. The little black chicken subconsciously looked at Gu Han, and there was a cute charm in its big round eyes. In fact, there is only one way to break this deadlock. The player holding the black pieces was soft-hearted and gave up on surrounding the white pieces, actively leaving a way out for the opponent. However, Gu Han never showed any mercy from beginning to end. Every black piece in his hand fell without mercy, blocking every way for the white pieces to survive. Finally, a piece was placed. All the white pieces on the chessboard met their predetermined death. Fuck you. You'll die if you let me. Do you have a heart of iron? Ignoring the little black chicken's cursing, Gu Han slowly raised his head and looked at the setting sun in the sky, as if talking to himself. Life is like this game of chess. Some people and things are over, but some people think they are not over yet. I always want to erase the ellipses, walk back a little, and put a perfect period. Hua Jieyu, who was watching the whole scene, pursed her red lips and remained silent. As an observer, she can actually see things very clearly. However, bystanders and players are two different concepts. For example, if her sister encounters emotional problems and loves a man to death, she will persuade the man to give up as soon as possible. But the other party instead advised her to give up Guhan, who was favored by Xiaobingli, as soon as possible. Even though she knew her chances of winning were slim, she still didn't want to give up and wanted to keep trying to take a gamble. This phenomenon is indeed in line with the saying that those involved are often confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly. I know that the story between him and me ended completely the moment he left the sword-asking sect and severed his relationship with me. But I don't want to, and I can't learn to end it gracefully. I can't really let go. I can't learn to accept a future without him. I can't learn I've lost him completely like this. Even if the ending is meaningless, I still want to keep going. I don't want to accept this bad ending. After leaving Hongye sect, Mu Bailing looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance that were illuminated by the setting sun and turned into a red glow, and her thoughts gradually drifted away again. The next day. The northern border of Xuanshu continent. Snow is falling all over the sky and the wind is cold. Unlike other areas, this area is covered in silver everywhere you look. The ice and snow glowed with a dazzling cold light under the cold sun. Through the hazy and thick ice crystals and snow, the sight falls on the deepest part of the ice and snow, and vaguely there is a magnificent building complex with a crystal glow standing tall. Ice Spirit Holy Sect. One of the several hidden sects in Xuanshu continent. Different from the holy places that exist in the secular world. This hidden sect, which has been uninvolved in worldly affairs for many years and has devoted itself to spiritual practice, not only has extremely strong overall strength, but also produced an emperor-level powerhouse many years ago. At this moment, in an empty hall somewhere in the Bingling holy sect. Nonsense. It's been years since we last met. Eiling, how could you be so superficial and stupid? What kind of magic potion did that Guhan give you? You're not willing to be so embarrassed. Rumble. The whole hall was buzzing. The temperature dropped drastically, the extreme temperature was freezing, and the surrounding space could faintly make a crackling sound as if it was frozen. The one who unleashed such a terrifying ice storm was a beautiful woman wearing a snow phoenix dress, with long white hair. Her facial features were very similar to Mu Bailing's, but she looked even colder and more majestic. Mu Binghuang. Mu Bailing's only sister with whom she has a blood relationship. But because of different ideas many years ago, the two of them had a slight rift and hadn't been in touch for many years. Now, after not seeing each other for many years, Mu Binghuang has become one of the 4 hall masters of the hidden Ice Spirit Holy Sect, and her cultivation has even reached the terrifying Divine Venerable realm. Below, Mu Bailing remained in a kneeling position. She let the raging and roaring ice storm continue to howl at her, causing layer upon layer of shocking frost to condense on her body surface, without showing any sign of retreat. The ice storm grew more violent and powerful. Even her body was gradually frozen from bottom to top into an ice sculpture. But even so, Mu Bailing still did not give in, but remained kneeling. Her voice trembled and stuttered not only from the pain, but also from the cold and stiff body. Sister, I know I haven't contacted you for so many years and you must be feeling quite resentful. And now, my sudden visit without any prior notice has made you even more dissatisfied. But I've never asked you for anything in all these years. This time I just want you to help me find Honor. Please. When you say the last 2 words. Mu Bailing ignored the pain of half her body being frozen into an ice sculpture and pleaded with her voice as she kowtowed respectfully once again towards Mu Binghuang on the higher ground. The rolling and howling ice storm suddenly solidified at this moment and gradually subsided. Mu Binghuang felt a pang of pain in her heart. As an elder sister, she knows best what kind of person her younger sister is. He is a notoriously stubborn person. He is also famous for his pride. Even her elder sister had tried every possible means to keep her by her side and in the Bingling holy sect, but failed. In the end, the other party was even willing to break up with her and leave her, saying that he wanted to make a name for himself. Now we meet again after many years. She could no longer see the pride and disobedience that her sister once had. Her sister's embarrassed and pleading look at this moment. The humility made her feel distressed. Her humbleness makes her pitiful. Chapter 136. It's me, it's all of us who owe him. After the heartache. Mu Binghuang then began to feel resentment and murderous intent towards the so-called Guhan. What on earth did this damned boy do to her sister? How could she make her sister become like this? As a secluded sect, they are devoted to seeking the truth and never care about worldly affairs. As long as the disaster is not too serious, it may not even cause the destruction of Xuanzhou continent. They will not deliberately try to understand the current situation. Naturally, I don't know about the major events that have happened recently. Therefore, in her eyes, Gu Han, who turned her sister into this, is the culprit of everything. No, sister, you misunderstood Honor. As the saying goes, sisters are connected by heart. Mu Bailing quickly understood what her sister meant from her expression and hurriedly began to explain. He recounted everything that happened to the sword sect, Gu Han, and Yi Qingyun from beginning to end. It's all my fault. At the end of her speech, Mu Bailing seemed unable to suppress her emotions. Tears completely burst out and flowed down. I couldn't control my sadness and couldn't help sobbing. If I, as the master, could have investigated the truth earlier and seen through Yi Qingyun's character earlier, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. If I hadn't broken my promise, if I had stood firmly by Honor's side, I wouldn't have lost him. Her heart seemed to be in such a state of pain that she paused for breath when speaking. White silk. See this scene. Even Mu Binghuang, the notoriously icy beauty of the Ice Spirit Saint sect, showed a trace of heartache and pity on her face. He reached out and hugged his sister who was crying and about to have a breakdown. You can't be blamed for this. If you have to blame someone, blame Yi Qingyun for being too cunning and hiding things too well. And your apprentice, there are so many men in the world, why do you have to hang yourself on a tree? Your disciple is truly heartless. Wouldn't it be all right if the misunderstanding was resolved? The past life is the past life, and the present is the present. Nothing has happened in this life yet. A grown man who is still so narrow-minded and pretentious is not a good person either. But her words failed to provide the necessary comfort. It seemed like it once again touched Mu Bailing's mind, which was about to collapse. No, it's not like that. She suddenly struggled to break free from her sister's hands. He glared at Mu Binghuang with red eyes and argued loudly, Honor has never owed me anything. It's me, all of us, who owe him. You don't know how much he did for me, but I pushed him into the abyss time and time again. It was me who made the promise, but I'm the most despicable and ridiculous person who broke it. I deserve to die, damn it. At the end of the story, Mu Bailing seemed to have completely collapsed. In the end, he drew out his own sword, looking a little crazy. Honor, will you truly forgive me only if I die? Just wait, Master will atone for your sins right now. Bai Ling. Mu Binghuang, frightened by her sister's crazy behavior, instantly erupted with a terrifying ice crystal storm. The rolling ice waves swept over and turned into layers of ice mirrors, temporarily sealing Mu Bailing inside, barely stopping her self-harming behavior. Mu Binghuang frowned, rubbing her temples with a slightly tired look. If she could still feel her sister's normal blood aura and soul fluctuations. She really suspected that her sister had been possessed by some unknown being. Someone come. As she finished speaking, ripples appeared in the space and a monk dressed as a guard walked out. Please give your orders, Palace Master. Please inform the sect master that I would like to borrow the heavenly secret divine mirror. Mu Binghuang said calmly. The divine mirror of heaven. This is a precious treasure of their ice spirit holy sect. It can reflect the secrets of the world, and through the power of the secrets, it can trace and lock the current situation of the cultivators or creatures, as well as their approximate location. After giving instructions for this matter, Mu Binghuang looked back at her sister and couldn't help but sigh deeply. She wanted to see what kind of ability this so-called Guhan had that could drive her sister almost crazy because of him. Humph. You'd better really be different, otherwise. A cold light flickered in the depths of Mu Bingawang's beautiful eyes. She had no good feelings towards the man who had turned her sister into this state. At the same time, a mysterious area somewhere in Xuanshu continent. Ancient trees reached the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist. The air was filled with a strong aura of laws, several times stronger than that of the outside world. Everyone, I won't say any more unnecessary nonsense. A magnificent and ancient voice sounded from nowhere. Since you are able to find the location of our sect through various information and means, then next, you will need to pass a special test. You are lucky. My Samsara cave heaven only recruits 10 disciples a year. Before this, we have already successfully recruited 7 disciples. That means, out of the 108 of you, only 3 will be selected. When the many young monks scattered around heard this voice, they all looked solemn. This is much stricter than the selection in those holy places. They all gathered here because they wanted to join the Samsara cave heaven. Just to reach the threshold of this world, one's bone age must be under 18 years old, and one must also reach the state of unity. With such qualifications, he would be valued in any sect in the outside world, but this was just the threshold to join the cave heaven of Samsara. Somewhere in a dense forest, Shu Yue took a deep breath. There was a glint of determination in the depths of those beautiful eyes. I must join the Samsara cave heaven. She is very confident in her talents and qualifications. As long as she can successfully join the Samsara cave heaven, she will be able to initially achieve her goal. As for this point, she had already considered the most serious consequences. If he can no longer save his senior brother, then he can only become an emperor through the path of reincarnation, restart a certain time point, and fundamentally change everything. As she prepares for her purpose, Luo Baiji and Lu Ruyan's plans for each other have all come true one after another. With her outstanding talent and aptitude in swordsmanship, Luo Baiji became a disciple of a land-based swordsman. Lu Ruyan officially inherited the family and mobilized family connections to look for clues about Guhan and Yi Qingyun. All 3 of them have the same goal. Use every possible means to maximize your advantages. Find the senior brother at all costs and kill Yi Qingyun, who is not completely dead yet. Chapter 137, Unable to turn back, even fate doesn't want to give it a chance. Guhan had no idea what Mu Bailing and others were doing in the outside world. Through Yi Xiao and Yi Xian, 2 people who are related to Yi Qingyun by blood, he has roughly locked down Yi Qingyun's location. Konyao Port. The largest port city in Xuanshu continent is home to many powerful people and various forces. And I heard that there are unknown forces from other continents. Because he attacked Yi Qingyun in advance and crushed him, the plot seemed to have changed. During this period of time in his previous life, Yi Qingyun had never been to Konyao Port. In his memory, it was only when he was about to break through to the Daohua realm. Yi Qingyun just went to Konyao Port, and then according to his investigation, this guy seemed to have found the trace of another incredible opportunity. A legend of a misty fairy mountain that exists somewhere in the boundless sea. Could it be that this kid has already found any traces of Pumiao Xianshan during this period of time? I can only say that he is worthy of being the protagonist of a book. With the blessing of fate and the protection of the plot, if a dog has such a configuration, even the dog can take off, right? I almost killed myself not long ago. Now, I have found traces of this heaven-defying opportunity again. But what's his is his. We should make more money from this guy and complete the necessary primitive accumulation, so that we can deal with the result of becoming enemies all over the world sooner. He already has a rough plan for the future. First, create enough villain forces and make them the top existence in the entire underworld. Just stomp your feet and you can directly influence the top forces in the world. Only by doing this can he truly gain the upper hand when he becomes an enemy of the whole world. After completing this plan, I will find a way to unite Xiaobingli, Su Lingyue and others to fight against the pressure from the fairyland. He always felt that Yi Qingyun was more than just the so-called protagonist of destiny. He seemed to be hiding some big secret. It is inextricably linked to the unknown family behind him. If he were to ruin the secret plan of this big family in advance, he would definitely be retaliated by the entire clan. Now that I have decided to be the strongest villain in the book, of course I have to take all the consequences into consideration. What he needs to do now is to continue to accumulate strength and crush all these guys in one final move. At the same time, inside the Bingling holy sect, Mu Bingwang's request was granted. At this moment, she had brought Mu Bailing, who had barely suppressed her emotions, to a secret underground palace. It's much colder here than the cold wind and snow outside. If one is not a cultivator who practices the great way of ice, he will be completely frozen by the absolute zero in the air almost the moment he sets foot here. After walking for a while, Mu Binghuang and her sister arrived under a huge ice crystal pillar. Deep within the crystal clear icicles, strange runes kept jumping around, weaving into intricate and mysterious array patterns. Looking up, the icicle dome now holds an upside-down huge bronze mirror that exudes an ancient atmosphere. However, this mirror did not reflect the scene below, but instead presented a brilliant rainbow of colors, and the reflected light illuminated the entire space with a riot of color. Mu Binghuang sighed. Alright, mobilize your spiritual power and gather as much information as possible about the identity, appearance, and personality of the person you're looking for. The Heavenly Secret Divine Mirror will read the images in your mind and resonate with the power of Heavenly Secret, helping you roughly locate the person you want to find. However, the size of this range cannot be guaranteed. It could be as large as an area or as small as a city. I see. Mu Bingling did not feel sorry about this restriction. After all, compared to aimlessly searching for someone in a vast crowd, being able to directly lock onto the scope of an area or even a city is already very simple. As the memories of Guhan continued to emerge in her mind, the figure in white that she treasured in the deepest part of her memory gradually took shape. The next moment, a beam of light condensed from the power of her soul shot up into the sky and was directly absorbed into the Heavenly Secret Divine Mirror. Strange ripples began to appear on the calm mirror-like surface of an ancient well, and all kinds of colorful rays of light continued to converge and intertwine, as if they were from the illusory power of heaven. Mu Bailing looked at the ever-changing Heavenly Secret Divine Mirror with anticipation, hoping to get news about Guhan in the next moment. But in the next moment, a scene that neither Mu Binghuang nor her sister had anticipated occurred. The 9 colored rays of light that were constantly overlapping and interweaving suddenly solidified. The mirror's surface, which was already rippling, began to calm down at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 9 colored rays of light representing the power of heaven disappeared, and were replaced by pitch black, which symbolized nothingness. They saw no images, no written revelations. There was only a deep, empty darkness. How could it be? Ignoring Mu Bailing, who was petrified on the spot, Mu Binghuang, who was the first to come to her senses, immediately let out an exclamation of disbelief. The divine mirror of heaven and earth is the most precious treasure of their sect, and it can even trace back and deduce the whereabouts of powerful saints. I heard from my sister that Guhan, as her apprentice, obviously has a low level of cultivation, and at most he is at the Giyi realm. But why the divine mirror of heaven's secret cannot resonate with the power of heaven's secret and deduce his location? She had never heard of such a situation before. And according to past experience, even if the deduction cannot be successful, the Heavenly Secret Divine Mirror will make some kind of written revelation to indirectly indicate the location of the person making the deduction. But this time there was nothing, only a deep and bottomless darkness. Etc. Mu Binghuang suddenly had an idea. Could it be that Guhan was already dead? So that's why the Tianji Divine Mirror has such a strange behavior? But she quickly overturned this idea. How is this possible? There will be written revelations even after death. The occurrence of such a strange situation can only mean that there is something wrong with Guhan himself, or even that he himself may not exist in this world. All kinds of terrible thoughts kept emerging in my mind, which was terrifying when I thought about it carefully. Mu Baiwang's face had turned pale, and beads of cold sweat were oozing from his forehead. However, compared to Mu Binghuang, Mu Bailing came to her senses belatedly, her pupils slightly contracted, her expression dull, as if she had completely lost the strength to support herself, and she gradually collapsed to the ground. He just stared blankly at the divine mirror above his head, which did not show any images. Why? Could it be that even fate doesn't want her to find Honor and return to the human world? Honor is unwilling to give him a chance. Even fate doesn't give her a chance? Chapter 138, The White Dragon Palace is born, and the one stirring up the storm behind the scenes. By Ling. Don't be anxious. After keenly noticing some huge fluctuations in his sister's soul, Mu Binghuang suppressed all the thoughts in her heart and quickly spoke to comfort him. Maybe there was some problem with the ceremony just now. Try again and recall all the information about Guhan. Mu Binghuang's words had an effect. Mu Beiling followed the instructions again and thought more deeply about Guhan, even including what she experienced with childhood Guhan many years ago. However, the ripples on the surface of the heavenly secret mirror soon calmed down quietly after a while. The same scene appeared again, and the heavenly secret divine mirror was still pitch black, without any pictures or any written revelations. The cold reality shattered all of Mu Beiling's hopes into pieces. After that, I continued to try without giving up, but did not get any feedback. It was as if Guhan had completely sunk into the depths of the crowd and could no longer be found by her. White silk. Seeing her sister so devastated and looking like she was about to break, Mu Binghuang's face was filled with pity. She gently hugged her sister and comforted her softly. You don't have to take this so seriously. Your disciple has just left the sword-asking sect and must still be in the Xuanxu continent. I will use my strength to help you find him. Everything will be fine. Besides, don't you have someone you want to find? Find him first, and you can also fulfill your wish now. It was not until these words were heard that Mu Beiling regained her spirits. That's right, she now has only two goals in life. Looking back at the cold. Kill Yi Qingyun completely. Mu Beiling suppressed the anger and disgust in her heart, focused her mind, and imagined a picture of Yi Qingyun in her mind. This time, the divine mirror of heaven did not fail again. The power of heaven flowing with 9 colored light blended with each other, and finally formed a clear picture. Looking down from the sky, it is a huge port town close to the boundless sea. Xuanxu continent, Konyao port. That damn guy Yi Qingyun is here. After getting the information she wanted, surprise reappeared in Mu Beiling's eyes. Although Yi Qingyun, who inexplicably came back to life, may have some great opportunity, he may have even changed his appearance. But as long as she locks on the general area, she will find this guy no matter how much effort and time it takes. After instructing someone to help Mu Beiling, who looked a little haggard, go down to rest. A cold glint flickered in the depths of Mu Binghuang's beautiful eyes. According to the information provided by my sister, Yi Qingyun, who inexplicably came back to life, will definitely change his appearance to be cautious and safe, making it difficult for anyone to find his whereabouts. Guhan, who left the sect, is likely to still maintain his original appearance. In a sense, the difficulty of finding Guhan is about the same as that of finding Yi Qingyun. Someone come. Then a guard from the Ice Spirit Holy Sect walked out of the vortex. Mu Binghuang immediately gave the order. In the name of the Ice Phoenix Palace Master, I am issuing a message. If anyone can find Guhan from the sword-asking sect, or provide any information about him, I will reward him handsomely. Time passed quietly, and 3 months went by in the blink of an eye. During this period, a major event also happened in Xuanxu continent. 2 months ago, a terrifying force suddenly appeared in Tianhai territory, calling itself the White Dragon Palace. There are even semi-saints among them. Moreover, the strong men of this great force have dragon blood flowing in their bodies, and their physical strength is extremely terrifying. They can often hold their own against 2 opponents at the same level, and can even make a comeback with their powerful bodies and terrifying dragon might. Xuanxu continent is essentially the gathering place of the human race's Taoist tradition. The White Dragon Palace, which suddenly appeared, is suspected to have the dragon blood of the demon world flowing in its bones, so it will naturally be subject to vigilance and hostility from human forces. So, a month ago, 4 powerful forces, led by Tianhai Pavilion, the dominant force in Tianhai territory, jointly launched an action against Bailong Palace. He wanted to nip this terrifying force that had just emerged out of nowhere in the bud. But no one expected it. The White Dragon Palace that suddenly appeared was so powerful that it was far beyond their imagination. Not only does he have terrifying top warriors, he also has 4 Taoist armies that are good at fighting, called the Dragon Cavalry Guards. Not only are each of these dragon knights brave and good at fighting, but they can also achieve blood resonance in a certain sense. Each legion is like a spear that can break the army, and it can always play a decisive role in the war with the 4 major forces. In the end, the 4 major forces did not hesitate to organize all their cutting-edge combat forces in order to turn the tide of the war in one fell swoop. Tianhai Pavilion even sent out a Saint Realm ancestor, intending to descend upon the core area of the White Dragon Palace in one fell swoop and completely destroy the White Dragon Palace from the root. However, the White Dragon Palace actually hides a top-notch holy weapon. It was even able to achieve some kind of terrifying resonance with a certain ancient building, releasing terrifying power that completely wiped out the Saint Realm Patriarch of Tianhai Pavilion and the strong men of several other major forces. At this point, this inexplicable war was completely ended by the overwhelming strength of the White Dragon Palace. In just 3 months, the White Dragon Palace has become the new generation of dominant force in the entire Tianhai area. Even though the other party was suspected to be related to the Dragon Clan in the demon world, no one dared to attack them at will. After all, that is a terrifying force that possesses the ultimate holy soldiers. No force would be foolish enough to spend time and effort, or even sacrifice many powerful people, to fight a life-and-death battle with the White Dragon Palace. As long as the other party does not affect the order and stability of the entire Xuanxu continent, they can turn a blind eye. On a continent where human sects gather, a sect suspected to be founded by the Demon Clan appeared. Such a phenomenon is extremely rare and absurd throughout history. In a restaurant somewhere in Kongyao Port, there was a lot of noise and drinkers gathered. Many people who looked slightly tipsy were discussing the matter. According to some gossip, this White Dragon Palace that suddenly appeared seems to be the creation of a terrifying anti-continental existence. The current lord of the White Dragon Palace is nothing more than a subordinate of this man. I've also heard that some people say that the Blood Moon Demon sect that appeared in Sichuan continent was also founded by this guy. This guy is very likely plotting something big and wants to disrupt the current stability of our Xuanxu continent. He created the Demon sect and the Demon Clan. This guy really looks like the legendary villain. That's right. All the major righteous forces have issued a very generous reward, hoping someone can provide information about the person suspected of being behind this. Especially the major holy places, they've even offered astronomical rewards for clues. In the private room of the restaurant. At this moment, Gu Han was shaking the wine in the golden cup, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. What a coincidence, he is the instigator of all these events. Now I'm watching these guys below talking about my great achievements. I have to say, this feeling of being the mastermind behind the scenes and disrupting the world situation is really not bad. Chapter 139 Gathering in one city, searching and killing. Knock knock knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the private room. Come in. Guhan didn't turn around and gave the order in a calm voice. As the door was pushed open, a maid came in and respectfully placed a pile of books and papers filled with various information on the table in front of Guhan. Grown-ups. The information you instructed us to collect for the investigation these days has been summarized. These people are the names of all the young monks who have entered Kongyao Port recently. Among them are several young monks who have gained great reputations and have done some great things recently. We have also marked the key points and summarized all the places they have been to and what they have done recently. Please review it, Your Excellency. Guhan nodded slightly, indicating to the maid that it was okay and she could leave. After taking another sip of tea, Guhan picked up a stack of papers and began to flip through them. In a sense, this restaurant has become his business. After all, the White Dragon Palace he created has become the overlord of the entire Tianhai area. It is extremely easy to extend your evil hands to Kongyao Port and develop your own power here. As for why he collected the list of independent cultivators who had recently entered Kongyao Port. Naturally, we also need to eliminate the suspects and find Yi Qingyun. Although we could rely on Yi Xiao and Yi Xin to use the bloodline technique to find Yi Qingyun. But it can only be a rough target, Kongyao City is so big and there are too many people. However, when considering starting the search, Yi Qingyun might become alert and even use some method to directly block his bloodline. Therefore, he had to ensure that Yi Xiao and Yi Xin, his two trump cards, could play their maximum value and not be wasted. Thoughts return. Gu Han once again looked at the pile of papers in front of him, and the thoughts in his mind drifted away. According to Yi Qingyun's style of doing things, that kid has definitely changed his appearance and even become a casual cultivator. But as a protagonist who is the focus wherever he goes, it is hard not to attract people. People always try to show off to some extent to show off their own reputation. As his eyes wandered, Gu Han was quickly attracted by several names. Name, Jiang Fan, identity unknown. Cultivation, initially locked at the Giyi realm. Glorious deed 1, he once engaged in a fierce battle with the vice-master of the Tianwu sect, godly platform realm, 4th level, ultimately succeeding in overcoming his level and killing the vice-master in a way no one could have imagined. Glorious deed 2, completed a bounty mission from a clan leader, traveled to the Tianhai Mountains, killed 5 illusionary killing wolves in the Giyi realm, and brought back 5 demon cores. TSK Tisk TSK. Gu Han couldn't help but feel emotional. This name also has a life experience of easily defeating enemies in combats of higher levels. It's like another template for the protagonist. According to his experience, people whose names contain the word fan are often very extraordinary. Regardless of whether it is Yi Qingyun or not, the other party may be related to Yi Qingyun. After all, Yi Qingyun has good connections thanks to the help of the plot. Not only did he meet many talented and outstanding girls and boys along the way, it always inexplicably attracts the attention of some ancient figures, and even makes friends with them by investing. For example, the Hurricane Dragon King that Yi Qingyun met in Zhengzhou City before, who gave him the Dragon King mark. However, because he got there first, the Hurricane Dragon King has now become his subordinate, working hard for him. His gaze continued to move downwards, and Gu Han picked out 3 more. It could be Yi Qingyun, or it could be someone who has some connection with Yi Qingyun. 2 men and 1 woman. Zhang Yuandao, male, unknown identity, unknown cultivation level, suspected to be a traveler from another continent. Qinglier, female, descendant of the Zixia sect, her cultivation level is suspected to be at the Giyi realm. Yunaodian, male, casual cultivator, cultivation level unknown. Including Jiang Fan before, these people have done some big things in Kongyao port recently. For example, cracking down on multifaceted gangster forces and upholding justice. Or they could take on a certain bounty mission, fight across levels, and complete tasks that are impossible for them at this stage. Gu Han even vaguely saw the shadow of the protagonist in a book in these people. After all, the book he wrote is actually a group portrait in nature. Yi Qingyun has many heroines around him, and many brothers as well. Therefore, the original author also spent a lot of time and effort in this book to write about the heroine and his brothers around Yi Qingyun. What's even more outrageous is that the people around the protagonist are basically all extraordinary. The son and daughter of destiny in this book, the male and female protagonists in other books. But for various reasons, they all gathered around the protagonist Yi Qingyun and developed deep feelings for him. He called this the law of destiny for protagonists to meet. The protagonist can not only encounter special opportunities under the coercion of the yin and yang. It will also attract the so-called heroes in the book to gather together, eventually stirring up the world and promoting the development of the plot. Put aside all the speculations in your mind. Gu Han's gaze was fixed on Yun Outyan among the 4 names. Perhaps it was his instinct as the villain of the book. He always felt that a guy with such a cool name was something Yi Qingyun would do. After all, this guy likes to play with contrasts. For example, when he was in the sect, he liked to pretend to be a pure, simple, harmless and well-behaved junior brother. But in fact, he is very cunning and good at disguise. Now, he was very suspicious that Yi Qingyun had deliberately chosen such a cool name. It is to deliberately assume the character of another person so as not to arouse suspicion from others. Then Brother Outyan, I hope you can provide me with enough fun and bring me more surprises next time. He has always had his own thoughts on the speculation that Yi Qingyun might have found the trace of Piamiao Fairy Mountain. Regardless of anything else, as long as he can find it, the opportunity to reach Pyongyang Fairy Mountain will be his. What Gu Han didn't know was, at this moment, several young figures with extraordinary aura came to the entrance of Kongnyauport. One of them was an acquaintance of his. That was his former junior sister Chu Yue. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye for a monk. But in such a short time, Chu Yue has undergone some drastic changes. Different from when she was in the sword-asking sect, she is now more mature and her temperament is becoming more cold. The whole person exudes a sense of alienation, as if strangers should stay away from him and should be kept at a distance. She passed the cruel and harsh trial and became one of the last 3 disciples of this era to successfully join the Samsara cave heaven. And with his outstanding talent and qualifications, he became a true disciple of the Wheel of Reincarnation in just 3 months. Her cultivation has even reached the 8th level of the Gi realm. After this training, or even during it, she is confident that she will be able to break through directly to the Shintai realm. And the reason why she chose this place for training. I also received news from my former master that Yi Qing-yun is suspected to be in Kongnyauport. A cold light flashed in the depths of Chu Yue's beautiful eyes. Experience is secondary. Her main purpose is to find Yi Qing-yun and kill him. Chapter 140, The Unreachable White Moonlight, Falling into the Abyss Forever. Although 3 months have passed since that incident. But Su Lingyue's ridicule of her on Bayou Peak has always been like a steel thorn stuck deep in her heart, and cannot be completely removed. The other party was right. Since they had known for a long time that Yi Qing-yun had problems, they should have taken action earlier and stopped the loss in time. Instead of hesitating again and again, which will eventually lead to a disaster that will make you regret. As expected of junior sister Yue, not only is she gifted and talented, she also possesses her own unique understanding of humanities and customs. At this moment, a gentle male voice like a spring breeze sounded. There were several young figures standing beside Chu Yue. The one who spoke was the one in the lead, a handsome man with the most powerful aura who had reached the divine platform realm. He was dressed in a green robe with cloud patterns, a jade crown on his head, and a folding fan in his hand. His whole body exuded a kind of unrestrained and otherworldly charm. His name is Su Chaoga, and he is one of the oldest disciples in the Wheel of Reincarnation. As the leader who led a new batch of true disciples down the mountain for training. Brother Su, you're so kind. It's getting late, so let's stop talking nonsense and find a place to stay. Chu Yue's expression did not show any ripples in response to Su Chaoga's praise. Her temperament remained cold and aloof, keeping people at a distance. Don't be fooled by Su Chaoga's gentlemanly appearance. But during the time she joined the Samsara cave heaven, he tried every possible way to pursue her. She even publicly announced that she was his Taoist partner, so that others would not set their sights on her. Su Chaoga thought that his behavior was very unique, but he didn't know that it was as disgusting as that of an ordinary hooligan. She couldn't help but think of the tall white dress in her memory. She has always had only one senior brother, and that is Gu Han. Compared to her senior brother Gu, this guy Su Chaoga is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Senior brother Su, this Chu Yue really has no manners at all. You are so cold and indifferent to me. At this time, another female disciple suddenly approached Su Chaoga, although her appearance was far inferior to Chu Yue's. But her face was also pretty, and her figure was extremely hot and plump. Even the wide sleeves could not completely hide the surging blood in her chest. Li Xiaoxia is one of the new batch of true disciples in the Wheel of Reincarnation. Because she was suppressed by Chu Yue in all aspects, jealousy made her extremely hostile to Chu Yue. Especially since the other party was obviously immortal, but had an extraordinary temperament like a fairy from the sky, which made her even more unhappy. Why is a little girl pretending? Jealous? Su Chaoga smiled faintly and even pinched Li Xiaoxia's raised buttocks regardless of the occasion. Hate. Li Xiaoxia snorted in anger, her pretty face slightly red. The other disciples who had seen the entire scene could only look away in embarrassment. People like Su Chaoga, who are from the older generation and are in the true lineage, have great power in the Samsara cave heaven and are not people they can afford to offend, so they can only pretend not to see them as much as possible. Su Chaoga seemed to be teasing Li Xiaoxia who was beside him. But his eyes were extremely fiery, staring at Chu Youwei's receding back. Even the back view was so beautiful that it fascinated him. Life is short, enjoy it while you can. He likes to capture fairies with a cool look like this. This trip might be his great opportunity. Moreover, he also harbored some malice towards the senior brother that Chu Youwei mentioned. After all, everyone in their sect knew that Chu Youwei had always had a senior brother by Yue Guang in her heart. The reason why he has not been able to get closer to Chu Youwei is because of this damn guy named Gu Han. He also wanted to find Gu Han. However, they intended to remove him as a stumbling block. He took the position of senior brother by Yue Guang in Chu Youwei's heart. In a magnificent courtyard somewhere in Kongyao Port. Even the pavilions and towers are inlaid with glazed jade tiles, which perfectly interprets the word luxury. Tianhai Business Alliance. One of the 3 top business alliances in Xuanshu continent. Years of accumulation have allowed them to accumulate unimaginable wealth. Relying on the special connections left over from their business, they even have dealings with many other continental forces. Old Lu. I think you are just too modest. Not only does your daughter possess extraordinary talent in cultivation, but she's already reached the half-step divine stage at such a young age. She also possesses incredible business acumen. Who says women are inferior to men? Your Lu family now has a successor. Then a middle-aged man with a wealthy appearance and a slightly plump figure laughed out loud. Many people present who were dressed in luxurious clothes and had extremely prominent status all smiled and agreed. All eyes were focused on the center, where a man and a woman were sitting. The man has a noble temperament and is dressed in fine clothes, and he bears a resemblance to Lu Ruyan. At this moment, he was responding politely to the compliments and teasing from many other colleagues. The woman sitting next to him was wearing a purple gauze dress. Her fair and graceful figure was perfectly set off by the purple dress. Coupled with that absolutely beautiful face, anyone would be unable to help but be fascinated by it. This person is Lu Ruyan. Perhaps it was after learning the truth and watching his senior brother leave that he suffered a huge blow. 3 months also brought about huge changes in her. At this moment, she is elegant and noble, no longer the green tea girl who was always jealous and pitiful. After returning to the Lu family, she immediately used various means to seize all the power from her other brothers and sisters and concentrated in herself. After another month of hard work, she established a brand new image in front of her father. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be the first real female head of the Lu family in history. He could even succeed his father Lu Wuya and become one of the most important shareholders of Tianhai Business Alliance. I wonder if Miss Ruyan is married. My master has long heard of her name. I wonder if she would be interested in meeting her. A beautiful woman suddenly smiled and spoke. Although it was a joke, there was some seriousness in her words. I'm sorry, Ruyan isn't very interested in matters between men and women right now. Madam, please find someone else. Lu Ruyan smiled and refused. He ignored the look of regret on the face of the elegant lady. Lu Ruyan's thoughts couldn't stop drifting away. She knew that she was very mean now, so mean that she wanted to slap herself a few times. Maybe it's too heartbreaking. Or maybe he really came to his senses. She could never forget the figure in white in her heart. I have nightmares both day and night. She dreamed of that figure, walking further and further away from her. No matter what method she tried, she couldn't catch up with him, and she couldn't make him look back at her. I can only fall into the abyss of pain forever. Chapter 141, The Wind Rises and the Heart is Confused. At this time, Lu Ruyan's ears moved slightly, as if she had received a special message. Although he still maintained a reserved smile on his face, a cold light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Father, I want to go out and get some fresh air. You guys chat first. After saying hello to his father Lu Wuya. Along the way, he rejected all the invitations to chat up from other rich boys. Lu Ruyan came to an empty street corner and immediately cast a special shielding formation to completely isolate herself from the outside world. Almost at the moment she finished all this, my peripheral vision gradually dimmed. A thick shadow radiated from all directions, and finally rolled and condensed, forming a dark shadow in front of her. To be precise, this should be a person. After all, a shadow cannot have its own eyes. This is a special assassin and intelligence gathering team that Lu Ruyan has built over the past few days by spending countless financial resources and efforts. She named it Shadow Guard. Yours sincerely, Miss Ruyan. The dark figure bent down slightly, his voice dry and cold, and he clasped his fists and said, "We still haven't found the person you're looking for. The Shadow Pavilion has offered a 50,000 spirit stone reward for Yi Qingyun's whereabouts, but no one has provided any valuable information." Useless. What a bunch of useless people. The noble and elegant temperament suddenly disappeared. Lu Ruyan looked a little ferocious and crazy. "I've spent so much energy training you, and you can't even find a Yi Qingyun. Continue to issue bounties to all major intelligence gathering and assassination organizations. Anyone who can provide the exact whereabouts of Yi Qingyun will receive 200,000 spirit stones as a reward." These words made the Shadow Guard slightly stunned. After all, there is actually no upper limit to the price of things like exact traces. Providing an exact trace will cost 200,000 spirit stones. Even without counting the subsequent bounty fees, this is already an astronomical figure. But Lu Ruyan didn't care about that at all. She gave up everything and changed herself just to be able to inherit the family and use the whole family's strength to find Yi Qingyun. As long as I can find this damn guy, what does it matter if I lose everything? She now has only one goal, to find her senior brother and kill Yi Qingyun. In another courtyard in Kongyao it is completely different from the magnificent and luxurious courtyard where the Tianhai Chamber of Commerce is located. The place is somewhat desolate and dilapidated, with moss growing all over the redwood pillars. The whole courtyard is filled with a strong smell of fireworks. And at this moment, under a withered willow tree, a young woman in a plain white dress is dancing with a sword in her hand, like a dragon. With a turn of his wrist, the long sword in his hand reflected one sword lotus after another, which was interwoven with swordlight. Countless willow leaves blown down by the wind instantly shattered and melted into powder the moment they came into contact with the sword energy. What was quite strange was that the eyes of the woman in the white dress were bound with a washed-out band, and her messy black hair was flying in the wind. But she clearly couldn't see anything, yet every movement of her sword was extremely precise, perfect and almost impeccable. It's not a serious problem with the eyes that causes blindness. But Luo Baiji did it on purpose. She is constantly reminding herself of this and using it to atone for her sins. She possesses the clear sword heart that countless sword practitioners yearn for. It stands to reason that one can easily understand people's thoughts. But she never saw through Yi Qingyun's true face. Nor did he see through the sadness and suffering that his senior brother had experienced in the past. What's the use of these eyes? Baiji, your heart is in turmoil. This is a big taboo for sword cultivators. An old voice suddenly sounded. The speaker was an old man in a gray robe. He wore a conical hat, and his skin looked particularly weathered, as if he had been exposed to wind and rain for many years. But at this moment, the old man was holding a green wine gourd in his hand and pouring wine into his mouth in big gulps. His weathered skin showed a hint of tipsiness, and his whole person exuded a carefree air, like a drunken swordsman walking in the world. This old man is Luo Baiji's current master, Mo Wenqing, also known as the drunken sword immortal of land. It seemed to reflect what he said. One of the broken willow leaves that were originally drifting down with the wind broke through the sword energy blockade condensed by Luo Baiji. It was not crushed into powder by the sword energy, but fell to the ground safely with a little rain and dew on it. Sorry, master. I got distracted. I'll start from the beginning. Luo Baiji bowed respectfully towards Mo Wenqing and started practicing swordsmanship again. Mo Wenqing did not respond, but just shook his head and sighed slightly. The first page of the sword manual is titled Severing Love. A truly powerful swordsman has only the sword in his heart, without any mixed emotions. But who in this world can really do it? Sword cultivators are, after all, human beings. What is love in this world? It makes people wait for it for 1,000 years. After muttering, Mo Wenqing chuckled and continued drinking. The reason why he made an exception and accepted Luo Baiji as his disciple. Perhaps it was because he saw the same shadow of himself in the other person. Perhaps in this way, I can make up for the regrets of my youth. It might be useless to do it. But if you don't do it, you will definitely regret it. Honor. Do you really not want to see Master again? Why has Master been looking for you for so long and there's no trace of you? A bustling street somewhere in Kanyao Port. Mu Bailing, who had disguised her appearance, looked at the bustling and crowded streets with a slightly dull look. Although the surroundings were so lively, she seemed to be on another sad island. Sadness could not be suppressed and spread from the memories. Once upon a time, her favorite thing was to take the young Guhan to visit the bustling town at the foot of Zongmen Mountain. And he always bought a string of candied haws for Guhan when he was a child. She also clearly remembered that when Honor took the candied haws, he would smile brightly and thank her, his master, in a baby voice. This time, she came to a familiar place, and unknowingly, she subconsciously bought a string of candied haws. But this time she was alone. He's a boy, but he also likes sweets. She suddenly laughed at herself again. Yes. How could I forget Honor also likes sweet and doesn't like bitter? After going through so much in his past life, he must have suffered a lot and felt very wronged. Boss, please give me 2 more strings of candied haws. She subconsciously bought 2 more strings. I want to try one myself. The other 2 strings seemed to be intended for the person who was not around. I want him to feel double the sweetness. As I bit the sugar-coated hawthorn, my vision became blurry. Tears flowed down her face, into her mouth, and then slid into her esophagus along her tongue. No one around seemed to notice her gaffe. She walked on the extremely busy streets, but she was always alone and isolated from the world. This candied haws is not sweet at all. Chapter 142, Another True Ancestor of the Demon Realm, the Sky-Swallowing Cloud Python. It was almost the next moment when Mu Bailing entered the busy street and disappeared in the crowd. Suddenly, a man walked into the street from the other side of the crowd at a certain street corner. The man was dressed in blue, but had white hair that was not suitable for his age. He has a tall figure and a handsome appearance. The woman who had been looking at the man with admiration suddenly froze her gaze after seeing something. This man seems to have a strange hobby. He actually raises a little black chicken. I saw the little black chicken standing on the shoulder of the man in green, with its chin slightly raised. The whole chicken exudes a kind of arrogance and domineering look, as if saying, "What the hell are you looking at? Have you ever seen your dad?" I couldn't believe they saw such a human expression on a little black chicken. Many people felt offended. If the other party had not seen that it was a chicken, I wonder how many despised guys would have wanted to rush up and beat up the chicken. Too arrogant. And this man in blue is also a strange guy. Who in their right mind would raise a chicken? Ignoring the looks from the people around him, Guhan, who had already changed his aura and appearance through the phantom demon mask, gradually became distracted and was thinking about other things. According to the information he obtained, Kanyao Port, the most prosperous port city, seemed to be in some unrest recently. Perhaps it is because Yi Qing-yun, the male protagonist of this book, is about to start a new round of plot here. Some mysterious and unknown forces gathered here for inexplicable reasons. This always gave him a feeling of a fateful plot where a storm was about to come, and in the end the male protagonist Yi Qing-yun suddenly appeared, turned the tide, and established a great reputation. Strange, why do I seem to vaguely sense the presence of that woman? At this moment, the little black guy standing on his shoulder suddenly spoke in human language. Seeing Guhan looking at him, he subconsciously shrank his neck. "It's not Su Lingyue, it's not Sister Lingyue, it's that damn woman who betrayed me and stabbed me in the back. Her name is Xian Ningbing. She was once one of the 5 true ancestors of my demon world." Xiao Haizi seemed to open up and told the information about Xian Ningbing and the origin of the story. Xian Ningbing's true form is a sky-swallowing cloud python, whose bloodline can be traced back to the most ancient times in the demon world. When the demon world was just born, it absorbed a small part of the innate origin. Finally, after countless years of cultivation, it successfully transformed into one of the demon ancestors of the demon world. Damn it! It was this damn bitch who leaked the information and colluded with the human race of that ancient era. You're using these despicable tactics to try to wipe us out and seize all power in the demon world. You've backstabbed all of us demons. I knew that damn woman was no good. If she hadn't stabbed me in the back, how could I have ended up in this situation? Xiao Haizi ignited his own anger. He vented all his anger and hatred for the crisis of his rebirth on Xian Ningbing. However, after hearing this, Guhan fell into deep thought again. So, this is why Su Lun Yue was sealed in the demon locking tower. Is it also inextricably linked to Xian Ningbing, the traitor who stabbed the entire demon world? And from what the thunder-swallowing demon emperor said, this guy seems to be still alive. Even Kong Yaoport seemed to have her presence. Thoughts kept racing in my mind. It seems that there is a drop of mysterious demon king's blood of unknown origin in Yi Qingyun's body. In his previous life, Yi Qingyun's cultivation was extremely powerful. He once fully utilized this drop of demon king's blood to reveal a huge demon body. Although the outline is blurry, it looks like a white snake. Could it be? The drop of unknown mysterious blood in his body belongs to Xian Ningbing? At the same time, in a large mansion somewhere in Kong Yaoport, I, Zhang Fan, have never submitted to anyone in my life. Brother Outyen, you are the first. You fought against the leader of the Tianwu sect, who was about to reach the Daohua realm, and not only did you not lose, but also beat him to a pulp. It was you, Brother Outyen. This is my toast to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a man picked up the wine glass and drank the wine in it in one gulp. Other people around also cast admiring glances in a certain direction. Where their gaze converged, they saw a young man in white clothes sitting there, with long hair tied in a crown, sword-like eyebrows, and bright eyes. Thank you all for your praise. It was just a fluke. His words seemed to be humble, but in fact they were filled with a kind of unconcealable joy. These past 2 months have been the happiest days of his life. I originally thought that it would be difficult for me to make significant progress in my cultivation after leaving the sword-asking sect. But he didn't expect that he would be like a hidden dragon entering the sea. Within 3 months, his cultivation had broken through to the 4th level of the divine platform realm. Moreover, Old Bai, who was sleeping deep in his consciousness, also regained more strength. As long as he doesn't come into direct contact with a powerful supreme being, he can borrow Bai Lao's power and escape safely. Besides, he now has another life-saving trump card. A white snake as thick as a thumb suddenly crawled out from his collar, spitting out a scarlet tongue, and there was a certain spirituality in its black eyes. It was obvious that it was a creature of great origin. Yi Qingyun stretched out his finger to touch the white snake's head, but the white snake turned its head away arrogantly and retracted into his lining again. In the end, Yi Qingyun could only touch his nose awkwardly. This was the little white snake he found 2 months ago in a very secret cave with the guidance of the drop of Demon King's blood in his body. At that time, the white snake was still an egg. However, the laws of heaven and earth are strong here, and many rare natural treasures grow there. The fact that his cultivation level could break through so quickly was closely related to these rare treasures. Furthermore, although this white snake is only 1 month old, it seems to possess an extremely terrifying personality. Even Old Bai couldn't see through it. This means that this white snake with a great origin is probably even more powerful than his biggest trump card now, Old Bai. Now that he has another trump card in his hand, his former pride and confidence are all back. He had even imagined in his mind that when his cultivation level broke through to the supreme realm or the divine realm in the future, he would return to the sect. I wonder if Mu Bailing, the guy who killed me with his own hands, will regret it to death after seeing that I am still alive and even stronger? All kinds of thoughts come back. Yi Qingyun looked at Zhang Fan and others with a serious expression. Everyone, I invited you here today because I want to discuss something with you. These are some of his companions he has met recently, all of whom are very talented. And it seems that he has a trump card that is not much weaker than his, which can help his future plans to a certain extent. Of course, if the other party does not die in the end, he is a good brother, but if he dies, he is just a tool. Chapter 143, There is only one senior brother in my heart, and he is not as good as the other one? A moment. after telling his plan and getting the result that Zhang Fan and others would help him. Only then did Yi Qingyun leave the courtyard with satisfaction. After all, Piaomio Fairy Mountain can be regarded as a top-notch paradise. If he wants to go there and explore, he must further improve his cultivation. He had just discussed the so-called plan with Zhang Fan and others. He just wanted to go with them to somewhere in the boundless sea to hunt deep-sea beasts, absorb their demon cores, and accumulate more power for his own demon king's essence blood. Moreover, the little white snake he raised could continuously improve its strength by absorbing demonic power. Zhang Fan and the others were all extraordinary people, and their character was also pretty good. Teaming up with them would be a win-win for him. Brother Outyen, thank you so much for what happened a while ago. Otherwise, I really don't know how I would have completed the sex trial mission. An ethereal and pleasant voice suddenly sounded behind him. The person who spoke was a woman in a long green dress. She had a graceful figure, bright eyes, white teeth, and soft lines and contours. The woman exudes a strong vitality, making people feel ethereal and refreshed when they get close to her. She is Qinglier, the direct disciple of Zixiao sect. After hearing the voice behind him, Yi Qingyun's lips curled up unconsciously. The main reason why he fought with the leader of Tianwu sect was because of Qinglier. The reason is simple: Qinglier possesses a special physique called Mui Dao Body. This physique is naturally close to the way of nature, and can easily resonate with the natural forces of heaven and earth, and can even give living beings strong vitality through their physique. If used well, awakening this physique will not only allow one to achieve sainthood through the power of nature, but one can even easily use one's own power to ripen some rare and precious natural materials with extremely long growth cycles. However, the opponent's physique has not yet fully awakened. It was only through Bai Lao's reminder that he realized that the other party had such a physique. But it's better this way. If I succeed in helping her awaken, she will definitely be extremely grateful to me, and might even be willing to work for me and become my own person. In the world of cultivation, opportunities can be things or people. It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. Yi Qingyun smiled casually, as if bathed in spring breeze. He didn't think he could suppress the leader of Tianwu sect at all. It was all thanks to the help of old Bai in his body. Besides, the leader of the Tianwu sect is despicable and despicable. If anyone can kill him, even if I am not there, there will definitely be someone to enforce justice on his behalf. Anyone who has been a hypocrite knows that it is a normal routine to pretend first and then be humble. But Qinglier just fell for it, and Yi Qingyun's image became more and more lofty in her heart. Feeling the other party's admiring gaze, Yi Qingyun felt very happy. After all, which man would not be fascinated by such a beautiful woman looking at him with admiration? Just as Yi Qingyun and Qinglier were chatting along the way and walking further and further away, a young man in white clothes and white hair suddenly walked out of the darkness somewhere on the corner of the street. At this moment, the special jade talisman in his hand was emitting a faint red light. A red line that seemed to be condensed from blood was extending from the jade talisman and floating in the direction where Yi Qingyun left. "It's you, kid. You really made it hard for me to find you." The corners of Gu Han's lips curled up slightly. The red substance in this jade talisman is actually some special blood. He drew it from Yi Xiao and Yi Xin, two people who had blood ties with Yi Qingyun. Although it has some limitations, it can indeed help him directly lock onto Yi Qingyun's true form. Looking at the direction the other party left, Gu Han clicked his tongue and shook his head. He is truly worthy of being the protagonist of this book. It's only been 3 months since we've noticed him. The entire person's strength has undergone a drastic change. And it seems that he has received special blessings from the plot and indirectly gained a lot of opportunities. Also, the woman in the green dress beside him seems to be another female protagonist in the future. She seems to be the Purple Sky sect, the Supreme Qingming. In the original book, Yi Qingyun met Qinglier, the strongest being of Zixiao sect, who was respected by the world as the Supreme Qingming, a year later. This Qingming Supreme seems to have an extremely special physique, able to communicate with the natural way of heaven and earth, and even transform the power of heaven and earth for his own use. With such a strong physique, she is basically invincible among the supreme realm and the same realm. Now it seems that because of his own actions, there has been some deviation in the plot. In the end, Yi Qingyun and the Qingming Supreme of later generations met in advance. Gu Han couldn't help but curl his lips. Is this the self-healing of the plot? Let some people who will achieve great fame in the future meet Yi Qingyun in advance. With this kind of external help, can Yi Qingyun's path to rise not deviate too much? As for Jiang Fan and Zhang Daoyuan, they are most likely using pseudonyms. Even if he used the power of the White Dragon Palace that he had stationed in Kongyao Port, he would not be able to truly investigate the background behind the other party. You don't have to guess to know that it has a great origin. It doesn't matter. Since they insist on being involved with Yi Qingyun and may become members of the protagonists' camp, I will find an opportunity to bury them first. The other side. Xu Yue and a group of disciples from the Samsara Cave Heaven had just arrived at the largest inn in Kongyao Port when they met an acquaintance of theirs. Hua Jiayu personally taught it, Menging Xue. Why are you here? Xu Yue frowned slightly and spoke subconsciously. She didn't have much affection for Menging Xue either. After all, when they were in the secret realm of central China, the relationship between them was somewhat unpleasant. Menging Xue sneered and said bluntly, "Why would I need to report to you, an irrelevant person, when I'm going somewhere? It's you." Menging Xue raised her chin slightly and glanced at what Xu Yue was wearing and the other people behind her. "I heard that you left the sword-asking sect because of Brother Gu's departure. I originally thought you'd finally come to your senses and wanted to spend the rest of your life making amends and looking for Brother Gu, but I never expected that I'd overestimated you. Looking at you now, you seem to be planning to completely forget the past and start a brand new life." As she spoke, she chuckled again, her eyes full of contempt and sarcasm, "But it's good this way. Brother Gu's life will be better without you. Just continue to be a good junior sister now. Don't switch to a new sect and continue to backstab your new senior brother." Originally, Xu Yue didn't take Menging Xue's ridicule to heart. But after hearing the last sentence, her calm mood finally began to surge, and her face showed a hint of anger. "Stop being so sarcastic. The only senior brother in my heart has always been senior brother Gu Han. Besides, I will definitely find him and make up for all the mistakes I have ever made." Su Chaoga, who was originally watching the show from the sidelines, found the tit-for-tat confrontation between the two beauties quite fresh. After hearing Xu Yue's words, his brows furrowed slightly and his expression suddenly became ugly. As one of the oldest true disciples in the Wheel of Reincarnation Cave Heaven, he naturally knew Xu Yue's origins. In addition, during this period of time, he has always wanted to pursue the other party. He also spent some time to learn about Xu Yue's past. I know that Xu Yue has always been obsessed with her former senior brother, a guy named Gu Han, and she even goes out often because of him. Moreover, at first glance, Xu Yue's words seem to be nothing wrong. But if you think about it carefully, it actually contains another layer of meaning. You know, he is now the other party's real senior brother in name only. Now, after hearing what Xu Yue said, it seems that her senior brother is not even as good as Gu Han? Chapter 144, Tit for Tat, are you qualified to talk about him? The inexplicable feeling of humiliation suddenly caused a flame of jealousy to burn deep in his heart. He had heard Xu Yue mention this so-called Gu Han quite a lot these days. He is just a disciple of a ruined sect. How can he be compared with him? She seemed to have sensed his emotions. This would allow Li Xiaoxia to improve her senior brother's favor and gain more attention from him in the future, so she would naturally not miss the opportunity. He jumped out immediately and made a series of mixed speeches. What do you mean by Gu Han or not? Isn't he just a guy from a ruined sect? My senior brother Su is one of the top geniuses in the Samsara Cave Heaven today, and is highly regarded by the elders of our Cave Heaven. As for the so-called Gu Han you are talking about? At this point, Li Xiaoxia covered her mouth and chuckled, expressing her sarcastic expression to the fullest. Excuse me for being blunt, but even if it was to wipe my brother's ass, he wouldn't. But before she could finish her words, two torrents of rage, wrapped in fierce murderous intent, suddenly erupted without warning, locking onto her soul. Bang! But before Xu Yue could take action, an extremely crisp slapping sound suddenly rang out. In the dull gazes of the other Samsara Cave Heaven disciples, they only saw their vision blurred. Their companion Li Xiaoxia seemed to be hit by a terrible force. She let out a wail and flew backwards like a rotten sack. Such a sudden scene made Chu Yue a little dazed. He looked over subconsciously and happened to see Meng Yingxue with murderous intent in her eyes, who was retracting her hand. "Who do you think you are to be able to talk about him?" Meng Yingshue's voice was cold. "This slap will teach you a lesson about what you should and shouldn't say." This scene exceeded the expectations of everyone present. No matter what, they are the true descendants of the hidden sect Samsara Cave Heaven, and each of them is a well-known young figure. Meng Yingxue, this guy, is just a disciple of an ordinary sect, but he actually dared to slap people from their cave heaven in public? "You dare to hit me! How dare you!" At this moment, the burning pain on her face finally brought Li Xiaoxia, who had been knocked to the ground by a slap, back to her senses. At this moment, one of her cheeks was swollen, and there was a shocking bright red palm print on her fair skin. Her hair was disheveled, and her facial features were ferocious, making her look like a sick wild dog. In her panic, she was already filled with rage, and she immediately wanted to get up and fight back against Meng Yingxue. "But when I think of my senior brother here..." Various thoughts kept flashing through her mind, and she seemed to be possessed by a drama spirit, as if she had suffered a great injustice. With tears in the corners of her eyes, she threw herself directly into Su Chaoga's arms. "Brother, this bitch doesn't even have the slightest sense. You have to make the decision for me." Whoa whoa whoa. While Su Chaoga was comforting the junior sister in his arms, his eyes became somewhat resentful and he stared at Meng Yingxue sinisterly, his whole body exuding a dangerous and terrifying aura. "Miss, what my junior sister said just now was indeed a bit harsh, but hitting someone is not very nice, right? Does this mean you don't take my Samsara Cave Heaven seriously?" Several other disciples of the Samsara Cave Heaven saw that something was not right. He also hurriedly stood behind his senior brother, staring at Meng Yingxue with a bad face, and also released a terrifying pressure, locking her tightly. "Humph! You deserve a beating for slandering my savior with your foul mouth. So what if you are from the Samsara Cave Heaven?" As she finished speaking, several figures rushed over. I saw that they all had graceful figures and pretty faces. But their auras were equally powerful, as they were all top Red Leaf sect prodigies who followed the leader Meng Yingxue on this outing for training. This scene caused Chu Yue to suffer a certain mental shock. I even suddenly felt a sense of shame. In essence, Meng Yingxue didn't seem to have known her senior brother for as long as she had. Just because he was once saved by his senior brother, he has a very good impression of him. But at heart, their relationship is just ordinary. But just because of this person and this relationship, Meng Yingxue was willing to fight with these guys for the sake of her senior brother's reputation. She suddenly felt a little regretful. I regretted that I was half a beat slow to react. I was too hesitant and not decisive enough, which indirectly led to the situation becoming irreversible. Why did you hesitate just now and not just slap Li Xiaoxia in the face to teach her a lesson? Looking at Li Xiaoxia, who was nestled in Su Chaoga's arms and sobbing, as if she had suffered a great injustice, Meng Yingxue narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and the disgust in her pupils became even stronger. In some ways, this guy is even more disgusting than Lu Ruyan in the past, and there is also tea. As the disciples of the two major sects confronted each other, the tension grew stronger. The shop owner not far away was sweating profusely, thinking that if the inn was razed to the ground soon, he would go bankrupt tomorrow and would have to beg on the street. A deep voice sounded. "Little guys from the Red Leaf sect, are you deliberately trying to stir up trouble? Although my Samsara Cave Heaven is untainted by the mundane world and has no interest in the secular world, it doesn't mean we are afraid of trouble." The next moment, a terrifying pressure of laws swept in from all directions. It did not have any actual terrifying power, but it locked the souls of Meng Yingxue and other disciples of the Red Leaf sect tightly, as if it wanted to forcibly pull them into a prison of endless reincarnation. He. But at this moment, another ethereal laughter like a silver bell rang out. Really? My Red Leaf sect has the same attitude. Crash. Suddenly, countless colorful petals condensed from the power of laws floated in the sky. They constantly overlap and intertwine, dance gracefully, and complement each other, eventually turning into a storm of flower rain. The reincarnation prison that Meng Yingxue was about to fall into was instantly torn into countless pieces. At the same time, everyone saw a beautiful woman in a red dress with two long, white legs. Her skin was extremely white and smooth, which was set off by the red dress. She jumped down from the private room at the top of the inn. But her body seemed very light. As her red skirt fluttered, she looked like a blooming peony. Amidst the sea of flowers dancing in the sky, she landed gently in front of Meng Yingxue and the others with an extremely graceful movement. She is none other than the famous witch of Hongye sect, Hua Jieyu. Chapter 145, The Sarcastic Hua Jieyu. If anyone slanders you in the future, I will kill him. Although I know that something is wrong with the current situation. However, the young disciples of the Samsara cave heaven who saw Hua Jieyu for the first time were completely stunned. Whether it is the other person's appearance or figure, they are all perfect and impeccable. Even the loose red dress could not completely hide her devilishly slender curves. Coupled with that pair of phoenix eyes that naturally contain a certain charm, the whole person reveals a sense of intrigue and seduction. Even though they knew that the woman in front of them was not someone they could afford to offend, a word still emerged in the minds of several disciples of the Samsara cave heaven: beauty on earth. However, this obsession did not last long. After feeling their gazes, Hua Jieyu's beautiful eyes, which originally glowed with beauty, suddenly showed a kind of coldness and disgust. It was like a basin of cold water poured over them from head to toe. When they suddenly came to their senses, they felt themselves locked in by a terrifying force, and they couldn't help but shudder all over. It's actually you, Hua Jieyu. At this moment, strange ripples suddenly appeared in the air in front of Su Chaoga and others. A figure quickly emerged out of thin air. He was a middle-aged old man with a strong aura, dressed in a white Taoist robe, and had a feeling of being an immortal who was not tainted by the mundane world. He is the protector responsible for the safety of Su Chaoga and others during their training trip, and is known as the Supreme White Crane. But at this moment, the usually calm White Crane Supreme looked alert and stared at Hua Jieyu with a little fear. If they are from other sections, he would definitely not be afraid. Even if the person was a god-level expert who was stronger than himself, he would not be much afraid. After all, his identity as the elder of the Samsara cave heaven is there. But Hua Jieyu of the Hongye sect is different. Anyone who has a little knowledge of ancient history knows that although the Hongye sect is just a small sect, it is actually related to a hidden sect on another continent. However, apart from those of them who were originally from the hidden sect, other people basically didn't know much about these secrets. And this Hua Jieyu is even more extraordinary. Her mother is the leader of that hidden sect. This is also the reason why, even though Hua Jieyu is a stunning beauty who fascinates countless people, no one dares to touch her, and no strong person dares to provoke her. I never thought that the renowned elder of the Reincarnation Cave Heaven sect would actually know the name of a little girl like me. I feel truly honored. Hua Jieyu's style remained the same as always, with a certain sarcasm in her voice when she spoke. The expression of Supreme Baihe changed, and there was a kind of anger and dissatisfaction burning in his heart. Hua Jieyu, I know you have a great background, but your disciples have no rules. You slapped my Dongtian disciple in public. Do you want to give me an explanation? Or are you, as a master, allowing your disciple to do whatever he wants and turning a blind eye to it? The Supreme White Crane immediately chose to magnify the matter. He couldn't face Hua Jieyu, so the worst that could happen was he could escalate the matter to the sect level. There were plenty of strong people in his sect who could deal with her. If all else fails, he can just throw this worry to the sect and let them worry about it themselves. After all, he is just an employee. Hearing this, Hua Jieyu just glanced lightly at Li Xiaoxia, whose body was stiff but still snuggled in Su Chaoga's arms, and couldn't help but let out a light sigh. Isn't it just a slap in the face? If you don't know, you'd think your parents are dead. You're as aggrieved as a pug. These words made Li Xiaoxia stun for a moment, and then she became so angry that her face turned red. However, due to the other party's cultivation level and the protectors behind her, they did not dare to take action because they were afraid of her identity. Li Xiaoxia was so angry that her face turned red and her neck became thick. She was like a screaming chicken with its neck being strangled. She wanted to explode but didn't dare to. Hua Jieyu doesn't have the demeanor of a senior at all. She is just like a child. She will confront anyone she doesn't like. I said your cultivation is not weak, you have already reached the 7th level of the Return to One realm. And I see you're pretty tough. Just a slap from my apprentice is enough to make you cry like this? As she spoke, Hua Jieyu pretended to be frightened again, slightly covering her slightly parted red lips, and exclaimed, "Are all the true disciples of you Samsara Cave Heaven like a pile of porcelain that will break at the slightest touch?" Hua Jieyu. That's enough. The barrage of sarcasm infuriated White Crane Supreme. I'm not as good at talking as you are, and I don't want to argue with you about this. Li Xiaoxia is a disciple of my Samsara Cave Heaven. Your disciples violated the rules and slapped someone from my Samsara Cave Heaven in public. That was deliberately provoking a dispute. Today you must. But before the elder could finish his words, Hua Jieyu waved her hand impatiently to interrupt the other person. All right. To be frank, don't you just want compensation? As she spoke, Hua Jieyu waved her delicate hand and a white porcelain vase landed on Li Xiaoxia's face with a paw clatter. This is the rejuvenating pill. It can repair the slap mark on your face. It also has the ability to nourish the spirit, remove impurities, and improve the condition of your skin. Li Xiaoxia's face was slightly stiff, but she was a little surprised after she reacted. The rejuvenating pill is the ultimate temptation that every female monk cannot resist. Moreover, the grade of this bottle of rejuvenating pill is not low. Even if it is sold on the market, it will definitely fetch a very good price. This is a good deal for you. After all, you have a lot of pockmarks on your face. With this bottle of anti-aging pill, you can slightly change it. You can barely turn from an ugly duckling into an ordinary duck. These words almost made Li Xiaoxia faint from anger. How can there be such a poisonous mouth in the world? This isn't a question of compensation at all. Supreme White Crane wanted to speak again. Why are you so greedy, old man? All right, since it was my apprentice who hit the person, then I, as their master, will take the loss and pay more compensation. As she spoke, she took out 2 storage rings filled with rare treasures and threw them to Li Xiaoxia. The posture was like a rich woman showing mercy and giving gifts to a beggar on the street. Such a scene made Baiha Supreme so angry that his face was about to crack. Does this guy really treat their disciples from the Samsara Cave Heaven as beggars? Just give them something and they will be sent away. This is simply rubbing his dignity into the ground. But Li Xiaoxia, that useless girl, looked like she couldn't live anymore. Not only did he look happy, he almost looked grateful, thanking Hua Jieyu for his generosity. But this was not what made him most angry. After compensating Li Xiaoxia, she turned her gaze to her disciple Mengxue. Mengxue thought that her master would punish her. But the next scene was beyond her expectations. Hua Jieyu waved her hand again. A silver-white long sword that looked of high grade and like the work of a master appeared in her hand. Mengxue, you did very well this time. Master is very satisfied. Gu Han is your savior. You have always kept him in your heart and have the courage to make a bastard who slandered him pay the price. This is truly a noble act. This silver frost blade is your reward. If you encounter this kind of person who dares to slander Gu Han again, don't hesitate. Don't hit them with your slaps anymore, or you'll hurt your hands. Just use this knife and kill as many as you can. Master will always stand up for you. Chapter 146, a reversal that stunned everyone. This is professional. While speaking, Hua Jieyu took out many treasures one after another and gave them to other disciples of the Hongya sect as rewards. You have also done a very good job. You came out without hesitation to support senior sister and fight against the evil forces. Master bestows these rewards upon you today in the hope that you will understand that if you encounter such a worthy individual in the future, do not hesitate to step forward bravely and stand firmly behind your senior sister. Master will always be your solid support. Puff. This was originally a very touching and heartwarming scene. But Supreme White Crane and a group of disciples from the Samsara Cave Heaven, especially Li Xiaoxia, were so angry that they spat out blood. Hua Jieyu really treated her like a beggar. The so-called apology and compensation are fake. The real purpose is to use this opportunity to satirize them once again. After all, he is a strong man of the older generation, and he has a lot of tricks to satirize people. Xu Yue saw this scene, which made her feel ashamed but also envious. How ironic is all this? Hua Jieyu seemed to be standing up for her disciple. In fact, he also stood firmly behind his senior brother and stood up for him. But at best, she and her senior brother did not have any actual relationship. In the past, she and her master were the people that her senior brother trusted the most. But what did they do? A fantasy suddenly emerged in her mind. If her master was Hua Jieyu. If master also had a personality like Hua Jieyu. Senior brother will definitely not suffer so much injustice, right? If she had been more decisive. He sighed, and all the thoughts were put aside. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world, and there are not so many ifs. Good, very good. Hua Jieyu, you're so cruel today. Supreme Baihe resisted the urge to slap Li Xiaoxia twice in the face, and could only fumed and blared. He knew that Hua Jieyu had taken the initiative in this matter from beginning to end and was being led by the other party. After all, the other party had already apologized, and Li Xiaoxia, the short-sighted idiot, also accepted the other party's apology. If he continued to dwell on this matter, it would seem that he was being stubborn and even unreasonable. It was clearly the other party who provoked trouble for no reason, giving them an advantage. This reverse punch stunned him. After all, Hua Jieyu never showed any sincerity from beginning to end. I even deliberately mentioned my apology just to make you feel sarcastic. What can you do? What can they do? They can only swallow their anger. The Supreme White Crane glared at Li Xiaoxia fiercely, snorted coldly, and immediately left in a huff. Seeing that his protectors did not dare to attack, he left in dismay. Su Chaoga and others had no choice but to follow him with gloomy faces, leaving the place like a stray dog. Xu Yue looked at Hua Jieyu and wanted to say something. But considering that his relationship with the other party was relatively ordinary, and that he was a disciple of the Wheel of Reincarnation. After nodding slightly to Hua Jieyu to show his gratitude, he followed closely behind and left. Damn! Su Chaoga's expression was extremely ugly. As disciples of the hidden sect Samsara Cave Heaven, they all have a pride that goes with it, but this is the first time they have encountered such a frustrating thing. I was passively beaten throughout the whole process, and was repeatedly ridiculed, with no way to refute. However, compared to this, what made Su Chaoga most angry was Gu Han, whom he had never met before, and he even had some vague murderous intentions towards him. Xu Yue, who has her own ideas, has always been thinking about this guy. Moreover, he finally met two beautiful women who were truly stunning beauties, and they seemed to have some feelings for Gu Han. This huge contrast and sense of frustration even made him suddenly feel a sense of shame and jealousy. Xu Yue, since I am so despicable in your eyes, not even as good as Gu Han. Then I will make him disappear from this world completely. As long as Gu Han disappears, the person Xu Yue has been thinking about will be gone, and his opportunity will naturally come. By then, he will be able to replace Gu Han's position in Xu Yue's heart and become the senior brother by Yue Guang in her mind. After resolving the dispute, Hua Jieyu gave some instructions to several of her disciples. Then he returned to the private room at the top of the inn. A can. Did you see that? Did you see that I just stood up for you? The moment this famous witch from Xuanshu continent stepped into the room, the coldness on her face instantly melted away, and her demeanor as a senior expert also completely disappeared. Instead, she acted like a young girl who had never grown up, and said in a tone that begged for praise, I care so much about you, Ahan, and I won't allow anyone to slander you. Won't you praise me? You're awesome, you're awesome. Gu Han pressed his temples with a headache. It's not that I'm embarrassed by the fact that Hua Jieyu, who is so old, still pretends to be an innocent girl. But he never expected that he would meet Xu Yue again here. Logically speaking, his departure should have completely ended the connection between him and Xu Yue and the other two. He also forcibly cut off the story between them. Could it be that my own actions caused the plot to deviate so greatly, resulting in a completely new plot that I had never experienced before? While Gu Han was thinking in distress, a fragrant breeze blew into my nose, and I suddenly felt a softness on my right shoulder. At some point, Hua Jieyu leaned on him again. Put the thoughts in your mind aside for a moment. Looking at Hua Jieyu's pretty face, I'm curious. I've disguised myself and changed my aura like this, so how did you find me? Also, why did you come to see me specifically? Don't be fooled by Hua Jieyu's appearance that she is obsessed with herself and cannot extricate herself. But at least he has lived for 9 lifetimes. Many things can also be perceived. The other person may have some kind of love for me because I once saved her life. But the main reason left is that he has another level of ambition for himself. Of course, it was the mutual admiration between you and me that helped me find you. Hua Jieyu smiled, turned her mature body, which was full of charm and temptation, slightly, and sat on Gu Han's legs. Especially her fair arms, which also wrapped around Gu Han's neck. Her eyes, full of charm like autumn water, looked into his eyes without flinching. Coupled with this, she deliberately moved closer, exposing her surging passion to Gu Han without any concealment. Such a sexy and charming body, coupled with an ambiguous posture, would probably make any male unable to suppress his blood rushing to his chest. But Gu Han seemed exceptionally calm. Use this to test cadres? Well, there was actually a little bit of turmoil in my heart. But at least he had experienced the tests of Su Lung Yue and Xiaobingli. We still have a high immunity in these aspects. He is professional in this regard. Chapter 147, The Immortal Pond of Creation, a complete departure from the past plot. Gu Han reached out and pushed away Hua Jieyu's arms. He raised his hand slightly, and the teapot not far away automatically poured hot tea into the teacup, and then flew into his hand. Don't beat around the bush. I have some important things to do next. After moistening his slightly dry throat with tea, Gu Han continued, however, considering our friendship, if you really want my help with something, just tell me directly. As for the excuse of heart-to-heart connection, which was an excuse to deceive children, he certainly wouldn't believe it. Don't be fooled by Hua Jieyu's carefree appearance. In fact, he is very thoughtful. In the original plot, Hua Jieyu achieved a considerable reputation and was well known throughout the Xuanxu continent. Later, it seemed that he had some kind of interaction with Yi Qingyun because of his apprentice Mengxue. However, for some unknown reason, Hua Jieyu did not become the heroine of this book. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, she will never have any intersection with Yi Qingyun in this life. After all, if Yi Qingyun dared to appear in front of Mengxue, he would probably be hacked to death by the other party. Han, you've changed. After having Xiaobingli and that fox, are you no longer interested in me? Hua Jieyu pretended to be sad again, teased Gu Han as usual, and then slightly restrained her smile. Okay, let me answer your first question first. The reason why I can lock onto you so easily and find you so easily is because I placed something on you. While speaking, Hua Jieyu opened her right hand. Streams of light gathered in her palm, and finally condensed into a red petal that emitted a strange glow. Seeing Gu Han frown slightly and showing a puzzled look, Hua Jieyu continued to explain with a smile. This is the flower petal of the heart-connecting fate, condensed from my original power. But don't worry, Han. This petal is of no harm to any cultivator. It just serves some special purpose. As she spoke, Hua Jieyu stretched out her fair jade hand and gently pressed it on Gu Han's chest. At the same time, a shadow of a flower petal of the same style and connected to the heart slowly emerged from his chest. Gu Han was immediately filled with questions. When on earth did this guy do this to me? Why didn't I notice it? Even Su Lung Yue couldn't notice it? Hua Jieyu, you. He already had a guess in his mind. It might be the time when he accidentally saved Hua Jieyu and was invited by her to go to Hongya sect. She placed the petal on herself without anyone noticing. But before he could say anything, Hua Jieyu suddenly stretched out her slender jade fingers and pressed them against Gu Han's lips. All right. Don't worry, I can guarantee with an oath that this petal of mine will not harm you at all. In fact, it will bring you many benefits. Besides, if you encounter any danger in the future, I can help you right away, right? There was something she hadn't said yet. The petals of the flower that connects the heart and the same fate can only be condensed by her special physique, but she can only condense 2 petals in this lifetime. Keep one petal in your heart. The other petal is for the one you love. Moreover, the petals of the Liangsan Tanjiuan flower have an extremely terrifying effect. That is, after the holder dies, he can give his magic power to another person who owns the petals according to his own wishes. Although she didn't think she would die. But if I really die in the future? She hoped that Guhan, who had once saved her life, could receive her legacy. After all, in a sense, if it weren't for Guhan, he would have died long ago. Guhan didn't know what Huajieyu was thinking. After making sure that this piece of petal of the heart-connecting fate flower didn't have any bad influence on him, he collected his thoughts and spoke. So, you came to Kongyao Port specifically to find me. Do you really have other purposes? Tell me, how can I help you? Seeing that Guhan was so direct, Huajieyu didn't beat around the bush, completely restrained her smile, and looked serious. I hope you can help me find the fortune pond. The immortal pond of creation? Guhan was slightly stunned, but soon thought of something, the legendary fortune pond, one of the top opportunities hidden in Piaomio Immortal Mountain? Ahan, you really do know. The serious look on Huajieyu's face disappeared, and she became carefree and threw herself on Guhan. Why are you looking for the creation fairy pool? Guhan frowned and asked. In the original plot, Huajieyu doesn't seem to have anything to do with the so-called creation fairy pool, right? Could it be that because of his fight with Yi Qingyun, Huajieyu's own storyline also deviated? The creation pond is very important to me. Huajieyu regained her seriousness and said, it may even determine my future life. I must find it. I understand. I'll try my best to help you. After pondering for a moment, Guhan chose to agree. There are many reasons. There is a high probability that Yi Qingyun is related to Piaomio Fairy Mountain. He was going to rob it anyway, so there was nothing wrong with helping Huajieyu. Let's not talk about Huajieyu for now. Her relationship with me has always been pretty good. If Yi Qingyun found the fortune fairy pool, he might even help Huajieyu by accident. In the end, Huajieyu, a future top expert, was poached by Yi Qingyun and even became a member of his back-end camp. This was a huge loss for him. So if you can help, you should help. After leaving the private room where Guhan was, the happy look on Huajieyu's face quickly disappeared. At this moment, a mysterious figure suddenly walked out from the shadows. Miss, I know you are very anxious to find the fortune fairy pond. But isn't it a bit too unrealistic to pin your hopes on a junior who just recently left the sect and isn't even at the Supreme Realm yet? Huajieyu didn't turn around, and was too lazy to even look at the mysterious figure. Do I need to explain anything I do to you? As she spoke, she stopped and a cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes. The overwhelming murderous intent locked onto the mysterious figure, and the terrifying aura caused the space to slightly distort and become disordered. Since you are the dog those guys sent to monitor me, then do your job as a dog. You'd better pretend that you didn't see what happened today, and don't try to investigate or inquire about his affairs. Otherwise, before that, I don't recommend setting a request first. Kill you and everyone related to you. Chapter 148 Huajieyu's Secret, find an opportunity to kill her. The mysterious figure that emerged from the shadows remained silent. He said nothing, nor dared to say anything, and silently merged into the darkness. Retract your own breath and murderous intent. Huajieyu continued to walk forward. Just as Guhan thought. Don't be fooled by her carefree and passionate nature. But in fact, he was pretending to be like this on purpose. She even felt a little guilty towards Guhan. Because in some ways, she even used Guoxing as a tool and a shield. Used as a shield and tool to escape one's own fate. Her mother is the leader of the hidden sect, Hongchen Dao sect. Although they are a hidden sect, in fact, their sect has long been affiliated with a certain powerful force. I heard that this force came from the legendary fairyland. She has had a special physique since childhood, and has awakened the legendary body that is rare in the world of mortals. In a sense, her physique can be regarded as a top-notch repaying physique. A kind of repayment that can help the monks break free from their shackles. For example, if a quasi-emperor is trapped in the quasi-emperor realm, as long as he successfully obtains her physical feedback, he can directly ignore and forcibly break the shackles and break through to the emperor. Such rules also have a certain effect on the legendary immortals. Her mother fought for more benefits. When she was very young, she made a marriage contract with the young master of the Hongqian Dao sect who was under the control of the sect. I heard that the young master of this powerful force is a dissolute person, has countless women around him, and spends a lot of time with them. To become his woman, to put it bluntly, means to become one of the many concubines around him. Once she has been drained of her value, she will be thrown away. This is something that no woman can accept. No one can accept such a fate of being manipulated by others. What made her even more angry and sad was that her mother knew about it, but she turned a blind eye and refused to change the engagement no matter how much she begged. He said that this was for the prosperity of the sect, and asked her to bear with it a little and put the overall situation first. It's really ridiculous that selling one's daughter for fame and fortune can be regarded as the prosperity of a sect. It's simply ridiculous. So, she left Hongqian Dao sect. While traveling around, he entered the Red Leaf sect, hoping to numb himself. She also changed her original personality into a carefree one, dressed in bold and hot clothes, and became a witch beauty in the eyes of everyone in Xuanshu continent. She even deliberately spread the rumor that she and Gu Han had an ambiguous relationship that was difficult to explain. I just want to vent my dissatisfaction with those who arbitrarily dominate my destiny in this way. This is vulgar and disgusting, right? But she really had no choice. Her only chance now is to find the legendary fairy pond of creation. Change your physique from the root and make those guys completely give up. If your plan ultimately fails, then she would never let that damn guy succeed. In the private room, the light coming in from the window illuminates the entire room with incredible brightness. Guhan sat upright in front of the teacup. While sipping tea, he raised his fingers and tapped the coffee table in front of him, looking as if he was thinking. I always feel like Hua Jieyu is hiding something from me. Why would she be looking for the so-called fortune pond for no reason? Could it really be related to Yi Qin Yun? All kinds of thoughts are swirling around. Guhan took out a white jade plate engraved with several celestial dragons from the space vortex. This is the identity symbol of the Lord of the White Dragon Palace. Two forces have already been created. Things like collecting information and investigating other people's affairs. Naturally, you can hand it over to your subordinates. After instructing the White Dragon Palace to use its power to further investigate the secrets of Hua Jieyu, Guhan turned to think about another thing. Xu Youwei's new senior brother, Su Chaoga, seems to have some inexplicable hostility towards me. Should we find a way to bury him first? Previously, when Xu Youwei and her group had a conflict with the disciples of the Red Leaf sect, he has been using his spiritual perception to observe everything happening below. After all, his cultivation had made some breakthroughs in these 3 months and had reached the Daohua realm. Beings who have reached this realm can already have absolute perception of their own souls and the souls of other cultivators. Naturally, he also guessed what Su Chaoga was thinking through the boy's subtle expression. All I can say is it's so fucking ridiculous. He has withdrawn from the sect and has nothing to do with Xu Youwei and her group anymore. It can even indirectly attract other people's hatred because of her. That Su Chaoga is essentially an idiot. He doesn't know what kind of person he is, but he is jealous of his excellence? Then find an opportunity to kill it directly, so as to avoid trouble in the future. Even though he didn't have the invincible aura or special plot protection like Yi Qin Yun, he still wanted to deliberately run in front of him and jump around. Don't kill them, keep them for the new year? As for the hidden sect Samsara cave heaven behind him? In the future, he will be the enemy of the entire lower realm, and even some major forces in the fairyland. It didn't matter to him to become an enemy of another person who had reached the Emperor realm. The other side. The busy streets of Kongyao Port. Because it is the largest port city in Xuanshu continent, there are countless merchants from other continents here, and the variety of goods is far beyond the reach of the inland Zhengzhou city. Therefore, as long as you are discerning enough, you may even have the opportunity to find some rare treasures in these inconspicuous roadside stalls, which will become a great help on the road to success. Xing Yun. I can sense that there are good things in that vendor's stall. Hurry over and take that thing down. Just when Yi Qingyun happened to pass by an inconspicuous roadside stall, Bai Lao's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Got a baby? He ignored Xing Lier's puzzled look beside him. Yi Qingyun hurriedly turned around and walked towards the roadside stall they came from. Following old Bai's guidance, Yi Qingyun soon saw a piece of bronze fragment that was completely covered with rust and stained with a little dirt. This thing, is it a treasure? Yi Qingyun asked suspiciously. Mr. Bai, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? I don't sense any divinity in this rotten piece of bronze. It's just a rotten thing. What do you know? It's not me. Back then, I was not only known as the White Sung Saint King, but also as the treasure hunter Heavenly Lord. If your current cultivation level wasn't high enough, I would have taught you that treasure hunting technique long ago. That being said, old Bai also knew in his heart that Yi Qingyun had the luck of the eternal golden dragon, so it was very normal for him to have bad luck often. Seeing that old Bai was so confident, Yi Qingyun no longer hesitated. He immediately reached out to pick up the bronze fragment and asked the stall owner for the price. But in the next moment. Wait a moment. I want everything here. Chapter 149 Quasi-Emperor Weapon Fragments. Your opportunity is great, it's mine. The sudden sound caused Yi Qingyun's outstretched hand to freeze in midair. He turned around with a look of slight surprise. I saw it not far away. A pretty and delicate face, a young girl in a red dress, who was apparently not very old but already had a graceful and charming appearance, was walking towards him. What was impressive was not only the girl's delicate face, but also the fact that although she had long, smooth, black hair, her beautiful eyes were the color of glass rubies. The girl's innocence and dangerous and mysterious temperament should be two extremely paradoxical factors, but now they are perfectly combined in one person. Xing Yun. What are you still standing there for? This little girl is trying to steal your opportunity. Why don't you strike first? However, Yi Qingyun ignored the voice of old Bai in his mind. Don't worry. This girl looks like the daughter of a prominent family who has escaped to travel. She lacks social experience and is unsure about many things. Even if we let her choose first, she definitely won't pick what we like. And if I take this opportunity to get to know this girl who obviously has an extraordinary background, it will not do me any harm. Although everything has a first-come first-served principle. There was a sense of spring breeze in Yi Qingyun's voice. But this girl has such mysterious and beautiful eyes. I will do you a favor and give you the chance to choose first, just as a token of my goodwill towards you. I have to say that Yi Qingyun has high emotional intelligence. Not only did he use this incident to demonstrate his own demeanor, and he also rewarded the other party. If it were the old Han Mengyao, she would indeed be happy if someone praised her scarlet eyes, which were considered an ominous sign by the world, and even her mood would be slightly rippled. But now, all she felt was disgust. The only one who could praise her beautiful eyes was the adult who had truly given her a new life. Was this guy in front of her worthy enough? And the guy in front of me seems to be my enemy. Besides, there are orders from adults. Otherwise, she would definitely teach the other person a lesson in her own way. These are the words that adults use specifically for him, and this guy is qualified to say them? Han Mengyao didn't hide the disgust on her face at all. She glanced at Yi Qingyun, who was actively showing her goodwill, and said, "Who wants to be friendly with you? You are such a common man." Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned when he heard this. He had never expected that the girl would be so distant, which made him feel a little embarrassed. I said, "Why are you like this?" Before Yi Qingyun could speak, Xing Lier, who was standing beside him, frowned and spoke unhappily. Businesses are based on a first-come, first-served basis. Fellow Daoist Out Yen offered you the opportunity out of courtesy. Not only are you ungrateful, but you're even retorting in such a way. Isn't that too much? Hearing this, Han Mengyao sneered. From what you said, I should be grateful to him. Besides, he's so familiar with a strange woman. Are you sure he doesn't have any plans for me? Do you really think anyone would compete with you for this piece of trash? You're so old, yet you're still childishly jealous. You. Xing Lier was very angry. She never expected that the other party, at such a young age, could be so sharp-tongued. But before she could open her mouth to refute, Han Mengyao's scarlet eyes suddenly became even scarleter, and strands of blood-colored threads, scarier than blood, kept interweaving and tangling out of her body, wrapping around the surface of her snow-white skin. At this moment, Han Mengyao's aura became extremely dangerous, causing Yi Qingyun's scalp to tingle. But rather than fear, he felt more astonishment and shock. An 8th-level cultivator in the Giyi realm. How is this possible? Who would have dared to imagine that this girl who looked only 14 or 15 years old actually possessed the 8th level of cultivation in the Return to One realm? You have to know that he himself is considered to be a person with top talent. Now at the age of 18, he is only at the divine stage realm. The other party is only one step away from entering this realm. Comparing the two, the difference is obvious. This black-haired girl is even more complicated than she imagined. He must be the heir of a top family or a hidden sect. She might be more complicated than you think. If she hadn't released her aura, even I, an old man, might have misjudged her. I have to say, Xing Yun, you're incredibly lucky. You've just met a woman with a Woody Dao body, and not long after, you've already met a girl with a Yin Yu demon body and suspected imperial-grade talent. If possible, you'd better find a way to capture this little girl in front of you. When your cultivation breaks through to the supreme level, your master can teach you a soul-sucking technique. By absorbing their strength and talents, your talent will surely be elevated to an even more terrifying level. Although what Bai Lao said made him sound like a villain. But on the path of spiritual practice, who can guarantee that they can be absolutely clean? And what old Bai said is indeed true. In the world of cultivation, it is not limited to this. Natural resources and treasures are opportunities, and people also have opportunities. If he could take it down, it would definitely be of great help to him. There's a first-come, first-served basis for buying and selling, but whoever the merchant wants to sell to is his choice. The merchant hasn't said anything yet, and you're taking their things and acting like a gentleman in front of me. How disgusting and hypocritical. After mocking and intimidating Yi Qingyun for a while, Han Mengyao ignored Yi Qingyun's ugly expression and said directly to the stall owner, I want all these things you sell. How about 5,000 spirit stones? 5,000 spirit stones. Not to mention Yi Qingyun, even the stall owner who had been sitting on a small stool nearby, eating melon seeds and watching the show was a little confused. He knew very well what kind of junk the stuff he was selling was, and 1,000 spirit stones was the maximum he could get for it. The other party directly offered a price of 5,000 spirit stones, which is definitely a sky-high price. Could it be that there really is some incredible treasure on my stall? However, he quickly put this idea behind him. These two groups of people are obviously from important backgrounds. Especially the girl in red, she is obviously from a top sector family, plus the price offered by the other party is generous enough, you would be a fool not to sell her. Sell. This lady is so straightforward, of course I'll sell it to you. The stall owner didn't say much and put all the items on the stall into a storage ring and sold them all to Han Mengyao. This scene made Yi Qingyun completely dumbfounded. He originally thought that the plot would develop according to normal routines. The girl in red had to carefully choose from the stalls for a while, and finally picked out a few things that she thought were good. In addition, there were so many things on the stall that it was unlikely that the girl in red would pick the one he saw. But he never expected that the girl in red would teach him a severe lesson. It doesn't matter if you can't see the treasure, can't you just buy them all? Hey! I told you not to act so elegant and refined at this moment. Now, that treasure has been bought by someone else. If my perception is correct, that special bronze fragment is very likely a fragment of a top-grade holy weapon, or even a quasi-imperial weapon. If you can take it down, you'll have another trump card. These words immediately made Yi Qingyun completely stiff like a clay sculpture. Suddenly, a thunderbolt flashed in my mind. I sat up in shock from my dying illness, and found that the clown was actually me. Han Mengyao, who saw the whole scene, had a similar expression in her mind and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Your Excellency is indeed very foresight. It seems that there is a treasure among this pile of scrap metal. The reason why she appeared here. She also received instructions from Gu Han, asking her to follow Yi Qingyun and intercept him. Once I saw the sky suddenly light up, I decided to go buy something from a pile of scrap metal vendors. Don't hesitate, just buy everything on that stall. Others may not know. But Gu Han knew very well that this was the protagonist's special treasure hunting talent that was activated automatically. In the original story, Yi Qingyun also has a story about obtaining a treasure in an inconspicuous stall. Therefore, during the time Yi Qingyun entered Kongyao Port, he had been sending people to keep an eye on him. Yi Qingyun had good opportunities, but now it was his. Chapter 150, Fighting and Slapping. On the other side, Yi Qingyun didn't know that he had been arranged clearly long ago, and was even treated as a treasure hunter. My heart was bleeding with pain, and my body couldn't stop shaking slightly. The best holy weapon? Could it even be a quasi-imperial weapon? After Yi Qingyun realized what was happening, his heart was bleeding. A Taoist soldier that has reached such a level, even if it is just a small fragment, the hidden power within it possesses extremely terrifying power. Not to mention blocking the attacks of the powerful saints. It shouldn't be a problem to help him successfully escape from the hands of a powerful Supreme Realm expert. Mr. Bai. Why didn't you say it at the beginning? If you had told me earlier, I would have taken it down. But there's no point in saying anything more. Who made him lose his mind and pick up sesame seeds but lose the watermelon? Miss, if you buy everything at once, what should I choose? Aren't you going too far? Yi Qingyun's face was very gloomy. Meeting his fate, leave some room for man, don't be too extreme. In the face of sufficiently large interests, his thinking began to become simple. Who cares where this girl in red comes from? If there is really no other way, we have no choice but to use tough measures to force the other party to make concessions. Han Mengyao, who had already taken the storage ring from the seller and completed the transaction, did not take Yi Qingyun's threats seriously at all. This is a matter between me and the seller, we both agreed. I offered a sufficient price, and he sold it to me. What's the problem? But you're still complaining here even though you don't have any money. And earlier you pretended to be a gentleman to get close to me. Han Mengyao looked Yi Qingyun up and down. You don't want to eat my gigolo, do you? You're going to eat me, a girl younger than you. Are you so shameless? Han Mengyao has changed a lot during this period of time, and she often speaks in a sarcastic and infuriating way. This immediately infuriated Yi Qingyun, who angrily said, I was the one who came to this deal first. I just wanted to be friends with you, and I let you buy first out of kindness. Not only did you not appreciate my kindness, you even went so far as to do it. Should I be given another explanation? But the moment he finished speaking, boom! In an instant, a blood-red lotus blossomed, as if dyed with rich blood. Then it suddenly shattered into countless blood-colored petals, which were wrapped in extremely terrifying power. They overlapped and turned into a blood-colored storm, smashing towards Yi Qingyun. The bloody law spread and the ground shattered and collapsed. A huge deep pit suddenly formed where Yi Qingyun and the other person were. But their cultivation was higher than Han Mengyao's, and their reaction speed was not slow either, so they narrowly avoided the other party's sudden attack. How dare you attack me in Kongyao Port? Yi Qingyun's face looked ugly, and there was even a hint of disbelief in his pupils. Kongyao Port is the largest port city in Xuanshu continent, and the various major forces are intertwined and the situation is complicated. In order to maintain the most fundamental peace and stability, anyone who dares to take action in Kongyao Port will be suppressed by the patrol guards who come to investigate. At the lightest, he would be imprisoned in the Sky Prison, and after being punished, he would be released and never be allowed to enter Kongyao Port again. In serious cases, the person's cultivation will be abolished or even put to death. How dare this little girl in front of me violate the rules of Kanyao Port like this? But maybe the other party really has a great background, or maybe he is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger. After the first round of attacks failed, a second round of attacks was quickly launched. One after another, blood-red lotuses appeared behind Han Mengyao. The moment they exploded, they turned into one terrifying blood-red storm after another. They swept towards Yi Qingyun and the others from all directions. Don't look at Han Mengyao's cultivation level, it is a big gap compared to the two of them. But as the future famous Blood Moon Demon Lord, she has a very high self-understanding of her cultivation talent. Coupled with the accumulation of top-notch techniques and top-notch resources provided by Gu Han, her combat power is much more terrifying than Yi Qingyun, who was once at this level. Even if someone is at a higher realm than her, if he is hit by her move, he will be skinned alive. That's too much. Yi Qingyun was really furious this time. Not to mention, the other party got there first and snatched his opportunity. Besides, if a powerful warrior like me at the divine stage realm was beaten to a pulp by a little girl at the return to one realm, wouldn't it become a joke if it were spread out? Zhun. Accompanied by a crisp sound of sword. The pitch-black ancient sword he was carrying on his back seemed to have awakened its self-awareness. It immediately flew out of the scabbard, hovered in the air, and was grasped in Yi Qingyun's hand. Without any hesitation, the aura of his body rose rapidly, and the sharp sword energy immediately attached to the black ancient sword. With a turn of his wrist, he no longer dodged or evaded, but charged forward with his sword towards the blood-red storm created by Han Mengyao, and raised his hand to chop out a black moon sword energy. Boom! The sword energy and the blood-colored storm immediately entangled, the space suddenly compressed, and then expanded instantly, and the sound of an explosion that penetrated the eardrum sounded immediately. As the gravel flew, the smoke spread. Yi Qingyun's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. He planned to take advantage of this gap, use his top-notch body skills, flash in front of Han Mengyao in the first possible moment, subdue her in one fell swoop, and quickly end this battle. On the way, after using his excellent swordsmanship and top-notch body skills to neutralize Han Mengyao's attacks one by one, he was already a few steps away from Han Mengyao. It's over. There was a cold light in Yi Qingyun's pupils, and he immediately reached out to restrain Han Mengyao. But in the next moment, Yi Qingyun's pupils suddenly shrank like needles, and he suddenly heard a whistling sound of breaking wind coming from the void around him. I subconsciously looked back in fear. Suddenly, a huge hand stretched out from nowhere and attacked his face with incredible precision. Bang! The crisp sound of slapping suddenly rang out. Yi Qingyun felt that half of his cheek was hit and he seemed to have lost consciousness. The terrifying inertia force immediately made him fly backwards uncontrollably. At the same time, Cheng Lier, who had not taken any action and had been on guard from beginning to end, also heard the sudden slap at the same time. She thought that Yi Qingyun had finally hardened his heart and taught that ignorant and unreasonable girl in red a lesson. But in the next moment, a black-clad figure that she was extremely familiar with flew out from the smoke. The whole person fell to the ground with a thud like a toad, and the terrible force continued to ripple, causing him to roll over for several more times. Finally, he fell right in front of her in an extremely awkward position with his head up and his back down. The most important thing is that the skirt she wore today was extremely loose, and the wind that blew from nowhere slightly lifted the hem of her skirt. As luck would have it, Yi Qingyun happened to fall in front of her and saw everything clearly. Chapter 151, Instant Deterrence, Risking Your Life is Not Worth It. I am most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Yi Qingyun even temporarily forgot the burning pain on his face. His pupils dilated slightly, and he stared blankly at Cheng Lier, who was standing above him, with a forced smile on the corner of his mouth. Miss Lier, I said I didn't intentionally fly in front of you in this position. Do you believe me? Yi Qingyun's disguised form this time, Yunaoyan, is also a handsome and heroic young man. But because of being slapped, half of his face was swollen and his hair was disheveled. Plus there's the issue of angle. In Cheng Lier's eyes, he looked like a real street hooligan at this moment, and seemed particularly despicable. Deng deng tuzi. Hooligan. After a brief moment of daze, Cheng Lier screamed and stomped her foot down hard. Boom! He is already a powerful person in the divine platform realm, and his physical strength is not weak. She kicked with all her strength, causing the area to collapse inward. Although Yi Qingyun reacted quickly, but he was still kicked. His head was stepped directly into the ground, leaving only a pair of legs outside kicking continuously. But the aura of Xiaoqiang being invincible is not exaggerated. Even this couldn't be killed by a single kick. At this time, as the smoke gradually dissipated, the figure who took action finally appeared. He was dressed in white, with dancing black hair, and he had a kind of otherworldly aura of a banished immortal. Because of the hasty action, this time, Gu Han did not disguise himself, but showed his true face. Grown-ups. Han Mengyao came back to her senses from her daze and exclaimed. She no longer had the sophistication and maturity she had when she first faced Yi Qingyun. She was like a real lively girl, hugging Gu Han's arm with a look of joy on her face. Okay, it's okay. I said, no one can bully you as long as I am here. Gu Han smiled gently and touched Han Mengyao's head. Gu Han. Why is he here? Why is it still related to this girl in red? At this time, Yi Qingyun, who had been pulled out of the ground by Qinglier, couldn't help but change his expression when he saw Gu Han appear out of nowhere. What puzzled him was that it was not just the other party who suddenly appeared here. Also, how come his cultivation strength is stronger than mine? The countless opportunities one have gained these days have greatly improved my strength and cultivation. Even if facing a strong man in the Dawa realm, he has the confidence to fight him. How did he get slapped and sent flying? This is Kongyao Port. You dare to attack us like this? Aren't you afraid of being wanted and tried by Kongyao Port? Yi Qingyun stood up shakily with an angry look on his face. Originally, he wanted to question Gu Han directly. But when he thought about the fact that he had already left the sect, it would be impossible for him to know the other person. If he called out his name in public, it would likely lead to extremely bad consequences, so he suppressed the anger in his heart. However, most of his anger had been transferred to Gu Han. Not to mention, enemies are jealous of each other when they meet. Moreover, the girl in red treated him coldly, as if she was disgusted with him because he owed her tens of thousands of spirit stones. But when facing Gu Han, she acted like a well-behaved girl next door. Such a contrast in different treatment made him so angry. Who dares to cause trouble in Kongyao Port? At this moment, a terrifying pressure poured down from the sky, and a sound like a huge bell suddenly spread in all directions. Soon, several patrol guards of Kongyao Port, led by a half-step supreme powerhouse, broke through the air and descended here. After seeing the mess on the ground below, the half-step supreme realm expert who was leading the group was furious. Even a fool could see that a big fight had just broken out here. Hiss. It's actually Commander Qing Tian. These guys are doomed. The previous commotion was very loud, and since it was located in a busy street, it had already attracted a lot of onlookers. Commander Tianqing is known for his ruthlessness and cruelty. He is also known for his impartiality. I heard that once, the son of a wealthy businessman was causing trouble in the downtown area. This Tianqing commander didn't even bother to give the businessman any respect. He beat the businessman's only son half to death before releasing him from the prison. Now these people are violating the rules and engaging in a brawl on the territory he governs. This is like a slap in his face. I'm afraid this matter will not end well. While many onlookers were discussing this, the gloomy-faced Commander Tianqing had already brought a group of people in front of Gu Han and Yi Qingyun. Deep within his hawk-like, dark pupils glowed with rage. How dare you cause trouble in Kongyao Port? You're so bold. Commander! This matter has nothing to do with me. Yi Qingyun seized the opportunity, pointing at Gu Han and the other two and speaking hastily. It was these two guys who broke the rules first and attacked without regard for your dignity, Commander. I was only fighting back in self-defense. Although I am also partly at fault, the main responsibility lies with them. I have to say that Yi Qingyun's reaction speed to these things is very fast. Not only summarized the whole story in just 1 or 2 sentences. He also pulled Commander Tianqing to his side, pushing the two of them to opposite sides. Upon hearing this, Commander Tianqing's expression suddenly became even uglier, and the suppressed anger seemed to be about to erupt at any time. His eyes were fixed on Gu Han, and he was just about to give him a warning. Gu Han took out a token from his arms and threw it to the Tianqing commander. He subconsciously reached out to catch it, and saw that there were several lifelike dragons engraved on the white jade plate, and there was a kind of frightening dragon power faintly emanating from the depths of the jade plate. This is. Commander Tianqing's pupils shrank like needles and his expression changed slightly. The identity token of the White Dragon Palace. In the past, he had never even heard of the so-called White Dragon Palace. But now the White Dragon Palace is well known throughout their entire Tianhai region and even the entire Xuanshu continent. But they are the only overlord-level force in the Tianhai area. The great battle a few months ago defeated several top forces, and even the once dominant Tianhai pavilion was razed to the ground. All the forces in the Tianhai area no longer dared to have any thoughts about the White Dragon Palace, and they all tacitly accepted the existence of this Taoist sect that was suspected to have been established by the Demon Clan. Although their Kongyao port has a good foundation and many powerful people are in charge. But compared with the new overlord of the White Dragon Palace and its strength, the gap is so big that it is unimaginable. Before he could come to his senses, Gu Han's voice sounded with a hint of laughter. How about this? I wonder if Commander Tianqing can give me some face. These words immediately made Commander Tianqing tremble all over. Being able to possess such a token, the other party is obviously a big shot in the White Dragon Palace. Judging from the style of those guys in the White Dragon Palace, if I don't give them face, will I be buried the next day? If you think about it carefully, you are just a small-time worker, and you shouldn't risk your life for this matter, right? Chapter 152, Shocking Reversal, Epic Face Change. The Other Side. When the many onlookers who did not know the truth heard this, their pupils shrank slightly and their faces showed disbelief. The crime committed in Kongyao Port was already serious enough. This man in white was so fearless that he asked Commander Tianqing to give him face in public. Either they are confident enough in their own identity, or they are just too crazy. In their impression, the last guy who dared to speak to Commander Tianqing like this must have had the grass on his grave very tall, right? Don't even bother watching. This guy is absolutely dead. He dared to touch the reverse scale of Tianqing commander in broad daylight. Even if he really has an impressive background, he will not be able to escape. This is simply his own fault. Originally, he would have been beaten with a few sticks and imprisoned for a few days in the sky prison at most. Now, at the very least, he will be crippled, and at the worst, he will be exiled to the Silverless Sea to fend for himself. Some people showed a mocking look, while others shook their heads and sighed, with sympathy in their eyes, thinking that Gu Han and others would definitely not escape today. However, no one knows that it is Commander Tianqing who knows the truth. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. My heart is in turmoil and even my forehead is covered with cold sweat. Even if he easily covered up the matter, the prestige he had worked so hard to build would be shattered. Even your career will be greatly affected. But does he dare not give Gu Han face? Moreover, it is really not worth risking your life for a monthly offering of several thousand spirit stones. Rules are made for the weak, not for people with great backgrounds like Gu Han. After completely convincing myself with this reason, this Tianqing commander suddenly staged an epic face-changing in front of countless spectators who were unaware of the situation. How can you say that, sir? Putting aside your status, I naturally have to give you face. Besides, the whole story hasn't been thoroughly investigated yet. How can I convict you so casually? I have to say that Commander Tianqing is indeed very tactful in his handling of matters. First, he gave a perfect response to what Gu Han said, and then he threw a boomerang very smoothly, and took the initiative to find a reasonable reason for Gu Han that had not yet been investigated clearly. This move not only does not offend anyone, but also allows you to save some face in front of this group of onlookers. The crowd who watched this scene suddenly fell silent. Those monks who had threatened that Gu Han would not be able to escape the disaster just a moment ago now felt like they were slapped in the face several times, and their faces were burning with pain. No, that's not right, is it? Why is the plot development different from what they imagined? Wasn't it agreed that Commander Tianchang is impartial and won't be fooled by connections? So the previous relationship wasn't strong enough to intimidate the leader? The other side. Yi Qingyun, who also felt that Gu Han would be in great trouble if he didn't die today, had his pupils slightly dilated and was also stunned by this sudden reversal. Daring to take action in Konyauport should either be punished with death or be a serious crime, right? Was he just passed over in just a few words? Moreover, it seems that Gu Han has also left the sect, right? What kind of background does this guy have that he can actually make Commander Tianqing give in? Could it be that Gu Han also got some great opportunity in these 3 months? His eyes suddenly glanced at the extraordinary girl in red next to Gu Han. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind, and he immediately understood everything. If his guess was correct, Gu Han might be living off this girl. Damn it! Yi Qingyun gritted his teeth and couldn't help cursing in his heart. After he left the sect, he had been through a lot in the outside world in the past few months. This kid Gu Han is so good, after leaving the sect, he actually lives such a carefree life? Before he could speak, Cheng Lier, who was standing next to him, became angry first. You are abusing your power and bending the law for personal gain. They were the ones who started it, violating the city's rules, and yet you still make such a ruling. I refuse to accept. Cheng Lier's voice was filled with righteousness, and she had an unyielding temperament that showed she was not afraid of the evil forces and was determined to fight them to the end. After all, many people had seen clearly before that it was Han Mangyao who took action first, and she and Yi Qingyun had enough legitimate reasons. Upon hearing this, Commander Tianqing's expression darkened slightly, and his entire body immediately exuded an extremely oppressive aura, making the surrounding space somewhat depressing. His eyes swept over those monks who were eager to watch the fun and wanted to speak up and agree. These people suddenly trembled all over, and suddenly understood something as if they had just woken up from a dream. They all avoided looking and dared not say anything. Snort. After intimidating the people around him, Commander Tianqing cast a gloomy look at Yi Qingyun and Cheng Lier, and said in a cold voice, judging from the signs of fighting at the scene, you two should have taken action as well, right? We are just counterattacking in self-defense, Yi Qingyun responded subconsciously. But after he finished speaking, he soon felt something was wrong. That's when we take action. If you take action, you are guilty. You dare to take action in Konyauport, in the territory under my jurisdiction. Whether it's attacking or counterattacking, as long as you take action, it's considered a violation of the rules. Suppress these two people and take them away. These remarks immediately filled Yi Qingyun and the other man with questions, and they were completely stunned. Although what the other party said makes sense, the most important thing should be to suppress Gu Han and Han Mangyao who took action first, right? What's the point of suppressing them both first? Do you think you can't afford to offend Gu Han, so you just attack them first? Not even going to act? Good, good, good. Then he leaves? Commander Tianqing. Please don't go too far. The passers-by around here can see it clearly. Cheng Lier bit her teeth slightly and looked for help at the monks eating melons around her, hoping that they would speak up and lend them a helping hand. Oh, I suddenly remembered, my second child is about to give birth, I have to go home to see her. What just happened? I'm old and my memory is not good. However, many monks who were enjoying the melons enthusiastically just now were now pretending to be blind or deaf. Some people turned around and left, as if they had made some kind of decision long ago. No matter what, Commander Tianqing is still the powerful figure in Konyauport. Isn't it pure idiocy to fight against a leader for a stranger? It's okay to be a spectator, but you can't be a fool. These words almost made Yi Qingyun so angry that he vomited blood. First, he was slapped by Gu Han, who appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he fail to avenge himself, but even the Tianqing commander stood firmly by Gu Han and wanted to put him, the one who got beaten, into the sky prison. Is there still law? Is there still law? Damn it, as expected, nothing good will happen if you run into this guy Gu Han. Yi Qingyun cursed softly, knowing that if he didn't take any action, he would just have to wait for death. Without any hesitation, Yi Qingyun summoned the black ancient sword in his hand, and the aura of his body rose rapidly, and then he raised his hand and swung it hard. The terrifying sword energy suddenly turned into rolling waves of sword energy and flames, rapidly spreading in all directions, shattering the earth and causing smoke and dust to roll. Chapter 153, Crowds of people met and missed each other again. Court death. Yi Qingyun's actions completely angered Commander Tianqing. However, besides anger, he even felt a little secretly happy in his heart. If nothing unexpected happened, he really didn't know how to handle this matter secretly and prevent Gu Han from being involved. Now that Yi Qingyun dared to use violence to resist the law, he could put all the blame on the other party. The most aggrieved person is Yi Qingyun. Not only was he unable to take revenge after being slapped, he also became a fugitive. Ding! It's detected that the master is using his background identity to subvert the rules and commit evil deeds, forcing Yi Qingyun to become a fugitive. He then intercepts a great opportunity for him, completing a villain plot and receiving a 7,000 villain points reward. Without paying much attention to the system's broadcast, Gu Han was interested in seeing how Yi Qingyun would escape. After all, he is the only protagonist of this book. It is impossible that he has gained nothing in these 3 months away. Maybe he has some unknown hidden cards. If you can force the other party to use 1 or 2 cards in this matter, it will be a huge profit for you. Boom! As a terrifying sonic boom sounded, the surface of Commander Tianqing's outstretched palm was covered with endless laws, and the entire palm suddenly became huge and vast. It was like a hand that could shatter the sky and reach out towards Yi Qingyun, trying to suppress him completely. Although Commander Tianqing is only a half-step supreme being, the power of the moves he unleashes already has the implication of a true supreme being. Although he had the help of Old Bai, he would not be stupid enough to take the attack from Commander Tianqing head-on. The moment a sword energy was released, smoke and dust billowed around. Yi Qingyun didn't hesitate at all. He threw out a special talisman, slightly resisted the falling palm, then pulled Qinglier and turned around and ran. A real man can bend and stretch. Yi Qingyun will remember today's shame. And that damn Gu Han, is it a big deal to be a gigolo? Perhaps because he had learned a lot during this period of time, Yi Qingyun had been practicing his physical skills very hard. Although he was cursing in his heart, his speed did not slow down at all. He could even barely catch up with Gu Han's speed before he used the secret of the word Xing. Chase him! Don't let this guy get away, Commander Tianqing roared and hurriedly led his men to chase after him. However, the streets of Kongyaoport are crisscrossed and crowded with people. Yi Qingyun and Qinglier were like 2 loaches that burrowed directly into the mud. It was quite difficult to find them. There's quite a commotion here. It has attracted many monks who came to check it out of curiosity. Xu Yuwei and her group just happened to be there. Originally, Xu Yuwei was not very interested in this kind of thing of just watching the fun and eating melons. But at the moment of passing by, her peripheral vision unconsciously caught something, and her whole body suddenly froze in place as if struck by lightning. Although the white robe blended completely into the crowd. But it was only a momentary reaction, and she already had an answer in her mind. Master's senior brother. Xu Yuwei screamed subconsciously. He ignored the shouts of Su Chaoga and others behind him. She pushed through the crowd like crazy. Her small body seemed to burst out with infinite strength at this moment. She squeezed a path through the crowd that was so dense that there was almost no air to pass through. Her breathing gradually became heavier, blood gradually rushed to her brain, and the flow of time seemed to be gradually slowing down. The crowd gradually thinned out, and the figure in white that seemed to have not been seen for a long time appeared clearly in front of her again. The coldness that she used to disguise her appearance gradually melted away, and the corners of her lips unconsciously filled with a smile of reunion, or even of regaining what had been lost. Brother, I finally. But before she could finish her words, the man in white suddenly turned around as if he sensed something. Xu Yuwei's expression suddenly stiffened, and the glimmer of hope in her beautiful eyes even dimmed a lot. What came into her sight was not the face of her familiar senior brother, but a face that was completely unfamiliar to her. No, I'm sorry, I got the wrong person. She bowed awkwardly to the strange man in white to acknowledge her offense. Junior sister. What's wrong with you, junior sister? At this time, Su Chaoga had already caught up with her with several disciples from the Samsara cave heaven, and asked with a worried look. However, Chu Yue ignored it. She looked like she was hit hard and seemed a little dispirited, compared with the usual coolness. At this moment, she looked particularly pitiful, and people couldn't help but want to take care of her. Not to mention Su Chaoga, even the other disciples of the Samsara Cave Heaven were almost heartbroken after seeing this scene. I don't know what Chu Yue just experienced that made her show such an expression. This is totally inconsistent with what she usually does. Impossible. Chu Yue lowered her head and murmured like a dream. I shouldn't be mistaken, that figure is clearly my senior brother's. Why isn't it him? Could it be that senior brother has sensed my approach and doesn't want to see me? From that fleeting glimpse earlier, she was 100% sure that she was not dazzled or making a mistake. Because that figure in white has always been the white moonlight buried deep in her heart. During these short 3 months, she thought about it every day, thinking about everything she had experienced with her senior brother, and thinking about that familiar yet unattainable figure. If you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. But why couldn't she see an opportunity? Junior sister. Su Chaoga wanted to speak to comfort her. But in a moment, he seemed to have noticed something, and subconsciously turned around and looked towards a certain area in the crowd. His pupils suddenly contracted slightly, and a look of disbelief quickly appeared on his face. He saw a figure in white in the direction they came from. The man looked young, with a graceful figure and handsome appearance. Even in a dense crowd, he could be seen to stand out at a glance. Next to the man stood a girl in red who also had an extraordinary temperament. Her scarlet eyes exuded a dangerous and mysterious aura, but she followed the man obediently like a girl next door. Although it was their first meeting, he had collected a lot of information about Gu Han over the past few days, so he naturally recognized the other party's identity at a glance. That was the senior brother by Yue Guang in Chu Yue's heart, Gu Han. Su Chaoga subconsciously wanted to speak and call Chu Yue's name. But he soon thought of something and swallowed the words back into his stomach. Why did he want Chu Yue and Gu Han to reunite? Now that Gu Han has been found, as long as he kills him, Chu Yue's thoughts will be completely cut off. Don't you have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation? A perfect idea had already emerged in his mind, and Su Chaoga's lips curled up slightly. His eyes met Gu Han's, who was also smiling, on the other side of the crowd without blinking. Both of them seemed to have their own plans. Chapter 154, Going on a Date Under the Moon, Is It Stupidity or Confidence? After feeling that Su Chaoga used some special method to put some special mark on himself, only then did Gu Han retract his gaze and completely blend into the crowd with Han Mengyao beside him. Sir, I feel that the way that guy looks at me is not only a bit disgusting, but also has a bad hostility towards you. Should we let Mengyao kill him? Although her current cultivation level is not very high. But as long as someone dares to do something bad to Gu Han, she will definitely be the first to rush forward. After all, without Gu Han, she wouldn't be where she is today. She is not one of those ungrateful people who won't be grateful. This guy is not simple. You are no match for him. I will handle it. Gu Han smiled and shook his head to refuse. After all, the other party is also in the true transformation sequence of the reincarnation cave heaven. He is also the leader of the group of trial disciples in the Samsara Cave Heaven, and he is definitely a capable person. Moreover, this kid has a protector behind him. At that time, if he wanted to kill the other party completely, he would also need to get past the other party's protector. Therefore, it would be safe to transfer 1 or 2 strong men from the Blood Moon Demon sect or the White Dragon Palace. As for whether this would cause a major collision with the Samsara Cave Heaven, he didn't care. He had never met this guy before, but he was already hostile to him. Unlike Yi Qin Yun, who is protected by a special halo, how dare you run up to him and show off? If he insists on seeking his own death, then let him go. Night fell quickly and quietly. The moon hangs high in the sky, and Kanyao Port is still brightly lit. However, in this silent night, there was a figure who restrained his breath, quietly left his cave, and completely disappeared into the darkness, heading towards a certain area. About half an incense stick of time later, this figure left the cave. Another figure hidden in the night followed quietly behind him. Where is Su Chaoga going so late at night? Chu Yue, who gradually appeared in the shadows, frowned slightly and suddenly became suspicious. He even deliberately cast a stealth spell, trying not to let us notice this guy must be doing something shady. Chu Yue had a very bad impression of Su Chaoga. And it was also because of this guy that his cultivation in the Samsara cave heaven had become filled with countless troubles. She even had the intention to kill the other person. If the guardian of the Samsara cave heaven hadn't been watching too closely, she really wanted to find an opportunity to kill this guy. But the other party's inexplicable behavior tonight might be a good opportunity for him. Su Chaoga had no idea that Chu Yue was following him from a distance. He focused his mind and activated a special spell to resonate with the mark he had secretly left on Gu Han during the day, thereby locking onto the other party's approximate area. But soon he was slightly stunned and narrowed his eyes. Because Gu Han is currently on a remote, deserted beach somewhere. Who would go to a place like this in the middle of the night? It looked like he was waiting for someone on purpose. Could it be that he discovered the arrangements I made during the day? Su Chaoga's eyes flickered. But I didn't delve into the matter. So what if the other party finds out? Not to mention that as a true descendant of the older generation of the Wheel of Reincarnation, he already has many trump cards. And there is a protector following behind him. It would not be too easy for him to kill an ordinary disciple who had left the sword-asking sect. You're so arrogant as to go to a deserted corner and wait for me. Did you choose your own grave in advance, waiting for me to kill you? Su Chaoga chuckled and shook his head, not caring at all. I don't know whether it means confidence or stupidity. Crash. Su Chaoga quickly followed the trail and arrived at the target beach. As the tide surges, the roar of the water hitting the rocks is endless. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, shining like frost. The light reflected from the beach made the surrounding environment look exceptionally bright. At this moment, Su Chaoga could clearly see a huge black reef not far away. At this moment, a figure in white was standing facing the wind with his hands behind his back. In the moonlight, his robe fluttered slightly, and combined with his already otherworldly temperament, he looked like a true immortal banished from the moon. Are you Gu Han? Suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, Su Chaoga spoke in a cold voice. However, although it seemed like a meaningless question, he was extremely vigilant and used his spiritual sense to explore the surroundings. He was afraid that this kid Gu Han had set a trap for him in advance and he would fall into it without any warning. It was eerily quiet all around. Gu Han, standing on the reef, did not respond. This immediately made Su Chaoga's face darken. This kid was really more arrogant than he had imagined. He actually didn't take him seriously. However, after thinking that the purpose of his coming here tonight was to kill Gu Han and completely cut off Chu Yue's thoughts, he didn't intend to waste any more time talking to her and was ready to strike first. But at this moment, Gu Han's voice drifted into his ears with the cold wind from the seaside. To be honest, I thought that as a true disciple of the legendary hidden sect, you should be smart enough and have a long-term vision. But now it seems that hidden sects also recruit some idiots with holes in their brains. Su Chaoga was also slightly stunned, and naturally understood the meaning of Gu Han's words. Although I don't know how the other party guessed my thoughts. But the tone of the other party's voice made him extremely unhappy. He himself is a disciple of a ruined sect. Now he is a wandering cultivator who has no one to rely on and has completely left the sect, yet he dares to speak to him in such a tone. How much do they disregard him? Humph. I'm quite possessive. These past few days, when I've been with my junior sister Yue, she's been talking about you all the time. She said I was not even as good as a hair of yours. Today, I will make you a dead man. Let her completely give up on this thought. And let her see for herself whether I am inferior to you or not. Although Su Chaoga is a little short-sighted, he is still very smart when it comes to fighting. It seemed like he was talking some nonsense with Gu Han. But he has secretly accumulated his strength to the extreme. Boom! The next moment, a sonic boom as loud as thunder suddenly sounded. Su Chaoga's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. At a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, it transformed into a divine rainbow and launched a fatal attack towards Gu Han, who was not far away. This is the star-stepping step, the top-level physical skill in the samsara cave heaven that he practiced. With one step, he could go against the universe. After reaching perfection, he could even step on the stars with one step. His body movements were so fast that it was impossible to guard against him. In addition, as a true disciple of the older generation of the samsara cave heaven, his cultivation has already entered the 8th level of the divine platform realm. If he bursts out with all his strength, even a Dauha realm expert will die in his sudden attack. Since you have decided to attack Guhan, then act decisively. It would be best to kill him with one blow before he can react to avoid any accidents. Seeing that Guhan was still standing there without moving, the corners of Su Chaoga's lips were slightly raised, and he even imagined in his mind the tragic scene of Guhan being vulnerable and killed by his own blow. But in the next moment, his pupils shrank slightly unconsciously, as if he saw some unbelievable scene. Chapter 155. What does it have to do with me whether you have a crush on her or not? I don't know if there's something wrong with my eyes. Su Chaoga suddenly felt his vision blurred. The next moment, Guhan, whose head was about to be chopped off by the long sword in his own hand, just shook his figure slightly, and the whole person suddenly disappeared from the spot like an illusion. Divine light flashed suddenly, and the terrifying sword energy immediately plowed a huge deep pit in the area. Su Chaoga's figure appeared at the place where Guoxing had stood before, with traces of rainbow left behind by his extreme body movements. But his expression had become extremely ugly. He no longer had the initial contempt and composure, only astonishment remained. As if he had noticed something, he suddenly turned around. Guhan's figure appeared in his sight again. He still maintained his previous posture with his hands behind his back, and his expression and posture were no different from before. Even his long hair and sleeves didn't show any signs of fluttering, as if he had been standing there all along but she hadn't noticed him. Guhan's indifference and Su Chaoga's astonishment and horror immediately formed an extremely sharp contrast. Su Chaoga. This guy is no ordinary person. He has mastered top-level body techniques that are several levels higher than yours. Quick! Get some distance between you and him. The Supreme White Crane, who had been following him quietly, suddenly spoke out a reminder. Although it is very unbecoming for him, an older generation, to interfere in the fight between two younger generations. But he couldn't just watch the person he was supposed to protect suffer such humiliation and such a huge loss. Su Chaoga woke up suddenly with a start, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Isn't this guy just an ordinary disciple who left the sect? He actually mastered a movement technique even more terrifying than his star-stepping step? Is this kid trying to play the pig and eat the tiger? But the words of Supreme White Crane obviously played a big role. Su Chaoga no longer hesitated and wanted to distance himself from Guhan before looking for an opportunity. But before he could make any move, suddenly, his eyes blurred again, as if a flash of white lightning suddenly appeared before his eyes. Before he could come to his senses, a strong feeling of suffocation suddenly spread throughout his body. An extremely powerful hand, like a pair of pliers, stretched out from the void and grabbed his neck fiercely. Behind the big hand were Guhan's pair of dark eyes that were as cold as ice. All this happened so suddenly that neither he nor the White Crane Supreme who was hiding in the dark could react. You! Su Chaoga's pupils dilated to the point of almost bursting. He originally thought that if he launched a powerful attack with all his strength, combined with his top-notch star step technique, there would be at least a 99% chance that he would kill Guhan instantly. But the reality slapped him hard in the face. Instead of ending the fight instantly, he was directly suppressed by Guhan. Moreover, this guy Guhan's cultivation seems to be even more terrifying than his. So the moment the opponent's power invaded his body, he was like a little chick, without even the slightest possibility of struggling, and even making a sound was extremely difficult. This situation made Su Chaoga even more difficult to accept. He is a cultivator at the 7th level of the divine platform realm. He is even worse than a casual cultivator who has left the sect? Are you trying to say that if I kill you, I'll be making an enemy of the entire samsara cave heaven? Let me consider this carefully. Or do you want to rely on the protector behind you to make a comeback? There was a faint smile on Guhan's lips. But every word he said made Su Chaoga's heart sink a little more. How did this guy know there was a protector behind him? Elder Baiha is a powerful person in the Supreme Realm. He is completely integrated into the void and is basically undetectable. How could this guy possibly detect him? It can happen the next moment the thought arises in his mind. Boom! Suddenly, bursts of roars came from the depths of the void. There were even several crisscrossing furious lightning snakes that suddenly appeared, and the reflected lightning spread as densely as a spider web, instantly covering most of the sky. The sudden and terrifying changes completely broke the silent night. Many cultivators in Konyao Port looked towards this place with either fear or confusion. For such a strange phenomenon to suddenly appear in the sky, there must be a terrifying and powerful person fighting in that area. Although this battle came suddenly and was extremely powerful, it ended very quickly. Snap! Under Su Chaoga's extremely terrified gaze, an area in the void was suddenly shattered like a mirror by some terrifying force. The Taoist robe of Supreme White Crane was stained with blood, and there was even a big hole in his chest. At this moment, he fell to the ground in a mess with a thud. His whole body was weak and his life was about to disappear. How is this possible? Su Chaoga's brain went blank in an instant due to the situation in front of him. Their protector on this trip, Supreme White Crane, was beaten almost to death before he even understood what was happening? Even if his reaction speed was slow, he still understood. Hidden behind this guy Guhan is a powerful person who is even more terrifying than the Supreme White Crane. Some people seek their own death, and it's impossible to stop them, like you. Ignoring the White Crane Supreme whose aura was about to dissipate, Guhan looked at Su Chaoga who was picked up by him with one hand with cold eyes. Wait a minute. This is all a misunderstanding. You're right, my vision is too short-sighted. It's foolish to treat you as an enemy just for a woman. As long as you let me go, I promise that I will never have any ideas about you in Chu Yue again. Just consider it a favor to me, Samsara Cave Heaven. Let's put today's matter behind us, how about? Su Chaoga, whose throat was completely strangled, had already exhausted all his strength after saying these words. The strong feeling of suffocation had made his vision begin to darken. Then what? Guhan's expression was cold, with a sneer on his lips. Whether you want to hit on her or not is none of my business? His aura rose rapidly, and countless cells in his body burst out with terrifying blood and energy at this moment. Before his death, Su Chaoga finally understood one thing. Guhan's cultivation has actually reached the Daoha realm. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that there was such a young Daoha realm in the world. My thoughts gradually vanished into thin air, sinking into the abyss of darkness. Guhan's terrifying power instantly crushed Su Chaoga into a bloody mist. However, not a single drop of the splattered blood fell on Guhan. His white robe was still spotless, and glowed faintly under the moonlight. At this moment, a pleasant female voice mixed with disbelief and a certain joy suddenly sounded. Master's senior brother. Is it really you? Brother. Chapter 156. If I had the chance to do it again, I would never fall in love again. Under the moonlight stood a woman in a long snow-white gauze dress. The long skirt is originally pure white, but the moonlight pouring down on the light reflected on the skirt is like bright stars, embellishing the already beautiful woman with brilliant starlight. It was Chu Yue who had been following Su Chaoga all the way, trying to find out what he was up to. She never thought that by some strange coincidence, she would meet the person she wanted to meet the most these days. The scene before his eyes was clearly quite bloody. His current senior brother was crushed into a bloody mist by his former senior brother with one hand. But in Chu Yue's eyes, all the surrounding environment, including the bloody scene, were completely ignored by her. The only figure in white was in the center of her sight. After joining the cave of Samsara and becoming a true disciple, she has had the opportunity to learn the true method of the great way of Samsara. Moreover, every young disciple who becomes a true disciple of the Wheel of Reincarnation Cave Heaven. Everyone has the opportunity to go to a special paradise in the Samsara Cave Heaven and receive the baptism of the power of reincarnation. In that reincarnation cave, monks have the opportunity to see their past and present lives. Its purpose is to help the monks transform their Taoist hearts and achieve further perfection after accepting their past and present lives. Not surprisingly, she saw her past life. Saw a story from another time and space. In another time and space, Yi Qingyun became their white moonlight, and their senior brother was disliked by them. It was seen that because Yi Qingyun was not decisive enough, the demonic forces that should have been eliminated made a comeback, completely destroying the Swordwind sect. I saw that after they died, it was my senior brother who rushed to the demon sect's base camp with a sword, avenged them, and built a tomb for them. At that time, Yi Qingyun, who was regarded as their white moonlight, was in love on another continent and was reluctant to leave. I also saw the fight between my senior brother and Yi Qingyun, and even saw them become enemies with the whole world. Eventually he was forced into the fallen immortal realm, where he died without a burial place. Each scene seemed like the cruelest punishment, causing her body and mind to suffer again and again. What made her even more miserable was that she couldn't find her senior brother and couldn't atone for her past mistakes. Now that she had finally met her senior brother again in the crowd, she didn't want to miss him again. But compared to Chu Youwei's joy, Gu Han frowned. No. Am I so unlucky? How can I meet this guy so late at night? Chu Youwei. Leave this place immediately. I'll hold this guy back for you. Report what happened here to my Samsara cave heaven immediately. Have them send strong men down. At this moment, the White Crane Supreme, who was beaten to the point of being left with only one breath left, suddenly attacked. He wanted to use the method of self-destruction to attract the unknown strong man who defeated him in secret to protect Guhan, so as to further delay time and create an opportunity for Chu Youwei to report to the sect. Brother, be careful. However, the next scene made Baiha Supreme dumbfounded. Chu Youwei, who is usually meticulous and sharp and has a very quick reaction, not only ignored his orders but also did not take any action. Instead, he looked extremely worried and ran towards him, apparently wanting to stop him from self-destructing and help Guhan. You bastard! The Supreme White Crane cursed loudly and was so angry that he almost fainted. If he could live another life, he would definitely ask the sect to establish a rule: idiots with love brains will not be recruited. However, his crazy counterattack did not have any effect. An old man named Butterfly with a pair of dragon horns on his head and terrifying energy and blood all over his body appeared in front of Guhan out of thin air. As he stretched out his palm, he grabbed the White Crane Supreme who was about to self-destruct. The next moment, the void that had been compressed to the extreme and was about to explode completely was forcibly solidified and sealed by some even more terrifying force. And that terrifying force was like two invisible pieces of the sky, constantly pressing down and contracting, causing the power generated by the White Crane Supreme's self-explosion to continue to shrink, and finally it was directly compressed into a ball of light the size of a basketball. Some monks who had already been attracted by the noise and happened to see the scene were immediately shocked and dumbfounded. If they weren't seeing things, it seemed like a powerful supreme being was about to self-destruct just now. But the self-destruction of such a powerful supreme realm being was actually resolved so easily? Honor. At this moment, a sharp cry suddenly pulled the thoughts of countless dazed strong men back to their senses. Following the sound, I saw a beautiful woman with impeccable appearance and figure on the horizon. She seemed to be stimulated by something and was rushing towards that area like crazy. This person is Mu Bailing. The battle that broke out here also attracted her. Because there was a faint sense of the power of reincarnation coming from it, he guessed that it might be someone from the Cave of Reincarnation who took action. In addition, her former disciple Chu Youwei has joined the Samsara Cave Heaven, so she also wants to come and check out the situation. But as luck would have it, he happened to run into Guhan. His mood was already bad enough just because Chu Youwei saw him. Unexpectedly, I met Mu Bailing again. These two women were shouting his name like crazy. Were they afraid that others didn't know that he was the one who did all this? But it doesn't matter. Anyway, with a little investigation in the Samsara cave, we can find his shadow. It doesn't matter whether he hides it or not. I leave it to you. Guhan glanced at the old man from Tianlong Palace beside him, gave an order, and turned to leave. The two women's faces changed drastically, and they immediately wanted to catch up at all costs. However, the old man from the Tianlong Palace took a step forward with a stern expression. He simply raised his hand and threw the ball of light formed by the self-detonation of the Supreme White Crane. Boom! In an instant, the ball of light thrown into the sky suddenly exploded, and the rolling storm of laws immediately spread in all directions. Even the originally pitch-black night was rotated, turning into a pure and dazzling white cloth. The energy wave created by the self-detonation of the Supreme Realm Expert was so terrifying that it swept across an area of thousands of miles in an instant. The entire Konyao port was hit by this terrifying force. The houses shook violently and the sea surface suddenly became more violent, causing huge waves. Those who wanted to take a closer look at the strongman had to retreat far away under the sweep of this terrible storm. Is that woman crazy? Not only did she not resist, she even headed towards the center of the storm? Is she thinking her death isn't fast enough? The monk who noticed something suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. Mu Bailing was seen going against the storm of pure white law. His body was covered with countless fine wounds cut by the storm like steel knives, and he looked covered in blood. She wanted to grasp the end of the pure white, the white clothes that were gradually moving further and further away. After all, I have the will but not the ability. Honor. She let out an unwilling and heart-wrenching cry. It seemed as if he wanted to convey the voice to Gu Han's ears and make him soften his heart for once. However, her figure was blown farther and farther away by the storm of laws that was coming towards her. And Gu Han's figure disappeared at the end of her sight again. And her consciousness sank unwillingly into darkness in the surging storm of laws. Chapter 157. People will always die once they have the best things. I don't know how much time passed. Mu Bailing's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Consciousness surged in her like a tide, and she sat up suddenly in shock. Honor. What came into view was an antique room, and she was lying on a mahogany bed. Everything she experienced yesterday seemed like a dream. Impossible, I can't be dreaming. That's Honor. Mu Bailing firmly believed that there was nothing wrong with her, and suddenly she seemed a little excited. However, the terrible storm last night had a great impact on her. Even though she received immediate treatment, her bones and even her flesh ached. As a result, he lost his balance and fell to the ground in a rather awkward manner. Master, are you awake? The door was suddenly pushed open and Chu Yue rushed in with an anxious look on her face. Seeing his master fall to the ground, he hurried forward to help him up. Although she is no longer a disciple of the sword-asking sect, she no longer has the so-called master-disciple relationship with her master. But she was able to embark on the path of cultivation thanks to Mu Bailing. Even though they were no longer master and disciple, she was still grateful to him and liked to subconsciously call him master. Yue, were you there yesterday? That person was really Honor, right? Mu Bailing had no idea what Chu Yue was thinking, and she seemed extremely excited. She had no idea how to control the power she held, and even left several bloody marks on Chu Yue's body from her grip. It was not until Chu Yue gasped in pain that Mu Bailing suddenly woke up. Sorry, I was a little too excited just now. Seeing this, Mu Bailing suddenly let go of Chu Yue's hand. But there was still a certain expectation and hope on her face, hoping that she could get the answer she wanted. However, Chu Yue didn't answer the question right away. Instead, she gathered her thoughts and looked at her master seriously. Master, hasn't the cold poison in your body been removed by senior brother's Shenyang pill? Why is there still a strange aura of death in your body, master? These words made Mu Bailing, who had been somewhat excited and expectant, suddenly freeze, as if she had not expected Chu Yue to say this. She was not born with the cold poison, but was infected with it when she was young during a trial and accidentally entered an extremely terrifying place. The strange things in the place corroded her meridians. However, because her meridians and even her flesh and blood have been corroded by the cold poison for many years, strange changes have occurred to some extent. Even if the cold poison was removed, the strange changes that had already occurred in her body would not disappear. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Chu Yue just looked at her master like this, and wanted to speak several times, but she pursed her red lips and remained silent. During these days in the Wheel of Reincarnation Cave Heaven, her knowledge has greatly improved. She can deduce many things based on the ancient books in the Wheel of Reincarnation Cave Heaven library. Years of cold poisoning have left Master in very poor health. In addition, her physical condition became worse due to the blow of losing her senior brother a few months ago. If you don't continue to curb it, take good care of your physical condition. Master, there is a high possibility of death. I know. Mu Beiling's voice broke the dead silence. But her voice was no longer as clear and ethereal as usual, like a mountain spring flowing, but was tired and hoarse with a certain vicissitudes of life. I've known for a long time that my health is deteriorating. Even if I could intervene through external forces, it would only be a delaying tactic. But so what? Everyone will die, and we monks are no exception. My dream was to experience a wonderful and unforgettable life before I died. Just like before, when the four of us, master and disciples, were together at Bayou Peak. The invisible words are like a breeze, evoking the images buried deep in people's hearts. The sky is blue and clear. The warm sunlight pours down through the gaps between the branches and leaves. It fell on the four women and one man who were exploring the great Tao under the peach tree, sometimes discussing exercises, sometimes playing and joking, and sometimes listening to the master's teachings. In the memory, they live a very simple life every day, and even repeat it day after day. But even so, they laughed so happily. The atmosphere is so warm. But such ordinary yet beautiful days seem to be gone forever. She suddenly understood a lot. It turns out that I have possessed the most beautiful and warmest treasure a long time ago. It's just that I didn't realize it. Now she has lost everything and is walking in broken memories. Through layers of haze, she finally realizes that she has lost the most beautiful thing. This is probably the most unforgettable pain in the world. Yue, among the few of us, the one who has the greatest chance of saving Guhan and bringing everything back to square one should be you. After all, you understood many things from the very beginning, more than any of us. If I finally couldn't hold on because of the changes in my body, and I hadn't yet obtained Guhan's forgiveness and hadn't truly won him back. I hope you. Having said this, she suddenly fell silent again. It was clearly her own fault, but she let her apprentice bear the burden after her death. How could she be so despicable and selfish? Master. Shu Yue wanted to speak, but the rest of the words were stuck in her throat and she couldn't say them. The atmosphere fell into silence again. A ray of sunlight shone through the wooden window and reflected onto Mu Beiling's face. She seemed to no longer be the supreme powerhouse respected by countless people in Xuanxu continent. She is just a poor woman with a thin and weak body, who even because of her deteriorating health, still wants to make up for her mistakes and find the most important person in her heart. Senior sister. How is Master doing? Just walked out of the room. Lu Ruyan, who was anxiously waiting outside, suddenly came forward. I haven't seen Master for 3 months. To be honest, she didn't dare to see her master now, and she felt a little ashamed to see him. She knew how stupid what she had done before was, and it was not even worth dying for. Even when I think about it at night, I can't help but slap myself twice. Many times she also wanted to atone for her sins by dying. Now thinking that Yi Qingyun was not dead yet and had not yet saved her senior brother, she still suppressed such thoughts. Perhaps, after truly atoning for his sins, this is how she will liberate herself. Chapter 158, Feeling extremely ashamed and seriously derelict in duty. And today, she unexpectedly heard from Chu Yue that her master's physical condition seemed to have undergone strange changes, and his life might be in danger at any time. This made her panic, worried and terrified. Not being able to save her senior brother was bad enough, but if she lost her master as well, she would really be devastated. Although her relationship with her master had been somewhat unhappy in the past. But 3 months of settling down also made her mature a lot. Knowing that he had committed such a serious crime, the master did not kill him. This is already giving her enough face and enough master-disciple friendship. Shu Yue shook her head slightly, her expression looking a little gloomy. It's hard to say. According to the investigation by that old senior who is skilled in medicine, Master's physical condition is very poor. His meridians have been completely corroded and transformed by some strange force. Regularly taking herbal remedies made from special natural treasures can further suppress and alleviate her current condition. But this also requires Master to adjust his own condition, cultivate his body and mind, and keep his emotions in a stable and healthy state. At this point, a bitter look suddenly appeared on Chu Yue's lips, but you also know that because of senior brother's matter, Master's emotional state has always been very negative. The word healthy has nothing to do with it. And I also persuaded Master to stay in seclusion for a while to recuperate and leave the task of finding senior brother to us, but she refused. The air around them suddenly became silent. If it were in the past, Lu Ruyan would definitely complain, wondering why her senior brother was so heartless. After all, the Master had raised him for several years. Now that some strange changes had occurred in his body, why did he have to be so heartless and leave them without even looking back? But now, she felt only shame for having such thoughts. Moreover, she is the least qualified to blame her senior brother. If she had not been fooled by Yi Qingyun, had not been provoked by his few words, and had stood firmly behind her senior brother, none of this would have happened, right? The guilt buried deep in her heart surged up again, and she even wanted to free herself through death. She is the creator of all suffering in this life and the one who deserves to die the most. Junior sister, the past cannot be undone, but the future can be changed. Don't dwell too deeply on the past. At this time, Luo Baiji, who had been leaning against a nearby redwood pillar with a sword in her arms, spoke to comfort him. Our goal now is to find our brother. The three of us can also contribute to alleviating Master's problems. My master has traveled extensively and seen many rare and precious things. I will tell him about my master's condition later and see if he has any good solutions. During this period, Luo Baiji has been honing her swordsmanship. Although his eyes were completely bound with a white band, he could not see the changes in the expressions of the people around him. However, she still sensed the fluctuations of the soul through her own clear sword heart and sensed that Lu Ruyan had a strong tendency towards self-destruction. As a sword cultivator, she possessed a clear sword heart that countless people envied, but she still couldn't see the pain of her senior brother or the viciousness and meanness of Yi Qingyun. Now, after practicing hard for several months, she will no longer watch the tragedy that happened before. Luo Baiji's comfort had a very good effect. Lu Ruyan's strong guilt and self-destructive tendencies were temporarily suppressed. Yes, she deserves death and deserves to be forgiven. But she had more important things to do. Just as the three of them were discussing the matter and deliberating on the follow-up matters. Junior sister Yue. There's something important that requires your assistance in investigating. Please come with me now. A voice suddenly sounded at the door. He is a young man in Taoist robes. After the death of Su Chaoga, the old generation of true disciples, he, as the oldest among the group and second only to Su Chaoga, temporarily took over the position of the other party's leader. Shu You's eyes flickered slightly, and she already had a guess in her mind. Last night, the fact that she secretly followed Su Chaoga might have been known to the higher-ups of the Samsara Cave Heaven. In addition, the Samsara Cave Heaven has confirmed with a high probability that Su Chaoga's death is related to his former senior brother Guhan. As someone who has always been obsessed with senior brother Guhan, she naturally has to be investigated and questioned. After signaling Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji not to worry, Shu Yue decided to go there with her fellow disciples. In the northern part of Xuanshu continent, the Bingling Holy Sect. In a huge ice crystal palace, the light flickers and the atmosphere is magnificent. Reporting to the Ice Phoenix Palace Master, we have received news that Guhan is suspected to have appeared in Kongyao Port and has clashed with the Samsara Cave Heaven. The guard in charge of reporting told everything he had learned without any reservation. Mu Binghuan's brows were furrowed throughout the entire process. She also always had a stereotype about Guhan. They believed that since the other party had left the sect and become a casual cultivator, there was a high probability that he would accomplish nothing and spend his days in debauchery. But I didn't expect that my vision was too short-sighted. Guhan actually dared to challenge the Wheel of Reincarnation Cave Heaven directly. As one of the several major hidden sects, she also knew how powerful the foundation of the Samsara Cave Heaven was. Coupled with the strange images produced by the Tianji Divine Mirror before, Guhan must be hiding many terrifying secrets. Just as her thoughts began to wander, a report suddenly pulled her back from her scattered thoughts. She seemed to have suffered some kind of blow and became a little dazed and sluggish. Ice Phoenix Palace Master, I also received news that Miss Bai Ling has a serious health problem. Some strange changes have occurred in her flesh and meridians. If it's not contained, she might die. The guard who was in charge of reporting seemed to muster up a lot of courage before saying the last two words. Unsurprisingly, the atmosphere in the entire hall fell into absolute stagnation. What did you say? Why did Bai Ling's body change like this? This atmosphere lasted for an unknown amount of time before Mu Binghuang suddenly woke up. No matter what, Mu Bailing is her only blood relative and only sister in this world. But as an older sister, I had no idea that my younger sister's health condition had become so serious. This is simply a serious dereliction of duty on my part as an older sister. Chapter 159, Two women are at loggerheads with each other, a melodramatic love story circulating in the mainland? The fact that Mu Bailing was Mu Baiwang's sister had long been spread throughout the sect. This guard was also very perceptive. He collected information about Mu Bailing and dug out many past secrets along this line. Now he reported everything to Mu Binghuang without reservation. Palace Master, the above is all the information regarding Miss Bai Ling. An unknown amount of time passed before Mu Binghuang finally came to her senses after listening to the guard's report. You have done very well. This Palace Master will reward you handsomely later. Please withdraw for now. Yes, thank you, Palace Master. After the guards left, Mu Binghuang was left alone in the empty hall. Ai Ling, when did you become so stupid? Mu Binghuang was stunned and lost in thought, mumbling something. You're throwing your life away just to find this stinking man who has so little hope and can't be saved even if you find him. Her chest began to rise and fall slightly, and her aura became somewhat violent and unstable. A terrible ice storm even rolled through the entire hall. You are so stupid. Boom! The ice crystal storm that had been compressed to the extreme exploded. The terrifying energy spread in all directions, causing the entire hall to shake and tremble, and many shocking spiderweb-like cracks appeared. She was venting her pain and frustration in this way. It's even more unfair for my sister. Why would she risk her life for such a heartless man? Is it worth risking your life for a chess game that is destined to end in a dead end? She knew that she was not a character in the play and had no right to criticize the lives and experiences of the characters in the play. But she just felt it wasn't worth it for her sister. Her sister did something wrong. But she's trying her best to make up for it, isn't she? Why was Guhan so hard-hearted and unwilling to forgive, even cruelly severing all ties and connections with her sister? And her sister, how stupid is it to risk her life for such a stinky man? Click, click, click. She clenched her fists so hard that her bones made cracking sounds. It seems that I need to go there in person. Mu Binghuang's icy blue eyes shone with a cold glint of resentment. Since you don't want to see my sister, I will personally suppress you and bring you back. Her sister was unwilling to settle down and receive treatment. It's just that I didn't fulfill my wish to find Guguhan. No matter what the result is, as long as she can forcibly suppress Guhan and bring him to her sister, everything will be perfect. Soon, the news that Mu Binghuang was about to enter the secular world spread throughout the Ice Spirit Holy Palace. Mu Binghuang's cultivation was actually extremely terrifying, and she was only one step away from the Saint Realm. In addition, she herself has extremely high attainments in the Great Way of Ice. In time, not to mention becoming an emperor, there is a high probability that she will enter the realm of quasi-emperor. The entry of such a terrifying existence into the world is likely to have an impact on the entire Xuanchu continent. As soon as this news came out, many powerful people in Xuanchu continent became worried. After all, Mu Binghuang was one of the several hall masters of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect. In a sense, it can also represent the entire Ice Spirit Holy Sect. Many forces fear that this is a sign that the Ice Spirit Holy Sect is about to stir up a storm, and may even change the current situation of the entire Xuanchu continent. However, after a piece of news came out from the Ice Spirit Holy Sect, after dispelling the concerns of many forces and powerful people, it shocked many cultivators and creatures even more. Mu Binghuang's entry into the world this time was entirely her personal behavior and had nothing to do with the decision of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect. Moreover, she entered the world this time to find a young cultivator named Guhan who was once a disciple of the Sword Sect in Zixuanzu. Mu Binghuang personally announced that if anyone could help her find or even capture Guhan, she will be rewarded handsomely, and she also promised that whoever captures Gu Han and brings him back will receive an exclusive favor from her. This favor is not limited to introducing someone to the Ice Spirit Holy Sect, or helping this person accomplish something within their ability. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Xuanxu continent was in an uproar. He is praised by the Ice Spirit Holy Sect as a supreme being with a high probability of entering the quasi-emperor realm in the future. Not to mention, there are already many benefits to establishing a good relationship with them through this matter. Furthermore, being able to obtain the promise of such a being can also indirectly establish a connection with the Ice Spirit Holy Sect. The benefits are self-evident. The most important thing is that this task is not difficult. It's just to find a young cultivator, not to hunt down any supreme realm or god realm strongman. It can be easily completed as long as some manpower and material resources are spent. If you don't try this kind of pie-in-the-sky opportunity, you're a fool. As a result, the entire Xuanxu continent was in an uproar, and countless cultivators began to join the plan to find Gu Han. At the same time, deep in the sky, inside a magnificent ferry boat that spans the sky, Master Gu is suspected to be in Kongyao port. Should we change our route and go there now? But we let the Changqingli family go last time, and we let them go again this time. Isn't that a bit? A strong man from Feixian Tower asked respectfully with a fist clasped below, but before he could finish his words. However, Xiaobingli, who was sitting on the glazed throne, just glanced at him lightly. The cultivator shuddered and hurriedly ordered his men to change the course of the immortal boat and head towards Kongyao port. Etc. Xiaobingli suddenly called out to stop the cultivator who was about to leave. The other party thought that his young lady had changed her mind. Publish the news, Gu Han, I'll protect you. Anyone who dares to take advantage of him, or bring him before Mu Binghuang, will be my enemy. The corners of the monk's mouth below twitched in the dark. Sure enough, once it comes to Gu Han's affairs, the young lady seems to be particularly concerned. He even did not hesitate to confront the leader of a hidden sect head-on. The interior of the immortal boat gradually returned to calm. Xiaobingli leaned on the glass throne, her lazy expression revealing a certain coldness. No matter what Mu Binghuang's purpose is. Anyway, anyone who approaches Gu Han for unknown reasons will be regarded by her as someone who wants to steal something from her. That dead fox himself is already very difficult to deal with. If there was another one, she might really go crazy. The continent-wide search for Gu Han has just begun. Many monks have not yet found a definite clue. But he was stunned by a sudden piece of news. Goddess Bingli of Feixian Tower has issued a statement. Anyone who dares to plot against Gu Han and bring him before Mu Binghuang will be considered her enemy and will be punished. When this news came out, countless people in Xuanxu continent were stunned. No. Is this a deliberate trick on them? One wants them to find it at all costs, while the other doesn't want them to find it. So these enthusiastic people have become pawns being manipulated between the two men? But compared to such a bloody development, everyone is more concerned about the origin of Gu Han. How could it be possible for two women with extremely extraordinary identities to confront each other so openly? Chapter 160. He ran away, they chased him, he couldn't escape even if he had wings? But Mu Binghuang was clearly also a woman with a strong will. After receiving this message, it was beyond everyone's expectations and responded immediately. This is my personal matter, and I don't want to get involved in some childish emotional drama. As long as we can find Gu Han, the agreement I made before will still stand. If anything happens, I can directly guarantee it. The development of the situation made many people in Xuanxu continent even more dumbfounded. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that these two were completely at loggerheads. But just for Gu Han, they were so confrontational regardless of the occasion and the consequences. Looking at the history of the entire Xuanxu continent, it is explosive enough. As time goes by, there have even been a lot of rumors circulating. Many people said that the goddess of Feixian Tower and the hall master of Bingling Holy Sect actually had a crush on Gu Han and regarded him as their own property. Gu Han couldn't stand the two men's desire for control and competition, so he secretly ran away. The two women who knew about this were furious and did not hesitate to use their own energy to fight back. Both of them hoped to bring Guhan back as soon as possible, so this was the outcome. He ran away, they chased him, he couldn't escape even if he had wings. Although this matter is a bit bloody in nature, but it is deeply recognized by countless people in Shuanshu continent. Many people were shocked, envious and jealous. What virtue and ability does Guhan have? How could he be so cared about by two such stunning and powerful women? If they can be favored by any one of them, they will be able to rise to the top of their lives for the rest of their lives. Let me tell you, this Guhan is a bit ungrateful. In a restaurant somewhere in Konyao Port, a middle-aged monk who looked a little tipsy suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Damn it, being pursued by two such stunningly beautiful women with extraordinary backgrounds, and yet he's so ungrateful. If it were me, even if I were taken back by any of them and imprisoned for 10,000 years, what would it matter? My whole life would be worth it. That's right. He doesn't know how to appreciate the blessings he has, and he even sneaked out without knowing what's good for him. A monk who was watching the fun immediately agreed. I originally wanted to laugh at Guhan's joke, but now everyone is unhappy. Damn it. I'm already honest, please let me go. Guhan, who was watching this scene through a special mirror in a private room of the restaurant, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Rumors are deadly. How come I suddenly have a melodramatic love story similar to that in the modern city of Blue Star, where the imprisoned canary escapes, the overbearing president chases her madly, and forced love occurs? He was even called the Gigolo King of Shuanshu continent? All the reputation he has accumulated over the years has been ruined here. But I never thought Mu Bailing actually had a sister with such a remarkable status. You want to put pressure on me in this way and bring me back to Mu Bailing? Guhan fell into deep thought again. During this time, he also investigated the background of Mu Binghuang, the leader of the hidden ice spirit holy sect. Once this kind of existence uses all its strength, it is actually not too difficult to find a young being like him. However, he was not too panicked about this. Putting aside the fact that Xiaobingli, the Yandere, seemed to have misunderstood something and openly confronted Mu Binghuang, relieving herself of a lot of pressure. Furthermore, with the two forces of the White Dragon Palace and the Blood Moon Demon sect, if a clash really occurs between them, he is confident that he can escape unscathed. Put all the thoughts in your mind behind you. Guhan took out a piece of bronze fragment with a strange glow from the space vortex. This was exactly the fragment of the suspected quasi-imperial weapon that he had deliberately instructed Han Mengyao to intercept from Yi Qingyun. Even though it has been washed away by countless years, the trace of charm that remains in it has not dissipated. Whether it is refined into a consumable magic weapon, or the power within it is directly used as some kind of bomb, it can have an extremely terrifying effect. Moreover, the ancient inscriptions carved on the surface of the bronze fragments seem to hide some unknown secrets. I can only say that he is worthy of being the protagonist. It really is true that all kinds of opportunities are vying to come to him. However, now that this opportunity is in my hands, I wonder if Yi Qingyun will be furious when he gets to know the news? At the same time, in a relatively hidden inn somewhere in Konyao Port, I knew that Guhan had made some incredible gains in the past 3 months. He actually hooked up with these two influential women. Damn it. Because he became a wanted criminal, Yi Qingyun, who had changed his appearance again, was so angry that he cursed loudly. The jealousy in his heart had turned into reality. Although the rumors outside are a bit unpleasant. But in fact, no matter which man in Shuanshu continent hears this, he will be jealous. Those two women are both extremely remarkable people. Now, they are confronting each other for Guhan, which gives people a feeling of flirting and jealousy. When they were at Bayou Peak, not only did Chu Yue and the others have special feelings for Guhan, but many beautiful female cultivators in the sect also secretly admired him. I don't look bad, do I? Moreover, he has good talent and strength, so why is he so much less popular with women than Guhan? Qingyun, that Guhan is just a playboy. He will definitely rot in the mud in the future. In the end, he will be a nobody who can't stand up to the public. Why should you envy such a person? In my opinion, Outyen, you will definitely rise to prominence in the future and become a legend in Shuanshu continent. There's no need to envy the temporary glory of such a small person. Qinglir appeared at some point with a gentle smile on her face. Although she also disguised herself, the ugly disguise could not hide her original beauty and charm. The previous escape together made Qinglir's favor for Yi Qingyun increase further. In her opinion, Guhan only relied on some unpresentable means to gain the favor of these short-sighted women and get some benefits. But Yi Qingyun rose to prominence step by step from humble beginnings. How could he be compared with such a small figure? However, if you knew that Yi Qingyun had an old man named Bai, the remnant soul of the true ancestor of the demon world, an unknown fairyland family, the way of heaven, and eternal luck. Even if there were mysterious parents paving the way for them throughout the process, they probably wouldn't have such thoughts. With this configuration, even a local dog can take off on the spot and eventually become an immortal. However, Qinglir's words also had a very good comforting effect. The haze of jealousy in Yi Qingyun's heart suddenly dissipated. Yes, he will become a legend in the future, so he needs to have a long-term vision. Guhan will definitely be left behind by him in the future, and won't even have the qualifications to look up to him. When flowers bloom, butterflies come. As long as you become strong enough, what kind of woman can you want? The most urgent task now is to discuss with Jiang Fan and others to prepare for going out to sea to hunt sea monsters. And use this to absorb the sea monster's core to further enhance his own strength. Chapter 161, Reincarnation Purgatory, the possibility of returning to the past. In a room somewhere. Jiang Fan looked a little worried at this moment. Princess, do we really have to agree to go to sea with that guy Yun Outyin? The infinite sea is extremely dangerous. Hunting sea monsters with that guy is still a bit too risky. And I don't think he's the person we're looking for. After all, the Grand Master predicted that the one who would bring a turning point to our Taihua immortal dynasty would be a man named Yi, not this Yun Outyin. These words seem to have been stuck in his heart for a long time. Only after he said them out loud did Jiang Fan feel much better. Although he seemed to be having a good chat with Yi Qingyun on the surface, he was actually wary of Yi Qingyun and even jealous of him. After all, as the eldest son of the Jinghua mansion of the Taihua immortal dynasty, he has known the princess since childhood. If possible, he would like to be with the princess instead of other strange men. How do you know the other party isn't using an alias like us? Suddenly, an ethereal and pleasant female voice came from behind the mahogany screen of the house. At this moment, the house was filled with fog, and the sound of rushing water could be heard from time to time. Through the hazy and sticky white mist, you can vaguely see a woman soaking in a wooden barrel with a comfortable look on her face. The warm water flowed over her shoulders, on which floated a few fragrant petals. The body sways slightly, and the white and delicate skin sometimes emerges from the bottom of the water, which is dazzling. She is the princess of Taihua Immortal Dynasty, Nangong Waner. This time she left the Immortal Dynasty, disguised as a man and using the pseudonym Zhang Daoyuan. In fact, it was because she had received a prophecy from the national teacher not long ago and was traveling out to look for opportunities. Their Taihua Immortal Dynasty is not a traditional dynasty where the son inherits the father's throne. Women also have the opportunity to become the ruler of the country and become a female emperor. Now, her father has begun planning for the next successor to the Immortal Dynasty. Her only competitor is her half-sister. She was obviously born a maid, of humble bloodline, but she had extraordinary talent and character, even comparable to hers. Fortunately, she had a good relationship with the imperial master, who told her a prophecy that if she traveled to the Xuanshu continent, she would receive help from the Morning Star. So she came here to travel under a pseudonym. Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps it was the influence of the plot, that made her meet Yun Outyin by chance. Moreover, Yun Outyin gave her an extremely extraordinary feeling. As a princess of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty, her bloodline is extremely special and she has extremely keen perceptions of many things. She had a feeling that Yun Outyin was most likely the person she was looking for. A hidden area somewhere in Taishu continent. The mountains are located here, shrouded in clouds and mist. From the depths of the rolling clouds, the cries of cranes can sometimes be heard throughout the universe. Combined with the vibrant scenery of this world, it is like a beautiful picture of a fairy mountain reflecting reality. And in the very center of this world, there are countless floating divine islands, with countless buildings on them, lined up one after another. This is the core area of the Samsara cave heaven, one of the major hidden sections. At this moment, in a palace exuding ancient Taoist charm. Yue, although you have been in my Samsara cave heaven for a short time, your talent and aptitude are outstanding. In just 3 months, he has become a true disciple of my Samsara cave heaven. His future is limitless. There are some things I hope you can understand. People need to look forward and not be held back by memories of the past. Your senior brother Suchaga died because of Guhan, so Guhan is the enemy who challenged my authority in the reincarnation cave heaven. Now that you are a disciple of my Samsara cave heaven, you should put the glory of the sect first. As long as you agree to accept the mission of hunting down Guhan, avenge your senior brother Suchaga, and fight for the glory of our sect, your previous dereliction of duty can be forgiven. Then, you will still be my true disciple in the Samsara cave heaven. A magnificent voice like a huge bell fell, and the atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became dead and depressing. His sight fell into it. Sitting in the hall were many terrifying beings with extraordinary temperaments and auras as deep as the abyss and as prison-like. They are all high-level people in the Samsara cave heaven. Suchaga, the true disciple, and the protector behind him, who served as an elder of their Samsara cave heaven, all died because of Guhan, which made them extremely angry. He even planned to take revenge on Guhan. However, since Xiaobingli from Feishan Tower and Mu Binghuang from Bingling Holy Sector now at loggerheads over the matter of Guhan, it seems that they have an unclear relationship with him. Now they are participating in this fight in the Samsara cave heaven and even threatening to kill Guhan, which is tantamount to courting trouble. In order to avoid making the matter worse, they had no choice but to let Chu Yue, who was once Guhan's junior sister and indirectly knew Guhan best, take on the task of hunting him down. Chu Yue, who was kneeling below, pursed her red lips and remained silent. Everyone in the Samsara cave practices the method of reincarnation, and naturally they are also good at deduction. Previously, Supreme White Crane wanted to use an explosive method to delay the strong man behind Guhan and asked her to notify the sect's top leaders as soon as possible. But the scene in which she remained indifferent was also deduced by the top leaders of the Samsara cave heaven. Although given the situation at that time, even if she reported it to the sect immediately, it still could not change the outcome. But anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she refused to carry out this action without even thinking about it. As disciples of the Wheel of Reincarnation Cave Heaven, they favored Guhan, the person who provoked their sect. This was something they could never allow. However, the current situation is special. They decided to give Chu Yue a chance to redeem herself. Chu Yue, who was kneeling in the center of the hall, did not flinch or avoid looking, and looked directly at the many high-level people in the Samsara cave heaven above. Yue knows that her previous behavior has let down the sect. But Yue doesn't regret it. I am willing to take responsibility for the mistakes I made. Disciple is willing to enter the purgatory of reincarnation and accept punishment. The hall was silent. Only Chu Yue's ethereal and calm voice echoed for a long time. Many powerful warriors in the Samsara cave heaven who usually don't like to show their emotions and are dignified and old-fashioned, now have some subtle changes of emotion in the depths of their pupils. Reincarnation purgatory. That is the most cruel punishment in their Samsara cave heaven. Anyone who commits a serious sin will be imprisoned in the purgatory of reincarnation, experiencing the cycle of life and death, joys and sorrows, happiness and anger, and other extreme and pure reincarnation disasters. Especially the most unforgettable and unspeakable pain in the heart of the monk, it will reappear again and again in the reincarnation purgatory. Even if one's mind is extremely steadfast, his or her heart of Tao will be gradually eroded by this force, and eventually shattered, falling into the endless abyss of pain forever. Even old guys like them would feel a chill all over their bodies when faced with such a terrifying reincarnation purgatory. Letting them die is much more comfortable than entering the purgatory of reincarnation. Throughout history, everyone who has entered the purgatory of reincarnation has been trapped within it and will never be able to reach the end of it. Not to mention a younger generation like Chu Yue. In their eyes, this is not a choice to accept punishment, but a choice to die in the most painful way. Chu Yue, who was kneeling below, looked exceptionally calm. Although the reincarnation purgatory is extremely dangerous, it also has alternative opportunities. Contact with the endless cycle of pain also means being able to indirectly contact the power of reincarnation. Since he wants to prove his truth and become emperor, he will restart the future with reincarnation and go back to the past to change everything. If she could gain something in the reincarnation purgatory, she would have more possibilities to go back to the past and make changes. Chapter 162 Failure is just paying off debts. Yue, are you sure you want to stand against the sect for such a thing, and even risk your life? A cold voice without any emotion sounded. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man sitting in the first seat, with an unfathomable aura, and wearing a Taoist robe engraved with patterns of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. His Taoist name is Chanza Sage, and he is the current leader of the Samsara Cave Heaven. The saint is far superior to the supreme. The power exuded by each and every word was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Shu Yue even felt that the air around her had become extremely solidified and oppressive, as if an invisible big hand had pinched her neck, making her feel suffocated. During the time you have been in my cave, I have been observing you. Whether it's talent or character, you can be described as excellent. In the future, you will definitely become the mainstay of my Samsara Cave Heaven. I also understand that you once asked about the sword sect. But it's really stupid to gamble your future on such a person. These words caused the expressions of many other powerful people in the Samsara Cave Heaven to change. Their leader has always been a man of few words. Now he said so many words to a young being who had just joined their cave, and there was even a sense of comfort between the lines. This indirectly shows how much their sect leader values Chu Yue. Being so young and yet being able to gain the attention of the sect leader, his future achievements are beyond even their imagination. However, unexpectedly, Chu Yue remained unmoved and spoke in a firm tone. Thank you for your kindness, sect master. But Yue has made up her mind and is willing to enter the reincarnation purgatory to accept punishment. Madness. Some high-level officials of the Samsara Cave Heaven could no longer control their emotions and shouted angrily. That's enough. The sect master has personally spoken for you and given you a way out. Why are you still so ungrateful? Guhan is now just a casual cultivator without any sect or school. He just used some unpresentable tricks to get on Xia Bingli's good side. As time goes by, I'm destined to be abandoned. I'll just be a nobody in the future. But you are different. As a true disciple of my Samsara Cave Heaven, as long as you are talented enough, you will have countless resources accumulated, and the sect will also help you achieve the great way in the future. You and he are not from the same world now. Why are you so foolish as to sacrifice your promising future for such a being? There were also people from the Samsara Cave Heaven who felt extremely sad and wanted to use this method to scold Chu Yue and wake her up. He wanted her to completely sever ties with Guhan. But the other party seemed to have no brains and refused to let go until he died. That's enough. Sage Nagasawa raised his hand to interrupt everyone. Those emotionless eyes stared at Chu Yue for a while before slowly looking away. Since you have made your decision, I can't say anything more. Come here, according to the sect rules, take Chu Yue to the reincarnation purgatory for punishment. The moment he finished speaking, ripples quickly appeared in the space, and two monks with powerful auras walked out, taking Chu Yue with them to the reincarnation purgatory. When Chu Yue was about to be taken away, the voice of Sage Nagasawa sounded again. If you can reach the end of the reincarnation purgatory and come out of it, this matter will be over. Not only will the sect not hold you responsible for anything, but we will also do our best to meet any of your requirements. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall froze in expression again. Chu Yue paused slightly, but soon understood something. She turned around and bowed slightly in the direction of the sect leader. She turned around calmly and followed the Cave Heaven expert towards the direction of the reincarnation purgatory. This made the two powerful warriors from the Samsara Cave Heaven who were responsible for escorting her look at her sideways and feel a little surprised. Reincarnation purgatory is no joke. Entering that place is more painful than death. A monk who has committed a serious mistake and is on his way to the reincarnation purgatory will at best suffer an emotional breakdown and become insane. In serious cases, they may even rebel, hoping to leave the sect to avoid punishment. This is also the reason why the sect sent 2 strong men to escort them. But Chu Yue gave them the feeling that she had a clear conscience and was fearless. It was as if she had already made some kind of decision in her heart. Chu Yue had no idea what the 2 men were thinking, and she was indeed terrifyingly calm at the moment. But my thoughts are gradually drifting away. Before, or when my senior brother was demoted to the demon locking tower in the previous life, his mood should have been the same. Perhaps the senior brother's situation was more painful than hers at that time. She entered the reincarnation purgatory voluntarily. The senior brother was forced to enter the demon locking tower to prove his innocence. Compared with my senior brother, what is my current experience? She was just paying off her debts in this way. Watching Chu Yue's back completely disappear from sight. A powerful person from the Samsara cave heaven couldn't help but ask, Sect Master, if Chu Yue doesn't come out of the Samsara purgatory alive, what should we do? If he doesn't make it out alive, then our sect's revenge will naturally be avenged, and Guhan will have to pay the price. It's not even worthy for a junior to offend me in the Samsara cave heaven. Even if Saint Chanza didn't say much about the rest. Everyone is very clear about it. If Chu Yue could come out of the reincarnation purgatory alive, it would be enough to show how terrifying her talent was. Such a terrifying genius insisted on protecting Guhan. There is a possibility that the grudge between them and Guhan can be resolved. The journey was very peaceful. Chu Yue soon arrived at the entrance of the reincarnation purgatory under the guidance of 2 powerful men. Samsara Purgatory is a special area in the Samsara cave heaven, which can be said to be a world of its own. At this moment they were standing on a very high cliff. Looking down, he gazed at the scene below. The scene that came into view was extremely grand. It was a vast ocean of black and white, with no end in sight. What is magical is that every time the black and white ocean stirs up waves, the power of reincarnation contained in it will interweave one blurred picture after another, as if representing the past and present lives of different people. Reincarnation purgatory rumors say it existed before the opening of the reincarnation cave heaven. But according to historical records, the Samsara purgatory was once just a pool of water containing a special power of reincarnation. Later, the Samsara emperor appeared and used the Samsara path he mastered to further expand this pool, eventually forming the Samsara purgatory. While murmuring this information in my heart, Chu Yue stared at the huge whirlpool eye in the black and white ocean, which was the entrance to the reincarnation purgatory. Taking a deep breath, she jumped in without any hesitation. For her, this is her own redemption and an opportunity to find hope for progress. If she wants to become the queen of reincarnation, she must gain more knowledge about the laws of reincarnation. The reincarnation purgatory opened up by the Emperor of Samsara is her best trial stone. If he succeeds, he will restart the reincarnation for her and truly win back his senior brother. Failure is nothing more than being shattered into pieces. However, she couldn't die so easily before she could truly win back her senior brother. Chapter 163 The tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop, I will help you find. On the vast sea. A huge sailboat set sail with the help of the wind and cut through the waves. Guhan made a pot of tea and kicked the little black guy who was occupying his recliner away. A chicken is imitating others to sunbathe. Are you going to be a trainee in the future? Lying comfortably on the balcony of the most luxurious private room on the sailboat, feeling the sea breeze, drinking tea, basking in the sun, and listening to the sounds of some sea beasts coming from the distance from time to time, I look very content. This kind of free and unrestrained life of traveling around the world, enjoying the mountains and rivers, is actually quite comfortable. Moreover, he did not need to take care of the 2 forces he had created. He only needed to give some orders occasionally. It's much more comfortable than staying in that small place of Wenjin sect. Even I envy your life now. At this time, accompanied by the ethereal and pleasant sound, a fragrant breeze blew into the air. Hua Jieyu, dressed in a red dress, had a charming smile on her face. Go wherever you want, do whatever you want, enjoy the sea breeze, and travel the world. You can explore the vastness of the sky, or you can retreat to the countryside, drink tea, and fish. The sea breeze blew and kissed Hua Jieyu's hair, making her already charming face even more enchanting. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. Don't think I'm happy, it's only temporary. Guhan took a sip of tea, shook his head and smiled. My generation of cultivators has been in the turmoil of the Great Tao since the day we set foot on the Great Tao. Peace and ordinariness have long been out of our reach. Not to mention, I'm the villain of this book. I'll have to fight the entire lower realm, countless powerful beings from the lower realm, and even from the immortal realm. The future is unclear. Guhan only complained about this in his heart but did not say it out loud. He is ultimately the villain of this book. If you want to be free, you can only kill the protagonist, and at the same time kill the mysterious family behind him, and all the people related to him, so that you can truly find peace. And his goal has always been simple and pure: to survive. Being a little more luxurious means living a happy life. But the plot of the book does not allow it, so he has no choice but to embark on the path of no return as a villain. Hua Jieyu smiled and agreed with this statement. She continued, I received news that Mu Bailing seems to have been looking for you like crazy recently, and even asked her sister to help. Besides, she seems determined to find you and won't look back until she finds you. It's like she won't accept the bad ending you gave her. Guhan frowned, remained silent for a moment, and did not answer Hua Jieyu's question. As if she realized that Guhan didn't want to continue this topic, Hua Jieyu was very tactful and changed the subject directly. But why did you take me on this sailboat? The creation pond is hidden in the legendary Pyamyo Immortal Mountain. It shouldn't be so easy to find, right? Ahan, do you already have a clue? After taking another sip of tea, the corners of Guhan's lips curled up slightly. No. But there's a high probability that someone on this ship can lead us to it. We just need to follow them and pick up the leaks. Yi Qingyun was also in a box somewhere on this sailboat. Suddenly I felt a chill in my heart, and a strange feeling surged through my body. However, he quickly put this idea behind him. At this moment, he was concentrating on carving the sea-controlling talisman using the knowledge he had learned in the past few days. The sea control talisman can help cultivators move and breathe freely under the sea for at least 2.5 hours. After all, hunting sea monsters in the Silverless Sea is an extremely dangerous act. If you don't make sufficient preparations, you will end up being fed to the fish if the boat capsizes. Indeed, Xingyun has achieved great accomplishments in the art of talismans. Given time, you will surely achieve extraordinary accomplishments in this field. The praise from Mr. Bai echoed in my mind. If you can obtain a set of instruments specifically designed for carving talismans, you should be able to carve talismans of a higher grade. When I was young, I also traveled to the Infinite Sea. The most famous legend of the Infinite Sea is Pyamyo Fairy Mountain, but there are also some other historical legends that are extremely famous. For example, you're going to Moonwatching Island this time to hunt sea beasts. I've heard that there's a powerful person who's skilled in talismans living in seclusion there. If you go there and try your luck, you might find something. This proposal immediately made Yi Qingyun feel a little excited. Since you want to become a legend in Xuanxu continent, it would be a good idea to practice both talismans and martial arts. At the same time, in a courtyard somewhere in Kongyao port, a harsh argument could be heard at this moment. Why did you do that? Do you know that posting this news will cause Honor a lot of trouble? His sight fell into it. Mu Bailing stared at the woman in front of her who was wearing a snow phoenix dress with a slightly irritated look on her face. That was her elder sister, Mu Binghuang. Didn't you tell me to find him? Isn't my method a solution? Compared to you running around the Xuanxu continent alone, searching for each person one by one, my direct and simple method is inherently faster. These words made Mu Bailing choke and she didn't know how to refute. She did ask her sister for this. But he never expected that the method his sister would use would be so simple and clear. Moreover, this matter has spread throughout the Xuanxu continent and has become known to everyone. Some people outside have even started spreading rumors about his sister, as well as the various melodramatic love stories between Xiaobingli and Honor. Some people even went so far as to compile them into picture books and circulate them in a short period of time. I know that you actually have some special feelings for that kid Guhan in some ways. Don't worry, I'm devoted to cultivation and have no interest in matters between men and women. As the elder sister, Mu Binghuang naturally saw through her younger sister's thoughts at a glance. Mu Bingling seemed a little at a loss when her little trick was exposed. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refute, he was interrupted by Mu Binghuang's cold voice. Besides, I came to Kongyao Port this time not only to help you find Guhan. Mu Binghuang's expression grew even colder, and a faint commanding tone came into her voice. Your body is in serious condition. What you need to do most now is to calm down, cultivate your character, and adjust your condition. Even if Guhan is really important to you, it's not worth risking your life for such a person. So, now you should honestly return to my Ice Phoenix Palace to recuperate. Guhan, I will help you find it. Chapter 164, It is better to forget each other than to support each other. Don't want. But to Mu Binghuang's surprise, Mu Bailing rejected her proposal without hesitation. Elder sister. Feeling Mu Binghuang's confused and veiled anger, Mu Bailing softened her voice. I know you're doing this for my own good. But I want to do this myself. Because you once taught me that I have to take responsibility for my own mistakes and make amends myself. This matter is essentially my sin. If I ask you, sister, to atone for it, it is not what I want, nor is it meaningful. It might even make things worse. Besides, even if I agreed to your request, I wouldn't be able to calm down and cultivate my character, because I can't get over this hurdle in my heart. Mu Binghuang remained silent, her brows furrowed tightly as she suppressed a rage within her. How could I hate my sister for being so stupid? She actually degraded herself like this for such a completely unworthy man. I was angry that Guhan, as a grown man, was so ruthless and cruel. She made such a big fuss about it that she even risked her own reputation to spread the news. First, it is to make it easier for people to find Guhan. The second reason was to let Guhan know how much his sister wanted to find him back, and she even came to him for help. But this guy never reacted to it. He pretended not to see it, pretended not to hear it, and ignored it. Everyone in the Bingling holy sect said that she had a heart of stone. But in her opinion, she is not even half as good as Guhan. Ice Phoenix Palace Master. Someone has found a clue that may be related to Guhan. A sudden voice from outside the hall broke the originally solidified and oppressive atmosphere. Mu Bailing, who was originally feeling a little depressed, suddenly brightened up her eyes after hearing these words. She had been searching outside for so long, and this was the first time she heard about Guhan's whereabouts. How could she not be happy? Palace Master, Miss Bai Ling, according to the intelligence we have gathered, Guhan seems to be related to the White Dragon Palace, the dominant force in the Tianhai region. For the past 3 months, he has been operating in Kongyao Port under the alias Sumu. But just a few days ago, he seemed to have left Kongyao Port, and all the clues we found were interrupted here. After hearing these words, Mu Bailing was like a person who had regained the light, but was thrown into the abyss of darkness in an instant. The anticipation and joy in his eyes suddenly turned into sorrow and disappointment. The events that occurred during this period were very serious and almost known to everyone. Guhan must have also received the news that I was looking for him everywhere. But he didn't come to see me. Instead, he packed up his things and ran away at night, without leaving any clues. Do you have to be so heartless and cruel? You don't even want to see her? Her heart seemed to be pinched by an invisible big hand, suppressing her discomfort. The grievances and pains of these days seemed to have turned into reality and were about to overwhelm her mind. Palace Master, Miss Bai Ling. The guard also noticed that the atmosphere was a little off, and said hesitantly and slowly, but we found something in Guhan's last residence. It might just be a coincidence, or it might be specially left for Miss Bai Ling. What honor left behind? Mu Bailing looked up in a daze and only heard the last sentence. The guard immediately took out a picture from the storage space. It is a very ordinary ink painting. There are 4 inkwash carps in the lotus pond, 5 inkwash carps to be exact. The 4 most eye-catching inkwash carps gathered together, as if they were swimming around looking for something. In the far corner of the ink painting, there is an ink carp that is gradually moving away, as if it is about to swim out of the picture. Apart from the special meaning of this ink painting itself, The most eye-catching thing is a sentence in the ink painting: "It is better to forget each other than to support each other in times of trouble." This was not something Guhan kept on purpose. He just happened to see this painting when he was traveling and felt that it fit his own mood, so he bought it. However, Mu Bailing doesn't think so when she sees this ink painting. Even Mu Binghuang, an outsider, saw another meaning in it. Guhan hopes that Mu Bailing will let it go and stop looking for him. It would be better for them to forget each other in the world of martial arts, and there is no need to meet again. It is better to forget each other than to support each other in times of adversity. Mu Bailing touched the ink painting in a daze, and the various emotions in her heart could no longer be suppressed, turning into hot tears that dripped down. In fact, this poem contains a certain free and easy charm. She didn't know why she still couldn't control her emotions. It was as if Guhan had completely moved on from the past, but she couldn't move on no matter what. She knew that if she continued, it would most likely end in failure, but she just couldn't let it go. She slowly collapsed to the ground and began to sob silently and uncontrollably. Mu Binghuang frowned. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Guhan has let go of the past, but it is her sister who cannot let go. This ink painting not only failed to help his sister get over her worries, but made them even worse. The person who tied the bell must untie it. If he wants to truly resolve his sister's emotional issues, he must find Guhan. Continue to follow your previous clues and increase your efforts. Find him at all costs. Mu Binghuang gritted her teeth and said, "I'll double the stakes. If Xiaobingli still tries to stop me, I'll go there myself." The other side. Xu Yue, who jumped into the purgatory of reincarnation, has experienced countless heart-wrenching reincarnation scenes in the past few days. Because of the special nature of the reincarnation purgatory, she did not watch it as a bystander, but really participate in it as a character in the play. For example, when my senior brother was heartbroken and expelled from the sect, and was about to die on that snowy night. Even if she, as Chu Yue in the picture, knew the plot in advance and wanted to change it, she was completely unable to do so. It's as if my body is not my own body, and anything I do or say is not what I want. It wasn't until she collapsed in pain and watched her senior brother die in front of her that she was able to regain control of her body. Or maybe in a big battle, she only needs to use a little trick to save her senior brother. But his body was out of control and he had to save Yi Qin Yun, the person he hated the most. In the end, he could only watch his senior brother die in front of him again in endless pain and despair. It's like witnessing the person you want to protect the most die in front of you again and again, but being unable to do anything. Even having to experience being an accomplice is an endless torture for anyone. She has experienced this kind of torture countless times in the past few days. His pupils turned dim, his emotions had already collapsed, and he looked like a walking zombie. Chapter 165. I want to become an emperor, I don't care about this destiny. In a world interwoven with black and white. Xu Yue, with a dull and empty gaze, walked mechanically and stiffly on a path of reincarnation light. And around her, reincarnation storms would appear from time to time, carrying various scenes of time and space. There is beauty in sadness, but more of it is the boundless pain that she cannot face. Those were all the injustices that senior brother had suffered in the picture of time and space. That was her, the junior sister, and the person her senior brother once trusted the most. But when her senior brother was in trouble, he showed an indifference that even she felt unfamiliar with. I don't know how long I walked along this road. Another reincarnation light gate appeared in front of him. She has become accustomed to this kind of scene these days, and there is no change on her dull face. Inside that reincarnation light gate is a special world completely woven by the power of the law of reincarnation. Entering that world, she will truly experience the pain she least wants to face. Or it could be some heart-wrenching scenes from a past life. She had entered countless such worlds these days. I have experienced countless scenes that are enough to make people's minds break down. If it were someone else, even a powerful being at the supreme realm, after experiencing such a heartbreaking scene, their Tao heart would probably have been shattered, and they would be completely lost in the purgatory of reincarnation, becoming part of the painful cycle. But Xu You's situation is very special. The scenes in the reincarnation purgatory really made her so painful that she wanted to atone for her sins by death and wanted to sink directly into the abyss. However, she wanted to find her senior brother more and atone for the sins of this life and even the previous life. Just as Master said at the beginning. Restart everything to a time before it happened. They lived an ordinary yet warm life in Bayou Peak. This idea has kept her going until now. Without any hesitation, Xu Yue once again stepped into the depths of an unknown number of reincarnation light gates. A dazzling halo of light enveloped her from all directions, flooding her body like a tide. When the blinding light and intense feeling of dizziness completely faded away, the vision in front of me finally became clear. I thought it would be a reflection of the pain I had experienced before. But this time, the scene that came into view made Xu Yue feel a little confused. This was everything she had experienced, completely different from the various time and space pictures she had experienced before. Everywhere you look, you see a scene that looks like a doomsday catastrophe. Rumble. Above the sky, a doomsday-like roar that shook the clouds and pierced through the eardrums was heard continuously. Thunder of various colors intertwined densely, as if turning into a thunderstorm forest formed entirely by lightning. The most terrifying thing is that in the center of the thunderstorm vortex, a large area of void has completely collapsed, forming a bottomless and dark hole with no end in sight. The majestic power of heaven poured down like a huge mountain, pressing down directly on the body, causing all the cultivators and living beings under such pressure to feel a strong sense of suffocation throughout their bodies. At this moment, in the depths of the huge hole, a huge eyeball emerged, interwoven with divine patterns condensed by the power of heaven. At this moment, it was like an eye of God, looking down at countless monks and living beings from high above. Xu Yue trembled all over immediately. This was the eye of heaven manifested by the will of heaven. In a sense, it could even represent heaven itself. At this moment, a loud, grand and ethereal voice echoed in the ears of countless people. Gu Han is an unforgivable sinner in my Xinhuang world. He brutally murdered Yi Qingyun, the one who carried the destiny of the ages in my Xinhuang world, and caused my Xinhuang world to lose the opportunity to ascend to a higher level world. He deserves death. Today, I issue a decree in the name of the heavenly Tao of the Xinhuang Great World. Anyone who kills Gu Han and sacrifices his head to me will receive the gift of heaven. Destiny. That is a kind of original energy of heaven and earth that is essential for achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor. There are only a few of them in one lifetime. If a monk wants to obtain it, he not only has to spend a lot of energy and effort, but also needs the right time, place and people. But now, as long as Gu Han is killed and his head is offered to the heaven, he can obtain the destiny. This is tantamount to a huge pie in the sky. Moreover, any existence that requires destiny is basically a super powerful being who has reached the limit of quasi-emperor. They are all ancestors of certain superpowers, or hidden masters who use the world as chess pieces. Heaven issued this order. This will directly push Gu Han to the opposite side of the Xinhuang world, making him the enemy of the whole world. As expected, the moment the decree of heaven was issued, an unknown powerful being responded. I, the Taoist of Beiming, follow the will of heaven. To kill the person with the highest luck that has never been seen in the Xinhuang Great World and to block the path to advancement in the Xinhuang Great World is an unforgivable crime and must be killed by everyone. This is the decree. I, Tian Xing Daorun, also accept it. As these two voices rang out, more and more powerful people expressed their opinions. Anyway, under the banner of being a hero and upholding justice, they compared Gu Han to the public enemy of the Xinhuang world and called him a person who anyone could kill. It can be said that she is both a whore and a saint. Being able to kill Gu Han would not only gain the mandate of heaven, but would also greatly enhance one's own life prestige. At this time, the eye of heaven that emerged from the huge hole turned slightly. Xu Yue, who was in a daze, suddenly felt a pair of eyes falling on her. I know that you and Gu Han once had a great connection. But now you are already a quasi-emperor. You only need to obtain the mandate of heaven to truly become the great emperor standing at the pinnacle of this place, worshipped and praised by countless people. I hope you won't be foolish enough to miss this opportunity. Otherwise, what awaits you is only death without a burial place, and no chance of reincarnation. The eye of heaven did not deliberately suppress its own voice, but let its voice echo incomparably clearly in the ears of countless people. The reason is very simple. During this period, Guhan actually already had his own power and people supporting him. He put pressure on Chu Yue in public, and was also indirectly intimidating those who stood in Guhan's camp. Countless powerful people looked over. Some looked hostile, some looked unfriendly, and some looked wary. However, this time Chu Yue was surprised to find that her body was actually under her control and she did not need to be forced to do anything she did not want to do. Say something you don't mean. Perhaps it was the helplessness she felt after experiencing countless painful reincarnations that made her disregard life and death. Or maybe she didn't take the threat of heaven's will seriously at all. Or maybe she didn't want to lose her senior brother again because of her cowardice. Chu Yue raised her head and looked into the huge eye of heaven without dodging, her voice filled with a certain firmness. I refuse. I want to become emperor, but if that means sacrificing the person I want to protect most, it's better not to accept this destiny. Chapter 166 The Future Reincarnation Empress, The Last Chance. The exploding thunder and the whistling wind all returned to silence without anyone noticing when. Everyone's gaze, along with the entire world, froze at the same time. No one had ever expected that Chu Yue would actually refuse this request. Moreover, this is the requirement put forward by the true will of heaven. Chu Yue's action is tantamount to publicly defying the will of heaven and doing something against heaven's will. Is she really not afraid of death? As expected, Chu Yue had just finished speaking. The power of the heavenly Tao that filled the void became even more terrifying and oppressive, causing many cultivators with weaker cultivation to tremble all over and their scalps to tingle. They knelt down in panic and bowed, hoping that the heaven would calm down and not vent its anger on them. Rumble. The thunder that had temporarily subsided roared and exploded again, echoing in the depths of the souls of many monks that had long been numb. The laws of the entire world are like boiling water, boiling completely. Are you disobeying me? The magnificent heavenly sound echoed again, and the whole world seemed to be shaking. Even if he knew that he was in the reincarnation scene at the moment. But whether it is the terrifying power of heaven or the suffocating and terrible breath, they are so real that it is difficult to tell the truth from the false. A huge dark vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above Chu Yue's head, with lightning and thunder in the depths of the vortex. It seemed that the pressure of the entire world was taken on her alone at this moment. Puff. Even though she was in the reincarnation scene, she was suspected to have the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor. But under this terrifying pressure, his internal organs were in severe pain due to the strong pressure, his blood and qi surged uncontrollably, and scarlet blood suddenly flowed from the corners of his mouth. Perhaps it was the countless cycles of pain she had endured during these days that made Chu Yue always suppress a certain anger. She unexpectedly defied everyone's expectations once again and faced the majestic might of heaven once again. I still say the same thing. I will never use my brother as a bargaining chip to exchange for that ridiculous destiny in your hands. There was a kind of stubbornness in her beautiful eyes. Although there was a constant roar of thunder all around, her voice was heard clearly by everyone. I've missed it many times. This time, even if I become the enemy of the entire world and lose the chance to become an emperor, I will never stand against my brother again. I achieved enlightenment and became an emperor just to find my brother. The moment she finished speaking, she burst out with all her strength in this body that was both familiar and yet so powerful that it was unfamiliar. The blazing and dazzling light of samsara emerged, like circles of light lingering around her. At the same time, an exquisite long sword flowing with moonlight and frost broke through the sky and was immediately grasped in Chu Yue's hand. Amidst countless eyes of disbelief or extreme horror, Chu Yue actually forcibly broke free from the shackles of heaven's pressure. Behind her, a huge Dharma image of heaven and earth opened up, and as she moved, a huge and illusory long sword was grasped. He faced the raging thunder, held the Milky Way in his sword, and wanted to pierce the eye of heaven with one sword. Everyone didn't know whether to lament Chu Yue's madness or admire her bravery. If you dare to attack the way of heaven, you will die without a burial place. Presumptuous. A mere ant dreams of killing the heavens. A voice filled with destructive anger returned from the depths of the eye of heaven. Rumble. The next moment, countless thunders as thick as towering mountains crisscrossed. The scene in front of him was like the coming of doomsday. The endless thunder was so dense that it turned into an ocean composed entirely of thunder power. It was vast and overwhelming, pouring down towards Chu Yue below. The slender figure of the woman holding her sword upwards and the vast ocean of thunder rolling down like a river from the sky form a picture with great visual impact. However, there was no horrible collision or landslide as imagined. There is no doubt that Chu Yue's desperate resistance is just like a gnat trying to shake a tree. The emperor may be qualified to shake the way of heaven. But the quasi-emperor is still too weak. The thunder containing the power of heaven's judgment tore through her sword energy and completely shattered her body. However, unexpectedly, Chu Yue did not feel the pain before death. Instead, I feel relieved and fortunate. At the moment when my consciousness is about to disappear from this reincarnation scene. She saw many scenes again. My senior brother has enemies all over the world, and countless people and forces here have launched a crazy siege on him. She didn't know whether her senior brother had survived this disaster. All I could see was a complex of buildings emitting 9 colored rays of light deep in the broken sky, a scene that looked like a fairy palace in mythology. Above the immortal gate stood an even more terrifying figure, high above, overlooking the world like a legendary immortal. You damned ant! How dare you kill someone from the eternal Yi family? From today on, I will make sure you have no way to heaven or hell. Before her consciousness was about to completely disappear, Chu Yue's dilated pupils shrank slightly. She had vaguely guessed something. The eternal Yi family Yi Qin Yun? But when consciousness completely falls into darkness. A voice suddenly sounded in her mind. This is the dilemma that senior brother will face in the future, and this is also the great tribulation that senior brother will experience in the future. But nothing has happened yet. There is still a chance for everything to change. We have missed each other many times and lost brothers many times. My past self don't miss this last chance. At this moment, Chu Yue's falling figure seemed to overlap with her falling self in another time and space picture. However, before disappearing, the self in that picture seemed to understand the true meaning of reincarnation. He awakened the emperor's will and broke through to the great emperor in a very unusual way at his deathbed. She became the empress of reincarnation. But, it was when he was about to die. Chu Yue, who was in the purgatory of reincarnation, suddenly woke up. She felt as if there was something extra in her body, as if it was a high-dimensional power involving the level of reincarnation. That voice just now was it my future self. But didn't my future self die under the thunderbolt of heaven? Chu Yue murmured to herself, her mind already a mess and extremely confused. Whether it was the scene just now or the familiar yet unfamiliar voice, the amount of information it brought to her was too much. Just then, a strange wave came from the front, suddenly bringing her back to her senses. Looking up, I found that a reincarnation light gate appeared in front of me without me noticing. But this time the reincarnation light gate seemed a little different. She could vaguely see the scene outside through the hazy light fog. This is the exit to the purgatory of reincarnation. Chu Yue clenched her right hand slightly and placed it on her chest. My future self told me this and showed me these images in the hope that I could change the future and truly win back my senior brother. I will definitely find my brother and the happy and ordinary days we once had. Just like many years ago, at White Feather Peak. There was a lot more determination in Chu Yue's eyes. Without any hesitation, she stepped into the exit of the reincarnation purgatory. Chapter 167, Another Reversal, Deviating from the Original Plot. The news that Chu Yue took the punishment and successfully escaped from the reincarnation purgatory was received by the top leaders of the reincarnation cave almost immediately. At this moment, in the core hall of the Samsara Cave Heaven, the many powerful people of the Samsara Cave Heaven who gathered here were completely excited and started various discussions on this matter. After all, before this, they had never thought that Chu Yue could actually come out of the reincarnation purgatory. Ever since the day when the founder of their Samsara Cave Heaven, the Samsara Emperor, opened up the Samsara Purgatory. Anyone who enters the purgatory of reincarnation will be lost in the eternal cycle and eventually become part of the painful cycle. But today, Chu Yue created a miracle that they could never have imagined. Spread the news. From today on, Chu Yue is the first successor of our samsara cave heaven. We will devote all our sex resources to help her achieve the great path of samsara. Do you have any opinions? The voice of Saint Nagasawa echoed clearly in everyone's ears. The hall suddenly fell into silence, but this time, no one raised any objections. This is an unparalleled genius who can walk out of the purgatory of reincarnation. If such a genius cannot become the first successor in the history of their samsara cave heaven, who else has the qualification? By the way, the previous feud between me and Guhan in samsara cave heaven has been settled. Anyone who dares to mention it again will be expelled from Dongtian. Saint Nagasawa's order once again made everyone present gasp. But everyone knew the reason, and still no one refuted it. Everyone knows that what Chu Yue cares about most now is the boy named Guhan. If they still don't know what's good for them and seek revenge on them. If Chu Yue were to leave the sect out of disappointment, it would be a huge loss for them. As for that guy Su Chaoga, he is dead and no one will care. Not long after, a piece of news swept across the entire Xuanchu continent like a storm, shocking countless powerful people and forces who heard the news. The samsara cave heaven inexplicably withdrew the wanted notice for Guhan. Nor will they pursue the responsibility of Guhan for killing Su Chaoga, the master of the true transmission sequence of the Cave of Reincarnation. At the same time, another announcement was released that was somewhat contradictory and confusing. Anyone who finds clues about Guhan will be rewarded in my samsara cave heaven. If he can be brought to my samsara cave heaven safely, I will allow him to go to the treasury and choose any treasure he wants, and he can also be worshipped as a guest elder. When this news came out, countless people were completely stunned. Why did the samsara cave suddenly go crazy? Those who can become guest elders of the samsara cave heaven are all extremely talented and powerful. Moreover, becoming its guest elder is, in a way, equivalent to receiving the special protection of the samsara cave heaven. That is a real hidden sect. Needless to say, the significance of being able to receive the protection of such an existence is self-evident. What is not clear is, what exactly happened? How could it actually cause the high and mighty hidden sect of Luanhui Dongtian to make such a 180-degree turn in its attitude towards Guhan? Add to that the previous rumors about Mu Binghuang and Xiaobingli. Some people have begun to wonder whether there is also a woman in this samsara cave who has an unclear relationship with Guhan. So, there was another book of melodramatic love stories about Guhan. It's worth mentioning that a certain goddess got a little crazy again. On the vast ocean, inside a sailboat cutting through the waves. Guhan also received the news released by the samsara cave heaven at the first opportunity. This made him feel a little confused. Even if he searched his memory, he could be sure that this situation had never occurred in his previous 8 reincarnations. Moreover, in a previous life, there was some connection between the samsara cave heaven and Yi Qingyun's dick hair. Why do I have these inexplicable thoughts about myself now? Could it be that guy Chu Yue? After all, according to the intelligence information he had investigated, Chu Yue seemed to be the true disciple of the Wheel of Reincarnation. In addition, her talent is already extremely great, and there is a high probability that she will become an empress in the future. There is no need to think too much, her talent must have been exposed and attracted the attention of the samsara cave heaven. Crash! At this moment, the sea ahead suddenly boiled over completely, the waves surged, and huge storms were set off. Through the boiling and rolling sea fog, you can even vaguely see some huge shadow emerging from the seabed. Damn it! We've encountered a sea monster. How could this happen? Aren't we still in a safe channel? Why did a sea monster appear? Many monks on the sailboat were attracted and looked at the boiling ground in horror. How strong can the cultivation of a monk be if he needs to take a sailboat to travel to other continents? Most of them are at Dao Palace realm and Giyi realm, with only 1 or 2 powerful people at Shintai realm. As a powerful race in the vast ocean, sea beasts are not only born with huge bodies, but also in terms of physical strength, young sea beasts are already able to rival Taoist monks. If the beasts appearing ahead are all adult sea beasts, then they will definitely be in great danger today. Ahan, do you need me to help drive these sea beasts back? Hua Jieyu had arrived at the private room's deck at some point, looking at the boiling sea ahead. she was very calm about it. In her perception, the strongest of that group of sea beasts had just reached the Dao realm. She only needed to make a slight move to kill all these sea beasts. No need. Guhan raised the corners of his lips slightly, smiled and shook his head. You don't need to waste your energy. This sailboat won't sink because our protagonist is aboard. After all, I have been fighting with Yi Qingyun for several lifetimes. How could he not know this familiar plot development? This was a story in which the protagonist Yi Qingyun showed his great power and saved everyone from danger, which was a remarkable plot. Moreover, based on his past experience and the influence of the plot of this book. If Hua Jieyu had intervened at the beginning and driven these sea beasts away, then there may be a greater crisis or a stronger sea monster appearing. He doesn't care about it. But high risk often means high rewards. What if I accidentally help Yi Qingyun get a greater opportunity? Wouldn't that be like shooting oneself in the foot, benefiting Yi Qingyun? As an excellent and qualified villain. He just needs to get there first at the right time, or prevent the protagonist from achieving his goal. Choose the best time to kill him completely. Now Yi Qingyun still has a few trump cards up his sleeve, and he has not yet figured out the origins of the people around him. To avoid affecting your future plans, using this sea beast crisis as a test is a good idea. Chapter 168. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Many attracted monks were already standing on the deck. Except for Guhan and other mysterious strong men who deliberately hid themselves. The strongest among them is an old man at the 9th level of the divine platform realm. He also took great pains to organize the people present. After all, the raging waves in the distance not only bring people a strong sense of oppression, but also make the air feel suffocating. If they want to survive the impending disaster, they must organize all their manpower to resist the crazy attacks of sea beasts. Everyone. At this moment, danger is approaching. We are all in this together. We should unite as one and work together. Without waiting for the old man to finish his words, a tall and slender figure stepped out from the crowd. This action immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Following the sound, I saw a young man in a black robe, carrying a black sword on his back. At this moment, the man had a confident smile on his face, and a sharp sword aura emanated from his body. At first glance, he looked like a divine sword drawn from its sheath. Through the spiritual perception of Bai Lao in his mind, he has determined that the strongest of the sea beasts in front is only at the Dao realm. Now he has several trump cards on his side, and he also has the help of old Bai, who has initially recovered his cultivation. It's so easy to confront these brainless sea beasts. Some time ago in Kongyao Port, he was slapped away by that damn guy Guhan and lost face in front of Qinglir. Now, the opportunity to shine is right in front of him, how could he miss it? Taking action at this time would not only further restore his image in Qinglir's heart, but also these monks who were rescued by him would definitely be grateful to him. He had even imagined in his mind the admiring looks that everyone would give him. Just a few sea beasts? Why such a fuss? Zheng. With a clear sword chant, the ancient sword on his back rose into the air by itself and was grasped in his hand with an extremely graceful and elegant movement. He held a pitch-black ancient sword in his hand, with the tip of the sword pointing in the direction of the sea beasts. I alone can resolve this crisis directly. Yi Qingyun had an extremely confident smile on his face. At this moment, he was holding a long sword in his hand, his aura rising, and sword runes rising and surrounding him. At first glance, he really had the aura of a land sword immortal. However, Yi Qingyun deliberately lowered his black hood, letting the shadow cover most of his face, and deliberately revealing only the sharp outline of his chin. After all, in his opinion, a true master would only reveal the tip of the iceberg before taking action. Someone has been fooled. After all, those who can embark on the path of cultivation should not be fools. It is unlikely that someone would dare to show off in this situation. Some people's mouth corners twitched. I was complaining in my heart, is this guy the reincarnation of a sack? How can he be so good at pretending? Ignoring the various looks behind him. Anyway, the next moment is his moment to get slapped in the face. Boom! the aura that had been suppressed to the extreme suddenly burst out. Yi Qingyun held the pitch-black ancient sword in his hand, broke through the air with one sword, and slashed out a dazzling sword light. The sword energy piled up layer by layer and was compressed into a crescent arc of light, falling towards the distant sea, instantly stirring up a rolling sword energy storm. Roar! The many monks watching did not know whether this sword had killed a lucky sea beast. But what is worth affirming is that Yi Qingyun, this idiot, had already angered the sea beast in the distance with just one sword strike. Originally, they could have taken a gamble, betting that the sea monster was just gathering there and would not attack their passing ship. It's okay now. Yi Qingyun, this guy with a middle school syndrome, angered the sea beast over there with one sword, and now it is really attacking them. You idiot! A strong man in the crowd cursed angrily, you've attracted all those sea beasts here. How can we resist them? It's very simple. The curve of Yi Qingyun's lips became more confident, isn't it okay if I just kill them all? The words fell. Yi Qingyun's aura was no longer concealed, it rose rapidly and then completely revealed. The 7th level of the divine platform realm. The crowd paused slightly, and countless people's pupils dilated, looking dazed with shock and disbelief. F*****KU. Finally, the hot-tempered old man could no longer suppress his anger and started cursing and swearing. I thought you were a powerful supreme realm expert. A mere 7th level divine stage realm dares to show off. I'm at the 9th level of the divine platform, but I'm still not as good at pretending as you. Although the other party is young, his cultivation has reached this level. In fact, it can be called shocking. But as the group of sea beasts approached, there were already 3 sea beasts of the Shentai mirror level, and there were even suspected to be sea beasts of the Dawa realm. Not to mention that there are 7 or 8 other sea beasts in the Giyi realm. If they all come to kill us, the boat will definitely sink and they will all fall to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Some people even felt so regretful that they wanted to slap themselves. They used to think that there should be no fools in the cultivation world who have no ability but want to show off their strength. Now, this kid Yi Qingyun taught them a severe lesson. I thought such a fearless guy who appeared with such coolness would have some strength, but this is what happened. Ignoring the various voices behind him, Yi Qingyun still had a strong sense of confidence on his face. What a short-sighted bunch of guys. They are just a bunch of sea beasts without intelligence, but they can be so frightened. It's really a disgrace to us cultivators. Old Bai, lend me a hand and help me slay the sea beast together. Without saying any nonsense, Old Bai was very considerate and infused his power into Yi Qingyun. After all, Yi Qingyun had already lost face because of his mistake in the Zhengzhou secret realm before. If he let the other party lose face again, it would be unacceptable. The crowd paused again. They were horrified to find that Yi Qingyun's aura had changed again, and even invisibly brought an extremely terrifying oppressive force to all of them. In some ways, it's even scarier than sea monsters. Hiss, this kid has a big secret. Hua Jieyu, who was watching the whole drama in secret with Gu Han, was also slightly surprised. He was very surprised that Yi Qingyun's aura suddenly became stronger. It seems that there is an unknown powerful soul residing in this guy's body, and it is probably lending him some kind of power now. Gu Han just sipped his tea and watched all this with a faint smile. At the same time, he reached into his arms and took out an 8-diagram compass engraved with ancient inscriptions. This is a treasure he bought from the System Mall some time ago for 30,000 villain points. It is called the Broken Luck Compass. The only special thing about it is that it can forcibly cut off the connection between the cultivator and some special beings, or the connection between the cultivator and the soul of some powerful people. He already had an idea in his mind. Later. Take advantage of the most critical moment when Yi Qingyun is fighting with the sea beast. Wouldn't it be interesting to directly use the destiny-cutting compass to cut off his connection with Bai Lao? Chapter 169 was played again, a dramatic ending. At the same time, Yi Qingyun raised his sword and fought with the 2 sea beasts in the front. I have to say that as the protagonist of this book, Yi Qingyun is indeed quite capable. He has made a lot of progress during this period. Not only has his cultivation reached the divine platform realm, he also comprehended some extremely terrifying sword intent. Combat capabilities and physical skills have also been greatly enhanced. Even when fighting at sea, he can rely on his flexible body to constantly dodge and move in the air. With a flip of his wrist, several crisscrossing brilliant sword energies burst out, cutting through the waves and tearing apart the indestructible scales of the sea beasts. The flesh and blood were immediately shredded by the sharp sword energy, and dark purple smelly blood flowed out, dyeing the ocean a strange color. This guy is actually quite capable? Many of the onlookers were also shocked by Yi Qingyun's moves, and all showed expressions of disbelief. But some people are dismissive of this. It's just to trick you blind bastards. He's a 7th level divine stage expert, and he seems to have some kind of trump card, but he only dares to kill the weakest sea beasts. He didn't even dare to look at those Dawa realm sea beasts lurking beneath the sea. Who can't be bothered by a soft persimmon these days? Although the words were harsh. But that is indeed what Yi Qingyun did. Regarding the 2 more powerful Dawa realm sea beasts, Yi Qingyun did not fight with him at all. Although the other party may have such an intention, he intends to kill the weak first and then concentrate his strength to kill the strong. But there is still some cowardly charm. Guhan was watching the whole scene with great interest, but he did not directly use the fortune-breaking compass. There is a saying that goes, the higher you fly, the harder you fall. This guy specifically picks on weak sea beasts to bully. Even if his connection with the unknown strong man is suddenly cut off, it may not have any effect on him. When Guhan gets angry and goes to fight the 2 strongest Dawa realm sea beasts, that will be the best time to take action. Ahan, why do I feel like your smile is a bit sinister? Seeing Guhan suddenly draw an arc full of inexplicable charm, Hua Jiyu beside him muttered softly. Boom! At this time, Yi Qingyun had already swung his sword and beheaded a sea beast in the divine platform realm. The huge head flew high up, and blood spurted out like a fountain. At the same time, Yi Qingyun flipped his body and landed on the corpse of the sea beast with incredible precision. He stood tall and straight, holding his sword in his right hand, one hand behind his back, slightly sideways, with a confident smile on the corner of his lips. What's the rush? We were just warming up. The next step is the highlight. He chose the angle very carefully. A ray of setting sun shone down, and the knife-like outline hidden under the hood became clearer and clearer. Obviously, he thought that this posture of standing with a sword in hand under the setting sun must be extremely handsome. Except Hua Jieyu felt it was a bit greasy. Qing Lier and some naive and gullible female cultivators were truly attracted by this scene. He is truly an unrivaled swordsman who can slash sea beasts and stand in the air under the setting sun. Roar! But even the sea beasts couldn't stand his pretentious behavior. Due to some fear, the 2 Dawa realm sea beasts that had been lurking under the sea, looking for an opportunity to attack, let out an earth-shaking roar. With a loud bang, it suddenly broke through the sea and jumped out. The mouths of the 2 sea beasts were wide open, and in their bottomless mouths, countless sharp teeth were distributed like spirals. With this bite, it could even bite off half of their sailboat. The 2 huge sea beasts attacked at the same time, and Yi Qingyun, who was in the middle of them, had no way to escape. However, he didn't seem to even consider dodging. He put his sword back at his waist and made as if to draw it. Some time ago, he also learned an extremely rare sword technique. It is similar to the sword drawing technique, but it is more powerful and more terrifying. Next, he decided to use all of Bai Lao's power to kill the 2 Dawa realm sea beasts with one sword, ending the battle with a thunderous attitude. Slap everyone in the face and make all women look at you with admiration. The opportunity has arrived. Guhan, who was watching all this on the splint, curled the corners of his lips slightly. He immediately activated the fortune-cutting compass in his hand. The next moment, countless golden ancient characters flew out from the compass, completely blending into the void, and transforming into some strange ripples that spread out. Almost at the same time, Yi Qingyun, whose aura had reached its peak, suddenly froze as if stuck. Then the breath began to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Qingyun's originally confident expression suddenly froze on his face. The whole person felt like being struck by lightning, and his brain went blank and shut down. What's going on? How did he lose contact with Bai Lao? Without Bai Lao's help? How could he withstand the double attack of the two sea beasts? F*******. Mr. Bai, you're playing me again. Yi Qingyun cursed loudly. This is the final part of the plan. At the most critical moment, he actually failed. Once this happened, all his previous efforts were in vain. Anger and frustration surged throughout my body. Yi Qingyun even wanted to run into his own mind, pull out old Bai and beat him up. But the two sea beasts didn't care about him so much. A sea beast snapped its tail and slammed Yi Qingyun, who was still in a stiff state, into the seabed. A sea monster opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Yi Qingyun along with most of the seawater into its stomach. The incident happened so suddenly that the two sea beasts cooperated perfectly. Before anyone knew what was happening, Yi Qingyun had disappeared. The air suddenly fell into deathly silence. Everyone was completely stunned. No. Is this the end? If they guessed correctly, looking at Yi Qingyun's final posture, he wanted to use a big move to kill the sea beast instantly, right? Is this the wrong way they watch it? How did Yi Qingyun get swallowed by a sea beast? Where is the previous sword immortal style? You said that what just happened was just a warm-up, and the main event is coming next? Ding! Detected that the master has successfully made the protagonist Yi Qingyun look bad in front of everyone, completed a villain plot, and obtained 1500 villain points. Hearing the system's announcement, although it was expected, Guhan still sighed. They were all swallowed by the sea monster in one gulp, but they are still alive. This kid is so lucky. But just as he was beginning to feel emotional, his brows suddenly furrowed slightly. At the same time, Hua Jieyu, who was standing next to him, also noticed it. This kid is really lucky. He stepped on some shit luck. He was swallowed by a sea beast. Not only did he survive, but an unknown strong man was actually willing to save him. Chapter 170 New Villain Mission, Ban or Destroy Taihua Dynasty. Sure enough, it seemed to reflect what she said. Boom! The silent sea surface suddenly exploded. Several pieces of sea beast flesh, mixed with dark purple seawater, splashed all over the sky. Immediately afterwards, the many monks standing on the deck looked up as if they had noticed something, and saw a black shadow drawing a perfect parabola in the air and falling on the deck with a bang. Looking closely, wasn't that Yi Qingyun who had just been swallowed by the sea beast? At this moment, he looked extremely miserable, with disheveled hair and his body covered in the fishy and sticky gastric juice of sea beasts. Where is the previous elegance of slaying sea monsters with a sword? Puff. Some people in the crowd could hardly control their expressions, and in the silent atmosphere, they let out extremely clear suppressed laughter. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The crowd, which had been silent, suddenly became excited. I'm dying of laughter. I thought this guy was really capable of something since he was so confident. It turns out that I've only been picking on the weak from the beginning. When I met a tough guy, I was defeated right from the start. Some people pointed at Yi Qingyun and laughed out loud, this guy is lame. Facing a Daoha realm sea beast, he was swallowed up in one gulp after just one encounter. Hearing you say that, you're very brave. Yi Qingyun was furious and asked, then why don't you go up? While feeling ashamed and annoyed, he was even more angry at Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai. What happened just now? Why did you suddenly lose contact? Last time, you made me lose face in the secret realm of Central Continent. Now you want to embarrass me in front of so many people again? You're deliberately impersonating me, aren't you? Only he knew how dangerous the situation was. If it weren't for the little white snake that had been hiding in his clothes, it would have used its special power to protect his body at the first moment. Make sure you are not too eroded by the sea beast's gastric juice. Moreover, it seemed that he was rescued by an unknown strong man hiding in the dark. Only then did he escape from danger safely. Otherwise, a legend will spread across the sea. There once was a guy named Yi Qingyun who boasted that he could kill several sea beasts by himself. But he was swallowed and eventually turned into sea beast feces. Just thinking about it is so embarrassing, I feel like picking my feet. You can't blame me for this. Ai Lao's voice sounded immediately. Before, an inexplicable force suddenly appeared and forcibly severed the connection between you and me. Even now, I have not been able to trace the source through my own strength. What did you say? Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned when he heard this, and his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. If this is really the case, then it is not that Mr. Bai is deliberately playing him, but someone is secretly plotting to kill him. When the two giant sea beasts attacked him, his connection with Bai Lao was cut off. Didn't they want to kill him directly? Yi Qingyun's face looked very ugly. He knew that someone was trying to harm him, but he couldn't find the murderer. This is like walking in the night and being slapped in the face for no apparent reason, but you don't even know who slapped you. Damn it! After his anger, Yi Qingyun felt a little confused again. Just when he was swallowed by the sea beast, he seemed to have received help from an unknown strong man. At the same time, another private room on the sailboat. Although this guy was a bit embarrassed just now, I have to admit that he is indeed capable, and he is hiding some unknown big secret. Although Nangong Waner was a woman dressed as a man and had stubble on her face using some special magic, her overall temperament still appeared relatively feminine. Besides, I have a feeling that he will be the helper I need. Although letting Captain Chen take action would risk exposing my identity, there are obviously no other powerful people on this ship, so this relatively risky move is worth it. Zhang Fan remained silent as he listened to his princess' explanation. At the same time, a kind of jealousy and a kind of disdain for Yi Qingyun rose from deep in his heart. Jealous that Yi Qingyun had already gained some status in her princess's heart. He disdained that the other party had been picking on a few weak sea beasts. If he went up, he would be able to do the same as Yi Qingyun. After all, he is the legitimate son of the Taihua immortal dynasty's Jinghua mansion. Naturally, he has his own pride and confidence in his talent and strength. But Nangong Waner didn't know this. My identity has been discovered. The aura of that unknown strong man just now is somewhat familiar to me. Gu Han, standing on the board in the private room, frowned slightly, as if he was deep in thought. In a moment, a flash of inspiration came into my mind. There's no doubt about it. That aura is about 70% similar to that of a powerful person from the Taihua immortal dynasty. If the original plot has deviated, then calculating the time. Yi Qingyun, who has gone out to travel around the world in advance, should have met the princess of Taihua dynasty, named Nangong Waner. Ding! Detected that the master has triggered a new villain main quest. Mission Direction 1, stop Nangong Waner from becoming the only successor of Taihua immortal dynasty at all costs. Successfully kill Nangong Waner and all the officials of Taihua dynasty who invested in her will receive a reward, 50,000 villain points. Mission Direction 2, help Nangong Yakin deal with Nangong Waner, and help her become the only successor of Taihua immortal dynasty, and indirectly control the future of Taihua immortal dynasty. You will receive a mission reward, 50,000 villain points. The sudden broadcast made Gu Han slightly stunned. But he quickly confirmed this detail. This provided great help to Yi Qingyun in the early stage, and even laid the foundation for him to become one of the core female protagonists in the early stage. Perhaps she has already had some contact with Yi Qingyun invisibly. The system releasing the villain's main quest at this time is the best proof. It is even possible that Nangong Waner is also on this sailboat. The mysterious and powerful person who is suspected to be from Taihua immortal dynasty is the one around her. Gu Han's thoughts were racing, and he thought of a lot of things at once. The Taihua immortal dynasty is the dominant force in the Taihua continent. It is said that there were also powerful emperors among their ancestors. In the original story, Yi Qingyun met Nangong Waner, the eldest princess of the Taihua immortal dynasty. After going through a series of hardships and tests, Yi Qingyun successfully helped Nangong Waner become the only successor of the Taihua immortal dynasty. Later, he helped the heroine inherit the throne of the Taihua immortal dynasty, making her truly the peerless Empress Taihua. But during this period, Yi Qingyun also benefited from the future Empress Nangong Waner. Enjoyed countless hidden benefits of the Taihua immortal dynasty. With the favor of Princess Nangong Waner, any rare and precious cultivation resources are at his fingertips. Yi Qingyun's cultivation level also rose rapidly like a roller coaster. In less than a year, he had become a powerful supreme being, shocking countless people. Chapter 171, Piamio Fairy Island is about to be born, carrying the sin of killing. But this is not the most important thing. At that time, Nangong Waner was completely devoted to him and was also a member of his harem. This also means that Yi Qingyun effortlessly inherited the Taiwa immortal dynasty, which would be at its peak in the future. During his confrontation with Yi Qingyun, the Taiwa immortal dynasty also caused him a lot of trouble. Various plans to encircle and kill him emerged one after another. They can even unite with other major forces to encircle and suppress him. But in this new life, he is no longer alone and has a lot of help. Then it is not impossible for the Taiwa immortal dynasty to make some plans. However, if I want to control the Taiwa immortal dynasty, I can only invest in Nangong Yakan, who is on the opposite side of Nangong Waner. This gave him a headache. In the original plot, Nangong Waner's advantage over Nangong Yakan is almost overwhelming. Almost 70% of the officials in Taiwa immortal dynasty are on Nangong Waner's side. The reason why the two have been able to compete for so long is actually because the ruler of the Taiwa immortal dynasty has not yet officially appointed a successor. As long as the order is issued, Nangong Yakan will be eliminated without a doubt, without even a chance to struggle. The only thing Nangong Waner lacks is someone who will become the pinnacle of the avenue in the future, with unparalleled luck, and who can bring further glory to their Taiwa immortal dynasty. Obviously, the protagonist of this book, Yi Qingyun, is the chosen one specially prepared for her by the author. This is also why Nangong Waner becomes the most important female protagonist in the early part of this book. Backed by the Taiwa immortal dynasty, he has an extremely noble status, and he and Yi Qingyun are complementary chosen ones. The two complement each other and reach the peak of the road together. Shaking his head, Guhan temporarily put aside all the thoughts in his mind. Anyway, no matter which route you take, it's quite difficult. If investment doesn't work, then find a way to kill Nangong Waner. Or kill her and Yi Qingyun together. Konyao Port. A huge sailboat sets sail with the sea breeze. Senior Sister Yue, are you sure that Yi Qingyun is really on the sailboat that left some time ago? In the box, 3 beautiful figures gathered here. They are none other than the 3 sisters Chu Yue, Luo Baiji, and Lu Ruyan. I can guarantee this. The Samsara Cave Heaven has already given me the exact information. After these words were spoken, Luo Baiji and Lu Ruyan did not ask any further questions. They all knew that their senior sister had experienced a major crisis not long ago. But he successfully escaped, creating an unprecedented miracle and becoming the first being in the history of the Samsara Cave Heaven to walk out of the purgatory of reincarnation. Such a feat not only made the Wheel of Reincarnation Cave devote all its resources to cultivation. He also withdrew the wanted notice for his senior brother, and even followed Chu You's instructions and used his own energy to search for clues about his senior brother. Just by listening to Chu You's story, they already knew what the so-called reincarnation purgatory meant. If a cultivator is trapped in an endless cycle of suffering and his spirit is not strong enough, all that awaits him is a complete mental collapse and eternal sinking into the cycle of suffering. But their senior sister not only took on this pain. We even obtained extremely important information from it. Brother, you will face a catastrophe in the future where the whole world will become your enemy. At that time, countless powerful people will obey the will of heaven and launch the most brutal siege against him. This was even more unacceptable to them as they were already burdened by remorse, pain, and sin. But there is still a chance for everything to change. The reason why my senior brother will be the enemy of the whole world in the future is because he killed Yi Qingyun, who was hailed as the man with eternal luck. If they had killed Yi Qingyun in advance, such a bad situation would not have happened. They already owed their senior brother too much. In this case, they will be the ones to bear the sins of senior brother in the future. However, whatever happens next, we must do our best to keep it secret and never let Master find out. Chu You's proposal was approved by Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji. Their master's health condition was already very bad. If you still participate in this battle involving future catastrophe, it will only speed up her death. After emphasizing this point, Chu Yue took a deep breath and her expression became serious. In the reincarnation purgatory, I not only saw the past lives of my brother and I also see the trajectory of destiny. In the near future, the boundless sea will undergo tremendous changes. The waters surrounding Moonwatching Island are suspected to have appeared the legendary Pyamyo Fairy Island. Misty Fairy Island. Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji's pupils shrank slightly, and they looked a little surprised. They are all familiar with this name. After all, they had lived in this seaside town for a few days, and the most common sea legend they heard was the Misty Fairy Island. I originally thought that this was just a fictitious story fabricated by someone with ulterior motives. But it's actually true? Yes, the emergence of Pyamyo Fairy Island caused a sensation throughout the era, attracting countless cultivators to explore it. Also, Yi Qingyun also entered. He even obtained an extremely extraordinary inheritance, achieved a fundamental transformation, became a legend of the era, and was known by countless people. Xu Yue almost gritted her teeth and described the scene of time and space that she had seen. Such a sinister and despicable guy is actually a person with eternal luck. You can even get a rare opportunity to become a legend of an era, admired and worshipped by countless people. But their gentle senior brother has been made enemies all over the world and can hardly move forward. Countless powerful people in later generations wanted to achieve fame by killing him. Is this fair? In this case, they must strive to completely cut off everything on Pyamyo Fairy Island. Our future mission is clear. A sharp cold light flashed in the depths of Chu Yue's beautiful eyes, as if filled with boundless murderous intent. Don't let Pyamyo Fairy Island become the place where Yi Qingyun becomes famous. Instead, let it become his burial place. Anyone who has had any dealings with Yi Qingyun, or is in the same camp with him, could be my future potential enemy. We also need to kill them at all costs. Nip in the bud any source of misfortune that may bring misfortune to brother. Xu You's words were a bit morbid and cruel. But he was deeply recognized by Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji. They have made enough mistakes. As long as I can truly win back my senior brother and avoid all future misfortunes. So what if they bear the endless sins of killing? Chapter 172. I don't agree. You take him back to the place of pain. Call out. A sound of breaking air was heard in the dark night. A ray of ice blue light streaked across the night sky like a meteor, and was now speeding across the sky towards somewhere. Looking closely, one can see a beautiful figure wrapped in ice blue light. She was surrounded by sparkling ice crystals, which made her temperament even colder and more majestic. She was none other than Mu Binghuang. Xu Yue and others can get the news. As the head of the Bingling Holy Sect, one of the major hidden sects, she naturally has more channels of information. Moreover, she not only knew that Yi Qingyun was on that sailboat. Gu Han, the person his sister wanted to find the most, was also on that sailboat. How could she miss such a great opportunity? As long as she could find this sailboat, she would be able to fulfill all of her sister's regrets. Kill Yi Qingyun, the person my sister wanted to kill the most, and suppress Gu Han and take him away. As long as your speed is fast enough. She could finish everything before Mu Bailing could react. By then, even if Mu Bailing was dissatisfied with her behavior, she would eventually follow her back to the Bingling Holy Sect to cultivate herself, and this farce would have come to an end. At this moment, Mu Binghuang, who was rapidly breaking through the air, suddenly sensed something. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she immediately restrained her breath and hovered high in the sky. She didn't know when she had arrived deep in a thick layer of clouds. The surroundings were foggy, making the vision a little hazy. But in this hazy environment, there is a huge ship hidden. Looking closely, it turned out to be a huge ferry boat with a blazing glow. At this moment, it was hovering under the moon, just blocking her way forward. Seeing this scene, Mu Binghuang's brows furrowed even more tightly. Even if it's the first time I've seen this ferry boat. But she still recognized the owner of this ferry boat. This is the exclusive car of Xiaobingli, the goddess of Feixian Tower. Xiaobingli, are you trying to stop me? Is this your personal behavior, or is it the will of your Feixian Tower? Mu Binghuang's expression was calm, but her voice was terrifyingly cold. There was even a faint crackling sound of freezing in the surrounding space. The temperature in the void dropped sharply, and even caused a heavy snowfall in the sky without any warning. A pleasant sound like wind chimes resounded in the ferry boat. What does it matter if it is or not? You have repeatedly ignored the information I released and publicly confronted me. Now it seems that you still want to forcibly take my Guhan away. Don't you think you have no regard for this goddess? You are so stubborn, and it is really difficult for this goddess to deal with you. The next moment, strange ripples spread out from the depths of the immortal boat. The surrounding space suddenly changed, and the area was immediately blocked and isolated. At the same time, Mu Binghuang's vision had already seen a stunningly beautiful figure bathed in moonlight. She was dressed in an extremely luxurious colorful dress with wide sleeves and a phoenix-patterned veil. Her whole temperament was like that of a goddess of the sky, cold and aloof. As the heir of Faxian Tower, she was once a top genius who was famous in this world. Her cultivation has reached the supreme realm. With some special supreme treasures in her hands, she is still able to fight even when facing a strong man in the realm of God. In addition, his identity and background are special. This made Mu Binghuang, who was always assertive, subconsciously consider the possible consequences of her actions. However, she still showed no intention of backing down. The voice became deeper and deeper, and the aura around him became colder and more terrifying. Xiaobingli, let's get this straight. I don't want to waste time with you, nor do I want to have too much friction with you. I'm not interested in competing with you for that guy Guhan. You treat him like a treasure, but I have no interest in him at all. As she spoke, she stretched out a finger as white as jade. 1 month. I only need to borrow him for 1 month. I'll return him to you later, and I can promise that I'll never have anything to do with him again. A month? Xiaobingli smiled, her fair chin slightly raised, showing her pride. Not to mention a month, even a day is not possible. Besides, you took my Guhan away because you wanted him to meet that disgusting sister behind you again, right? Don't you have any idea how disgusting your sister's actions are and how deeply she hurt my Guhan? You still want my Guhan to stay with your disgusting sister for a month? Are you disgusting me, or are you openly challenging my bottom line? I say, Senior, isn't your sister a bit too mean? She clearly chose all these plot developments. Why does she regret it in the end? Mu Binghuang's expression suddenly became even uglier. The ice storm that was constantly shrinking and gathering seemed to be about to erupt completely in the next moment. She admitted that her sister did something wrong regarding Guhan. Including herself, she is quite stupid and will not turn back until she hits the wall. But, after all, she is still her sister. How could she accept Xiaobingli insulting her sister in public like that? However, facing such a terrifying powerful god-level expert, Xiaobingli also acted extremely strong and didn't take her threats seriously at all. How? It seems that you are determined to bring my Guhan back to that disgusting guy today? The smile on his lips faded, and a terrifying aura immediately spread out. Although I am very possessive and want to keep him locked up by my side. But he has left that painful place and should go somewhere further to enjoy a broader life. You want him to recall the pain? I disagree. Snap. The moment she finished speaking, the void suddenly shattered, and the terrifying pressure of the laws rushed out from it like a flood bursting through a dam. A terrifying and powerful figure whose aura was not much weaker than Mu Binghuang walked out. That was Xiaobingli's protector, responsible for her safety when she was outside. Although she is confident in her own abilities, she is not a fool. When fighting against such a powerful person at the God realm, who is even about to reach the Saint realm, she, who is at the Supreme realm, is still a little lacking. But, as the goddess of Faxian Tower, she can mobilize people. Chapter 173, Godly Battle, Moonwatching Island. Goddess Bingli means there's nothing more to discuss? Mu Binghuang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. What if I absolutely must take Guhan away? The next moment, an ice storm that had been compressed to the extreme erupted with her as the center. A large area was suddenly rendered in an icy blue color. Even the whistling wind carried a chill that pierced one's bones, making one's scalp tingle. You might as well try. As a cold voice echoed from the other side of the sky. A terrifying war broke out suddenly. The collision between two powerful gods could almost be described as the destruction of heaven and earth, even if the space has been completely blocked. But the terrifying power release still spread to the entire sky, and even alarmed many mysterious and powerful people in the surrounding areas. The one who can apply the way of ice to such an extent seems to be Mu Binghuang of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect. Hiss. The one fighting him seems to be Tsan Leishenzuan from Feishin Tower. He is also a terrifyingly powerful person whose cultivation is about to reach the level of a saint. And the other party seems to be the protector of the Bingli goddess, right? The battle had just begun not long ago, and a strong man had already seen the identities of the warring parties. This made them feel a little puzzled. Why did these two gods, who had already stepped half a foot into the holy realm, suddenly start fighting? But some people have put forward different speculations. Maybe it's because of that young monk named Guhan. I heard that both the Ice Glass Goddess and the Ice Phoenix Palace Master value this person very much, and they've been engaged in various battles recently. When these words were spoken, many monks agreed with them. This is probably the only reason they can think of. Such a result made them feel a little sad. Without anyone showing up, two powerful men could indirectly clash because of this. Looking back at the history of the mainland, there has probably been such a case, and it was only Guhan. Guhan was unaware of the horrific battle that took place here. The sailboat he was on cut through the waves and soon arrived at a new sea area. This sea area is located in the central area separating Taihua continent and Xuanshu continent. Many islands of various sizes are dotted throughout this area. There are also various towns and small sects on the island that cannot be named. In the center of countless archipelagos, there is an island as huge as Zixuanzu in Xuanshu continent. This is also one of the most prosperous islands in the vast ocean, Wangyue Island. Wangyue Island is particularly lively today. Not only do wealthy businessmen from many other continents gather here, but there are also many people from other powerful forces traveling here. Recently, there is a major event on Mochizuki Island, the Poseidon Festival. Wangyue Island has a special geographical location. At this time of year, the daylight hours are shorter and the night hours are longer. The moon is also surprisingly round. For some reason, when you look up at the moon from Wangyue Island, it appears to be aqua blue. Many rumors are spreading. Some say that at this time every year, the sea god sleeping in the vast seabed wakes up, which is why such a spectacle is created on Wangyue Island. Therefore, the waters around Wangyue Island also have a special custom, the Sea God Festival. They pray and offer sacrifices to the sea god in their own special way, praying for good weather and good harvests in the coming year. Whirlpool Head. 4 for 1 Spirit Stone. Spiritual Vegetables. Selling cheap. Selling cheap. Bobo Chicken, 1 Bobo Chicken for 1 Spirit Stone. Walking on the bustling streets, you can hear the cries of various vendors. Perhaps because the Sea God Festival is approaching, the surrounding environment layout seems to have some unique local customs and characteristics. However, there was a man and a woman in the crowd who particularly attracted people's attention. The man was dressed in green, with white hair tied in a crown, and had a handsome appearance. The woman in red beside him has an exquisite and beautiful face, and her fair skin is so white against the background of her red dress that it is even a little dazzling. However, many passers-by did not dare to cast overly rude glances. The woman in red seemed to have a very unusual origin. Staring at her for too long would make one feel as if being stared at by a poisonous snake. Akan, you brought me all the way to Moonwatching Island. Are you planning to elope with me? Tell me, if the Ice Glass Goddess and that fox demon girl knew that you've been staying with me all these days, they wouldn't be angry, right? It seemed that she felt a little bored, and Hua Jieyu's green tea disease came back again. Especially the Ice Glass Goddess. I heard that she has been looking for you, Ahan, for a while now. If she sees us together, she won't beat me up, right? No way, no way? Hua Jiyu completely ignored the passers-by around her who were envious of Guhan and suddenly moved closer to Guhan. The crystal-clear lips moved closer, exhaling the scent of snow orchid. Unlike me, I only feel sorry for brother Ahan. Hiss. I don't know if it's because Hua Jieyu's voice is too numb or if the words are too corny. Gu Han took a deep breath and shuddered all over. His scalp was numb and he almost got goosebumps all over the floor. That's almost enough for you. He rubbed his head with a headache. Hua Jieyu is good in every way. Although she is older than him, sometimes she doesn't have the demeanor of a senior at all. Instead, she acts like a child who has not grown up. Moreover, Hua Jieyu didn't know that the mark Su Lingyue left on the back of his hand could allow him to hear their conversation. However, Su Lingyue seemed to be very busy after returning to the demon world. It seems that he is using force to eliminate many powerful demons in the demon world and wants to reintegrate the entire demon world. In addition, I haven't encountered any danger or special situations recently. Therefore, during this period of time he would only occasionally hear Su Lingyue's voice transmission. It's nothing more than asking yourself how you've been doing recently? Have you been wronged here? If so, tell her and she will send the Demon King under her command to help you. This feeling of having someone to back you up. It's really a pleasure to say the least. Continue to follow Yi Qingyun and others. Soon, Yi Qingyun and his group entered a huge pavilion-like building. The pavilion before him was magnificent and golden, about 3,000 meters high, and with countless exquisite reliefs on its surface, it was even more magnificent than the core halls of some first-rate forces. Moonwatching Tower. The core area of Wanyue Island was said to have been jointly funded and built by several well-known chambers of commerce and even many powerful forces. Moreover, Wanyue Tower is extremely special, because behind it stands the mysterious owner of Wanyue Island. There are even hidden sects from other continents providing support. Anyone who enters this building, regardless of their identity, background, or strength, must strictly abide by the rules of the building. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the building or violate the rules will be punished brutally. Just when Gu Han was about to take Hua Jieyu into Wanyue Tower. But he was stopped by a strong man. My fellow Daoist, there is a grand event being held at Wanyue Tower today. If you want to enter, you must present an invitation. Also, no one other than humans can enter. For example, the little black chicken on your shoulder, fellow Daoist. Xiao Haizi was slightly stunned and felt offended. After all, he was once the famous ancestor of the demon world. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? He suddenly became furious and spoke in human language. Have you ever seen a chicken that can talk? I'm not a human. Am I even a human being? Chapter 174, The Unfathomable Existence, Never Offend. Ignoring the sweet smell of the little black chicken, Gu Han frowned slightly. If I'm not mistaken, the group of people who entered Moonwatching Tower earlier didn't show their invitations, right? His eyesight was excellent, even at a distance. It was also clearly seen that Yi Qingyun and others were stopped before entering Wanyue Tower because they did not have an invitation. However, for some unknown reason, he was released later. Those people are our Moonwatching Island master. Before the monk could finish his words, his face suddenly stiffened as if he had heard something. Then he immediately put on another flattering smile, and his words and actions were full of respect. Sir, our Moonwatching Island master has also said that you can enter without an invitation. A sudden reversal. This made Gu Han feel a little confused. This kid Yi Qingyun was able to enter Wanyue Tower directly without an invitation. It is most likely due to the protagonist's halo. After all, this is the nature of the ancient Long Ao Tianwen. That is the rule of the cultivation world. It is a rule for others, but it is bullshit for the protagonist. The shackles of cultivation that are difficult to break through can be broken through easily. Fighting against opponents of higher levels is as easy as eating and drinking water, all you need are hands. These rules in the secular sense naturally have little effect on them. There are always various accidents or encounters that allow them to easily avoid them at no cost. But he is essentially just the cannon fodder villain of this book. Even with the help of the system, it is unlikely that he would be treated like the protagonist, right? The thought passed by in a flash, and Gu Han didn't think much about it. Maybe it was the deviation of the dog's plot that indirectly caused the abnormal situation. Not to mention that he has Hua Jieyu, a powerful supreme being, by his side. Moreover, this time when he went out, he brought 2 top-level half-step Saint Realm experts from the White Dragon Palace and the Blood Moon Demon sect respectively. Even if there is an accident, it won't have much impact considering his trump card. At the same time, in a mysterious private room somewhere in Wanyue Tower. Island Master, I know you have some special abilities that allow you to identify those with great fortune. You made an exception earlier and let that uninvited kid into my moon-watching tower, saying he was a person blessed by great luck. I have no objection. But this second one can't possibly be someone with great luck, right? I don't sense any special aura from him. In the center of the elegantly laid out box, 2 figures were sitting cross-legged, as if playing a game of chess on a chessboard. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man wearing a red-gold battle robe and with a dignified expression. He was the current person in charge of Wanyue Tower and the owner of the tower selected by several major forces, the god Wuxin. Opposite him was an old man wearing a Taoist robe, with white hair and beard, and he looked like an immortal. He was the mysterious owner of Wanyue Island. The white piece in his hand fell, and the moon-watching island master smiled and explained, "Don't you feel that there are often a few terrifying gazes checking the situation around the man in green? My perception is correct. Behind that man in green, there should be 2 masters who are stronger than us, and may even have reached the Saint Realm to protect him." As soon as these words were spoken, as soon as the god Wuxin placed the chess piece, his hand suddenly froze. Those who have reached their level are considered to be among the top cultivators no matter which continent they are on. He always thought that the woman in red dress who was at the Supreme Realm and following the man in green should be his protector. But I didn't expect that there were 2 such terrifying and powerful people hiding in secret. The expression of the god Wuxin has changed slightly. What is the origin of this person? It actually has such a large presence. And the voice of the moon-watching island master sounded again. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but to the god Wuxin, the voice of the moon-watching island master not only carried a certain fear, but even had a faint trembling. I simply can't use my own strength to try to see through his true colors. He may not have the same terrible luck as the previous person, but his future fate is definitely extraordinary. When facing this kind of person, either try to make friends with them, or try not to offend them. Upon hearing these words, the pupils of Wuxin Shinzuan suddenly contracted again. The master of Wanyue Island is not only powerful, but also good at talismans. Even though his cultivation level is only at the Divine Lord level, his attainments in the art of talismans are even more terrifying than those of some saints. The peculiarity of the dual cultivation of talismans in martial arts makes this old man with an immortal look actually not have much offer many things. But now, he actually feels wary and even fearful of a young person. Just thinking about it made him terrified. Those who were able to receive invitations to attend the Wanyue Tower event were all from prominent families or people with important influence. However, Yi Qingyun, walking in the crowd, raised his chin slightly, giving people a feeling of arrogance. After all, these monks